When Xin Yuying first encountered Gu Chengyang, she perceived him as an exceptionally quiet boy, sporting glasses that lent him an intellectual air. However, over time, he transformed into a straightforward lad with a penchant for idle chatter. Xin Yuying, I will not engage in early romance. I am determined to strive for the great rejuvenation of New China, Gu Chengyang. I understand you won't fall for anyone early, but I am of age, and you soon will be too. Xin Yuying, when I refer to early romance, I mean before the college entrance examination. Gu Chengyang, I am aware. Xin Yuying, then why are you so close to me? Chapter 1, Freshman Registration. On September 1st, 2017, Jiangshan No. 1 High School commenced its academic year. Xin Yuying, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, hurried throughout the school to complete the registration process. The procedures were quite simple, and since she was a day student, she had little to carry. Though she had longed to reside on campus, having always lived with her parents, she yearned to experience independence. After finally transitioning to a new city for high school, she had hoped to escape her parents' shadow, only to discover that her full-time mother had rented a house nearby to accompany her until university. This left Xin Yuying bewildered. Do stay-at-home mothers of only children have so much free time? Given her mother's insistence on escorting her daily, Xin Yuying decided to take matters into her own hands and registered alone, believing that a single backpack would suffice. However, observing her peers arriving with their parents, laden with large bags and sweat-soaked from the hustle, she began to reconsider the merits of boarding school. This provincial-level high school is truly exceptional. The fountain genuinely spouts water. And look, there are fish! Xin Yuying exclaimed, snapping photos with her phone and nodding in approval. The campus was adorned with vibrant flora, a small grove, and an artificial hill. Standing in a pavilion, she inhaled deeply, noting the refreshing air. With the registration lines still lengthy, she opted to explore the school further before joining the throngs. As she strolled, scrolling through Weibo on her phone and searching for school-related information, she was inundated with statistics, graduation rates, campus size, and various interview records. This school has only been established for a decade and has expanded so significantly. Several sports fields, what extravagance! Xin Yuying mused aloud. Following the cobblestone path, she admired the serene surroundings and academic buildings, passing by a tennis court. Before long, she realized the crowd had thinned, and she was alone on the path. Spotting a security booth ahead, Xin Yuying quickened her pace, offering a bright smile as she approached. Excuse me, sir. What class are you in? Why are you late? Please register first. The security guard interrupted, tossing her a registration form for her name, class, student ID, and entry time. Xin Yuying stood momentarily dazed, unsure whether to take the pen. Younger student, dawdling won't help. If you don't want to register, just tell me your homeroom teacher's name, and they'll call them to come get you to— Oh no, sir, I'm a new student. I don't even know what class I'm in yet. A new student? The guard scrutinized Xin Yuying closely. Aren't you a senior? Seniors? I'm just about to enter my freshman year. Xin Yuying quickly clarified. This is the senior campus. Why are you here instead of reporting? Suddenly, the guard paused, eyeing her warily. Where's your school badge? Trying to masquerade as a new student after being late? Huh? Good thing I caught you. Really, I am a new student. The guard squinted at her. Xin Yuying thought to herself, do you think my registration information is fabricated just to avoid being caught for tardiness? Yes, I truly am a new student. I haven't even collected my badge yet. Then why are you on the senior campus? Two got lost. Though it was embarrassing, honesty seemed the better course. The guard, taken aback, pointed down the path. Take the small road past those 2 flower beds, and you'll find your way. Thank you, sir. Grateful for the guidance. Xin Yuying hurried away. Attention, class of 2017. Please note that the opening ceremony will be held at the main playground. All new students should assemble in their designated locations under the guidance of their homeroom teachers. The ceremony is about to commence. Just as Xin Yuying lingered by the flower beds, the announcement blared. Oh no, which class am I in? Will I make it to registration in time? She glanced at the throng of new students marching toward the playground, feeling a wave of despair. After all, in a new class where no one was familiar, she could simply follow someone. With this thought, Xin Yuying tucked her phone into her pocket and slipped to the back of a line, following them to the playground. The main playground was the largest at Jiangshan No. 1 High School and typically hosted school ceremonies. Xin Yuying found herself standing at the rear of a class, casually observing her surroundings. There are so many classes at least 20, no, 30. If each class has about 50 students, that means there are approximately 1,500 freshmen. How astonishing. The largest high school in my hometown probably doesn't even have that many students combined. Big cities are truly intimidating. As she scanned her surroundings, she inadvertently noticed a boy beside her, quietly resting with headphones on. Unlike the others who were chattering and playing, he exuded tranquility. The sunlight at 11 o'clock cast a warm glow on his profile, revealing the fine hairs on his prominent nose and one eye closed in repose. Xin Yuying noted with keen observation that he likely had double eyelids. When a young female teacher in professional attire approached, Xin Yuying quickly resumed her casual demeanor. The teacher gently tapped the boy, prompting him to open his eyes and retract his headphone wire. Xin Yuying observed that he shared the same model of phone as hers. The boy, being in the adjacent class, aligned himself beside the young teacher. How fortunate the neighboring class is with such a quiet and handsome boy as a classmate, along with a beautiful young homeroom teacher. They must be so lucky. Alas, what misfortune for this class. Chapter 2. Class 15 of the first year. In front of the platform at the playground stood a row of heads. Xin Yuying was positioned too far away to discern their faces, but she surmised that these individuals were undoubtedly various directors and the principal of the school. Please quiet down. The opening ceremony is about to commence. One of the figures addressed the microphone. As the throng of over 1,000 students settled into silence, the speaker continued, "Students, I am the Director of Education at Jiangshan No. 1 High School. My surname is Feng. I am delighted to welcome you all to Jiangshan No. 1 High School, which is situated in Jiangchen." Such phrases are rather cliché, Xin Yuying thought. She could recite them herself. Having heard this formality from the first to the third year of junior high, it appeared that high school would offer no respite, with over 1,600 students in each grade. Next, I invite the principal of Jiangshan No. 1 High School to address us. Please give your applause. Xin Yuying joined in the clapping. Indeed, the pattern persisted. Various directors spoke, followed by an array of principals. Their discourses were essentially reflections on the past, encouragement for the present, and aspirations for the future. Uncertain of how many speakers had taken the stage, Xin Yuying felt her legs growing numb from standing. Stealthily, she retrieved her phone to check the time. It was already 11:30. The speakers had been addressing the audience for half an hour. Our school boasts a rich faculty, with over 10 senior teachers and several distinguished educators. These instructors have made significant achievements in their respective fields. I am confident that under their guidance, students at Jiangshan No. 1 High School will forge a splendid future for themselves. As my speech concluded, I requested each class to exit in an orderly fashion, adhering to the guidance of their homeroom teachers. Following my class upstairs, we arrived at the threshold of the classroom. Upon noticing the sign that read Class 14, Xin Yuying suddenly regained her composure. Observing the classroom filled with students, she hesitated to enter. Bowing her head, she respectfully stated, "I do not belong to this class," before swiftly descending the stairs. Downstairs, the reporting area was completely deserted. Fortunately, a teacher remained to gather her belongings. Xin Yuying hurried over and said, "Hello, teacher, I am here to report." The teacher glanced up at her and replied, "You are late. The freshman ceremony has concluded. What is your name?" Xin Yuying, Xin as in the poet Xin Chiji. "Ah, you are from Class 15, located on the second floor of this building. Hurry along." "Thank you, teacher," she responded, hastily ascending the stairs. As she passed by Class 14, she felt as if the bald-headed homeroom teacher cast a glance in her direction. Upon reaching the classroom door, she heard a gentle female voice from within. "Is everyone here? I seem to be missing one." Xin Yuying arrived just in time. Reporting in. "I am late." The teacher, dressed in a professional skirt suit, turned to look at her and asked, "You are a new student. What is your name?" Xin Yuying. "Oh, there you are, the one missing. Do come in," the teacher said with a warm smile. Xin Yuying slightly bowed at the doorway before stepping inside. But upon taking just a couple of steps, she froze. The seats were filled to capacity, and she momentarily found herself at a loss as to where to sit. Only the seat by the window in the third-to-last row was unoccupied. "You should take that one." The female teacher promptly alleviated Xin Yuying's embarrassment. "By the way, you are not nearsighted, are you?" "Not nearsighted." Xin Yuying was eager to reach her seat, as the events of the morning had left her utterly drained. The third-to-last row by the window, her deskmate was a girl, and the 2 rows behind them were filled with boys. "Wait a moment. The boy in the back. Isn't he the one who was just standing beside her this morning, listening to music with his eyes closed? He is sitting right behind me?" Xin Yuying felt a twinge of surprise and paused momentarily. Sensing that most of her classmates' gazes were fixed upon her, she quickly made her way to her seat. The girl sitting by the aisle graciously made room, and after quietly expressing her gratitude, Xin Yuying hastily settled into her seat. Once she sat on the cool chair, she finally exhaled slowly. The occurrences of that morning felt surreal and utterly exhausting. The class would soon end, and I won't assign anything for now. Please take this time to get to know one another. We will discuss further after class resumes at 2:30 this afternoon. There will be no lessons today. We will commence our formal classes tomorrow. Xin Yuying took out her phone, only to find it had run out of battery. She looked up and noticed a clock beside the blackboard. which indicated that there were only 5 minutes left until the end of class. She also caught sight of 3 elegant characters on the blackboard, Gu Chengyang, presumably the name of the homeroom teacher. Here, for you. Her deskmate, a gentle and rather quiet girl, retrieved a packet of white rabbit milk candies from her desk and offered the first one to Xin Yuying. Thank you. Xin Yuying cautiously accepted the candy. I am Ruan Jia, she said softly, offering a gentle smile. I am Xin Yuying, Xin from Xin Shiji. Ruan Jia nodded, clutching the white rabbit milk candies, and turned to the 2 boys in the back row, inquiring, Do you like white rabbit candies? Of course, replied Xiang Ting, Ruan Jia's deskmate, as he generously took 2 candies from her hand. He placed one on his classmate's desk, while unwrapping the other to pop it into his mouth. I am Ruan Jia, she reiterated. Xin Yuying followed suit, turning to say, I am Xin. I know, she is Ruan Jia, and you are Xin Yuying. Xin Shiji's Xin, he interjected. He is Gu Chengyang. Xiang Ting, radiating warmth, pointed to the 3 of them, reiterating their names. He added, by the way, I am Xiang Ting, Xiang from Sunflower, and Ting from Pavilion. Gu Chengyang removed his headphones, picked up a white rabbit candy, and stated, I am Gu Chengyang. Hey, is there more? I also want to eat white rabbit candies, exclaimed the chubby boy behind Xiang Ting, standing up to peer forward. Let me introduce myself too. I want some as well. Look at how chubby you are, and you still want to eat? Retorted his deskmate, poking him in the waist. Ruan Jia stifled a laugh, retrieving 2 more candies to hand over. The chubby boy accepted the candy, passing one to his deskmate, while hastily devouring the other. I am Deng Xian, and this is Zheng Tian. Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian were quite the jokesters, and as they conversed, they elicited laughter from the 6 of them. Xin Yuying, initially reserved, gradually began to loosen up. The chime rang, and 5 minutes swiftly passed. Xiang Ting remarked, Oh, we are all dormitory students, otherwise we could have gone to eat together. Oh well, there's plenty of opportunity for that in the future. Please be cautious on your way. We shall take our leave now, Deng Xian responded, his hunger as a rotund individual prompting an urgent need for sustenance. I do not reside on campus either. You all go ahead and eat, Gu Chengyang stated. Very well. Then it shall be the 4 of us, dining together, Deng Xian called out as they exited through the back door of the classroom. Ruan Jia waved her hand at Xin Yuying, saying, Xin Yuying, I'm off to eat with them. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you in the afternoon, Xin Yuying replied. Watching the 4 leave the classroom, only a few students remained. Xin Yuying observed Gu Chengyang sitting motionless in his seat and inquired, Aren't you coming? I'm waiting for someone. You may go ahead, Gu Chengyang replied. All right then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Xin Yuying said before swiftly dashing out with her backpack. She too had been hungry for quite some time and eagerly anticipated the braised pork her mother had prepared. Gu Chengyang remained in his seat, watching Xin Yuying depart, and noticed a small charm dangling from her backpack. As he sat alone in the now empty classroom, he donned his headphones and closed his eyes to rest. Xiaoyang, I'm leaving, a female voice called from outside shortly thereafter, accompanied by a gentle tap on the window. Chapter 3. Class leader Deng Xian. On the afternoon of the first day of school, there were no classes. The time was primarily dedicated to fostering communication between the homeroom teacher and the students. As the school bell rang, Gu Chengyang entered the classroom dressed in casual attire. Gu Chengyang, adorned with subtle makeup and sporting a ponytail, entered the classroom with a roll call sheet in hand. Today, we shall not engage in formal lessons. Instead, our focus will primarily be on acquaintance. I will select a few individuals to retrieve the books for our class. Teacher, I will go, exclaimed Zheng Tian from the back row, raising his hand. Very well, Zheng Tian, Deng Xian, and the 2 in front, Gu Chengyang and Xiang Ting. You 4 shall fetch the books. They are located in the office downstairs. You will see them as soon as you descend. Hey, Xin Yuying, how old do you think our teacher is? She appears quite youthful, inquired Ruan Jia. After a careful appraisal of their homeroom teacher, Xin Yuying replied, I am uncertain. She must be under 30, I presume. A homeroom teacher so young. What subject does she teach? Female teachers typically instruct in the humanities, perhaps Chinese or English. A boy from the middle row queried, Teacher, what subject do you teach? I teach biology, she answered. Wow, such a beautiful teacher like Gu actually teaches biology. Thank goodness it's not English. Indeed. If teacher Gu were to teach English, I would no longer be fond of her. This sentiment resonated with the classmates, who readily voiced their agreement. Upon hearing their remarks, Gu Chengyang remarked, It seems you all harbor a dislike for English. Why is that? I find English quite delightful. No, we do not perceive English as agreeable. It is simply too challenging. Does anyone have any further inquiries? Gu Wanqing continued. Teacher, may I ask about your age? A mischievous boy interjected. Gu Wanqing shook her head and remarked, inquiring about a woman's age is rather impolite, but you may certainly take a guess. 35. Surely. The teacher cannot be that old. 34. 33. 20. 18. As each guess emerged, Gu Wanqing was amused, exclaiming, "Oh, if only I were 18. Deng Xian leaned over the two individuals in front of him and inquired, Hey, what do you think our teacher's age is? Has she even reached 30 yet? Xing Tian extended his right hand, mimicking a fortune teller, and proclaimed, Upon careful calculation, our teacher must be precisely 31 years old. Xiang Ting interjected, I believe she should be 32 now. 27. Gu Chengyang remained engrossed in the newly distributed mathematics book, not lifting his head. Xiang Ting remarked, Come now. The more we discuss, the younger she seems. At this rate, we'll be suggesting she is only 24 or 25. Xing Tian tilted his chair back, donned a pair of round-framed sunglasses, and declared, Humph, a bunch of ignorant mortals. I have already divined the truth. It is indeed 31 years. Has anyone guessed correctly? Stand up and claim your prize, Gu Wanqing announced. Upon hearing about the reward, Deng Xian sprang to his feet, startling the reclining Xing Tian. Deng Xian, please share your guess. Standing, Deng Xian pondered what age would be most plausible while his deskmate Xing Tian tugged at his arm, whispering, Hurry, 31 years. Truly, speak quickly. You must trust this half-immortal. Xiang Ting burst into laughter, exclaiming, Just a moment ago, you claimed to be a full immortal, and now you've downgraded to a half-immortal? How can one assess their own age and simultaneously diminish their own accomplishments? Ruan Jie and Xin Yuying turned to gaze at Deng Xian. After a prolonged pause, Deng Xian, observing Gu Chengyang's confident demeanor, ventured, Teacher, I surmise you are 27 years old. Gu Wanqing nodded in affirmation and replied, Congratulations, you are correct. Elated, Deng Xian exclaimed then, Teacher, what is my reward? As for your reward, come forward, she instructed. Deng Xian approached with delight. Xing Tian removed his round-framed sunglasses and remarked, It is inconceivable that I failed to calculate correctly. Could it be that some unseen force has interfered with my judgment? Xiang Ting scoffed, Enough of your excuses. A wrong guess is simply that. It was ultimately Gu Chengyang who provided the correct answer. On the podium, Gu Wanqing whispered something to Deng Xian, who then joyfully inscribed his name on the blackboard and began his self-introduction. Ahem, classmates, may I have your attention? I am Deng Xian, 16 years of age, rather plump, with a fondness for food. I enjoy playing video games and consider myself quite enthusiastic. I hope that over the next 3 years, we can become excellent classmates and progress together. Teacher, what about my reward? He turned to Gu Wanqing, inquiring once more. Very well. Your reward is to become the class monitor of our class 15. Ah, Deng Xian exclaimed, taken aback. I was rather careless. Come on, everyone. Let us give a round of applause to our class monitor. Deng Xian, Xian the Immortal? Deng the Great? One of the boys chimed in. Laughter erupted among the group as Deng Xian remarked, Did you think I wanted this? Who knew the reward would be the class monitor? Sheng Tian added, Oh, come on. A half-immortal devoted to the Tao. Who cares for such trivial titles? Before long, all positions except that of the class monitor had been assigned. The afternoon was devoid of activities, yet the school mandated a 6 o'clock dismissal. Consequently, everyone began to discreetly check their phones beneath their desks. Teacher Gu, I report the class monitor. He is playing Honor of Kings online and has been in a match for 7 minutes. A student exclaimed, raising their phone to report to Gu Wanqing. Deng Xian, seated at the back, jumped up, saying, How do you know I'm online if you're not logged into the game? Gu Wanqing chuckled and replied, I didn't say you couldn't play. It's not a formal class today. Just keep the volume down. Upon hearing Gu Wanqing's words, everyone promptly revealed their phones, displaying a remarkable sense of camaraderie. Ruan Jie, what drama are you watching? One asked. Ruan Jie removed one earbud and replied, Ode to Joy. Do you want to watch together? Xin Yuying nodded, took one of Ruan Jie's earbuds, and the two leaned close to each other, beginning to enjoy the show together. Chapter 4, Gu Chengyang, Are You a Scoundrel? At 8 in the morning, Xin Yuying was still in bed when she was called. Her mother's voice came from the other side of the door, Yuying. It's 8 o'clock. Hurry up and get breakfast. I know, Mom. I'll get up right away, Xin Yuying replied as she sat up, tousling her messy hair and reaching for her phone on the bedside table. As soon as she unlocked her phone, a multitude of notifications flooded her screen: QQ, WeChat, Weibo, along with an array of other miscellaneous applications inundated her with messages. After clearing them with a single tap, Xin Yuying first opened QQ. Having retired early the previous night, she was now greeted with hundreds of messages. A significant portion of these originated from her class's QQ group, and their small group of 6 also contributed a fair share. Glancing through the class group, she found little of value. The conversation primarily revolved around trivial chatter and idle gossip. Among the participants, Deng Xian and Xiang Ting were the most vocal. The class teacher, Gu Chengyang, served as the group administrator and had conferred upon Deng Xian the title of Deng Dak Xian, which he proudly bore as he engaged in conversation with his classmates until the early hours of the morning. Xin Yuying sighed, reflecting on the erratic sleep patterns of today's youth, each one seemingly staying up later than the last. Could such a generation truly shoulder the responsibilities of building a prosperous nation? Alas, it appears the burden falls upon this young lady. Upon entering their small group of 6, she discovered that the same 2 individuals were dominating the conversation. Most prominently, Xiang Ting had emerged at 3 in the morning, inquiring if anyone wished to play Honor of Kings, while simultaneously sharing a QQ invitation link for the game. Aside from these 2 groups, there were also several friend requests from classmates, all of which Xin Yuying accepted with a delicate swipe of her slender fingers. Opening WeChat revealed a similarly chaotic scene. Fortunately, she had activated silent mode during the night. Otherwise, the cacophony of notifications would have been relentless. After completing her morning routine and enjoying breakfast, she donned a fresh and tidy outfit before stepping out. The combination of a white short-sleeve shirt and denim shorts, complemented by a small backpack. Although Xin Yuying's figure may not be deemed exceptional, it is certainly presentable. Her attire exudes youthful vitality. Last night, before retiring for the evening, Xin Yuying requested her mother to awaken her at 8 o'clock, for she intended to venture out today. In mid-August, her mother rented a house near the school to accompany her daughter through 3 years of high school. Prior to the commencement of the school year, Xin Yuying had scarcely indulged in leisure activities. Now, with the new term just beginning and minimal homework, she seized the opportunity to explore. Unlike small towns, the bustling metropolis required Xin Yuying to spend over half an hour on the bus to reach her destination, the Xinhua bookstore. To her astonishment, the bookstore boasted 3 floors, an expanse she mused would take her 3 years of high school to explore fully. While Xin Yuying is generally a lively and cheerful girl, she possesses a particular fondness for the tranquility of reading. This affinity is why, during the opening ceremony, she instantly noticed Gu Chengyang, who was quietly listening to music. Despite her own animated chatter, her initial impression of him was decidedly positive, drawn by his serene demeanor. As she meandered through the first floor, Xin Yuying received a call from her mother. After concluding the conversation, she prepared to delve deeper into the bookstore in search of her desired reads. Suddenly, she felt the weight of a gaze fixated upon her. Turning her head, she spotted an individual standing by the nearby bookshelf. Upon realizing Xin Yuying had noticed him, he removed his headphones and approached her. At that moment, Xin Yuying felt an overwhelming urge to hide among the pages of a book. Surely, today was not an auspicious day for her to be seen by Gu Chengyang during her phone call with her mother. Please, don't come over here. Let's pretend we haven't seen each other, shall we? You can continue reading your book. Unfortunately, Xin Yuying's inner monologue remained unfulfilled as Gu Chengyang swiftly approached her. He stood a head taller than her. At 165 centimeters, he must be around 185. Standing side by side, they fit perfectly. As she watched Gu Chengyang walk closer, a flurry of peculiar thoughts invaded Xin Yuying's mind. She glanced at the pattern on his short-sleeved shirt and hastily discarded her inexplicable musings. With a smile, she said, "Well, the weather is quite lovely today. Did you have breakfast? You didn't see me just now, did you?" Xin Yuying tilted her head back, smiling brightly, while internally wishing to press Gu Chengyang's head against the bookshelf. Damn it. Do you have any idea how rude it is to make a beautiful girl feel awkward? If you don't respond soon, I might just pretend I don't know you and walk away. Gu Chengyang finally spoke. You didn't see? Xin Yuying exclaimed with delight. Gu Chengyang couldn't help but chuckle and replied, You said it yourself. We're not supposed to talk in the bookstore. Xin Yuying smiled. What I meant was that we're not allowed to speak loudly, and yet you mock me. Come on, let me treat you to some milk tea. Let's talk outside. Gu Chengyang suggested, leading the way. Who wants to talk to you anyway? This is truly annoying. But, considering the milk tea, I suppose I can reluctantly accompany you outside. Meanwhile, her fondness for Gu Chengyang continued to blossom, and she followed him out of the bookstore with a light heart. Xin Yuying sat beside the table in the milk tea shop, gazing at her phone while awaiting Gu Chengyang to return with the beverages. Resting her chin on her right hand and scrolling through Weibo with her left, she exclaimed, "Here, your milk tea." Gu Chengyang soon approached, carrying the drinks. "Wow, my favorite classic pearl milk tea. Thank you." Upon seeing the milk tea, Xin Yuying's face lit up as she inserted the straw and began to sip eagerly. After gulping a significant mouthful, she realized that Gu Chengyang had only purchased one cup. "Why aren't you drinking?" Xin Yuying inquired, biting the straw. "The milk tea is too sweet. I don't particularly enjoy it," Gu Chengyang replied. "Oh, all right then." Xin Yuying resumed her scrolling on Weibo, when suddenly she encountered a post stating that scoundrels often treat girls to milk tea. Uft, cough, cough, cough. Xin Yuying was unexpectedly choked by a pearl, leading to an uncontrollable bout of coughing. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Gu Chengyang stood up, observing Xin Yuying as she coughed incessantly. Although he felt inclined to assist her, he hesitated due to her scant attire, considering it inappropriate for a man to intervene. After a considerable time, Xin Yuying finally ceased coughing, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Accepting the tissue Gu Chengyang handed to her, she fixed her gaze earnestly upon his eyes. "Gu Chengyang, are you a scoundrel?" Chapter 5. Why does Gu Chengyang's phone seem so displeasing, despite being identical to hers? Upon hearing Xin Yuying's question, Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you inquire?" Xin Yuying clicked on the link she had just encountered about scoundrels treating girls to milk tea and pushed her phone toward him. As Xin Yuying sipped her milk tea, she observed Gu Chengyang's well-groomed fingernails. Generally, girls tend to favor milk tea, and if a boy invites her for a drink, it often signifies a desire to bridge the gap between them, aspiring to evolve into closer friends. However, if a boy proposes such a meeting on their first encounter, caution is warranted. He may harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, contemporary girls are financially independent and typically would not accept an invitation for milk tea from a newly acquainted boy. Should she acquiesce, it would imply that she is granting him an opportunity. Now, do you reckon I am that kind of boy? Gu Chengyang leaned back in his chair with a smile. Or perhaps you are the one offering me a chance. Xin Yuying blushed intensely, deciding to abandon all pretense. She placed her phone on the table and declared, "Indeed, I am giving you a chance, so tell me, are you a scoundrel?" "I'm uncertain if I am," Gu Chengyang replied earnestly, "but my sister taught me to invite girls for milk tea." "Your sister? Your biological sister?" "No, my cousin." "I see," Xin Yuying said while sipping her milk tea. "Why did she instruct you to do that?" "She mentioned that I was too dull and too much of a straight shooter, which could hinder my chances of finding a girlfriend," Gu Chengyang admitted while gazing at Xin Yuying. "That is not true. You're tall and handsome. Finding a girlfriend shouldn't be a problem for you. Or are you wealthy? By the way, are you affluent?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengyang's eyes darkened instantly, and he coldly remarked, "If a person is with another solely based on appearance or wealth, there will inevitably be no favorable outcome." Xin Yuying sensed Gu Chengyang's sudden chill and was momentarily at a loss for words. She merely uttered an "oh" and continued sipping her milk tea. She picked up her bag, which had been set aside, and took her phone from the table before leaving in a gust. Watching Xin Yuying depart, Gu Chengyang couldn't help but smile, picking up his phone and illuminating the screen. However, the moment the screen lit up, his smile froze on his face. Gu Chengyang dashed out of the milk tea shop, only to find that Xin Yuying had vanished from sight. He once again retrieved his phone, gazing at the screen displaying a family of 3. The girl in the center, clad in a white dress, wore a sweet smile. He tapped in a few digits, only to be met with a password error. After Xin Yuying boarded the bus and settled into her seat, she glanced at her watch and murmured, "I should still have time." She then activated her phone screen, revealing a picturesque wallpaper. "Huh, when did I change my wallpaper?" She placed her thumb on the fingerprint sensor, but the phone vibrated and displayed a fingerprint mismatch. How could this be? Xin Yuying flipped her phone over, exclaiming, "This is my phone. How can I not unlock it?" After wiping her finger and attempting once more, she was still met with the same message. Startled, she recalled that Gu Chengyang's phone appeared identical to hers. Could it be that I've actually taken the wrong one? Xin Yuying held her phone with both hands, deftly entering her password. The first attempt resulted in an error, and the second attempt met the same fate. With a long sigh, Xin Yuying pressed her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I truly picked up the wrong one." As noon approached, just before 12 o'clock, Xin Yuying's mother, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand and remarked, "Why do you look so dispirited? Put your things down and wash your hands. It's time for lunch. Are you going out this weekend?" "I'm not going out. I'll stay home and study diligently," Xin Yuying replied, feeling frantic. Without her phone, she felt utterly disconnected and decided it was better to remain at home and wait until Monday to discuss matters at school. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyang had finished lunch at home and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television while idly playing with his phone. "Xiaoyang, what are you pondering?" Gu Wanqing, having just finished washing the dishes, inquired as she approached. "Nothing much, sis," he replied. "By the way, do you have the phone numbers of any classmates?" Gu Chengyang asked nonchalantly. "Of course, I have the student information sheet." "Why do you ask?" "It's in my room," Gu Wanqing responded while enjoying some fruit. "It's nothing. I just need to contact my desk mate," Gu Chengyang said as he made his way to retrieve it. "Why not just send a message? After all, Xiang Ting and Deng Xian are always active in the group," Gu Wanqing suggested. Gu Chengyang fell silent and walked into his sister's room, quickly locating the student information sheet. His eyes immediately fell upon Xin Yuying's name, prominently positioned in second place, as the students were arranged according to their grades. After locating the student's phone number, Gu Chengyang glanced at it before entering his password, causing the device to unlock with a responsive chime. With a faint smile, he switched off the screen. On Monday morning, at 7:40, Xin Yuying called out, "Mom, I won't be having breakfast this morning. I'm heading to school early." She hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder. "Ready to leave? Isn't it sufficient for you day students to arrive by 8:30? Why are you leaving so early?" her mother inquired. "I'm just going out to buy something to eat. I have an urgent matter to attend to at school. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait to get my hands on my phone. It's been nearly 2 days." Xin Yuying exclaimed, her anticipation evident. "Gu Chengyang, you better arrive at school early," she added, her voice persistent. As she spoke, she grabbed Gu Chengyang's phone, tapping randomly on the screen, only to be met with the message indicating that the password had been entered incorrectly 4 times. Though it was the same model, why did Gu Chengyang's phone seem so much more frustrating to her? Chapter 6. The last 6 digits of the phone number as the password upon arriving at the classroom. Xin Yuying noticed that only a handful of students, boarding students, were present. Her eyes quickly fell upon Gu Chengyang, who was sitting upright, engrossed in something. She briskly approached, placing her backpack on her seat before turning to greet him. Gu Chengyang was reading a novel, his phone resting on the table. As Xin Yuying turned to him, he slowly closed the book, propping his chin on one hand while idly spinning his phone with the other. "Yes, that's mine. That is definitely my phone," Xin Yuying thought, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. She reached out to take the phone, simultaneously returning Gu Chengyang's device to him. Reflecting on Gu Chengyang, he glanced at his phone screen, which displayed a password error, allowing for one more attempt before requiring a minute's wait for another try. Simultaneously, he noted that the battery level was a mere 15%. Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the exuberant Xin Yuying, who was animatedly gesticulating with delight. "Ah," Gu Chengyang began, attempting to capture Xin Yuying's attention, as he unlocked his phone to show her the screen. "Ahem, well, the weather is quite pleasant today." Xin Yuying chuckled awkwardly in response. Observing Gu Chengyang's relentless teasing, she reluctantly conceded, "I was simply a bit curious and tried your password on a whim. And I didn't intentionally neglect to charge your phone. I just don't have a charger that fits your model." Her voice diminished with each word. Gu Chengyang couldn't suppress a laugh as he set his phone down, remarking, "We have identical phones, and you claim you lack a charger?" Xin Yuying fell silent, feigning distraction as she gazed out the window. With a sigh, Gu Chengyang lamented, "I charged your phone fully last night, and this is how you repay me." "Apologies, I truly forgot," she replied. "Besides, we should focus on our studies at school. A fully charged phone wouldn't serve any purpose." As she spoke, her tone shifted to one of grandiloquence. "In truth, I intentionally chose not to charge your phone. Think about it. Why are we at school? Isn't it to study diligently? If I were to hand you a fully charged phone, would you truly dedicate yourself to your studies? I doubt it." Observing Gu Chengyang's enigmatic smile, Xin Yuying bit her lip, suppressing her laughter as she completed her speech. "We come to school to learn, not to indulge in our phones. Hence, It is with the utmost consideration for your educational pursuits and your future contributions to the splendid development of our great motherland that I deliberately refrained from allowing you to charge your device. Do you comprehend my noble intentions? Gu Chengyang solemnly nodded, responding, "Thank you. I have achieved enlightenment." With that, he retrieved a power bank and charging cable from his desk. "Oh, had you mentioned your power bank earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. It's not my fault for being prescient," Gu Chengyang remarked. Suddenly, he turned to her and said, "Xin Yuying." "Yes, what is it? Have you ever considered attempting to unlock my phone's password?" she queried, unwilling to accept the notion that one would not be intrigued by a phone in their possession. Surely, one would instinctively try to unlock it. "I did, and then I attempted it twice. Why did I not receive any notifications?" "Because I successfully unlocked it." "Oh, I see. What did you say?" Xin Yuying leaned over Gu Chengyang's desk, incredulous. "You cracked my password? What do you mean by cracked?" At that moment, Xiang Ting and Deng Xian entered the classroom, with Xiang Ting keenly catching the remark and inquiring. Xin Yuying ignored him, still in shock, and demanded, "How did you manage that?" Gu Chengyang glanced at his phone, unlocked it, then locked it again, remarking, "Who would use the last 6 digits of their phone number as a password?" Xin Yuying leaned back, puzzled, and inquired, "How do you know my phone password is the last 6 digits of my number? Is that a common choice for many people? What are you all discussing?" Ruan Jie chimed in as she arrived. "Ruan Jie, what is your phone password?" "It's my birthday." "Xiang Ting, what about you?" 888888. "Why such a mundane choice?" Xin Yuying couldn't help but ask. "Because it's convenient. My thumb fits perfectly on the 8 key," came the reply. "And you, Deng Xian?" Xin Yuying persisted, unwilling to accept that she was the only one using the last 6 digits of her phone number as a password. "Mine is also my birthday." "And you, Zheng Tian?" Zheng Tian propped his chair up and said, "I use a gesture password." "Oh, why is it that none of you have the last 6 digits of a phone number as your passwords?" Xin Yuying pressed on, turning to the 2 newcomers in the front row, only to find they too had different passwords. "How can this be? Am I somehow different from you ordinary people?" Gu Chengyang hesitated, stammering, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with using the last 6 digits of a phone number. It's memorable and convenient." Suddenly, a thought struck Xin Yuying. She picked up Gu Chengyang's phone and said, "How is it that you guessed my password correctly twice and knew it was the last 6 digits of my phone number? This indicates that you must be aware of someone whose password is set this way, and the password you are most familiar with is your own." Ruan Jie interjected. "The truth is always but one." Xin Yuying remarked, "Gu Chengyang, surrender your resistance and reveal your phone number." Gu Chengyang chuckled, leaning back with his arms crossed, and replied, "Boring." Zheng Tian laughed. "You can't possibly be using the last 6 digits of your phone number as your password." Deng Xian chimed in, "No way, really?" Xin Yuying smiled slightly and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I already know." She picked up the phone and opened the contacts, revealing Gu Chengyang's number. Inputting the digits as displayed, a click was heard, and the phone unlocked. Xin Yuying lifted her chin, pointing at Gu Chengyang, and declared, "I knew it." Xiang Ting laughed heartily. "Ha! No wonder you comforted her. It turns out you are also in on the joke." Ruan Jie pointed at Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang, saying, "Wait a moment. How do you both have each other's phone numbers?" Still basking in her joy, Xin Yuying replied, "I remembered it when we had milk tea over the weekend." "Well, you two went out on a date in the first week and didn't invite us," someone remarked. "Exactly. You didn't even call us for milk tea." "Oh dear, when one is on a date, why would they need to invite you?" A few individuals began to jeer. "Oh no, it was truly a chance encounter. We first met at the bookstore, then proceeded to the bubble tea shop." "Oh, it was not a date." Xin Yuying longed to clarify, yet her words fell upon deaf ears, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Under the table, she discreetly kicked the onlooker, Gu Chengyang, as if the topic of conversation did not involve him at all. "Oh, they are still interacting. How sweet." Alas, it is too convoluted to explain. Xin Yuying felt as if her ears were on the verge of burning. The more she tried to clarify, the worse it became. So she simply resigned herself and buried her face in her arms on the table. Chapter 7. The autumn sports meeting. September marked the inaugural month of the first-year high school experience. The newly arrived students tended to be quite well-behaved, diligently applying themselves to their studies each day. Even those who had been unruly in middle school aspired to focus on their academics as high school commenced. Thus, 2 weeks passed. One evening during self-study, Ruan Jie opened a bag of candy and offered a piece to Xin Yuying before passing 4 more to the back. Deng Xian, grinning broadly, remarked, Xingtian and Xiangting have gone to training, so I'll help myself to theirs. Ruan Jie waved her slender, pale arms and said, Go ahead. Eat up. If it's not enough, I have more. Xin Yuying responded, They train every Thursday. How wonderful. Ruan Jie, while savoring her candy, whispered, What is so good about training? It's just running around the track endlessly, exhausting and drenched in sweat. With a roll of her eyes, Ruan Jie added, Sister, do you still find biology difficult? You scored 92 on the last test, ranking third in the class. That is merely a third, a far cry from my expectations. Ruan Jie silently shifted to the side, choosing to disregard her esteemed academic peer. While the average student might achieve scores in the 70s or 80s in various subjects and find biology challenging, resulting in a score of merely over 60, this particular individual excelled in nearly all subjects, yet considered biology difficult solely because she did not rank first in it. Indeed, the aspirations of scholars and ordinary students diverge greatly. After a while, Ruan Jie moved closer again and remarked, If you feel your biology needs a bit more refinement, perhaps you should seek assistance from that individual behind you. Xin Yuying discreetly turned to glance at Gu Chengyang, who was diligently advancing his biology studies. And with a disdainful pout, she replied, Let us just say no. Ever since the incident involving the mix-up with her phone, Xin Yuying had sensed a certain aloofness emanating from Gu Chengyang. He was always polite and reserved with others, yet his demeanor towards her conveyed a palpable distance. Xin Yuying shrugged, perplexed by the situation. Time swiftly passed, and another week had elapsed. One noon, Gu Chengyang and Gu Wanqing were dining at home, with Wang Zhen also present. Wang Zhen and Gu Wanqing were high school classmates, both among the inaugural cohort of Jiangshan No. 1 High School. Following Gu Wanqing's university graduation, the two had married. Wang Zhen was a standout athlete in track and field, later becoming a professional athlete who garnered several provincial accolades. He now operated a gym and served as a physical education teacher at Jiangshan High School. Gu Chengyang took a bite of stir-fried potatoes and inquired, Sister, when will the school sports meet be held? Why are you already thinking about the sports meet as soon as school starts? Shouldn't you focus on your studies? Wang Zhen playfully served a piece of braised pork to Gu Wanqing, smiling as he remarked, Just like me, you have a penchant for sports. Gu Wanqing retorted with a laugh, Is that truly a passion for sports? You simply lack dedication to your studies. Back in high school, not only did you neglect your own learning, but you also distracted me every single day. She paused and added, All right, enough of that. Xiaoyang is here. Wang Zhen felt a twinge of embarrassment. During their high school years, Gu Wanqing was the class beauty, excelling academically and consistently ranking first in her grade, while he was merely a rebellious youth, often disrupting her focus. It was only later that he began to apply himself, becoming an athlete and ultimately winning Gu Wanqing's heart in marriage, a resolution that felt quite fulfilling. Now, reminiscing about their high school days, he found himself somewhat sheepish. I must admit, I am not particularly interested in the sports meet. My main concern is that Xiangting and Xingtian have been incessantly contemplating it, Gu Chengyang stated. Xiangting and Xingtian were both sports specialists in their year, actively participating in track and field. It should be announced at the end of September, perhaps a week in advance at school. Only 10 minutes left until class ends. I have an important announcement to make. It's coming. It's coming. Xiangting and Xingtian, aware of the forthcoming announcement, stood at the back, practically bouncing with excitement. Quiet down, everyone. The physical education teacher boomed, commanding attention until the classroom fell silent. He continued, The autumn sports meet is fast approaching. It will span 2.5 days, taking place on the 28th, 29th, and the morning of the 30th. There will be a variety of events, and I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. Rankings are not paramount. The essence lies in enjoyment. Students interested in participating should register with the sports committee. Class dismissed. With that, the students erupted in a flurry, dispersing in all directions. The discussion has commenced with great enthusiasm. Not every student possesses a penchant for sports, yet undeniably, many prefer physical activity over attending classes. Gu Changquan, Xingtian, and I are eager to register. Xiangting approached the sports committee alongside Xingtian. Xingtian proclaimed, For the 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 1 kilometer, and 3 kilometers, I wish to enroll in all events related to running. Indeed, let us maximize our participation, replied Xiangting. Gu Changquan glanced at the registration form and inquired, Are we enrolling in just the 100 meters and 1 kilometer? Only these two events? Xiang Ting hesitated momentarily. What about the 4 by 100 relay? Shall we register for that as well? 4 by 100? Zheng Tian responded, we still need 2 more participants. Is there anyone willing to join the 4 by 100? We require 2 more individuals. Those who register will be treated to a meal by Brother Xiang Ting. Hurry, come forth. Zheng Tian called out. Those who sign up, Master Zheng will even assess your fortune and fate. Xiang Ting retorted, unwilling to be outdone. As the two bantered, they ultimately found themselves shouting at one another face to face, subsequently chasing each other across the playground, yet still failing to attract any additional participants. Xin Yuying, do you wish to join any event? I've enrolled in the jump rope competition, she replied. What about you? Ruan Jia, with her arms crossed, stated. I am not registering for anything. I've heard that mobile phones will be distributed during the sports meet, and I plan to find a quiet corner to binge watch some shows. She then commenced persuading numerous female classmates during her lesson. The sports meet holds multifaceted significance. It can instill a spirit of ambition and perseverance within you all, adhering to discipline, embodying collectivism, and nurturing a sense of honor are virtues that can also enhance one's physical well-being and foster bodily fitness. It is essential for all of you to participate. Alas, today's youth seem to harbor little enthusiasm for physical activities. After quenching her thirst, Gu Chengyang remarked, since no one has shown initiative, I shall have to appoint individuals myself. Chapter 8. The Autumn Sports Meeting. Part 2. Let me see which delightful souls have not yet registered. Teacher Gu checked the registration form against the class roster and noted, Lu Xuechen, Chen Yuqi, Wang Jia, and Lu Jinglan. Only the 4 of you are left. Is there any objection? After calling out the names, Teacher Gu surveyed the surroundings. Xin Yuying slightly turned and whispered, someone's dreams of binge-watching in the corner have been dashed. Suddenly, Wang Jia raised her hand, speaking timidly. Teacher, I might experience stomach pains during the sports meet. Oh, is that so? Then we shall select another participant. Let me see Mu Yun, are you all right? No problem at all. Oh, the arrival of Aunt Flo truly serves as a convenient excuse. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the 28th. The familiar music for the morning exercises echoed during each break, and the director's voice resonated through the speakers. All first and second year students are requested to assemble quietly and orderly at the designated area on the playground under the guidance of their homeroom teachers. Our autumn sports meeting is about to commence. As Ruan Jia and Xin Yuying exited, Ruan Jia excitedly linked her arm with Xin Yuying's. Oh, Ruan Jia, could you please be gentler? My arm has turned red from your pulling. I apologize, Yuying. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Look, the series I recently started following have both released 2 new episodes this week, and several variety shows have also updated. I shall have ample viewing material for the next few days. But what will you do if your phone runs out of battery? I have already inquired with Gu Chengyang, and he has graciously agreed to lend me his power bank, Wang Jia said with delight. How could you ask him and not me? I am also a day student. You know, Xin Yuying retorted. Wang Jia chuckled sheepishly and replied, I am truly sorry. I intended to ask you. But you mentioned last time that you should focus on your studies at school to contribute to the development of our homeland in the future. I thought you wouldn't agree. Xin Yuying was at a loss for words. Hey, Gu Chengyang, which project did you sign up for? I haven't seen you at practice. Deng Xian inquired. Xiang Ting chimed in. Our Gu Chengyang lacks athletic prowess. If the school were to organize a cultural competition, he could effortlessly participate in a dozen events. But when it comes to sports, he genuinely cannot manage. So you'll just spend the entire sports meet glued to your phone, Zheng Tian remarked. Xiang Ting continued. Gu Chengyang brought a novel along, intending to finish it in the next couple of days. We asked Gu Chengyang, not you. Why are you so eager to interject? Although I have known Gu Chengyang for only a month, our bond has grown deep, and I have come to regard him as kin. Oh, spare me. Gu Chengyang had initially planned to remain silent, but Xiang Ting's antics were rather distracting. A few individuals playfully engaged in banter as they followed their class to the playground. Once everyone was assembled, they noticed a banner on the podium that exuberantly celebrated the successful hosting of the 7th Autumn Sports Meeting of Jiangshan Middle School. Students, please quiet down. Our sports meeting is about to commence. Prior to that, our vice principal has a few words to share, began the announcement. Dear students and esteemed teachers, good morning. I am delighted that the 7th Autumn Sports Meeting of Jiangshan Middle School is proceeding smoothly. I would like to address 3 main points. First, This is the third year since the school's establishment that we have organized an autumn sports meeting aimed at. It seemed that every school leader particularly enjoyed speaking. Not only did they address the assembly every Monday during the flag-raising ceremony, but they also seized any opportunity to make announcements over the intercom. Clearly, they would not let such a splendid occasion pass without sharing their thoughts. Xin Yuying whispered to her classmate Ruan Jie. On average, each leader speaks for 5 minutes, and with 4 leaders scheduled to speak. How much time will we spend under the sun? Ruan Jie tilted her head and asked, How do you know there are 4 leaders speaking? Did you not notice the eager expressions of the 3 leaders behind? I believe they are even tempted to snatch the microphone from the vice principal. Xin Yuying replied. Really? Ruan Jie exclaimed, her eyes wide. Unfortunately, the podium was too distant for her to discern their expressions clearly. Are you certain you saw their facial expressions? No. I just imagined it, Xin Yuying said with a hint of exhaustion. If I ever become a teacher or a leader, I certainly will not indulge in such superfluous chatter. During this autumn sports meeting, we continued the fine tradition of our school's past events, emphasizing physical fitness and enriching students' extracurricular activities, with friendship as our foremost priority and competition as secondary. Having concluded my speech, I kindly ask all classes to proceed to their designated resting areas, where we have prepared mineral water for everyone. Finally, the speech was over, and a collective sigh of relief was palpable. The atmosphere shifted from lethargy to the vibrant energy of spirited 16 and 17-year-olds. Come on, Yuying, we must secure a favorable spot to watch the drama, Ruan Jie urged, tugging at Xin Yuying as they jogged to their class's designated area in search of a comfortable place to sit. You go ahead and watch. I will fetch 2 bottles of water, Xin Yuying replied, having signed up for the jump rope event scheduled for later on the back playground. And she wouldn't be able to sit for long. Everyone, please remain quiet. If you wish to drink water, come to the front to collect it. If there isn't enough, please inform me. However, let us strive to maintain silence and avoid littering to keep the area clean. If you need to use the restroom, please do so quietly, Deng Xian announced, standing at the front of the class with a fan in hand. Thank you, Yuying, Ruan Jie said as she took the water and removed one of her earphones. Come on, let us watch together. I must tell you, this drama is incredibly sweet, and the male lead is exceptionally handsome. I want to watch for now. I have to go to the back playground for the competition soon. Jump rope, right? Then I want to watch either. I'll accompany you to the back playground. Sounds good. Once Deng Xian had arranged everything, he settled in front of Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie, while Gu Chengyang sat nearby, engrossed in a novel with his headphones on, sitting upright and enveloped in silence. She seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm from the lively chatter around her. It must be quite alluring, Rin Jie remarked, expressing her desire to watch the transformation. After exchanging pleasantries with Deng Xian, the 2 departed. Before long, Gu Chengyang stood up, noted the page he was on, tossed the book to Deng Xian, and left. Hey, Gu Chengyang, where are you going? To the restroom. Chapter 9. Friendship first, competition second. We are first, you are second. Rin Jie, with a somewhat mischievous smile, said, How splendid it would be. Wearing that would perfectly accentuate your waist, allowing everyone to admire your exquisite figure. Xin Yuying retorted, somewhat exasperated. I'm participating in a sports event, not a beauty pageant. Besides, in beauty contests, one doesn't wear outfits that expose the waist. Rin Jie insisted, Oh, but you must change. Without a change, you won't be able to compete. Xin Yuying took the clothes into the restroom, with Rin Jie following closely behind. What are you doing? Xin Yuying asked warily. I'm here to watch you change, Rin Jie replied, rubbing her hands together. Xin Yuying rolled her eyes at Rin Jie and retreated into a stall, saying, You truly are a lecherous woman. After changing, she emerged clad in athletic shorts that revealed her calves and a portion of her fair thighs, complemented by a somewhat short white athletic tee. Her ponytail was perched high on her head, exuding an air of competence and beauty. Ruan Jie stood outside the partition, her eyes brightening as she saw Xin Yuying emerge. This is splendid. So alluring, showcasing your figure beautifully, she exclaimed. Xin Yuying, feeling a touch of shyness, replied, Please, stop with the nonsense. I just want to finish the competition so I can change. The 2 girls strolled toward the back playground together. In truth, the outfit was not excessively short. When her arms hung naturally, it was hardly noticeable. However, the moment she lifted her hands even slightly, the garment would ride up, revealing a glimpse of her waist. As they walked, Xin Yuying felt somewhat uncomfortable in her attire. I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me, she remarked. Ruanjie laughed. If someone is indeed watching, it's only because you're so beautiful. Then, with a playful tone, she added, You know, Yuying, I never realized how stunning your figure is until now. I almost feel tempted to touch you. With that, Ruanjie mischievously reached her hand toward Xin Yuying's waist. Xin Yuying giggled. I'm ticklish, please don't, and then dashed ahead. Their playful pursuit led them to the back playground, where designated viewing areas for classes were set up. The current event was nearing its conclusion, as participants in the jump rope competition began to gather under the judge's direction. After exchanging greetings, Xin Yuying and Ruanjie joined the line. The women's jump rope competition was a 1-minute timed event, with a total of 40 participants divided into 5 groups of 8, each equipped with specialized jump ropes for the contest. In the first round, the top 2 from each group advanced to the next stage, where they will compete again to determine their rankings. Xin Yuying is in the first group. After receiving the specialized jump rope from the judges, she attempts a few practice jumps, adjusting the length of her rope. Next to her, Ruanjie, with a mischievous grin, comments, Your outfit is a bit short. I can see your belly button when you jump. Ruanjie unabashedly declares this in front of the gathered crowd. Xin Yuying feels a wave of embarrassment as she notices her classmates, who are all neatly dressed and standing beside her, glancing over. This only deepens her discomfort, prompting her to urge Ruanjie to be quiet. With the coach's whistle, the competition swiftly commences. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyang, wearing headphones, leisurely makes his way to the back playground. Aside from the girls' jump rope competition, a boys' shot put event is also taking place. In their class, Deng Xian has registered to participate. Upon spotting Gu Chengyang, Deng Xian greets him enthusiastically, saying, Gu Chengyang, you are the most considerate. You're the only one who came to watch my competition. Gu Chengyang, without a hint of courtesy, replies, I'm not here to watch you. Deng Xian, brimming with confidence, retorts, Then who are you here to see? You're standing right next to me. You must be here for me. Gu Chengyang falls silent, genuinely focused on the other side of the playground. All he can see is a high ponytail bouncing rhythmically in the distance. Realizing that Gu Chengyang's gaze is not on her, Deng Xian follows his line of sight, discovering that it is directed towards the girls' jump rope competition. Deng Xian could not help but exclaim, There is a female classmate over there dressed so scantily, her pale thighs gleaming in the light. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyang felt an inexplicable annoyance surge within him. He turned Deng Xian around, saying, Focus on practicing your shot put and warming up. Stop looking around. Deng Xian, brimming with confidence, replied, Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. The girls' skipping rope competition, along with the score tallying, concluded within a few minutes, with Xin Yuying securing second place in the first group and later achieving fourth in the finals. After the event, feeling slightly fatigued, she returned the specialized skipping rope to the coach and approached Ruanjie. Ruanjie promptly greeted her, offering a tissue, saying, Wipe your sweat. You're drenched. Xin Yuying took the tissue and wiped the perspiration from her forehead and neck, commenting, This weather is unbearably hot. It's nearly October. Yet I break a sweat with the slightest movement. Ruanjie circled around Xin Yuying, tugging at her shirt, and remarked, Fortunately, your clothes don't become transparent when wet. Otherwise, if you were to sweat profusely, your shirt would cling to your body, undoubtedly exuding a certain allure, temptation, and dampness. Xin Yuying's expression darkened instantly as she playfully poked Ruanjie's forehead, saying, What on earth do you think about all day as a high school student? Talking about damp temptation? Ruanjie feigned innocence, replying, I was once a good student. However, your allure is simply too captivating for me to resist. The autumn sports meet is, strictly speaking, an athletics competition. Aside from various running events, there are only a few lesser-known competitions such as rope skipping and shot put. Soon, the men's 4x100 relay race will commence. The judges began to clear the track, and the registered participants from each class were organized and escorted to the runway. A student at the podium was reading the cheer phrases for each class. A girl with a resonant and vibrant voice held the microphone on the stage and recited the cheer she had composed herself. Below is the cheer from Class 15 of the first year, delivered by student Xingtian. He expressed gratitude to everyone for participating in the men's 4x100 relay race. He first congratulated all for achieving the second place, asserting that the first place would be claimed by the team he leads. He encouraged the second-place team not to feel disheartened, for they had outperformed other classes. Friendship first, competition second. We are first, you are second. Chapter 10. What to do when your girlfriend wears too little. The student announcer at the podium was exceptionally dedicated, showcasing high professionalism as she fluently and clearly read each cheer submitted. However, Zheng Tian's cheer was so outrageous that it caused her to stumble mid-sentence, turning the encouragement for the second place team not to be disheartened into a rhetorical question. Ruan Jie fell into Xin Yuying's embrace, laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. Was Zheng Tian not being absurd? Did he not fear repercussions for speaking so boldly? Ruan Jie suggested to Xin Yuying, "Shall we go over and cheer for them?" Xin Yuying sighed and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to watch the show carefully? Why are you running around everywhere?" Ruan Jie playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "I initially thought the sports meet would be rather dull, but it appears to be quite exhilarating. Come on, let us go watch," she said, shaking Xin Yuying's arm. Deng Xian chimed in, "Absolutely. I want to join as well. Let us all cheer for them together." In the men's 4x100-meter relay, Zheng Tian was the first runner, while Xiang Ting was the fourth. At that moment, Zheng Tian stood at the starting line conversing with Gu Chengyang. Noticing Deng Xian and the others approaching, he waved at them. Xin Yuying, dressed in a short-sleeved top and shorts that revealed half of her thigh and occasionally her waist, attracted numerous glances. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You are being rather arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" Zheng Tian smugly replied, "Even if they wanted to hit me, they would have to catch up first. Who doesn't know that I am the fastest runner? After all, I aim to claim the first place." Ruan Jie quickly urged him to hush. "Please don't say that. What if it incites public outrage? If you run away, we will be the ones to take the hits." Gu Chengyang stood a little distance away from Xin Yuying, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that many people were casting their gazes toward her, intentionally or not, which stirred a sense of discomfort within him. His expression darkened, and he discreetly stepped back to shield her from the prying eyes. The race was about to commence. The referee instructed the participants to disperse and cleared the track. As the gunshot echoed from the referee's hand, Zheng Tian, clutching the baton, surged forward amidst a cacophony of cheers. The 100 meters test one's explosive power and reaction time, while the relay also demands seamless coordination between the runners. Zheng Tian rushed over to high-five Xiang Ting, then laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I told you we would be first." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I extend my gratitude to those who finished from second to sixth place for their support. Do not feel disheartened, for you are all exceptional. Though I may be just a tad better." Deng Xian promptly covered Zheng Tian's mouth, pleading, "Brother, I implore you to cease your chatter. If you continue, I fear we shall all collapse right here." The morning's events concluded here, and from now until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was a period of leisure. Xin Yuying had discussed the sports meet with her mother the previous night, so for these 2 days, she had been dining at school. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, and while waiting in line for food, several boys' gazes fixated on Xin Yuying's fair, exposed thighs. Originally, Zheng Tian had been behind Xin Yuying, but Gu Chengyang brazenly cut in front. Xin Yuying looked up at Gu Chengyang and inquired, "Gu Chengyang, why are you standing so close to me?" Gu Chengyang, with an expressionless face, replied, "Hurry up and choose your dish. I am starving." "Is that so?" Xin Yuying tilted her head in confusion, scrutinizing Gu Chengyang before turning back to select her meal. Once again, when Xiang Ting attempted to sneak a piece of meat, Deng Xian caught him red-handed. With chopsticks in hand, Deng Xian seethed, "I wondered why my meat disappeared so swiftly. Every time I look up, a piece is gone." Xiang Ting, chuckling nervously, set down the meat he had pinched with his chopsticks. Noticing Gu Chengyang's displeasure, he quickly changed the subject, asking, "What is it, my dear deskmate? Are you feeling down because you did not participate in any events?" Gu Chengyang replied curtly, "I am fine." Xin Yuying sat diagonally opposite to Gu Chengyang. Upon hearing him speak, she instinctively raised her gaze and met his eyes for a brief moment. Due to Gu Chengyang's peculiar behavior during lunch, Xin Yuying found him somewhat odd, especially since they had not interacted much previously. She contemplated inquiring about his intentions, but ultimately refrained from doing so. They were seated in a front and back arrangement, with Xin Yuying engrossed in scrolling through Weibo on her phone, while Gu Chengyang, seated behind her, wore headphones and rested his eyes. Suddenly, Gu Chengyang called out, "When are you going to change your clothes?" Xin Yuying replied, "I don't want to change. This outfit is cooler." Gu Chengyang fell silent, leaving Xin Yuying puzzled. She squinted at him before turning back to her phone. "Why should I change now? It's really hot," she asked. Gu Chengyang, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "The temperature will drop quickly in the afternoon. You might catch a cold dressed like that. But I really don't want to change. It's genuinely too hot," Xin Yuying insisted. Gu Chengyang, with a stoic expression, resumed looking at his phone. Confused, Xin Yuying glanced back at him before turning away again. She mused to herself, this man must be a little off. Initially, she had thought he was quite nice, quiet and handsome, but now, she felt a sense of disappointment and shook her head. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyang stared blankly at his phone screen, unsure of what to click. Every time he closed his eyes, he envisioned Xin Yuying's fair, exposed legs. He opened his browser and typed, "How to persuade a girl not to wear so little." Upon clicking search, an array of messages swiftly surged towards Gu Chengyang. The first one read, "What should I do if my girlfriend wears too little?" The second stated, "I dislike my girlfriend dressing so scantily. When others gaze at her, I feel a pang of jealousy." Gu Chengyang's attention was drawn to the phrase "my girlfriend," causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. However, he soon recalled something and abruptly shut his phone with a resounding thud, placing it upon the table. Chapter 11. Our duty is to study diligently and serve our nation. Xin Yuying was startled by the sound of Gu Chengyang slapping his phone in the back row. She turned to gaze at him, only to notice that his ears had inexplicably turned crimson. She recalled that Gu Chengyang had been somewhat abnormal during lunch. Xin Yuying pondered, could it be that Gu Chengyang has a fever? Rising from her seat, she scrutinized him, prompting Gu Chengyang to feel a twinge of guilt under her gaze. And he inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" Xin Yuying replied, "Gu Chengyang, your face is so red, and your ears are quite flushed as well." Gu Chengyang pinched his earlobe and remarked, "Perhaps it's just too warm." Xin Yuying pouted and retorted, "You find it hot, yet you want me to change my clothes." Gu Chengyang remained silent, his eyes fixed on his phone as he contemplated the messages that had just appeared. Suddenly, he sensed a delicate hand reaching towards his face. Before he could evade it, the cool, pale hand pressed against his forehead, halting his instinctive retreat. Gu Chengyang looked up at Xin Yuying and asked, "What are you doing?" Xin Yuying pressed one hand against Ying's forehead while the other rested gently on her own, diligently comparing their temperatures. "You're not running a fever," she remarked, "so why do you keep speaking nonsense?" Upon hearing her words, Ying's lips curved slightly upwards, suddenly emboldening him to voice his thoughts. "Do you know why I want you to change your clothes?" "Why?" Xin Yuying inquired. "Because I think you're dressed too lightly. Many boys stare at you when you walk by." Taken aback, Xin Yuying glanced down at her bare thighs and replied, "I initially wore this outfit just to cope with the jump rope competition this morning. But once I put it on, I found it quite refreshing, so I didn't want to change." Suddenly, an idea struck her. Narrowing her eyes, she observed Ying's slightly flushed ears and teased, "You aren't feeling shy, are you?" Ying instinctively pulled his phone closer, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "Why would I be shy?" Although he believed his actions were discreet, Xin Yuying caught him in the act. Such behavior could only be attributed to either shyness or guilt. "Surely you aren't looking at something inappropriate on your phone?" she probed. Ying chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be? What could I possibly be looking at? Really? I don't believe you." Seizing the moment when Ying was distracted, Xin Yuying snatched his phone. After unlocking the screen, the first thing that greeted her was a browser window with the bold headline, "What to do if your girlfriend is dressed too lightly." Xin Yuying gazed at the words she had just read aloud, and then inquired, Ying, "What do you mean by that?" Just as he leaned over the table, Xin Yuying gently tapped on its surface. The vibrations caused Ying's ears to twitch slightly. He regarded Xin Yuying's serious demeanor with curiosity. She declared, Ying, "I am uncertain whether you harbor feelings for me, but I am still young and not yet ready for romance. My heart is set on realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. As a first-year high school student, my priority is to focus on my studies and contribute to my country. It is only when I turn 18 and attend university that I shall contemplate matters of love." After speaking, Xin Yuying turned away and rested her head on the desk. Ying observed the high ponytail of Xin Yuying, pondering whether she was waiting for someone. The boy in basketball attire, clutching a basketball, with whom she had taken a photograph, now cherished in her phone's gallery. As Xin Yuying prepared to drift into slumber, a message from CHNYQ arrived. Xin Yuying, Could you possibly participate in the women's 4100 relay this afternoon for me? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Are you on your period? She inquired. No. I had 2 ice creams for lunch, and now my stomach hurts. I fear I won't be able to run this afternoon. All right, I will run for you. Thank you so much, Xin Yuying. Love you. Feeling somewhat drowsy, Xin Yuying silenced her phone and began to fall asleep. The classroom was enveloped in tranquility, the curtains shielding the oppressive sunlight outside. Within the confines of the classroom, only the soft whirring of the fan could be heard. Both Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying lay with their heads resting on their desks, enveloped in slumber. The afternoon sports meet featured only a few events. Apart from the competitions of the boys' shot put and skipping rope, the sole highlight was the girls' 4x100 relay race. As the time drew near, Xin Yuying removed Ruan Jie's headphones and stood up. Ruan Jie inquired, "Are you going to cheer for our girls?" "I'm going to," she replied. Xin Yuying, adjusting her hair, clarified, "I am not going to cheer. I am participating in the race. Chen Yuqi is unwell, so I will run in her place." Ruan Jie accompanied Xin Yuying as they made their way over, where a group of adolescent girls, clad in various lengths of athletic shorts, stood on the track. They wore no makeup, yet exuded an invigorating sense of youthful vitality. Before the race commenced, the young lady at the podium began reciting the supportive words sent in by classmates. Below her, a cheer pinned by Zheng Tian from Class 15 of the first year was announced. "This morning, in the boys' 4x100 relay, my class, Class 15, won the championship. And this afternoon, our 4 girls are competing in the same event. I hope they can uphold our spirit and also secure victory." Ruan Jie rolled her eyes and remarked, "Zheng Tian really dares to say that." Xin Yuying chuckled and said, "If I were the young lady at the podium, I certainly wouldn't read such a cheer." The race soon began, with Xin Yuying as the first runner. At the sound of the starting gun from the referee, she dashed forward with the relay baton, propelled by the cheers of her peers. As she ran, her high ponytail swayed rhythmically behind her. Amidst the cheers led by Ruan Jie, Xin Yuying sprinted swiftly, passing the relay baton to the second runner. Gasping for breath, Xin Yuying had no time to rest and joined in the chorus of encouragement. The baton swiftly reached the hands of the fourth runner, who engaged in the final straight sprint. "Go, go, go," the spectators shouted, rallying behind the girls of their class. Lu Jinglan, holding the final baton, dashed towards the finish line with remarkable speed, clinching victory by a mere half-second. The students of Class 15 erupted in jubilant cheers. Xiang Ting, having somehow acquired a large megaphone, stood in the center of the track proclaiming, "Class 15 of the first year is the champion again. Class 15 of the first year is the champion." Suddenly, a teacher emerged from the crowd, pointing at Xiang Ting and inquiring, "Why are you taking my megaphone? Which class are you from? Return it to me at once." As the teacher approached, Xiang Ting hurriedly set the megaphone down, exclaiming, "I apologize, teacher. I ran away with it by mistake." At that moment, Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian approached, each carrying a cardboard box. Deng Xian announced, "Teacher Gu has generously provided drinks and ice cream for everyone. Those in need may come and help themselves." Seeing Class 15 distributing drinks and ice cream, students from the surrounding classes protested, wondering why they were not included. Consequently, Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian began distributing the treats, drawing a crowd of eager classmates. Ruan Jie and Xin Yuying stood on the periphery, unable to push their way through the throng. Before long, the ice cream was snatched up entirely. Gu Chengyang approached with 2 ice creams in hand, saying, "I saved strawberry flavors for both of you." "Wow, thank you, Gu Chengyang," said Ruan Jie. Xin Yuying eagerly tore open the packaging and took a bite, as strawberry flavor was her favorite. Glancing at Gu Chengyang against the sunlight, Xin Yuying exchanged a smile with him and said, "Thank you for saving the ice cream." Gu Chengyang smiled in return. The atmosphere at noon did not render their reunion awkward. Instead, it fostered a more relaxed interaction between the two. Chapter 12, The 5 Black Kings. The autumn sports meeting spanned merely 3 days, yet it was both brief and fulfilling. For the second-year students, it was a rare opportunity to unwind amidst their studies. Conversely, the first-year students, who faced less demanding coursework, reveled in the festivities. Before long, the third day of the sports meeting arrived. On the morning of the 30th, there were hardly any events left, save for a few finals. Afterward, there was the customary gathering for speeches. A leader, wearing glasses, announced, "I am delighted that this sports meeting has concluded successfully. I witnessed the youth and vitality of our students. And I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Xiang Ting from Class 15 of the first year for breaking our school's 100-meter sprint record. Here, I would like to briefly address a few points. First, however, as the holiday approached, the students were engrossed in their phones, indifferent to the principal's speech. While he spoke, the students engaged in their own conversations below. Once in the classroom, they struggled to refocus, fervently discussing various topics. With a woeful expression, Xiang Ting lamented. They gave us a book of study materials for each first-place winner, filled with nothing but questions. Zheng Tian remarked, aside from the topic, it's merely snacks, but unfortunately, I do not have a penchant for them. Gu Chengyang, observing the two with forlorn expressions, jested, since this is your reward, you must diligently complete your tasks. The two lamented their decisions, expressing regret for having pursued the championship. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the beginning of the National Day holiday for the first-year students. While the second-year students still had afternoon classes to attend before their break. As classmates busied themselves organizing their backpacks, Gu Chengyang reminded everyone from the podium to remember their assignments during the holiday and to prioritize safety while enjoying their outings. Zheng Tian was the swiftest in his preparations. Being closest to the back door, he was already standing at the classroom entrance, backpack slung over his shoulder and phone in hand. He waved his phone at Deng Xian and Xiang Ting, saying, "Don't forget, this afternoon we have a covert operation." Ruan Jie, intrigued, inquired, "What secret operation do you have?" Xiang Ting replied, "It's naturally the plan to rank up in honor of kings." Ruan Jie, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Are you short on players? Count me in. I wish to join." Zheng Tian responded, "Of course, we can all play together. With one more, we can form a 5-player team." He glanced at Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying, asking, "Which of you wishes to join? We would then have a complete team." Xin Yuying replied, "I am not familiar with playing Honor of Kings." Gu Chengyang added, "I can join for a little while, but I cannot stay for too long." "Then it's settled," Zheng Tian declared. Upon arriving home, Xin Yuying adhered to tradition and enveloped her mother in a warm embrace. At the dining table, Mother Xin inquired, "Yuying, do you have any plans for the 7-day break?" While savoring the braised pork, Xin Yuying replied, "Not at the moment. Why do you ask?" Mother Xin continued, "Aren't you going out for some fun?" Xin Yuying responded, "I'm not sure yet. If someone invites me, I might go out." "Is there something on your mind, Mother?" "You will be home alone. You know," Mother Xin remarked, "I've already purchased the tickets. We shall depart after lunch." Xin Yuying said, "All right then. I will video call you and Dad tonight." Mother Xin cautioned, "Please ensure your safety while I am away. Remember to eat regularly and retire early." She added, "Dear, I must leave now and won't be washing the dishes. Please remember to clean them later." Watching her mother exit with her bag, Xin Yuying couldn't help but roll her eyes. She only bought one ticket and still asks me to wash the dishes, having already packed her own belongings. Indeed, parents are truly in love. I am merely an afterthought. After cleaning the dishes, she sprawled on her bed and began browsing her phone. In a small group chat of 6, Deng Xian was already urging everyone to log on. Deng Xian initiated a group call, and Xin Yuying joined in. Zheng Tian shouted over the phone, "Come on, brothers, take me to Star Glory." Ruan Jie interjected, "You all go ahead. My game needs to update. Just a moment." Noticing Xin Yuying in the group call, Deng Xian suggested, "Xin Yuying, we need to communicate for the game. It might get quite loud. Perhaps you should hang up." Xin Yuying lay on the bed, her delicate legs crossed as she remarked, "I'm fine. I'll just listen to you all. If it gets too noisy, I'll hang up." At Gu Chengyang's home, he and Wang Zhen sat on the sofa while Gu Chengyang busied herself washing the dishes. Wang Zhen, holding his phone, urged Gu Chengyang, "Xiaoyang, hurry online. We need to continue our ranking push today." Gu Chengyang glanced at the QQ messages, donned his headphones, and replied, "Today, I plan to play with my classmates." "Brother-in-law, you can play alone." Wang Zhen responded, "That works perfectly. I'll log into your WeChat to try out the new skin." Gu Chengyang agreed, "All right. Just don't lose any points." Wang Zhen chuckled, "You still doubt your brother-in-law's skills? I could never lose points. I'll only help you climb." Gu Chengyang approached with a plate of fruit, smiling as she watched the two lively characters. In the first match, Deng Xian played as Mulan in the side lane, while Zheng Tian controlled Kai Wenji to assist Ruan Jie's son Shangxiang, and Xiang Ting took on the mid lane with Daji, with Gu Chengyang in the jungle as Luna. The game started poorly, with the side lane being ambushed and the bottom lane struggling. Xin Yuying, engrossed in her novel, could hear the frantic shouts of Xin Tian, Xiang Ting, and Deng Xian through her headphones. Help! Help! I can't handle this, Arthur. Jungle, come quickly. Xiang Ting reassured, don't panic. I'll assist you after clearing this wave. Oh no, this Han Xin is lurking. I'm done for. And so forth, misfortunes abounded. The situation appeared dire, but fortunately, Gu Chengyang's Luna remained composed and stable, turning the tides in the mid-game and successfully leading them to victory in a team fight, ultimately securing the MVP title. In the second round, Zheng Tian swiftly realized that Gu Chengyang's jungling prowess was exceptional, prompting him to select Xiaoming and diligently follow Gu Chengyang's Luna as she traversed the map. At times, he struggled to keep pace, exclaiming, "Big brother, please slow down. I can't keep up." Meanwhile, Ruan Jie faced the daunting challenge of a 1 versus 2 in the development lane. Deng Xian remarked, "Gu Chengyang finds you lacking. You should assist our sister Ruan Jie instead." To which Zheng Tian retorted, "I care not. I seek to rank up and cling to the strong." As anticipated, they effortlessly secured victory in the second match. Xin Yuying reclined by the bedside, engrossed in a novel while listening to the excited shouts of her friends through her earphones. Ruan Jie spoke softly, while Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian shouted energetically. Deng Xian, flustered, began to stutter, in stark contrast to Gu Chengyang, who remained composed and stable, effectively directing the team, farming, counter-jungling, and dispatching the opposing Li Bai, rendering him effectively inactive. Upon opening the App Store, Xin Yuying mused, "Is Honor of Kings truly that entertaining? Perhaps I shall download it as well." Chapter 13. The Sweetheart Empress and the Unsuccessful Candidate for Peking University. As Xin Yuying initiated her download of Honor of Kings, Gu Chengyang and his 4 companions commenced another game. Once the download was complete, Xin Yuying logged in, selected the QQ region, and adopted the ID Sweetheart Empress before entering the game. After completing the initial basic tutorial, she was pleasantly surprised to find numerous friends online, exclaiming, "Is the game really that popular? It seems nearly every friend has an account, with most indicating they are currently in-game." Before she could embark on her first match, several friends greeted her, inquiring if she wished to join them. Xin Yuying declined everyone one by one. After some contemplation, she exited the QQ platform and logged into WeChat. On QQ, she had added numerous acquaintances ranging from elementary school to middle school, high school classmates, as well as some casual friends and various others. Many of them were avid players of Honor of Kings, frequently inviting her to join their games. As she was new to this game, she felt a bit shy about playing with others and found the frequent refusals rather cumbersome, which led her to switch to WeChat. Most of her WeChat friends were relatives, friends, and elders, all of whom shared a common trait. They neither played games nor engaged in gaming on WeChat. After registering her Sweetheart ID, she discovered that Gu Chengyang was surprisingly online. Xin Yuying exclaimed softly, as she could still hear Gu Chengyang directing Xiang Ting to add 2 more players through her headphones. How could he be online on WeChat as well? Perhaps it wasn't really him playing, she thought, and without dwelling on it further, she initiated a match against AI. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen had just concluded a game using Gu Chengyang's WeChat account. As he was about to start another match, he noticed that someone else was online among his friends. Unable to resist his curiosity, he inquired, "Xiaoyang, is there really someone else playing Honor of Kings besides me on your WeChat?" "It's Xin Yuying." Gu Wonking, engrossed in a television drama, remarked, "Xin Yuying? She's a high-achieving student in our class, sitting right in front of Xiaoyang." "Xiaoyang, aren't you playing with your classmates? Why didn't you invite Xin Yuying to join?" Gu Chengyang glanced up and noticed that it was merely an account with a few levels. He replied, "She mentioned she doesn't know how to play. She probably just created the account and is starting out." After the game concluded, Zheng Tian shouted excitedly through his headset, expressing his eagerness to reach the next rank. "Let us play another round," he exclaimed. Gu Chengyang replied, "I think I'll sit this one out. You all continue without me, as I have some matters to attend to." Zheng Tian, with a pitiful tone, pleaded, "Don't be like that. We're just one game away from the new rank." One could almost envision the sorrowful expression on his face merely from his voice. Gu Chengyang reiterated, "I truly have something to do. You all carry on." With that, he ended the call and exited the game. Wang Zhen inquired, "What do you have to do?" Gu Chengyang proceeded to log out of QQ and switch to his WeChat account. Upon noticing this, Wang Zhen's spirits lifted, and he remarked, "Ah, so you declined the 5-man queue with your classmates just to play with me. I'm truly touched. Let us proceed as usual. I'll take the solo lane, and you handle the jungle." Meanwhile, Xin Yuying remained in the group call, having only heard Gu Chengyang announce his withdrawal before he hung up. Inside the call, Xiang Ting was still discussing matters with Deng Xian. With a deep sigh, Deng Xian remarked, "I just heard someone next to Gu Chengyang mention something about good grades. Is he off to do homework?" Homework. Isn't that something one typically attends to on the last night before a holiday? It's rather unfortunate that Gu Chengyang would choose to do homework on the very first day of the holiday. Wang Jie said, "Then I shall also refrain from playing and will go do some homework. The National Day assignments are quite numerous. I'll log off now. Let us play again tomorrow." Xiang Ting commented, "We are all diligent students. Shall we continue with three-man queues?" Zheng Tian remarked, "I am merely one game away from reaching the illustrious Star Glory rank. I shall wait for Gu Chengyang to join me tomorrow. For now, I am off to play some basketball." One by one, the others withdrew from the group call, and upon noticing the silence, Xin Yuying ended the call as well. Having just completed a match against AI, she intended to start another when suddenly, she was invited into a 1v1 room. Upon glancing at the ID, which read "cannot get into Peking University," she was taken aback to discover it was Gu Chengyang. Before she could fully process this, a message from Gu Chengyang pinged on WeChat. "Are you available to take a call now?" Xin Yuying, resting her head on a plush toy, replied, "Did you not say you were going to do your homework?" Gu Chengyang inquired, "Who said that?" "They mentioned it after you left the group call," Xin Yuying responded. Gu Chengyang clarified, "I merely indicated I had some matters to attend to. I never mentioned homework." He sent an emoji and continued, "Are you convenient to take a call now? I would prefer to speak over the phone." Xin Yuying replied, "Go ahead. Hello?" This marked Xin Yuying's first phone conversation with a male peer, and she felt an inexplicable sensation. "Why are you silent?" she asked. "Ahem. I find your voice quite pleasant over the phone," he replied. "Let's get to the point. Were you just playing Honor of Kings?" Gu Chengyang managed to suppress a smile before responding, "Indeed. Hearing you all having such a lively time, I felt compelled to give it a try." "Did you just play in both the WeChat and QQ regions concurrently?" Xin Yuying posed her question, pondering how he could know she was online if he wasn't playing himself. He was clearly boosting his classmates in the QQ zone. "Just now, it was my brother-in-law playing, and he told me so." "Oh, will the words you teach me delay you? Aren't you busy with something now?" Gu Chengyang confidently replied, "What I mean by busy is teaching you how to play the game." Xin Yuying must be heartbroken if Xing Tian knows about this. "By the way, why do you call yourself unable to enter Peking University?" "This is my brother-in-law's ID. I am unable to enter Peking University, and he is go learn to operate an excavator." "Ha ha ha. Is it really that amusing? Then I can call myself unable to enter Tsinghua, and you can be go take New Oriental's exam." Hearing Xin Yuying's melodious laughter on the other end of the phone, Gu Chengyang could almost envision the two shallow dimples on her face and the curve of her eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. Gu Chengyang clicked to start the game, and both entered the hero selection interface. "Which hero can you play now?" "I've only played 3 matches as Arthur." "Then let us both choose Arthur. I will teach you how to play." As the game loaded, Xin Yuying asked, "Aren't we supposed to select the same hero? Why do yours and mine look different?" Gu Chengyang was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that Xin Yuying's knowledge of the game was virtually non-existent. Fortunately, he possessed ample patience when it came to her, explaining, "What I have is a skin. In the game, it differs in appearance and skills from yours, but the effect is the same. The skin simply provides a slight additional attribute. Do you need to spend money to obtain it? Most skins are essential. However, the game rewards players with certain skins upon fulfilling specific conditions." Chapter 14, Fashion Clash. Upon entering the game, Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying controlled Arthur as they ventured online. While Xin Yuying pushed the minion wave, she listened to Gu Chengyang's clear voice emanating from her headphones. Honor of Kings is a MOBA game where players control a hero with the objective of destroying the opposing team's crystal. The first side to obliterate the enemy's crystal claims victory. During the match, players can earn gold by last-hitting minions or defeating jungle monsters and enemy heroes, which can be used to purchase equipment. This equipment enhances the hero's attributes, empowering them to secure triumph. Although this knowledge was covered in the beginner's tutorial that Xin Yuying had completed, she had no intention of interrupting Gu Chengyang's explanation. As she listened, she found herself distracted, inadvertently directing Arthur into Gu Chengyang's first tower without any minions present. "For instance, if you approach my tower without minions, it will attack you, and the damage you inflict upon the tower will be significantly reduced." Xin Yuying suddenly realized her mistake and quickly attempted to retreat, but alas. She was slain by the tower's relentless assault. There was no need to worry about insufficient gold, as Xin Yuying attentively followed Gu Chengyang's guidance, methodically equipping Arthur with items. Why does Arthur still don this unsightly armor after I changed one piece of equipment? Xin Yuying couldn't help but inquire. Gu Chengyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, in the game, the equipment can only alter the attributes of the hero, not their appearance. Only by changing skins can one modify their looks. Oh, I see. Xin Yuying pouted in response. As the duration of the game extended, the minions grew increasingly formidable, ultimately leading to Gu Chengyang's surrender. How do you feel? Gu Chengyang inquired. This game is quite simple. It may sound complex when I explain it, but in reality, you will grasp everything after playing just a couple of rounds. Shall we play another match? Gu Chengyang suggested. I'll guide you through a game against bots and explain the layout of the King's Canyon. All right. Do you still play Arthur? Not anymore. Arthur is rather unattractive. I prefer to play a female hero. In this match, Gu Chengyang selected Ming Serene, while Xin Yuying chose Daji. The bot matches were uncomplicated and required little maneuvering. Throughout the entire game, Gu Chengyang's Ming Serene continuously accompanied Daji, guiding her through the scenic vistas of the canyon and introducing her to the Dark Tyrant. He elucidated the various mechanisms, including the jungle and the bushes. It became evident that quick-witted individuals adapt effortlessly to any endeavor. Xin Yuying excelled, quickly mastering the intricacies of the game, especially under the tutelage of Gu Chengyang, who was like a walking encyclopedia of the game. Soon, she became well acquainted with the gameplay. Amid the sound of exploding crystals, the victory screen emerged, revealing that Xin Yuying's Daji had achieved the MVP status. Stretching with her phone in hand, Xin Yuying asked, "Shall we play another round?" Gu Chengyang chuckled and remarked, "This game is quite addictive when you first start playing." Xin Yuying replied, "Would you play another round with me?" Hearing the slightly coquettish tone in her voice, Gu Chengyang's lips curled upwards, nearly meeting his temples, as he restrained his excitement and responded, "All right, let us engage in a match." Unfortunately, due to the anti-addiction mechanism in honor of kings, before the game could commence, Gu Chengyang's phone alerted him that his gaming time was nearing its limit. "I can't play anymore. My gaming time is almost up." Is that the anti-addiction mechanism? Indeed. Xin Yuying, barefoot, walked into the living room to pour herself a glass of water, lamenting, "It's a pity. I just learned how to play." Gu Chengyang inquired, Xin Yuying, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" "Not really. I intend to stay home and complete my homework." Gu Chengyang suggested, "Then let us go out tomorrow morning. I'll teach you how to play. Just the two of us? Isn't it the same over the phone?" Gu Chengyang calmly replied, "In-person instruction is much more efficient." "All right then, I'll go do the laundry now. Just send me the time and place. Goodbye." Goodbye. After Xin Yuying hung up, she flopped onto her bed. Before long, Gu Chengyang sent a message with the meeting time for tomorrow morning at the milk tea shop near the Xinhua bookstore they had visited last time. Xin Yuying darted about barefoot, searching for clothes to change into and to wash. The next day at 9 o'clock, she set out punctually. She donned a white short-sleeved shirt and paired it with denim shorts, complemented by a pair of white, heeled sandals that revealed her toes. With a small bag slung over her shoulder, she skipped out the door. Gu Chengyang had arrived at the milk tea shop by 9:30, waiting with an expressionless face. Engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to what captured his attention. Despite his cool and handsome exterior, he was discreetly wiping his hands with a tissue, revealing an inner turmoil that contrasted starkly with his composed appearance. As he calculated the time, he approached the counter to order a classic pearl milk tea. Just as he turned with the bag in hand, his phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw a message from Xin Yuying, "I've arrived," followed by a sticker asking, "Where are you?" Lowering his head, he typed back, "I'm inside, come in." After sending the message, Gu Chengyang lifted his gaze and made his way to the table they had previously occupied. At that moment, the door swung open, and Xin Yuying spotted him, her face lighting up with a smile as she waved. However, her expression froze when she noticed his shirt. Both of them were wearing the same brand, with identical logos emblazoned on their chests. Gu Chengyang also recognized her outfit, raising an eyebrow in subtle acknowledgement before casually inviting her to sit down. Xin Yuying, who had initially entered with a lively bounce, now approached at a leisurely pace. "Here's your milk tea, at room temperature," he said, handing it to her. "Thank you." She took a seat, placed her phone on the table, and began sipping her drink. Meanwhile, Two girls at the counter whispered to each other. What a pity. You should have asked for his WeChat just now. Oh, didn't you see? He already has a girlfriend. Just a moment ago, it was not the case. Everyone was dressed alike. How unfortunate that all the handsome boys are already taken. Chapter 15. Kidney Deficiency? After indulging in several generous sips of milk tea, Xin Yuying displayed a satisfied smile and lazily leaned back against her chair. She placed her bag on the table and began browsing on her phone. Gu Chengyang, observing Xin Yuying, couldn't help but smile, recalling his brother-in-law's advice from the previous evening. He contemplated for a moment, preparing to speak. Xin Yuying, having ascended to the ranks of a champion, looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Shall we play King of Glory? Gu Chengyang found himself swallowing the words he had just prepared, replying helplessly, Are we playing right now? Xin Yuying tilted her head, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Didn't you ask me out to play games? Why wouldn't we play now? Gu Chengyang. All right, let us log in. He opened his phone to log into King of Glory and inquired. We're still in the WeChat server, right? Yes, she replied. The two quickly commenced their first ranked match of the day. Compared to yesterday, Xin Yuying's skills had evidently improved. In this match, Gu Chengyang chose Ming Serene to assist Xin Yuying, who played as the illustrious Lady Sun Shangxiang. Triple kill. During a mid-game team fight, Xin Yuying effortlessly secured 3 kills. Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow, saying, Not bad at all. I recall you hadn't played as Sun Shangxiang yesterday. How have you become so skilled today? Last night, I watched a live stream and instructional videos online, and found that this hero suited me quite well. I decided to give it a try, and today, my first match felt quite satisfactory. Gu Chengyang remarked, You played remarkably well for your first attempt. It seems you possess some innate talent. Thus, the first game concluded without suspense in our favor. Observing Xin Yuying, who was eagerly examining her performance statistics, Gu Chengyang said, Since you enjoy playing Sun Shangxiang, I believe you might also want to explore Yu and Gong Sun Li. Xin Yuying nodded. I have seen these two heroes as well, and they seem quite appealing. Yu appears simpler, but Gong Sun Li seems a bit challenging. Excitedly, Xin Yuying set her phone aside and began recounting her recent maneuvers to Gu Chengyang. Although to Gu Chengyang, her gameplay could only be deemed as basic techniques. For a novice just starting out, it was quite commendable. Xin Yuying nodded in agreement. Yes. This is much more exhilarating. In the third match, Xin Yuying wished to play Gong Sun Li, but her account was new, and she had yet to unlock this hero. She gazed longingly at Gu Chengyang's phone. Just then, Gu Chengyang looked up, meeting her slightly pleading gaze. May I use your phone to play Gong Sun Li? She inquired. Gu Chengyang replied, Of course, just don't look at me like that. It's too much for me to handle. Consequently, the two exchanged phones. Upon receiving Gu Chengyang's device, Xin Yuying noticed a slight moisture on the back, yet she dismissed it and promptly selected Gong Sun Li. Regrettably, one of the random players in this match had already selected the support hero, Daji, prompting Gu Chengyang to choose the jungler, Li Bai. Both players possessed identical mobile phone models, and their in-game settings mirrored each other, rendering the gameplay as seamless as if they were using their own devices. Throughout the match, Gu Chengyang's Li Bai focused exclusively on ganking the bottom lane, following a defined route, farming the jungle, ambushing the bottom lane, counter-jungling, and repeatedly targeting the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the teammates in the solo lanes found themselves overwhelmed, desperately pleading for assistance from the jungler, but Li Bai remained unperturbed, claiming that he would arrive at the bottom lane as swiftly as the sword of the river descended from the heavens, executing various tower dives and securing kills. The unfortunate top laner was pinned beneath the turret, paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a move or even glance at the minion wave. The bottom lane, featuring Gong Sun Li, thrived under the combined support of Daji and Li Bai, resulting in an impressive performance. She cast a glance at her top lane counterpart and inquired, Gu Chengyang, why aren't you assisting the top lane? Gu Chengyang examined the scoreboard, noting the performance and equipment of both top laners, and replied, There are 2 reasons. The first is that they are heroes that counter each other. Even if I were to help him secure a kill on the opposing top laner, it would not guarantee his victory. However, isn't it the jungler's duty to aid teammates in expanding their advantages? Xin Yuying questioned. Recalling the discussion Gu Chengyang had shared with her the previous day regarding the role and nature of the jungler, Gu Chengyang, fixated on his mobile screen, responded, The second reason is that I only assist those I am close to, not those who are merely logical. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuying paused momentarily. before glancing up at Gu Chengyang, who was engrossed in the game and unconsciously smiled. The match progressed smoothly and joyfully, leading them to a well-deserved victory. Xin Yuying leaned back in her chair, stretching languorously as she glanced at the time and declared, "It is time for lunch. Allow me to treat you." Gu Chengyang replied, "You are treating me?" "Indeed, the last time you treated me to milk tea, so this time it is only fair that I invite you," Xin Yuying asserted. "Very well, I shall treat you next time," Gu Chengyang conceded. "That sounds splendid," Xin Yuying responded. Gu Chengyang felt a surge of delight. Did this not imply that they would have the opportunity to enjoy each other's company once more? Upon exchanging phones, Xin Yuying noticed a dampness on the back of her device. Puzzled, she examined her phone before directing her gaze to Gu Chengyang's palms, and finally settled her eyes on his waist with a complex expression. "What is it?" Gu Chengyang inquired, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny. Gu Chengyang. "What is the matter?" he asked, bewildered. "Your palms are sweating, which indicates a deficiency, does it not?" Chapter 16, Dining, Shopping, and Watching Movies. Gu Chengyang questioned. "Why do you think that?" Xin Yuying replied with conviction, "When I took your phone, I noticed moisture on its back. Furthermore, when you handed my phone back to me, mine was also damp, leading me to conclude that your hands must have been sweating, which signifies a deficiency." Gu Chengyang gazed down at his impeccably clean hands and, with a hint of exasperation, said to Xin Yuying, "Have you considered that the moisture might originate from the tea bag?" Xin Yuying awkwardly glanced at the milk tea she was holding, its outer packaging marred with streaks of moisture. Realizing she had misjudged Gu Chengyang, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You could at least wipe it clean," she remarked, slightly chagrined. Xin Yuying mumbled as she pushed the door open and stepped outside. Gu Chengyang stifled a laugh and followed closely behind her. As he diverted his gaze from Xin Yuying's figure, he quickened his pace to walk alongside her. The two meandered forward aimlessly. Suddenly, after a few minutes, Gu Chengyang repositioned himself to the other side of Xin Yuying. She looked up, her eyes questioning him. Gu Chengyang pointed at the passing vehicles and remarked, "There are cars coming. I'll stand here." "Oh," Xin Yuying replied. And they continued their walk. Gu Chengyang inquired, "Is there any dish you particularly dislike?" "I'm not picky. I can eat anything as long as it tastes good. I know a delightful Chinese restaurant just ahead. Shall I take you there?" "Sure. That restaurant is just up ahead. We need only cross one street." Just as they reached the intersection, the green light was about to turn red. Xin Yuying pondered whether to dash across or wait for the next green light. Suddenly, Gu Chengyang grasped her arm, urging, "Hurry. We have enough time." After crossing the street, Gu Chengyang naturally released her hand, and they proceeded forward until they arrived at the quaint eatery. Upon entering, an auntie emerged to greet Gu Chengyang, exclaiming, "Xiaoyang, it's been a while since you last dined here." Gu Chengyang nodded, responding, "Yes. It has been quite some time. I'm here today with a classmate. Let us order 3 home-style dishes." The aunt cast a warm glance at the obediently standing Xin Yuying beside Gu Chengyang before retreating to the kitchen to make arrangements. Once they casually found their seats, Xin Yuying inquired, "Are you quite familiar with this restaurant?" She could discern the genuine warmth in the aunt's eyes. "I have been dining here since elementary school. Almost a decade now. During my school days, I would come here every morning for a bowl of rice noodles," Gu Chengyang replied, his expression neutral, concealing an unspoken sentiment. Soon, the dishes arrived, 2 main courses and a soup, braised pork, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, and a tomato and egg soup. Despite the modest number of dishes, the portions were generous. Gu Chengyang served Xin Yuying a spoonful of soup. She took a small sip, savoring its tangy aroma and the abundance of eggs. Xin Yuying then sampled a piece of braised pork, its vibrant hue and rich flavor captivating her palate, the succulent meat melting in her mouth, bringing forth a delightful taste. She quickly dug into her rice, her face lighting up with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she exclaimed, "Delicious." The aunt, seated nearby, chuckled warmly. "If it's tasty, eat more. There's plenty if you need it." Xin Yuying nodded and continued to relish her meal. These dishes are what Xiaoyang has loved since childhood. It's just been a while since his last visit, the aunt reminisced, a look of nostalgia gracing her features, though she fell silent thereafter. Stealing a glance at Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying noted that he simply sat upright, savoring each bite, his face inscrutable. The food here is truly delightful. No wonder Xiao Yang has enjoyed it since he was little, she remarked. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. The aunt replied before bustling off to attend to the new customers who had entered the establishment. After satiating their appetites, Xin Yuying contemplated settling the bill and inquired, "Auntie, how much do we owe?" The aunt gestured dismissively, replying, "No need to pay, no need to pay." Xin Yuying was taken aback and remarked, "That seems rather inappropriate." The aunt approached to collect the plates and explained, "Xiao Yang has grown up under our watch. We were once neighbors. Today, he has brought a girl here for the first time. Consider it a welcoming gift from me. Now, you two should go out and enjoy yourselves." As they strolled along the path, Xin Yuying, feeling a tad bashful, said, "You've treated me again for this meal, truly." Gu Chengyang chuckled lightly, "I didn't pay either. It was the aunt who treated us." He looked around and then remarked, "It seems there's a cinema over there in the square. Why don't you treat me to a movie?" Xin Yuying instantly leaped with joy and exclaimed, "Absolutely. I heard a new film just premiered, and I was planning to see it. Let us go watch it now." Gu Chengyang gazed affectionately at the girl before him. Whenever she smiled, two delicate dimples appeared, and her eyes sparkled. He recalled how naturally she had called him Xiao Yang during their meal and said, "I'll follow your lead." The nearest screening at the cinema was set to begin in half an hour. After purchasing their tickets, they entertained themselves with a claw machine in the lobby. Unfortunately, neither of them possessed any skill, and they spent 30 yuan merely to win a suction cup Winnie the Pooh. Xin Yuying was enchanted with the bear and, spotting a Tigger in the adjacent display, lamented, "What a pity. If only we had caught Tigger, then we would each have one." Upon hearing Xin Yuying's words, Gu Chengyang intended to continue scanning the code to pay. However, Xin Yuying promptly stopped him, saying, "Let it be. Neither of us knows how to play. We shouldn't waste money unnecessarily." The film was about to begin, and having just dined, neither of them felt inclined to indulge in popcorn, opting instead for a solitary cup of cola each. Throughout the entire film, Xin Yuying remained fixated on the screen, unaware that Gu Chengyang was, in fact, gazing at her the whole time. Chapter 17. Best friend Xin Bingyu. Upon returning home, Xin Yuying did not forget to message Gu Chengyang. "I've arrived home," she sent, accompanied by an adorable emoji, expressing her joy. "Thank you." Observing Gu Chengyang chuckling at his phone, Wang Jin approached and remarked, "So, how was it? Did your brother-in-law's advice prove effective?" "That's precisely how I pursued your sister back in the day. However, I didn't say what you instructed," Gu Chengyang replied, lifting his gaze. Wang Jun's smug expression faltered as he retorted, "That's impossible. Didn't you go out for dinner and a movie?" "Indeed. Then you must not have followed my advice. How else would a girl be willing to accompany you for shopping, dining, and watching films? Just let things unfold naturally." Gu Chengyang contemplated, suddenly recalling Xin Yuying's crescent-shaped smile, and he too smiled. "By the way, didn't you ask her about taking a photo together?" "I did not." "If you don't inquire, how can you ascertain their relationship? You must ask. Otherwise, aren't you merely intruding?" Wang Jin pressed urgently. "However, I discovered that photo while secretly glancing at her phone. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask about it directly." Gu Chengyang found himself in a state of inner conflict. "You don't ask, and that's fine. After all, it is you who harbors feelings for her, not me." Wang Jin shrugged and proceeded to assist Gu Wanqing in the kitchen, leaving Gu Chengyang alone on the balcony, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xin Yuying was at home, tidying up the place when her phone chimed. It was a message from her childhood friend, Xin Bingyu. Xin Bingyu inquired, "Yuying, aren't you on break? How has the first month at your new school been?" "Hey, Bingyu. Oh my goodness, my dear. I miss you so much. How has high school treated you?" "It's been quite well. I've made many new friends." "You're so fortunate. You wouldn't believe it, but at our high school, we only have a break once every 2 weeks, and I've endured military training for half a month. It's been utterly dreadful. I've gotten so tanned. I recall you were never particularly fair to begin with." "Indeed, and now I'm even darker." Xin Bingyu lamented dramatically on the other end. "I feel like my face is reflecting the darkness. By the way, don't you have military training?" Xin Yuying, seated on the sofa and snacking, replied, "Not yet. It seems that Jiangshan No. 1 High School conducts military training only for the second-year students after they are divided into arts and sciences. What are you up to now?" Xin Bingyu feigned a sigh, her tone dripping with mock despair. "You've been at your new school for just a month. You've already made friends. And you're out having fun with them. It seems our bond from middle school may not mean as much soon." My position as your best friend might be in jeopardy. In our middle school days, we were as close as siblings, akin to intimate sisters. Upon hearing that Xin Bingyu was about to delve into her dramatics once more, Xin Yuying promptly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop. I did not go out with a girl. I was out with a boy, so rest assured, dear best friend, your place is still reserved." "A boy? A friend? A boyfriend?" "Ah!" Xin Bingyu suddenly screamed. Hearing a sound akin to a groundhog's call from the other end, Xin Yuying hastily distanced her phone, remarking, "What are you doing? You're going to give me a heart attack." Xin Bingyu replied, "I never would have imagined that you, an aspiring youth determined to contribute to the construction of a beautiful new China, would engage in early romance. I ought to inform your mother, as early relationships are inappropriate. I am not involved in an early romance. I made it very clear to him that we should focus on our studies. Our relationship is purely platonic. But tell me, what did you two do together?" Xin Bingyu persisted, undeterred. "We had milk tea at a CAF, played a few rounds of the game Honor of Kings, shared a meal, and watched a movie together. Oh, and we even caught a particularly adorable Winnie the Pooh at the cinema, which is now adorning my bedroom door. So you went out for a meal, strolled around, and watched a movie together." "Ah!" Before Xin Yuying could respond, Xin Bingyu's screams erupted once more. "What is wrong with you? Always so dramatic. You haven't changed a bit since middle school. You went out for a meal, strolled through the streets, and then watched a movie. Is this not what couples do on a date?" Xin Yuying sighed. "But we are not a couple, and I have made it abundantly clear that I will not engage in early romance. But what if he likes you?" After reflecting on her interactions with Gu Chengyang over the past month, Xin Yuying hesitated and replied, "He probably does not. I sense he is somewhat peculiar. One moment he is warm and inviting, and the next he is quite aloof, almost as if he possesses a split personality. However, he is indeed tall and handsome." At that moment, Xin Bingyu erupted into a fit of animated chatter. "You remind me of a romance novel I recently read, where the male lead exhibits a similar split personality. He adores the female protagonist, showering her with affection, yet at times, he harbors disdain towards her, treating her with icy indifference. The female lead finds herself tormented by his dual nature and yearns to escape. Yet, regardless of which persona emerges, he is unwilling to let her go. She flees, he pursues, she finds herself ensnared." Xin Bingyu grew increasingly animated, standing upon the sofa and gesticulating wildly. Though Xin Yuying could not see her. "My dear friend, did you not mention that you do not have a phone at school? Where did you come across such a romance?" "Indeed, I lack a phone, but I have an MP3 player, and each night I secretly indulge in a few pages." Since the commencement of high school, the two had not met in person, and they had conversed for a considerable duration, sharing numerous thoughts. After dinner, Xin Yuying also spent some time video chatting with her mother. Seated in the passenger seat was mother, while father took the wheel, both of them declaring their intent to embark on a self-driving adventure. A frown of discontent crossed Xin Yuying's face. Indeed, there seemed to be a certain comfort in the world of two for couples, while a child was merely a burden. During the remaining days of the National Day holiday, Xin Yuying refrained from further outings, dedicating her time instead to completing homework, indulging in literature, and engaging in games of Honor of Kings. Occasionally, she would join Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting for a round of gaming, leading to a fulfilling way of life. Chapter 18. Choosing seats. As Xin Yuying entered the classroom, she noticed that only a few students were present. However, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting had already arrived, settled comfortably in the last row, busily copying the assignments placed in the center. In front of them, Gu Chengyang was engrossed in reviewing some materials. It was evident that the assignments they were transcribing originated from Gu Chengyang. As Xin Yuying approached, she overheard their conversation. "Could you slow down a bit? I haven't finished reading this yet. Could you hurry up? This question is B. Is it 15 or 75 that we are writing? Whatever it is, just follow the diagram." Upon noticing Xin Yuying's arrival, Gu Chengyang looked up and greeted her. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, without lifting their heads, acknowledged her presence as well. "Good morning, everyone," Xin Yuying greeted. Suddenly, the two diligent students paused in their writing, and Zheng Tian inquired, "Yuying, have you completed your assignment?" Xin Yuying nodded. "Yes, why? Could you let me take a look at your work? He writes far too slowly. I can't wait for him any longer." Thus, the two of them each took a copy of her work, and the atmosphere shifted to one of harmony. Xiang Ting proudly remarked, "Do you think I summoned you all so early merely for the convenience of copying my homework?" Zheng Tian interjected, Isn't that the case? Just then, Wang Jia, who had completed her assignments, arrived, while Deng Xian was still in the midst of his work. He casually picked up a book to copy from, while the remaining 5 engaged in a game. As more students arrived, the classroom buzzed with activity once again. Most were busy catching up on their homework, while a few approached Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang, seeking to borrow their assignments. Over the past month, it had become evident that these two were academic prodigies, consistently ranking either first or second in every test. Zheng Tian commented, "This 7-day break has been dreadfully dull. I haven't gone anywhere and have merely lounged at home every day. Next time, let's all go out together. We could plan a camping trip, visit a park, or even embark on a road trip." Deng Xian, still focused on his homework, chimed in, "A road trip? None of us are even of legal age to drive." Zheng Tian clarified, "I meant a road trip on shared bicycles." To which Deng Xian retorted, "That should be called a self-cycling trip. Now focus on your homework. Why do you have so much to say?" As class time approached, the classroom fell silent the moment the homeroom teacher, Gu Chengyang, entered. She promptly instructed the class representative to collect all homework and take it to the office, and then asked the class leader to gather all mobile phones. With the midterm examinations looming at the end of October, everyone was diligently studying, striving to achieve commendable results in their first ranking exam of the first year of high school. At Jiangshan High School, students in the first and second years partake in 2 major examinations each semester, the midterm and the final. Following each final exam, a parent-teacher meeting is convened. One evening, Gu Chengyang was dining at home while engaging in a casual conversation with his sister. "Sister, when will we rearrange our seating?" he inquired. Gu Chengyang replied, "What's the matter? Are you eager to change your deskmate? I thought your group of 6 was having quite a blast every day." Gu Chengyang responded, "I was merely asking. After all, it has been 2 months since we last changed seats." "Ah, yes. As a first-time homeroom teacher, I completely overlooked the seating arrangement. Let me ponder it tonight," she said. The following day in class, Gu Chengyang announced, "I have heard that many of you wish to change partners and rearrange your seats. After considering it last night, I have decided to adopt a more lenient approach regarding the seating arrangement. You may freely choose your deskmate and seat. However, the order in which you choose will be determined by your rankings in the midterm exam. In other words, the better you perform, the more choice you have over your seat. Conversely, those with lower scores will have to select from the seats that others do not want. Of course, this arrangement is merely a preliminary adjustment. Once everyone is settled, I will make further modifications based on my observations." Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted with excitement. They had been students for over a decade and had never experienced the privilege of selecting their own seating or deskmates. After class, students eagerly began seeking out their preferred partners. A female classmate approached, calling out, "Xin Yuying, may I sit with you when the time comes?" Before Xin Yuying could respond, Wang Jia hurriedly embraced her, exclaiming, "No, Yuying has already promised to continue being my desk partner." Xin Yuying smiled apologetically at her female classmate, saying, "I'm sorry." In the back row, Xiang Ting rested his chin on his hand, remarking, "Why are so many people eager to be desk partners with my younger sister Yuying? This is already the 4th inquiry in just 2 days." Zheng Tian leaned back in his chair, adding, "I can deduce that it's because Yuying is not only charming and academically accomplished, but also quiet. Having her as a desk partner would mean one could easily copy homework. She is truly the ideal deskmate." Deng Xian shot him a glance, retorting, "All you think about is copying homework. Can't you write it yourself?" Zheng Tian replied, "As student athletes, we certainly need to focus on the humanities. The sciences are irrelevant to us, so why waste time on homework?" Xiang Ting nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're absolutely right. I too feel there is no necessity to write." Wang Jie then asked, "Do you know who the boys and girls in our dormitory most wish to be desk partners with?" "Who are they?" came the response. "After a vote in our dorm, if it's a girl, everyone hopes it will be Xin Yuying. If it's a boy, they all wish for Gu Chengyang." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying exchanged glances and inquired, "Why?" Wang Jia explained, "Just as Zheng Tian said, both of you are quiet, perform well academically, complete assignments swiftly, and are quite attractive, which is why everyone wants to choose you as their desk partners." Xiang Ting inquired, "Then why has no one approached Gu Chengyang? Several have already inquired about Yuying in recent days." Wang Jia replied, "It is because they are all girls. How could a girl muster the courage to directly ask a boy to be her deskmate?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Ting waved his hand and declared, "No, we must seize the opportunity." He He then gazed affectionately at Gu Chengyang and said, "Dearest deskmate, you must promise me that we will sit together in the future, all right?" Gu Chengyang reclined in his chair and thoughtfully remarked, "Although we are supposed to choose our seats and deskmates ourselves, if we are to select according to our rankings, I believe it will likely be Yuying and me who choose first. If someone happens to sit beside us, there is not much we can do about it." Deng Xian added, "Exactly. What if after you both choose, someone else has already taken the position of your deskmate?" The six of them fell into deep contemplation. Zheng Tian suggested, "In any case, it's just the six of us who get along well in class. As long as we all sit together, it should be fine. We can let Gu Chengyang and Yu Ying choose first. Once one has selected, the other can sit beside them, and then the four of us can occupy seats nearby. That would work, wouldn't it?" Yu Ying pointed to herself and asked, "So, does that mean I will be Gu Chengyang's deskmate?" "That's the general idea. After all, the top two in class are undoubtedly you two," came the reply. Gu Chengyang gazed provocatively at Xin Yuying and remarked, "I am indifferent, after all. Being desk partners is inconsequential, and I shall undoubtedly secure the top position." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuying slammed her hand on the table, retorting, "Umph. Do you think I would shy away from sitting beside you? Perhaps I shall even achieve the higher score this time." Chapter 19. In truth, we are quite compatible as desk partners. The selection of desk partners is merely a secondary concern. Ultimately, the ability to choose one's desired seat and companion hinges upon academic performance, a truth well understood by all. Consequently, after class, the initial frenzy of seeking companions dissipated swiftly, with everyone immersing themselves in their textbooks, diligently studying. What was once an unremarkable midterm examination now transformed into a tense affair, as students refrained from extracurricular activities, wholly engrossed in the race against time to learn. The first-year midterm exams are particularly cumbersome, as 9 subjects must be assessed. Thus, examinations are scheduled for each morning, afternoon, and evening over 3 consecutive days. Unfortunately, the weather during this period was marked by incessant autumn rains, casting a somber atmosphere that seemed to quiet the surroundings. As students approached the examination hall, they were all eager and anxious, hoping to achieve commendable results. Gu Chengyang excelled in the sciences, but struggled somewhat with the humanities and English, whereas Xin Yuying was adept in the humanities, but faced challenges in biology and physics. Time flew by during the examinations, and before long, they were completed. The tests concluded on Thursday, followed by Friday and the weekend designated for teachers to grade the papers, resulting in no classes on Friday. Instead, the entire first-year cohort was scheduled for self-study sessions. In other classes, the homeroom teachers typically distribute the answers, allowing students to directly check their scores, followed by a period of review and preview. However, Gu Wanqing, being relatively young and well-acquainted with her students, believed that after an examination, it was essential to unwind. Given that the first-year curriculum was not overly demanding, she decided to treat the class to a film. After a brief address following the morning self-study session, Gu Wanqing departed, leaving the class monitor, Deng Daxian, to maintain order. Deng Daxian ascended the podium and activated the projector to select a movie. The students, aged around 16 or 17, each possessed distinct tastes, leading to a cacophony of opinions. Unable to reach a consensus, Deng Daxian encouraged those with suggestions to voice their thoughts, granting everyone a chance to speak. The proposed films varied widely. Some favored science fiction, others animated features, while a few boys clamored for a horror movie, only to be met with stern refusals from their female classmates. As the classroom buzzed with escalating debates, Deng Daxian quickly called for silence and proposed a vote to determine the film, adhering to the principle that the majority would prevail. Ultimately, Kung Fu Panda 3 and Your Name emerged as joint favorites. With a resigned expression, Deng Daxian decided to screen both films, beginning with Kung Fu Panda followed by Your Name. After setting up the films, he discreetly drew the curtains, extinguished the lights, and commenced the viewing in hushed anticipation. Both films were from the previous year, and Xin Yuying had already seen them. At that moment, she lay despondently on her desk, lost in thought, completely uninterested in the snacks that Wan Jie usually offered. Xin Yuying weakly replied, "Thank you, but I have no appetite for food or films." Xiang Ting leaned over, inquiring, "Yuying, what troubles you? Did you not perform well on your exam?" Xin Yuying nodded, lamenting, "Indeed, I feel I performed terribly on my biology test." Xiang Ting chuckled, "What nonsense. Your drop is merely from the top 2 to the top 10. As for me, if I were to falter, I would have no room to regress. Being already among the lowest ranks, ha ha ha. Gu Chengyang asked, do you truly not wish to watch a film? Xin Yuying replied, not in the slightest. Having failed my exam, the world feels utterly bleak. How can someone as inadequate as I contribute to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation? Gu Chengyang suggested. Why not switch places with Xiang Ting? I can explain the exam questions to you. Xiang Ting straightened, saying, but I do not wish to change seats. Upon meeting Gu Chengyang's impassive expression, she amended, however, if I sit a bit closer, I can be nearer to the legendary hero. Thus, the two exchanged seats. Gu Chengyang retrieved a pen from his pencil case, along with a blank sheet of paper and his biology textbook. Glancing at the obediently seated Xin Yuying, he softly asked, which multiple-choice question did you find difficult? With her arms resting on the desk, Xin Yuying gazed at the ceiling for a moment before responding, I can't recall. But there were several questions I was uncertain about. Gu Chengyang opened the book and glanced at the table of contents, then remarked, this biology material is quite fundamental. I don't find it particularly challenging. However, there are a few multiple-choice questions that delve into somewhat obscure topics. As he spoke, he began to leaf through his biology textbook. While he was engaged in this, Xin Yuying stole a glance and noticed that his book was remarkably pristine, with minimal annotations. Only a few simple underlines. The rare notes he had made were neatly written, clear, and easy to comprehend. I recall one question concerning the carbohydrates and lipids of cells. It appears on page 32. It's this statement. Then, there was another question about the method for preparing cell membranes. On one side of the cover slip, a drop of distilled water is placed, while on the opposite side, absorbent paper is carefully used to draw it in. He continued, the rest are relatively straightforward. Oh, and there's another question regarding deoxyribonucleic acid and ribonucleic acid. That one could also lead to confusion. Xin Yuying blinked as she watched Gu Chengyang flipping through the pages, instinctively using her pencil to mark the questions they had encountered, nodding vigorously as she said, yes, yes. Indeed, those are the questions I feel a bit uncertain about, but I can't quite remember what I chose. It seems I guessed A, B. B is correct. You are quite fortunate. Gu Chengyang chuckled and added, the fill-in-the-blank questions are rather straightforward, focusing on fundamental knowledge points. You shouldn't have any issues there, right? Xin Yuying nodded. Yes, it's just the multiple-choice questions that seem a bit challenging. She gazed at Gu Chengyang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Gu Chengyang, I find you truly remarkable. You even remember the precise page number for every knowledge point tested. Xin Yuying inquired. So, do you think the liberal arts questions were difficult this time? Gu Chengyang shrugged and replied, it was manageable. Aside from a few historical dates and corresponding knowledge points I failed to memorize, and a couple of geographical maps I couldn't identify, everything else went rather smoothly. Xin Yuying chuckled. You ought to improve, for history is quite easy to remember. It unfolds like a story. She then proceeded to narrate to Gu Chengyang with the eloquence of a seasoned storyteller. After listening, Gu Chengyang remarked, your explanation surpasses that of many esteemed professors from the 100 schools of thought. I have retained everything. Xin Yuying puffed out her chest with pride and declared, of course. You should consider my surname. It's Xin, she emphasized, the Xin of Xin Chiji. They exchanged a knowing glance and both laughed. Observing their classmates engrossed in the film, Xin Yuying suddenly nudged Gu Chengyang with her arm, leaned in, and discreetly whispered, actually, we make quite a suitable pair for desk mates. I can teach you history, and you can enlighten me on biology. Chapter 20. Our first outing together on Saturday morning, Xin Yuying awoke and checked her phone. Discovering that she had conversed late into the night with Xiang Ting, Deng Xian, and Xing Tian. The final message had been sent at 3:30 in the morning. Xin Yuying mumbled to herself, do these people truly not require sleep? Upon noticing several messages addressing themselves in the center of the chat, they decided to scroll to the top and begin reading. Xiang Ting and Xing Tian encouraged everyone to join them for an outing, remarking that despite their long acquaintance, they had yet to venture out together. Deng Xian interjected, stating, with results imminent, who has the inclination to go out? To which Xiang Ting countered, precisely because the results are approaching, we should go out. Otherwise, once the results are announced, who will have the heart to enjoy themselves? Consequently, as the group administrator, Deng Xian tagged all members to deliberate whether they should go out over the weekend and where to go. Unfortunately, at that hour, Wang Jie, Xin Yuying, and Gu Chengyang had already succumbed to slumber, leaving their suggestions unheard. The trio then contemplated their potential destination. Xiang Ting proposed. There is a newly opened escape room near Xinhua bookstore. Shall we try that? Deng Xian, who harbored a fear of ghosts, replied. What is so exciting about an escape room? It would be far better to watch a movie together. You've already seen 2 movies this Friday. Do you still wish to watch more? I'm about to be sick of it. In any case, I'm not keen on the escape room. I'm afraid of ghosts. But it's all staged, Xiang Ting reassured him. I'll protect you. He expressed a strong desire to experience it just once. However, it's not solely our decision. We must consider what the others think. If they are not inclined to go, we can always visit the park. At the mention of the park, Zhang Tian interjected. I know of a forest park where we can have a barbecue and camp under the stars. How about we go there instead? Let us await their thoughts, for in due time, the minority shall yield to the majority. A few individuals have tagged the 3 nocturnal members, yet there has been no response. Ruan Jie lamented. The 3 of them are separated from us by several time zones. They are still lost in slumber. We shall discuss matters once they awaken around noon. In the morning, Xin Yuying swiftly completed her assignments, which involved cross-checking the answers from the midterm examination. She made only a few errors and finished within an hour. After lunch, Zheng Tian and Ting finally roused from their slumber. They promptly decided to partake in an escape room adventure, agreeing to meet at the Xinhua bookstore station. Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying both resided near the school. Xin Yuying alighted at the station in front of the school, while Gu Chengyang disembarked at the station behind it. Upon boarding, Gu Chengyang spotted Xin Yuying seated at the back and chose to join her. After exchanging greetings, he habitually placed his headphones on. Experiencing a slight touch of motion sickness, Xin Yuying preferred not to gaze at her phone and inquired about the song Gu Chengyang was listening to. He replied, I'm listening to Crosstalk, as he removed one earphone and asked, Would you care to listen with me? You actually listen to Crosstalk? Xin Yuying responded in astonishment. Gu Chengyang nodded. Indeed, I have always enjoyed Crosstalk. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Yuying remarked, I recall the first time I saw you was at the opening ceremony. You, too, were wearing headphones and listening to Crosstalk, correct? Gu Chengyang replied, I believe I was listening to Peking opera. Xin Yuying exclaimed, I am utterly astonished. I thought you were listening to music. Gu Chengyang shook his head and said, I don't particularly enjoy listening to music. I usually prefer crosstalk, storytelling. And Peking opera. What's the matter? Xin Yuying replied, It's nothing, just that it contrasts with my initial impression of you. Gu Chengyang further remarked, Your first impression of me is also quite different. Intrigued, Xin Yuying turned to look at Gu Chengyang, who was gazing straight ahead. So she could only see his profile and the bridge of his nose. She inquired, In what way is it different? Gu Chengyang responded, I recall that you don't seem to be from our class. You were standing with another class at that time. Xin Yuying clarified, I hadn't yet attended the freshman orientation, so I was unaware of my class. I merely followed behind another group. Gu Chengyang softly remarked, That's fortunate, relieved that they ended up in the same class. Once the 2 alighted from the vehicle, they spotted Ruan Jie and Deng Xian. The 4 of them had already arrived. Observing the 2 disembarking together, they playfully exclaimed, You came together. Xin Yuying explained, We weren't on the same bus. We simply encountered each other. Ruan Jie cheerfully approached, linking her arm with Xin Yuying's, saying, No need for explanations. We all understand. Xin Yuying rolled her eyes, thinking, What do you really understand? After gathering together, they all headed towards the newly opened escape room. The establishment's entrance was adorned with a ghastly pale skull, and the sign read, Triple Illusion Mode Escape, accompanied by a bloody handprint. As a few individuals stepped inside, Deng Xian could not suppress a shiver and remarked, Surely, there aren't any ghosts lurking here? I suddenly feel a chilling breeze caressing me. Xiang Tian pointed to the air conditioning unit and retorted, Of course. You are standing right in front of the vent. It's no wonder you feel cold. Just move over here, and it won't be chilly anymore. After their entrance, a server approached, guiding them to a plush sofa and placing an assortment of snacks on the coffee table. Xiang Ting inquired, This is our first time engaging in such an activity. Could you provide us with a brief introduction? The server explained, Our escape room venue has recently opened, featuring innovative gameplay. Each narrative accommodates between 4 to 10 players. Once the game commences, all participants will be immersed in a storyline where you can uncover clues within the environment to unlock the plot and solve puzzles to progress. The themes tend to lean toward the eerie and suspenseful. Once you enter the game, the only options to exit are to either surrender or successfully decipher the mysteries. The games are billed by the hour. With 6 of you here, you meet the requirements for most of the games. You may peruse the menu for game descriptions and select your preferred experience, after which I can provide further guidance, and then you may commence your adventure. Chapter 21. Temporary notice: today, I completed my final examination, marking the conclusion of my sophomore year. However, we must relocate our dormitory, which has left me feeling quite fatigued. This evening, I shall accompany my girlfriend for some leisure time, so I will refrain from narrating the tale of Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying to my friends. Starting tomorrow, I shall resume my writing, aiming for 2,000 words each day. Chapter 22. The Haunted Wedding Chamber. After a discussion among the 6 participants, they resolved to engage in the game of the Haunted Wedding Chamber. This particular game lacks any live NPCs, making it relatively straightforward and not overly terrifying. Under the guidance of the receptionist, the group arrived at the entrance of the game, where they awaited the arrangement of props for the scenario. Subsequently, they signed a confidentiality agreement, pledging not to disclose the plot after the game. They then removed all electronic devices and placed them in a safe. The receptionist provided each of them with blindfolds and determined the order in which they would enter the game. Zheng Tian stepped forward first, naturally leading the team. Following him were Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, and Ruan Jia, with Deng Xian and Xiang Ting bringing up the rear. Though Deng Xian wished to position himself in the center, he was reluctant to compete for that spot with the 2 ladies. The receptionist handed Zheng Tian a walkie-talkie, which would serve as a means of seeking assistance from outside the game, should they encounter difficulties in solving puzzles or wish to withdraw. Once the game scene and props were adequately prepared, they were instructed to advance in the order determined. Everyone donned blindfolds, with those behind resting their hands upon the shoulders of the individuals in front of them. The attendant guided Zheng Tian, who was at the forefront. They felt as if they were traversing a narrow corridor, the floor resembling a carpet, muffling the sound of their shoes. They continued onward, and the attendant deliberately deepened their voice, stating, "Without my command, no one is permitted to remove their blindfolds. We are about to enter the game." Shortly thereafter, a loud bang echoed as the attendant exited the room. In the dim chamber, the 6 individuals remained seated, too apprehensive to move. Suddenly, a female voice broke the silence, sounding as if it belonged to someone who had recently been weeping. Once she finished speaking, her voice faded away, plunging the room back into quietude. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, announcing, "You may now remove your blindfolds and place them on the table before you. The game is about to commence." As several individuals lifted their blindfolds, Xin Yuying began to survey her surroundings. It appeared they were situated in a private dining room, with 6 people encircling a circular table. The entire space was bathed in crimson light. Xin Yuying's seat faced a door, and behind her hung a newlywed portrait. Deng Xian remarked, "My heart is racing. This is utterly terrifying." Zheng Tian, already moving about, retorted, "Sister Yuying and Sister Ruanjia are not afraid. Why are you being so dramatic? Get up and search for clues." He approached the closed door, noting that it was secured with a lock, and then glanced at the wedding photograph, but found nothing unusual. Then it was mentioned, "If I am not mistaken, we should be attending that wedding now, seated at a table for 6. At this moment, Deng Xian felt the atmosphere was no longer as intimidating. Gazing at the dishes on the table, he inquired, "Can we eat these?" As he spoke, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and poked at the food, only to lament, "Alas, they are made of plastic. What a pity." Ruan Jia, linking arms with Xin Yuying, remarked, "Of course, these are inedible. Even if they were real dishes, I doubt you would have the courage to eat them." Deng Xian smiled awkwardly and chose not to respond. Gu Chengyang remained seated, scanning the surroundings without rising. Xiang Ting stated, "We must find a way to escape for it to be considered a victory." However, the background story offers no discernible clues. Zheng Tian suggested, "We should be searching for clues within this private room." Everyone rose to look for any hidden hints or props. As Xin Yuying stood up, she unintentionally tugged at the tablecloth, pausing for a moment before exclaiming, "There seems to be something beneath the table." "What is it?" Deng Xian jumped in surprise and hurriedly climbed onto his chair. Zheng Tian slowly lifted the tablecloth, revealing several sets of clothing beneath. "Just a few outfits," he remarked, pulling them all out. Xiang Ting neatly arranged the garments, discovering precisely 6 sets, for suits and 2 dresses. Ruan Jia touched the pristine silk hem of a dress and said, "These should be our outfits. Look, there are exactly 4 for the gentlemen and 2 for the ladies." Zheng Tian picked up a suit and measured it against his own frame, remarking, "This surely cannot be intended for us to wear." Gu Chengyang replied, This must be what we just took off. The group turned their gazes towards him, and Gu Chengyang continued. It seems that we might be playing the roles of groomsmen and bridesmaids in this game. After the wedding ceremony concludes, we come to this private room to dine. Hence we removed our attire. Deng Xian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Xiang Ting was rummaging through the pockets of the garments, stating, regardless of whether we are to don these outfits or if they are what we have just discarded, it is evident that this must be a clue. Oh, there is something in the pocket. As Xiang Ting withdrew his hand, he discovered a red envelope. He then remarked, this is likely the clue. Upon opening the envelope, he found several ghostly banknotes and a slip of paper inscribed with the words, this is your reward for being a groomsman. Xiang Ting exclaimed, indeed, we are truly groomsmen and bridesmaids. However, the reward consists of ghost money, suggesting the groom is, in fact, deceased. Chapter 23, The Wedding Chamber of the Deceased, Part 2. The group each took a piece of clothing and began to search through the pockets. Zheng Tian also extracted a red envelope from the pocket of the suit, which contained ghostly banknotes and a note stating, this is your reward for being a groomsman. The paper was yellowed, reminiscent of wood, with characters that appeared to be etched with a small knife. Meanwhile, Deng Xian and Gu Chengyang discovered red envelopes containing actual renminbi. In addition to the renminbi, Deng Xian's envelope held a key, while Gu Chengyang's contained a wooden tag inscribed with a series of numbers. Xin Yuying and Ruan Jia also rummaged through the pockets of the skirts they held, each discovering a red envelope. Within their envelopes lay both paper money and notes, each inscribed with the phrase, this is your reward for being a bridesmaid. After the six of them compared their findings, Zheng Tian remarked, it appears that we six are destined to be the groomsmen and bridesmaids. But why is there paper money for some and real cash for others? Xiang Ting suggested, perhaps this signifies our roles. It's possible that the four of us are the deceased while the others are living. Deng Xian, ever vigilant, edged closer to Gu Chengyang and inquired, does this imply we must form factions? Are Gu Chengyang and I allies while you all are foes? Ruan Jia, still linked arm in arm with Xin Yuying, interjected, I've heard of similar games before, where there might be linear tasks, suggesting that the living and the dead could partake in separate games, potentially leading to divergent storylines. Deng Xian widened her eyes and exclaimed, are you implying that the four of you and the two of us may be assigned different tasks? Could we be separated? The group nodded in agreement. Deng Xian voiced her apprehension, I'm quite frightened. Might I exchange identities with one of you? I feel more at ease in larger company. Perhaps having more people would complicate matters, yet rest assured, my dear deskmate will undoubtedly keep you safe, Xiang Ting replied. Deng Xian glanced at Gu Chengyang, who wore a worried expression as he looked at Xin Yuying. Mistaking Gu Chengyang's concern for the girls, Zheng Tian confidently stated, fear not. We shall ensure the safety of both young ladies. A few individuals continued their search for a while, only to discover that the room offered no additional useful information or tools. Thus, they arrived before a particular door, which resembled the ordinary entrance of a hotel. As Deng Xian gazed at the lock hanging on the door, he recalled that within his red envelope lay a key. Presumably, this key was intended to unlock this very door. He inserted the key, experimenting with a gentle twist to the left and right. Accompanied by the strains of a violin, a male voice emerged from the background music, presumably that of the male protagonist embroiled in a dispute within the narrative. I have been in a long-term relationship with my girlfriend, and I once believed our love would endure. However, I was shattered upon discovering her pregnancy, only to learn that the child was not mine. I was in torment, unsure how to confront the situation, yet I still held the conviction that she loved me. Upon conducting a clandestine investigation, I uncovered that the child belonged to a male classmate of hers, and they had conspired to eliminate me, as she had purchased an insurance policy for me. Given that she was such a callous individual, I felt justified in adopting a ruthless approach. I resolved to strike first and enlisted the help of 4 groomsmen and bridesmaids. The voice abruptly ceased, and the 6 individuals exchanged uneasy glances, gripped by an unsettling chill. The narratives recounted by the male and female protagonists diverged significantly. Deng Xian sensed that the key was now able to turn. Consequently, he twisted it, unlocking the lock. Zheng Tian remarked, is it really that frightening? It's been stated that this game does not involve real NPCs. Who could possibly scare you? As he spoke, he stepped forward to open the door, which creaked ominously. Zheng Tian felt a chill breeze wash over him, but as the door swung wide, the wind dissipated. Before them lay a corridor extending to the left and right. Xiang Ting peeked outside and noticed that there were no other rooms on either side. The red carpet on the floor flowed to an unseen corner, and numerous wedding photographs adorned the walls. The corridor was dim and lengthy, illuminated only by small white lights above each photo, which only heightened the eerie atmosphere. Sensing no immediate danger, the six of them ventured out, standing upon the crimson carpet and surveying their surroundings. Deng Xian inquired, "Shall we split up now?" "It seems so," replied Xiang Ting. "Which direction should we take?" Xin Yuying asked. "We cannot simply choose a path at random." Ruan Jie, gazing at the wedding photographs, remarked, "There are words inscribed on these pictures." They hurried over to inspect, discovering 2 lines of text beneath the photographs. The first line read from left to right, "My 4 bridesmaids and groomsmen will assist me. Follow this corridor to the corner, where clues await." An arrow pointed to the right. The second line, however, needed to be read from right to left. "2 others are my malevolent fiancé's helpers. I sincerely hope they remain trapped in the left corridor forever." Gu Chengyang stated, "The situation is quite clear. I and Deng Xian shall proceed left as the fiancé's accomplices, while the 4 of you take the right." Xiang Ting nodded. "It appears that the bridesmaids and groomsmen are the 4 of us. You 2 do not belong to that group. This is precisely why we are compensated while you are not. Your props should serve a different purpose." With a sorrowful expression, Deng Xian lamented, "Why did the receptionist not clarify this before we entered? I had assumed the 6 of us would proceed together. Yet now we find ourselves not only separated but also pitted against one another." Xiang Ting inquired, "But if that is the case, the number of participants and the props are unequal, which would render the game unfair." Gu Chengyang pondered for a moment before responding. "It is merely that the clues available to us differ at present. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, you will encounter new clues. Furthermore, your numbers exceed ours, and we currently lack additional hints. The key is meant for unlocking doors, and I remain uncertain of the purpose of my number. This may suggest that our task is relatively straightforward, while yours may prove to be more challenging." Xiang Ting remarked, "Let us not dwell on it too much. We should simply proceed and take one step at a time." "Wait a moment," Zhang Tian called out to the others before adding, "What shall we do about the walkie-talkie? Which side should hold it?" Gu Chengyang suggested, "Perhaps we should inquire with the receptionist." Zhang Tian nodded and then activated the walkie-talkie, pressing the talk button. After a beep, he said, "Hello, we have exited the room and understand that we must separate. Who would be most suitable to hold the walkie-talkie on our side?" "Yes, we have divided into teams. The clues in this game are relatively easy to find, indicating a lower level of difficulty. The walkie-talkie could be given to the weaker side." "Which side is weaker?" Several individuals exchanged glances. Deng Xian observed that the 2 young women exhibited little reaction, and thus raised his hand weakly to say, "I am rather feeble. To avoid hindering Gu Chengyang's retreat, I shall take it." Wishing them good fortune, he proceeded to hand over the walkie-talkie to Zhang Tian, who efficiently conducted the transfer before departing with his companions. Chapter 24. The Wedding Chamber of the Deceased, Part 3. As Deng Xian watched Xiang Ting and Zhang Tian resolutely escort the 2 young women away, he too steeled himself and grasped the walkie-talkie, following in Gu Chengyang's footsteps. Gu Chengyang walked with his chest out and head held high, declaring, "The first photograph we encountered in the private room stated that we hope to be trapped in the left corridor indefinitely." "Indeed, and so?" Deng Xian remarked, feeling his mind falter, utterly confused. "Therefore, let us first investigate what lies at the end of the corridor. If we truly cannot escape, it will indicate that we must seek clues along this passage." Gu Chengyang articulated with clarity. "How can we find clues in this corridor?" Deng Xian inquired. "Did the frame not contain the first clue?" Gu Chengyang replied, casting a patronizing glance at the bewildered Deng Xian. "Deng Daxian, if you cannot comprehend, then do not strain yourself. Simply focus on your role in our game of Honor of Kings." "What do you mean?" Deng Xian expressed his growing perplexity. "You need only to secure a passive victory," Gu Chengyang responded. Deng Xian followed closely behind Gu Chengyang, contemplating the possibility that a clue might be concealed within the picture frames. He approached the wall to inspect them, yet after examining several, he found no peculiarities. Instead, the expressions of the male and female protagonists grew increasingly enigmatic. This unsettling realization caused a cold sweat to break out on Deng Xian's brow, prompting him to draw even nearer to Gu Chengyang. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they encountered a large door identical to the one in the previous private room, similarly adorned with a lock. Gu Chengyang gestured for Deng Xian to unlock it. As Gu Chengyang examined the lock, he discovered that it indeed consisted of two symmetrical keyholes. With Deng Xian possessing only a single key, it could only fit into one of them. It seems we must search the picture frames along this corridor for further clues, Gu Chengyang remarked. They retraced their steps, yet still found nothing. Even Gu Chengyang furrowed his brow, pondering whether his deductions had been erroneous. Suddenly, Deng Xian paused, tugging at Gu Chengyang's arm. Gu Chengyang, do you not find the background of this photograph strikingly familiar? Gu Chengyang turned to look and indeed recognized it. Each wedding photograph featured a distinct background, which had gone unnoticed by either of them. However, this particular backdrop was unmistakable. The bride and groom, clad in pristine and elegant attire, posed with their friends in what appeared to be a private room. This very room was where they had gathered before. Though in the photograph, the door to the room stood wide open. As Gu Chengyang and his companions opened the door, they were greeted by a wedding photograph. In this image, although the doorway was partially obscured, it was evident that the wall bore no other adornments, save for a black corner that was exposed. After scrutinizing the photograph, Gu Chengyang exchanged a knowing glance with Deng Xian, both having arrived at the same conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chengyang decisively removed the wedding photo. In the dim light, the wall was not revealed in its entirety. Instead, embedded within it was a black safe. The surface of the safe was matte, and under the low illumination, Deng Xian could discern the distorted reflections of their faces and felt the palpable quickening of her heartbeat. Gu Chengyang retrieved a wooden plaque inscribed with numbers that he had previously discovered within a red envelope, aligning it with the digits on the safe, which matched perfectly. This, he surmised, was the key to the combination. He methodically turned the dials, while Deng Xian anxiously gripped one of his arms. As the final number fell into place, Gu Chengyang signaled to Deng Xian that he was about to open it. With one hand clutching his garment tightly, she poised the other over the intercom's communication button, ready to contact the attendant should the need arise to abandon the endeavor. With a click, the safe unlocked, and its door began to creak open, revealing its contents. Deng Xian, nestled behind Gu Chengyang, leaned forward to peek inside upon sensing an eerie silence. Within the vast confines of the safe, there was nothing but an envelope. Gu Chengyang reached out and lightly tapped the envelope, remarking, "There is no key within." Deng Xian sighed and remarked, "The key must be sought elsewhere." Gu Chengyang rummaged through the envelope, sensing that it contained something, perhaps a letter or another item. He said, "There is indeed something within the envelope. I shall retrieve it." Just as Gu Chengyang extracted the envelope from the safe, a sudden bang echoed, and the safe closed on its own. Background music commenced. The sound of a violin resonating sharply, emanating from an unseen speaker concealed somewhere in the corridor. The violin's melody gradually faded, giving way to a conversation between the female lead and another young man. The crux of their dialogue revealed the female protagonist's sinister intent to eliminate the male lead, simultaneously having secured a substantial life insurance policy with herself as the beneficiary. In a bid to claim this fortune, she had even forged a fictitious medical record indicating a mental illness. Though their exchange was brief, it conveyed a wealth of information, causing Deng Xian's eyes to widen in astonishment at the unfolding twists of the narrative. Gu Chengyang assessed the thickness of the envelope, surmising it likely contained the insurance policy or the fabricated medical record. He intended to open it for a closer inspection. Suddenly, the background music ceased abruptly, followed by a woman's furious voice exclaiming, "My secret has been uncovered." Strange sounds emanated from the far right of the corridor, and one by one, the lights began to extinguish, plunging Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian into encroaching darkness. Chapter 25. The Wedding Chamber of the Deceased, Part 4. The corridor, a mere 50 to 60 meters in length, was adorned with frames at intervals of a few meters, each illuminated by a dim light. At that moment, the lights began to extinguish one by one from the far right, gradually enveloping Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian, stealing away the light and ushering in darkness. Trembling, Deng Xian clutched Gu Chengyang's arm tightly, uttering, "What about Zheng Tian and the others?" They were so preoccupied with their own path that they failed to notice that Zheng Tian and the other two had vanished without a trace. As the illumination faded, a shadow appeared to materialize in the air, lingering at the threshold between light and darkness, advancing slowly. Gu Chengyang remarked, "I do not know where they have gone, but if we cannot escape, it signifies the end of the game." A wave of panic washed over Deng Xian. With each light that extinguished, the silhouette grew increasingly distinct. He stammered, "What should we do?" There is no key in this safe. We are still trapped. Gu Chengyang glanced back at the extinguishing lights. The corridor, shrouded in shadow, now appeared ominously foreboding. He then lifted his gaze to the half of the corridor still illuminated, where picture frames adorned the walls. He suggested, "Perhaps there are items concealed beneath the other frames as well. Let us search swiftly." Deng Xian nodded eagerly, releasing his grip on Gu Chengyang's clothing, and followed closely behind, each scrutinizing one side of the frames. It proved cumbersome to remove each frame individually, so they opted to lift them partially. If nothing lay behind, they would simply set them down without further ado. Having perused extensively, I found little of value. The lights flickered ever more rapidly, nearly matching their pace, which left Deng Xian increasingly anxious. He exclaimed, "Gu Chengyang, perhaps we should concede." Gu Chengyang, while searching behind the frame, retorted, "To give up before even surpassing the second challenge? Once we exit, they will mock you mercilessly." Deng Xian was on the verge of tears. He could now discern the figure at the boundary of light and shadow in the corridor, hair cascading forward obscuring the face, feet seemingly suspended in midair. Stammering, he uttered, "Being ridiculed is preferable to dying. I absolutely do not wish to perish here." "Ah, why are you shouting? This isn't real. Even if it were, your tears are futile." "Then what shall we do? Should I use the intercom to declare our surrender?" Only 2 frames remained, situated at the corridor's end, with the grand door nearby. Yet the key remained elusive. The lights dwindled to a mere 4, rendering the figure discernible. She appeared to hover before Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian, her voice a whisper. "Return my secret." Deng Xian, in tears, implored, "Gu Chengyang, perhaps we should offer her the envelope. She is terrifying." Gu Chengyang regarded him with a look of incredulity, saying, "You intend to relinquish our crucial tool for passing to someone who could very well be the final boss?" As he spoke, he lifted the final picture frame, revealing nothing beneath it. The key was absent from all the frames. Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian exchanged a glance, their expectations shattered. There were no other places in the corridor to conceal anything. Moreover, the moment the envelope was taken, the lights began to extinguish, leaving them no time for further contemplation, not even allowing them the chance to open the envelope. Before their shared gaze could conclude, darkness suddenly enveloped them, all lights extinguished. They could no longer see one another, only hearing the heavy sounds of each other's breaths and heartbeats. "Gu Chengyang, is that shadow approaching us?" "Surely it is. Can you hear her breathing and heartbeat?" "Not quite, but logically, she should be following the light." "Return my secret to me." The voice resonated before them. "Gu Chengyang." Deng Xian. Ah. "Return my secret to me." Ah. Deng Xian called out repeatedly, his voice nearly hoarse. Realizing that aside from the rhythmic repetition of that phrase, the shadow remained silent. He took a moment to steady his emotions, then reached out to find Gu Chengyang's position. Although Gu Chengyang felt no fear, the scene still instilled a touch of trepidation within him. However, before he could fully embrace that feeling, Deng Xian had already dispelled it. "Deng Xian, what are you touching?" Gu Chengyang said irritably, "Don't tug at my underwear." "Gu Chengyang, why are you still holding that picture frame?" "Oh, I nearly forgot." Gu Chengyang replied. With a sudden crash, he released his grip, causing the frame to fall heavily against the wall, followed by the sound of keys clattering to the floor. Deng Xian. "Oh, did my keys fall?" He reached into his pocket. "No, I found the keys," Gu Chengyang announced, crouching down to search. But he could not locate them in the darkness. "It's too dark. I can't see where they are." Deng Xian also crouched down, feeling around, and said, "I'll help you look." Deng Xian remarked, "This carpet is rather thick. The keys shouldn't have bounced too far." "Oh, you touched my ankle." "Gu Chengyang, you are not a girl. Why would you be bothered by that?" Suddenly, Deng Xian had a thought and retracted his hand, stating, "What if I accidentally touched that woman's ankle?" Gu Chengyang remained remarkably calm, replying, "It's fine. She is floating." Deng Xian, "Oh, thank you." He felt no comfort from that. "I found it," Gu Chengyang declared, standing up with the keys in hand. The keys had fallen along the wall when the picture frame dropped, landing at the edge of the wall, which is why they had been so elusive. With the keys in hand, the two of them struggled to find the keyhole in the darkness, finally unlocking the door and entering the 3rd level. Meanwhile, on Xiangting's side, 4 individuals in another room had just unraveled a riddle, discovering a clue hidden in the safe behind the picture frame in the previous corridor. After obtaining the clue, the lights in the corridor would extinguish. Chapter 26. The Ghostly Wedding Chamber, Part 5. Why is the light already extinguished? Upon hearing Xin Tian's words, the other three gathered at the doorway to peer inside. The corridor was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, rendering it impossible to see even a hand in front of one's face. At that moment, their door was ajar, allowing a faint glow to spill out, casting elongated shadows of the four figures onto the corridor, enhancing the eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Weren't we supposed to locate the safe hidden behind a certain picture frame, and then use the recently acquired code to unlock it before the lights went out? How is it that the lights are already off? Xiang Ting inquired. Could it be that a bug has occurred? Zheng Tian pondered, believing their recent deductions to be accurate, yet uncertain as to where the process had faltered. Ruan Jie timidly suggested, perhaps we approached the door incorrectly. Should we close it and then open it again? Noticing the three pairs of eyes turned towards her, Ruan Jie quickly retreated behind Xin Yuying. Zheng Tian, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, at such a critical moment, Ruan Jie is still making jokes? Xiang Ting added, it's a pity the walkie-talkie isn't here. Otherwise, we could report to the staff. The four exchanged glances, each uncertain about their next course of action. Ruan Jie cautiously peered out once more and proposed, could the lights simply be malfunctioning, while the safe remains intact inside? Should we venture in and explore in the dark? Xin Yuying nodded in agreement. That makes sense, but it is exceedingly dark inside. How about this? Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, you two go in to investigate, while Ruan Jie and I wait here for your return. Zheng Tian remarked, it seems we have no choice. Let it be that Xiang Ting and I enter, while the rest remain outside. This way, at least we won't face total annihilation. With a smile, Xiang Ting playfully nudged Zheng Tian and replied, what kind of talk is that? If we face total annihilation, we'll merely wait at the spring for revival together. Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie stood outside, observing the duo as they held hands and gingerly explored the wall ahead. Xin Yuying suggested, let us proceed. Perhaps there are additional clues to uncover in this room. This chamber served as the hotel's storage area, where they had previously opened several cabinets based on hints and discovered a jigsaw puzzle. After assembling the pieces, they unveiled a series of numbers and an image. The jigsaw depicted several staff members transporting picture frames and a safe down the corridor, while a large hole marred the wall. Although the image lacked realism, they deduced that their next clue likely pertained to the safe in the corridor. As Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie continued their exploration within the storage room, they unexpectedly discovered a recording laser pen hidden within a pipe. Ruan Jie held the pen and exclaimed to Xin Yuying, Yuying, I have found a recording pen. Xin Yuying hurried over to join Ruan Jie in examining the pen. It appeared to be a simple recording device, indistinguishable from any other at first glance, save for the buttons at both ends that could trigger a red laser. The presence of the laser indicated its potential usefulness. Perhaps this recording pen contains valuable content. Should we listen to it? Ruan Jie inquired. Before Xin Yuying and the others could pose their inquiries, Xiang Ting interjected, we have indeed located the safe. Regrettably, it has already been opened, and there is nothing inside. Zheng Tian added. Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie exchanged glances, with Xin Yuying asking, are you suggesting that our clues were taken by someone beforehand? Xiang Ting replied, it is possible that Gu Chengyang and his associates have taken them. How despicable, to seize our leads. But how could they obtain our clues? Ruan Jie inquired, perplexed. Xin Yuying, twirling the recording pen in her hand, stated, I have a few thoughts. Would you care to hear them? Noticing the lack of eagerness to respond among the group, she continued, the game's format does not indicate a competitive nature, suggesting that Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian may not be our adversaries. The game has specified that there are no real NPCs, which implies that it was indeed them who took the clues. The absence of the clues caused the lights to extinguish, thus it is logical and not a glitch. What should we do then? We have just managed to uncover these clues, Zheng Tian remarked. Since the game separates the two teams, their ability to take our clues implies that the clues are shared. Moreover, since this is not a competitive game, it indicates that there are numerous clues at each level for every team, preventing us from being unable to progress due to our clues being stolen. They face the same predicament. So, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, both taken aback by Xin Yuying's reasoning, yet finding it quite plausible, fell into silence, listening intently. Ruan Jie, with a gleeful smile, pointed at the pen spinning in Xin Yuying's hand and exclaimed, thus, we have just uncovered a new clue. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian entered a new room but hesitated at the threshold, utilizing the dim light to peruse the contents of the envelope. Deng Xian, looking utterly bewildered, turned to Gu Chengyang and remarked, "So, this merely contains an insurance policy and a falsified medical record. There are no other clues here. What should we do next?" Gu Chengyang gestured for silence, indicating, "Let me ponder this carefully. There must be something amiss." Both felt a sense of perplexity, unable to pinpoint the issue. But after deep contemplation, they resolved it would be prudent to search for additional clues within the new room. This chamber served as the female protagonist's dressing area, featuring a grand princess bed at its center. To the left lay a white wedding gown, while to the right stood a vanity adorned with a large makeup mirror. A chandelier hung gracefully from the ceiling. The two began their separate searches for clues within the room. Gu Chengyang focused intently on the wedding gown and the grand bed. Noticing Deng Xian trailing behind him, he inquired, "What are you doing here? Did we not agree that you would inspect the vanity?" Deng Xian, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I find that large mirror quite unsettling. I dare not approach it." Gu Chengyang took a deep breath and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Very well, you search here, and I shall examine the vanity." He approached the vanity, his gaze drifting over the scattered cosmetics upon its surface. As he drew nearer, he paused, a moment of disquiet washing over him. "Deng Xian, what is it?" "I just saw a shadow flicker past me in the mirror," Gu Chengyang replied, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Such a scene, reminiscent of a horror film, would instill fear even in the stoutest of hearts. Chapter 27. Conclusion. At Gu Chengyang's words, Deng Xian jumped, startled, nearly leaping across the room. He spun around, scanning the surroundings, clutching the intercom to his chest as he inquired, Where is it? Who's there?" Gu Chengyang gradually turned, surveying the area with particular attention to the space beneath the bed and the ceiling, confirming that indeed, there was nothing amiss. Deng Xian patted his chest, exclaiming, "Gu Chengyang, what are you playing at? What time is it?" Gu Chengyang, equally perplexed, responded, "But I truly saw a figure in the mirror when I walked past. How can there be nothing? Forget it. Perhaps it was just your imagination." "We should hasten to find some clues," Deng Xian suggested, moving toward the vanity himself for a closer look. Suddenly, halfway there, Deng Xian let out a shriek. He clutched his heart, pointing at the mirror, exclaiming, "There is a shadow. I truly saw it, someone in white, just a fleeting glimpse." "Did you see it too?" Gu Chengyang asked. Deng Xian nodded, his expression one of deep concern. "See, I told you, it couldn't have been just my imagination." Deng Xian, filled with exasperation, remarked, "Brother, is this truly the moment for you to be entangled in confusion?" The two stood beside the mirror, scrutinizing it closely. Gu Chengyang observed, "It seems this mirror indeed harbors some issues. Perhaps that shadow is linked to the clues." "Aren't you afraid?" Deng Xian inquired. "To claim I am entirely unafraid would be disingenuous. However, it is certainly not a ghost, nor is there any real NPC to frighten us. What is there to fear?" "You have a point," Deng Xian conceded with a solemn nod, "yet I still feel apprehensive." After examining the mirror for an extended period, they uncovered no mechanisms or clues. "What if we simply smash this mirror?" Deng Xian suggested, running his fingers along its frame. "Absolutely not," Gu Chengyang countered, surprised by the notion. "Why would you even consider that? Then what are we to do? There is entirely no direction, and I feel stifled in this room, without any other leads." "That shadow remains elusive," Deng Xian expressed, growing increasingly agitated as he paced the room. Suddenly, he halted and declared, "I just saw it again." Gu Chengyang turned to him, observing his position. "Did you see it while standing around here?" Deng Xian, perplexed, nodded. "Yes, why do you ask? Wasn't it also when you were standing here that you first saw the shadow?" "That seems likely, though I cannot recall clearly," Deng Xian replied. "Why do you inquire about this?" Gu Chengyang slowly approached and remarked, "I recall that when I first saw it, it was also near this position, which implies." He reached this spot and gazed into the mirror. Indeed, a faint silhouette of a figure clad in a white wedding gown appeared, suggesting that only from this vantage point could one discern the apparition. Deng Xian said, "Let me take a look as well." "Ah, it truly is there," he exclaimed. Standing side by side with Gu Chengyang, they both peered into the mirror. With the mystery of the silhouette resolved, their next endeavor was to glean clues from it. They stood there, scrutinizing the figure in the mirror. After a prolonged inspection, they could not discern any peculiarities save for the unnerving aura it exuded. "Are you certain this silhouette is genuinely connected to the clues?" Deng Xian inquired. "Perhaps, with a probability of about 80 to 90%. Otherwise, what significance would its appearance hold?" Deng Xian, feeling a chill from the figure, turned to survey the wedding gown in the room. then glanced back at the mirror, saying, Gu Chengyang, have you noticed that the wedding gown in the mirror differs from the one in our room? Gu Chengyang turned to inspect the gown closely and replied, It does seem to be different. The gown in the mirror lacked a veil, while the one hanging in the room was adorned with one. They exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously approached the wedding gown in the room. Gu Chengyang suggested, Could it be that we need to remove the veil from this gown? As he spoke, he took action and lifted the veil. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, the entire gown tumbled to the floor. At that moment, an angry female voice resonated throughout the room. Why did you destroy my wedding dress? Simultaneously, a sound akin to a chime was heard. Deng Xian remarked, It seems to be the sound of a mirror. They turned to observe that the dressing table appeared to have been slightly moved. Gu Chengyang carefully placed the veil atop the wedding gown and, alongside Deng Xian, approached the dressing table. It was then that they discovered all the drawers of the dressing table could be opened. 2 of the drawers were empty, yet within them were depicted 2 frames, each inscribed with the phrases medical records and insurance policy in bold letters. Following the textual guidance, Gu Chengyang arranged the 2 items previously extracted from the envelope accordingly. With a decisive click, the mirror released on one side. Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian exchanged a glance, then reached out to pull. The mirror swung open like a door, revealing a small passageway leading to the next room. Upon seeing this, Deng Xian exhaled with relief and exclaimed, We've finally reached the next stage. That was utterly terrifying. He then prepared to climb onto the dressing table to crawl through. Aren't you afraid of encountering something immediately upon entry? Gu Chengyang inquired with a half-smile. Well, Deng Xian hesitated before responding. Perhaps you should go first. I will cover your back. What if that woman seeks revenge for the destruction of her wedding dress? Oh, that's true. Deng Xian paused again, recalling the furious shout from earlier. After some thought, I believe it would be best for me to proceed first. I doubt they would frighten me immediately upon entry. Worst case, I can just close my eyes and wait for you inside. Gu Chengyang observed him crawling in with an expression akin to that of a martyr, unable to suppress a chuckle. The 2 entered a new chamber that resembled an outdoor hotel setting, complete with a quaint flower bed and swings, illuminated by far brighter lights than those in the previous rooms. As they explored their surroundings, suddenly, a bush behind the flower bed began to tremble, and a figure emerged. Deng Xian, startled, leaped into Gu Chengyang's embrace, exclaiming, Weren't there supposed to be no real NPCs? What is this that has approached? Ah, mother. Gu Chengyang, however, was not particularly frightened. He merely felt that Deng Xian's presence in his arms might hinder his actions. As the figure emerged further, it revealed itself to be Xiang Ting. He looked up at Deng Xian, who was trembling in Gu Chengyang's embrace, muttering to himself, What are you 2 doing? Engaging in some clandestine escapade? Upon recognizing Xiang Ting, Deng Xian's fear dissipated, and he jumped over to inquire, What are you doing here? Well, the game has concluded, and I am here to escort you both out. Xiang Ting replied. Concluded? Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian echoed in unison. Indeed, we have successfully completed the level, which is why I am here to fetch you. Xiang Ting said with an innocent expression. We simply followed Xin Yuying, and we made it through. Is Sister Yuying truly that formidable? Deng Xian remarked. That seems unlikely. I thought our progress was swift. Xiang Ting gestured as if to speak, paused contemplatively for a moment, and then decided against it, stating, Let us discuss this further outside. Thus, Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian trailed behind Xiang Ting, weaving through the thicket as they exited. The trio traversed corridors and several rooms before arriving at the entrance of the secret chamber. At that moment, Xin Yuying and her companions were searching for their personal belongings. Yuying, you are simply remarkable, Wan Jia exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Yuying, tell me honestly, have you played this before? When Tian asked incredulously. I had intended to guide you all, yet here I am, being carried to victory by you. Xin Yuying, blushing with modesty, replied, Oh dear, you're making me feel bashful. I merely exercised a bit of my intellect. Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian approached, with Deng Xian commenting, I was under the impression that you all had achieved the completion on your own. Turns out it was my sister Yuying who led the way. Just then, the receptionist approached, casting a complex glance at Xin Yuying, and announced, Congratulations, you have become the first team to complete the dead bride's chamber within 2 hours. Is there any reward? Then, we are the first, after all, Deng Xian inquired. Might you treat us to a meal? Deng Xian's suggestion was met with several eye rolls. I say, Deng Bansheng, this accomplishment has little to do with you. Do you still desire a feast? Could you not allow the receptionist to finish speaking? Xiang Ting remarked. According to regulations, we cannot treat you to a grand meal. However, we will display your group photo in our establishment for future patrons to admire. The receptionist stated. It is our tradition that the team with the shortest escape time in the room may hang a photograph in our establishment. She continued. Please check your belongings and decide whether you wish to review the experience. What does review mean? Wang Jie inquired. To review means I will narrate the storyline of the escape room and show you scenes from your gameplay. You may opt to copy the recording, the receptionist explained. For now, I will lead you to the lounge for some rest. At that moment, the receptionist, holding a walkie-talkie, listened intently to a transmission, then halted the 6 individuals who were about to enter the lounge. I apologize, but our staff has discovered that some props are missing while recreating the scene. May I inquire if any of you have them? No, everything should be left in the room, several replied, preparing to proceed. However, Zheng Tian interjected, I apologize, but I accidentally took a prop. No worries, just hand it to me, the receptionist said with a smile. Zheng Tian placed his hands into his pockets. Rummaging as he spoke, I have a voice recorder and a note. He produced them and placed them in the receptionist's hands. And a small flashlight and a lipstick. The receptionist's smile faltered. This is a stick, along with a rubber band and a button. Wang Jie and Xiang Ting widened their eyes in astonishment. Additionally, a comb, a postcard, and a piece of cloth whose origin I am unaware of. Zheng Tian continued to extract items from his pockets, oblivious to the stunned expressions of those around him. Is your pocket a doorman? How much stuff does it hold? Wang Jie inquired. Did you move the entire escape room into your pocket? Gu Chengyang remarked. No wonder the staff mentioned that many items were missing, the receptionist said, gazing helplessly at the pile in her arms. Zheng Tian exclaimed. Oh, you don't understand. These are all props I've discovered. They might come in handy. Xin Yuying looked at the heap, frowning as she replied, but none of these items have been used. Zheng Tian faltered. The others, including Xiang Ting, Wang Jie, Deng Xian, and Gu Chengyang, erupted in laughter. Look at you. Aren't you just causing trouble for the staff? Zheng Tian refused to acknowledge his mistake, insisting. This only proves that I am meticulous and thoughtful, even with small items. This assertion only prompted louder laughter. Dead Bride's Room does not feature live NPCs, nor is it a competitive format. It represents a more innovative gameplay style in our establishment, where the methods to progress are diverse and the props and clues can be interconnected and utilized interchangeably. The storyline revolves around a couple who fall in love during their university years and maintain their passion into their careers. However, the woman becomes pregnant out of wedlock and subsequently suffers from mental illness. Misled by a friend's malicious advice, she resolves to murder her husband after marriage to claim a substantial insurance payout. Yet, due to her mental state, she mistakenly believes the man is already deceased, leading her to descend further into paranoia. As the young man becomes aware of the treachery that awaits him at the hands of the female protagonist, he finds himself unwilling to accept his fate. Thus, he enlists the aid of his close friends during the wedding ceremony. Among you, for will portray the young man's loyal companions, while 2 shall take on the roles of the young woman's allies. Regardless of whether the young man's friends succeed in aiding his escape or the young woman's friends successfully conceal the evidence of her intended betrayal, the game will reach its conclusion. It is noteworthy that, despite the contrary nature of your missions, there is no significant impact on the outcome, as each level presents multiple pathways to success, thereby testing your sensitivity to the environment. Why is there an imbalance in numbers? Is it related to the difficulty? Gu Chengyang inquired, having previously speculated about the correlation between numbers and opposition. The attendant cast a knowing glance at Xin Yuying before responding. Based on the experiences of past players, your duo will find the game somewhat easier. Most teams that have succeeded in the past were comprised primarily of the young woman's friends. However, your female companion is exceptionally formidable. She has even discerned our intentions in the latter levels. As soon as she entered the challenges, she seemed to anticipate the solutions, which is quite remarkable. I am beginning to suspect she may have played this before. With wide eyes and an innocent expression, Xin Yuying lowered her gaze to sip her water and replied, No, this is my first time playing. Chapter 29, The King of the Wilds? The 6 individuals emerged from the escape room, intending to find a nearby tea shop to rest for a while. Along the way, Wang Jie linked her arm with Xin Yuying's, and the 2 of them chatted and laughed, skipping joyfully ahead. The 4 young men strolled in a line, and Xiang Ting remarked with a sense of wonder. Our sister Yuying truly conceals her prowess. Who would have thought she excels at escape rooms? If she hadn't mentioned this was her first visit, I would have assumed she frequents them regularly. Zheng Tian sighed at an opportune moment. Deng Xian nudged Xiang Ting and inquired, "So what exactly transpired over there? How did time pass so swiftly? Did Sister Yuying guide you through?" Before Xiang Ting could respond, Zheng Tian sighed again. Gu Chengyang, walking at the end of the line with his hands in his pockets, asked, "Why do you keep sighing? Did you lose money in that shop?" Xiang Ting retorted without reservation, "Oh, spare me. Each time we entered a new room, instead of helping us search for clues, you preferred to retreat to a corner, scavenging for junk to stuff into your pockets. It's utterly embarrassing, and I can only imagine the staff rolling their eyes while reviewing the surveillance footage of you." Zheng Tian showed no signs of embarrassment and replied, "I find this game rather unreasonable. The props I collected appeared quite useful, yet I couldn't utilize them. I believe the game's design is lacking in ingenuity, which severely hampered my performance." Xiang Ting scoffed dismissively. Deng Xian, listening intently from the side, chuckled. The four young men continued to trail behind the two young women, and after a moment, Deng Xian suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Something feels amiss. So you still haven't revealed how Sister Yuying led you to victory?" "Oh dear," I added the young man's WeChat. "Once the video arrives, you can see for yourself," said Zheng Tian impatiently. 6 individuals entered the milk tea shop, and after ordering their drinks, they arranged themselves into 2 tables. Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, and Ruan Jie occupied one table, while the other 3 young men gathered around the second. After taking a seat, Xiang Ting eagerly gulped down a couple of sips of milk tea before habitually reaching for his phone to launch Honor of Kings. "It's so dull, just sitting here sipping milk tea," Zheng Tian remarked while toying with the familiar plastic wrapper. "How about a round of thrilling Honor of Kings?" Xiang Ting seamlessly interjected, tapping the screen as he spoke. "I haven't completed my daily tasks yet." "Daily tasks?" Zheng Tian exclaimed in surprise. "What is the point of that?" "You wouldn't understand. I have a compulsion for game tasks. For every game I play, I must complete the daily tasks without fail." Xiang Ting explained. "How many games do you play each day?" "During the summer vacation, I had 4 games to juggle daily, but now it's down to just 2. "Which is manageable," Xiang Ting replied. Ruan Jie chimed in. "You truly are a seasoned gaming addict." Deng Xian added, "The way you play games is akin to working a job. What is the significance in that?" Xiang Ting skillfully created a game room and declined the invitations from his friends to join. He looked up at the others and said, "Well, since we're all here, shall we play a couple of rounds? How about a 3v3 custom match for our 6-member group?" Ruan Jie remarked, "I won't play. My phone is running low on battery. And the manga I follow has just updated. You all go ahead. Quick, log in so I can show you the new skin for the monkey that I've saved up for," Zheng Tian interjected. The 5 swiftly logged in and began matchmaking. Zheng Tian declared, "I announce that you can play as you wish. I shall lead you to victory with the monkey." Gu Chengyang gazed hesitantly at the hero selection screen, torn between playing as the king of the jungle or in the solo lane, when he suddenly heard Xin Yuying's soft call. Xin Yuying looked up, winked at Gu Chengyang, and whispered, "Will you support me? I want to play as an archer." Gu Chengyang nodded and selected to Qiao. "Oh, classmate, aren't you going to play as the king of the jungle? This might not be an easy win," Xiang Ting commented. Zheng Tian clapped his hands and said, "Ahem. Dear classmate Xiang Ting, while Gu Chengyang may be the best player among us, please do not underestimate my skills in the jungle. Stop always relying on the jungle king Gu Chengyang and the mage king Gu Chengyang to carry you. Today you all just relax. Jungle King Zheng Tian will lead the way." After Zheng Tian's boastful declaration, he quietly poked Gu Chengyang in the back and added, "Brother, just focus on supporting our sister Yuying this time. Let me take charge." Gu Chengyang selected his skin and replied, "Whatever." As the game loaded, Deng Xian was searching for a hero to face off against, only to spot the friendship emblem of Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang. "Oh, so you two are still best friends, huh? It seems you've been sneaking in some duo matches behind our backs." Xin Yuying candidly declared, "Indeed. Gu Chengyang is my mentor, teaching me the intricacies of gaming. Welcome to Honor of Kings. The enemy forces will reach the battlefield in 3 seconds. Crush them. Dodgy. Follow my lead to the enemy's blue buff, but be wary of their mid-lane ambush. Xiangting, apply pressure in the mid-lane. Be ready to support at any moment." As the game commenced, Zheng Tian boldly maneuvered his monkey character to the forefront, incessantly directing his teammates. "The enemy Kai has vanished. Sun Shangxiang, stay alert. Dodgy, conserve your skills. We can strike at any moment." Alas, I've fallen again, Zheng Tian sighed in exasperation, setting down his phone to sip his milk tea. Deng Xian, I implore you, if you can't handle it, just retreat. Every time I approach, you get picked off, and when I arrive, their jungler ambushes me. It's challenging to fight two opponents simultaneously. Once more, they found themselves in a dire mid-game disadvantage, with only the monkey and Sun Shangxiang maintaining a semblance of normal development, while the others were too intimidated to show their faces. It was truly unjust to blame Zheng Tian. He had pledged to lead them to victory and had indeed managed to keep the enemy jungler at bay. Yet his strength was insufficient to carry the team. He could only hold his ground. Though Deng Xian was rather inept, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, remarking, "Monkey King, just hold steady. I aim to win effortlessly." As the late game unfolded, the monkey fell victim to the enemy's opportunistic strike, but fortunately, at a critical moment, Sun Shangxiang rose to the occasion, barely managing to defend. In the end, the opposing team, comprising 3 players, relinquished a push, allowing the severely weakened Daji to escape and attempt to secure the Lord. Gu Chengyang, observing Daji's resurrection timer, still hovering close to a minute, directly stated, "Zheng Tian, pass me your phone. What are you doing? You're about to respawn. Let me help you. This is an opportunity." Zheng Tian hesitated as he glanced at his phone, reluctant to let it go. "Hurry up, don't you want your monkey's win rate to drop below 50? This is the first match with the new skin." Gritting his teeth, Zheng Tian finally handed over his phone. Gu Chengyang skillfully opened the backpack, sold the equipment, and exchanged it for a resurrection armor. He addressed the only resurrected character, Sun Shangxiang, saying, "Stick with me, and don't go out just yet. I'll tell you when to engage." The young lady followed closely behind the monkey as they stealthily approached the Lord. The monkey charged in and seized the Lord but was quickly overwhelmed and lost his resurrection armor. The moment the monkey revived, Gu Chengyang shouted, "Go!" Sun Shangxiang descended from above, executing a combination of her skills to deal damage and secure a triple kill. The monkey and the young lady then pushed forward with the minion wave, catching the opposing team as they revived. The monkey achieved a double kill, prompting the enemy team to surrender. Incredible. Gu Chengyang is amazing. Sister Yuying is amazing. Chapter 30. The omens of a half-century life. Just as the group celebrated their victory, Zheng Tian looked at his MVP award with a complex expression, a mix of nostalgia and contemplation in his eyes. He tugged at Xiang Ting's sleeve and quietly asked, "Do you think the value of this MVP is greater for Gu Chengyang or for me?" Xiang Ting pondered before responding. "While your performance in this game was indeed commendable and your stats are impressive, even in defeat, you still earned the MVP." Just as Zheng Tian's expression began to brighten, Xiang Ting leisurely remarked, "However, the victory in this game is indeed attributed to Gu Chengyang's efforts." With a long sigh, Zheng Tian replied, "Why must there be a Zheng when there is a Yang?" Deng Xian chimed in, "Stop sighing. It's not as if we have only this one aspect where we fall short compared to Gu Chengyang. Your looks and grades are not significantly better either, are they?" Zheng Tian retorted, "Why does that consolation sound so discomforting? However, today, you did not manage to turn the tide. The success in the escape room was thanks to Sister Yuying, and this game was won due to Gu Chengyang's skill. Are you certain your self-assessment is accurate?" Observing Zheng Tian's troubled visage, Xiang Ting felt inclined to tease him. "Leave me alone." Zheng Tian grumpily pushed Xiang Ting's cheerful face away from his own. Laughter erupted among the group. On Monday morning, when Gu Chengyang entered the classroom through the back door, he noticed a throng gathered around the podium, chattering animatedly. Unfazed, he sauntered to his seat and settled in. Rubbing his aching back, he remarked, "Oh, my back. Is it just a report card? Why is everyone so eager? I've never seen you all snatch meat with such fervor." Ruan Jie covered her mouth and laughed. "Class leader Deng, I believe it's only you who would snatch meat so quickly." At that moment, Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian entered the classroom and overheard their banter. Xiang Ting quipped, "I must ask, class leader, are you sure you even have a waist? Because to me, it appears as if you've come to class wearing 2 flotation rings." Laughter erupted as Xiang Ting, Zheng Tian, and Ruan Jie shared a moment of mirth. Xiang Ting remarked, "Haven't the results been released? Why haven't you gone to check?" Deng Xian replied, "Why would I go? I am the one who posted the results, and I am well aware of each of your rankings. Would you like me to disclose them?" Xiang Ting interjected, "No, please refrain. I don't wish to hear it. I am certain the results are not favorable. Just tell me who came first and second between Gu Chengyang and Sister Yuying. We'll check our own scores." Ruan Jie nodded in agreement. Just then, Deng Xian was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zheng Tian. Rising slowly, one hand behind his back while the other stroked his clean-shaven chin, he gazed out the window with profound eyes, uttering, "Whoever first perceives the great way, I alone know my own path. Allow me to divine the outcome and see who among Gu Chengyang and Sister Yuying has claimed the champion title in this midterm examination." He rested a foot upon the chair, contemplating deeply, fingers dancing swiftly as he spoke with conviction. "Hurry up, stop posturing," Xiang Ting impatiently interrupted. "I have just gleaned the secrets of yin and yang, drawing inspiration from the sun and moon, and have uncovered a sliver of truth," Zheng Tian continued. "Is this never-ending?" Xiang Ting fumed. "If you don't speak soon, I shall have Deng Xian reveal it instead," Zheng Tian finally declared. "The first place in this midterm examination is none other than our Sister Yuying, while Gu Chengyang, though slightly behind, secures the second position." Leaning against the back of his chair, Gu Chengyang crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing Zheng Tian's results, yet chose to remain silent. Xiang Ting and Ruan Jie looked at Deng Xian with hopeful expressions, inquiring, "Is what he said true?" Deng Xian, maintaining an air of mystery, refrained from revealing the results and instead turned to Gu Chengyang, saying, "Gu Chengyang, can you guess who came in first and who came in second?" Zheng Tian, upon hearing this, became displeased and retorted, "What do you mean guess? This is not mere speculation. I have calculated this outcome and, in doing so, sacrificed half a lifetime. It is undoubtedly accurate." Gu Chengyang regarded Zheng Tian with the same affectionate yet complex gaze he had used during their escape room adventure, and remarked, "This time, I am first, with Xin Yuying trailing me by 4 points, placing her second." Deng Xian clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Exactly. Gu Chengyang is first, while Xin Yuying is second, with a 4-point difference." "You guessed correctly," Xiang Ting chimed in. "Oh, guessing correctly is not particularly remarkable, considering there are only 2 outcomes. But how did you manage to calculate the exact point difference?" Gu Chengyang chose not to respond. After all, his sister was the homeroom teacher, and he had already learned the scores the previous afternoon. This was impossible. He could not have miscalculated. Zheng Tian wore a look of disbelief, scoffing, "Come on. You spent half a lifetime calculating only to arrive at a false result. Your life must truly be of little value." Ruan Jie teased, leading to peals of laughter among the group. Just then, Xin Yuying entered the classroom, her backpack bouncing lightly as she approached with small steps. "Yuying, you're here. We were just guessing who came in first, you or Gu Chengyang." Ruan Jie rose to allow Xin Yuying to enter, stating that Zheng Tian had guessed wrong while Gu Chengyang had guessed correctly. "Why don't you take a guess?" After settling into her seat, Xin Yuying glanced at Gu Chengyang and remarked, "I suppose my score isn't as high as Gu Chengyang's." Deng Xian clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Correct. Gu Chengyang is first. You are second. Now, can you guess how many points apart you are?" "How am I supposed to guess that?" Xin Yuying pondered for a long moment, tilting her head. She then noticed Gu Chengyang discreetly signaling 4 with his fingers across his chest. Understanding implicitly, she replied, "It must be a 4-point difference." "Wait, that's odd. Just now, Gu Chengyang correctly guessed the score difference, and you did too. How come you both are so adept? Is it true that those with good grades are aware of their own scores immediately after the exam?" Xiang Ting timidly posed a question that piqued the curiosity of all the underachievers. Although Xin Yuying had only recently emerged, she smiled gently, revealing 2 dimples, and said, "Yes. We top students generally have a good idea of our scores right after the exam." At that moment, Zheng Tian gazed sorrowfully at his hands, trembling as he lamented, "How could my divination be wrong? Half a century of life." Ruan Jie continued to tease, "What do you mean by half a century of life, and what divination?" Xin Yuying looked on in confusion at the laughter of the crowd. Chapter 31. Xiang Ting's method after class. Many gathered around, eager to establish connections with the top 2 students in the class. "Gu Chengyang, may I sit beside you? Rest assured, I shall remain quiet and will not disturb your studies. All I ask is that you kindly assist me with copying the assignments each day." Xin Yuying, might I draw a little closer to you? Would it be possible for me to consult you regarding academic queries from time to time? Naturally, not every student is eager to share a desk with the top 2 performers. On the outskirts of the crowd, 2 boys were seen with their arms around each other. Observing the group, Shang Zhu shook his head and remarked, "Although the first and second place students are indeed dazzling, I am still third. So why is it that no one approaches me to be their desk partner?" Gu Chengyang patted Xiang Zhu on the shoulder and said, "Come now. Although you rank third in the class, your total score is just over 800, which falls short by 50 points compared to the top two." Xiang Zhu adjusted his thick glasses and protested, "But I am still third, and I am the academic committee member." Gu Chengyang responded, "What does it matter that you are the academic committee member? Just look at your thick lenses. Their learning relies on talent, which is vastly different from you and us ordinary folk." "How is it different? Aren't we all studying the same?" Xiang Zhu retorted. "Let me illustrate with an example. Imagine a teacher conducting a class on an airplane. Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying are seated on that flight, while you belong to those on a high-speed train. Though you may not keep pace, you certainly won't fall behind. Meanwhile, the vast majority of us are on a regular train." After speaking, Gu Chengyang pointed to Xiang Ting, who was soundly asleep despite the cacophony surrounding her, and to Xing Tian, who was engrossed in his book in the back row. He remarked that they were akin to sitting on a tractor, having long lost sight of their teacher. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhu nodded thoughtfully and continued, "However, Xiang Ting and Xing Tian are athletes. They can afford to score significantly fewer points in the college entrance examination than we can. Therefore, even though their pace is slower, their destination differs from ours." Understanding this, Xiang Zhu deduced, "So, in that case, those who drop out midway are like passengers who disembark before reaching their destination." "Exactly," Gu Chengyang replied with a profound expression. "In summary, your academic performance may be commendable within our class. Yet when placed among the over 1,000 students in the entire school, it may not hold much significance. In contrast, Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying likely rank quite favorably across the school." Xiang Zhu nodded, saying, "I understand." "What do you comprehend?" Gu Chengyang interjected. "I wish to be your desk mate. After all, I am the academic committee member." Xiang Zhu pushed past Gu Chengyang, eager to weave through the crowd. It wasn't until the class bell rang that the throng surrounding Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying finally dispersed. Ruan Jie solemnly grasped Xin Yuying's hand and said, "Yuying, you made a promise to Gu Chengyang that you two would be desk mates, and then we would sit beside you." Xin Yuying nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Yes, what of it? You are too easily swayed. With so many people imploring you, you mustn't acquiesce. Do not forget our Sun Team." Ruan Jie remarked that the name Sun Team was conceived by Xiang Ting. Their WeChat and QQ groups are both named thus. Xin Yuying, with a playful smile, declared an oath, "It shall not be so. Wherever Gu Chengyang sits, I shall sit beside him. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Our Sun Team shall never be apart." Just then, Xiang Ting woke up, wiped the drool from his mouth, and inquired, "What is the matter with the Sun Team?" "Nothing. Just continue your slumber," was the reply. The class proceeded as usual. Some, like Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying, listened intently, while others, such as Deng Xian, occasionally lost focus, and some, like Ruan Jie, secretly munched on snacks. There were also those, like Xing Tian and Xiang Ting, who seemed to drift through the class in a daze. After class, Xing Tian sighed heavily, his face marred with worry. Observing him, Deng Xian asked, "What troubles you? You look quite forlorn." Xing Tian replied, "I was pondering the seating arrangement. Gu Chengyang and Yuying will undoubtedly secure their spots without issue. But Xiang Ting and I might end up among the last. Everyone could potentially snatch our seats. What shall we do?" Xing Tian then called over Xiang Ting and Ruan Jie, who were seated in the front two rows, to discuss this concern. "Indeed, that poses a dilemma," Ruan Jie agreed. Beginning to share in the uncertainty, Gu Chengyang, without lifting his head from the homework assigned by the teacher, remarked, "I wonder why you seem so lost during class. Motionless as if your spirit has departed." Xiang Ting responded, "The solution is." He whispered a strategy into the ears of a few nearby. Upon sharing his idea, he erupted into triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! What do you think of my plan? Isn't it brilliant? Don't you admire my ingenuity?" Gu Chengyang wore a look of disgust as he jabbed his pen towards Xiang Ting, exclaiming, "Is there something wrong with your mind? You are utterly repugnant. By the time this is over, don't say no one is competing for your spot. I doubt that both Xin Yuying and I will even be able to sit down." After a brief discussion among themselves, the group concluded that while Xiang Ting's approach was indeed a last resort, it was the only option available. Chapter 32. Gu Wanqing's doubt. "Have you all come out?" "Xiang Ting, why are you so slow? What are you dawdling for?" She noticed Xiang Ting sneaking around inside. "Almost there. I'm coming." Xiang Ting soon exited through the back door, discreetly signaling to Xing Tian and the others that everything was all right. The first to choose a seat is Gu Chengyang. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyang nodded and entered through the front door of the classroom. With a stoic expression, he walked directly to the back, taking his former seat beside Xin Yuying. He sat down, placing his hands neatly on the desk, remaining completely still, chest out and eyes fixed ahead. Although the other students were puzzled by Gu Chengyang's unusual demeanor, they refrained from speaking. Many had already scouted their preferred spots around the top student, contemplating where they might best fit. Xin Yuying, you are next. Xin Yuying acknowledged this and quickly made her way through the front door of the classroom. Once inside, she suddenly adopted a dignified posture, chest out and head held high, striding confidently towards Gu Chengyang. The classmates' attention shifted from the vacant seats around Gu Chengyang to Xin Yuying's approach, as the seating arrangement of these two individuals would ultimately determine the positions of everyone else. The two individuals stood at the center, with other classmates desiring their seats radiating outward from them. Unbeknownst to Xin Yuying, who approached Gu Chengyang, her face twitched slightly, and her steps faltered momentarily. Yet, she maintained an impassive expression as she walked past and settled beside Gu Chengyang, occupying the space previously held by Ruan Jie. Oh, what a surprise! Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying are now seated together? The classmates outside the classroom were blissfully unaware of Xin Yuying's feelings. They simply noted that the two had taken their seats side by side. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, as they had not anticipated that two academic achievers would end up together. This signified a reduction in the available seating around the scholars, particularly with their seats positioned by the window, thus further diminishing the opportunity for others to be in proximity to these intellectuals. However, no one pondered the reasons behind their seating arrangement. After all, it seemed logical that, having previously occupied nearby positions, they had simply decided to sit together, likely due to the affinity of like-minded individuals gravitating towards one another. Yet, as with all matters, there were mixed emotions. Some felt disheartened by the diminished chances of securing a favorable spot near the scholars, while others reveled in delight. The classroom fell silent, urging everyone not to disturb the lessons of other classes. Next up was Shangzhu. Shangzhu was indeed one of the ecstatic ones, knowing he was third in line. The sight of Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying sitting together brought him even greater joy. With a satisfied push of his glasses, he entered the classroom through the front door, making a beeline towards the pair. As long as he sat behind the two prodigies, he would be in close proximity to both, allowing him not only to exchange academic experiences, but also to observe their study habits up close, which would significantly aid in his academic improvement. Just as he envisioned how he would progress over the upcoming half-semester, he suddenly felt a twitch in his nose and a change in his expression, as a most unpleasant odor wafted through the air, an odor reminiscent of stinky tofu, yet tinged with the essence of durian, intermingled with the scent of snail powder, and even faintly akin to canned herring. Shangzhu took a careful sniff, and he noticed Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying staring at him with impassive faces. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several tissues placed on the desk behind the two, and it dawned on him why they had entered the classroom with such expressions. Shangzhu glanced at the seats behind them, feeling conflicted about whether he should move over. Outside the window, Xiang Ting observed Shangzhu's hesitation and felt a wave of anxiety. Wasn't the odor already overwhelming enough? Why would he still want to sit near the two scholars? Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying remained expressionless as they watched Shangzhu's indecision. After all, they had to devote all their energy to suppressing their urge to flee this place and to avoid retching, leaving no strength for managing their expressions. Gu Wanxing looked on in confusion as Shangzhu, who had initially seemed so cheerful while choosing his seat, suddenly opted for a position that was the furthest from Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. Though curious, she chose not to dwell on it. Next was Jian Wenlin. Jian Wenlin joyfully entered the classroom, initially seeking to sit beside Xin Yuying, but was met with a vague refusal. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Any seat adjacent to her would suffice. Moreover, she found herself next to the handsome academic prodigy, Gu Chengyang, which was simply delightful. Fortunately, the third-ranked class monitor, Shangzhu, did not compete for the seat behind Xin Yuying. With a buoyant spirit, Jian Wenlin strode purposefully towards the back row, aiming for the spot previously occupied by Xiang Ting. Midway, her expression shifted as she detected a foul odor that was indescribable, akin to socks soaked in a stagnant drain, or perhaps a combination of stinky tofu marinated in canned herring and durian. It was undeniably repulsive. Instinctively, Jian Wenlin cast a glance at Shang Zhu, who was across the room, wearing an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped a calamity. In that fleeting moment, they exchanged a glance, each reflecting a shared apprehension. It dawned upon them that this was a tactic employed by Gu Chengyang and a few of his close companions to deter others from claiming their seats, a truly nauseating strategy that was intolerable. Gu Wanqing, observing Jian Wenlin and Shang Zhu with a puzzled expression, had initially approached with eagerness to join Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. Yet, abruptly, she turned away. Her demeanor transformed as she hastily retreated from the area. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on her thoughts and continued to call out. Almost everyone who entered exhibited the same behavior. Initially, they were delighted to find vacant seats beside Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. However, midway through their approach, their expressions shifted, and they opted for seats at the farthest distance from the two academic stars. Nearly 10 individuals entered, all making similar choices. Consequently, the classroom arrangement resulted in Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying occupying one side, while the remaining students congregated on the opposite side. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Wanqing inquired, "What is going on with you all? Was it not said that everyone wished to sit with the academic elites? Yet when it comes time to choose seats, each one opts for a location further away." Chapter 33. Hello, new deskmate teacher Gu. Please let us select our seats quickly. We still need to move later. And we wouldn't want to disrupt the classes of other grades, Xing Tian outside the window urged. Gu Wanqing's confusion was momentarily swept aside as she glanced at her watch and remarked, "It has already been 10 minutes. How is it that only a few have chosen? We must expedite this process. Otherwise, we will encroach upon your dinner time for moving. Come on, those at the back, please choose swiftly." Next, Ruan Jie. Upon hearing her name, Ruan Jie greeted Xin Yuying through the window before bouncing through the front door. Once inside, she immediately ceased her jumping and slowly made her way to the back row behind Xin Yuying, taking her seat in the previously occupied spot. The remaining students exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with tears. "Teacher, look, they are using props to claim their seats. They are being unreasonable," they lamented. Gu Wanqing observed with a sense of relief as someone finally took a seat beside Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. It was about time. One should gravitate towards the academic elites to enhance their own learning outcomes. Although the number of students surpassed half, the arrangement within the classroom was rather uneven. The seats on the right side were nearly filled, while the left side, particularly towards the back, remained largely vacant. Next, Deng Xian, the teacher called. "Ah, here I come." Deng Xian exclaimed cheerfully, waddling in with his ample physique. Gu Wanqing, stationed by the bulletin board near the entrance, remarked, "Our class leader, just look at you. If I don't make some room for you, you might just barrel into me." Deng Xian chuckled sheepishly. "I apologize, teacher. I do enjoy my food. Being class leader doesn't mean you should always be at the front of the line for meals. You ought to focus on improving your grades. Do you understand?" Gu Wanqing chided gently. It seemed that every teacher relished the opportunity to impart wisdom to their students. Understood, understood. I'm heading in to choose my seat now." Deng Xian nodded and made his way into the classroom. As he ambled further inside, his cheerful demeanor began to fade, his expression growing increasingly grim. His nose twitched involuntarily, and he muttered to himself as he moved forward. Overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor wafting through the air, Deng Xian fought against the wave of nausea. After exchanging a knowing glance with Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang, he resolutely seated himself beside Ruan Jie, taking the spot that once belonged to Gu Chengyang. Upon settling down, one hand pinched my nose while the other grasped several tissues, attempting to envelop the offending piece of tissue, which exuded a bizarre and unpleasant odor, in hopes of stifling its foul scent. Enduring such a repugnant presence in this space truly exemplifies my unwavering affection for you all, sighed Deng Xian. Glancing at the engrossed Ruan Jie, who was absorbed in her comic, he inquired, "Ruan Jie, aren't you afraid of the stench?" Ruan Jie, without uttering a word, retrieved her sketchbook and inscribed, "Please do not speak to me. I am temporarily shielding my nose from the foul odor with my passion for comics." Deng Xian was taken aback and remarked, "But if you open your mouth, you could breathe without using your nose." Ruan Jie promptly replied in writing, "If I open my mouth, I feel as though I might vomit. The nose is preferable, at least it does not induce nausea." As time passed, fewer students traversed the corridor outside the classroom, with most having selected their seats. The two seats behind Deng Xian and Ruan Jie remained unchosen. Xing Tian and Xiang Ting in the hallway were visibly excited, as it seemed unlikely that anyone would opt for those 2 seats, allowing their group of 6 to sit together. Gradually, the foul odor emanating from Xiang Ting's tissue began to permeate the classroom. Gu Chengyang called out the names of those seated behind her, wrinkling her nose as she exclaimed, "Who has eaten durian? It reeks. Those by the window. Please open the window and turn on the fan. Let us refresh the air." Gu Chengyang waved her hand in front of her nose and remarked, "This sensation is akin to boiling rotten socks. You boys must remember to wash your feet and change your socks frequently." The students below echoed her sentiments, grimacing as they pinched their noses. Some of the girls resorted to spritzing their perfumes into the air, hoping to alleviate the foul odor. With only 5 students remaining, and the class about to conclude, Gu Chengyang felt an urgent desire to leave the classroom. She announced, "Only 5 of you left. Come in together and choose your seats." Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian hurried in, taking their places behind Wang Jie and Deng Xian, promptly addressing the mess of tissues on their desks. Zheng Tian, using a clean tissue as a barrier, collected the offending tissue that emanated a foul stench, exclaiming, "Xiang Ting, where on earth did you acquire this? It's enough to make me faint from the smell." Xiang Ting, equally disturbed by the odor, chuckled and retrieved a small spray bottle from his desk, containing a half-full liquid. Shaking it, he proclaimed, "The contents of this bottle are the result of an entire day's labor. It includes leftover scraps from the cafeteria, water from the bathroom floor, the rinse water from washing socks, and I even added durian juice, stinky tofu juice, and the oil from canned herring." As he waved the spray bottle, he added, "This is quite a treasure. I invested considerable effort into it, even enlisting the help of friends from other classes." Deng Xian retorted with a scoff, "In the name of my position as class monitor, I demand that you dispose of this immediately after class, or I shall report you to the teacher." Xiang Ting, with a reluctant expression, ultimately acquiesced, stating, "I had intended to resolve this matter anyway, as its purpose has been fulfilled." Gu Chengyang stood at the podium, observing as each student selected their new seats. Some changed not only their locations, but also their desk partners, while others remained alongside their original companions. Although she had more to convey, the unpleasant odor permeating the air dampened her desire to elaborate. "For the remaining time and during dinner, please swiftly relocate your belongings to your new seats, but maintain silence. For now, let us settle in these positions. Should I find them unsuitable in a couple of days, I shall make minor adjustments. Now let us commence." Having spoken, Gu Chengyang gathered her belongings and exited the classroom, heading to her office. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chatter, the foul scent dissipating somewhat as they acclimatized. Students began to transfer their items to their new spots. Gu Chengyang and his 5 companions found themselves in the most convenient position, remaining in their original area, albeit with internal rearrangements. The new seating arrangement placed Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting near the back door, followed by Deng Xian and Wang Jie in front, while Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying occupied the adjacent seats. In essence, Zheng Tian's position remained unchanged, with only the other 5 experiencing a shift. Before long, they had organized their belongings. The 4 at the back engaged in playful banter, while Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying had already completed their arrangements. Chapter 34. The theatrical duo. The seating arrangements have been finalized, and the matter is settled. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting expressed concern that others might attempt to seize their coveted spots near Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. However, the unpleasant odor. This evening, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting were scheduled for training, and thus, they would not be subjected to the foul stench in the classroom. Nevertheless, the others remained within its confines. During dinner in the cafeteria, Deng Xian mischievously prodded Xiang Ting's abdomen with the end of his chopsticks, declaring, "Though you will depart for training after your meal, the odor in the classroom must be resolved, otherwise I shall poke you to death." Xiang Ting, seemingly unfazed, even pilfered some of Deng Xian's food, prompting Deng Xian to intensify his prodding, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "How dare you take food from the class monitor's bowl? Are you tired of living? Enough. If you poke me any further, my abs will surely burst." Xiang Ting pleaded, protecting his stomach. "Do you dare to challenge me again? Do you dare?" Deng Xian taunted, continuing his playful assault. Beside them, Wang Jie chuckled. "Can abs really be punctured? Are they balloons? I don't care. If you fail to address the odor problem, I shall not let this rest," Deng Xian insisted. He then scrutinized Xiang Ting with a puzzled expression and said, "You wouldn't be thinking of escaping because you cannot resolve this foul smell, would you?" Releasing his grip on Xiang Ting's shirt, he seized Zheng Tian's arm and proclaimed, "Humph. While the monk may flee, the temple remains. Zheng Tian could only respond with resignation. These two are quite mad. Is it truly the right decision for me to continue sitting with them? Beside me, Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie were laughing uncontrollably, while Gu Chengyang languidly leaned against the corridor wall, inquiring, "Hey, are we still going or not?" Upon returning to the classroom, the foul odor in the vicinity had dissipated significantly, yet the cost was that the entire classroom now reeked. Deng Xian stepped through the classroom door first, acutely aware of the many students casting unkind glances in their direction. It was evident that these individuals had endured far too much suffering from this stench. As the group settled into their seats, they felt the scrutinizing gazes of their peers, as if they were being silently judged. If this were not a society governed by law, one might believe they were in peril. Xiang Ting disregarded him, instead reaching out to ruffle Zheng Tian's hair, saying, "Zheng Tian, I promised you, and now I have come to take you away. I vowed that I would not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm." Clearly, this individual was still immersed in the play. Zheng Tian, visibly irritated, swatted Xiang Ting's hand away and retorted, "Are you done yet? Have you thought of a solution?" Of course, he had contemplated it, these. He then produced a multitude of oranges, cheerfully proclaiming, "The peels of oranges possess a remarkable ability to absorb foul odors." With that, he proceeded to the podium with a bag of oranges, addressing his classmates. "I regret that I have resorted to such a method to secure a desired seat, but I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience it has caused. Here, I invite everyone to enjoy some oranges. After you finish, please do not discard the peels. Simply place them at your seats, as they can effectively absorb the unpleasant smell. However, I purchased only a limited quantity of oranges, so I kindly ask everyone to share and each take a segment." Deng Xian hurriedly approached to assist in distributing the oranges, saying, "Everyone, take a bite. And please refrain from discarding the peels. Simply place them on your desks, as the odor will dissipate after a while." The classmates, witnessing Xiang Tingliang's sincere apology, decided not to dwell on the matter any further. As the saying goes, a favor received is a debt owed, and since the unpleasant smell could be amicably resolved, they joyfully indulged in the oranges. Observing the classroom atmosphere returning to normalcy, Deng Xian sighed with relief, concluding that the incident had reached a satisfactory resolution. Soon, the foul odor faded, replaced by a gentle aroma of oranges wafting through the room, sweet and invigorating. When the clock struck 7, signaling the start of evening self-study, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, both athletes, headed to the playground for training while the subject teachers entered the classroom, prompting the students to begin their assignments. At Jiangshan, one high school, evening self-study for the first and second-year students lasted from 7 to 9 o'clock without breaks. Those students were permitted to quietly excuse themselves to the restroom. Day students could leave at 8, provided they reported to the supervising teacher before departing. The same teacher oversaw the self-study from 7 to 9, rotating with others for subjects such as politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology. The physics teacher, surnamed Lei, was a robust middle-aged man, healthy despite a slight baldness, and quite an amiable instructor. Upon entering, Teacher Lei retrieved his indispensable thermos, a staple for middle-aged individuals, and unscrewed the lid, releasing a plume of steam into the air. The students maintained a hushed silence, each engrossed in their respective assignments, while those with physics queries were welcome to approach him for discussion. After uttering this, he squinted slightly, gently blowing on the rim of the thermos before savoring a sip of hot tea, exhaling a contented sigh. Setting down the cup, a satisfied smile graced his face as he produced a physics reference book and commenced his studies. Chapter 35. The True Scholar and the Faux Scholar. At that moment, Teacher Lei happened to be calculating a set of mock exam questions when his attention was drawn to an orange resting on the podium. Stealthily glancing up, he prodded the orange with the cap of his pen before returning to sketching formulas on the paper. After a brief interlude, he rotated the orange so that the leaf atop it faced him, then, with a sense of satisfaction, lifted the cup once more to take a gentle sip, lowering his gaze to continue his work. For someone like Teacher Lei, who had immersed himself in high school physics for over a decade, tackling a freshman physics exam was as effortless as sipping tea, while drinking required the careful lifting of the cup and a gentle blow to cool the liquid. Solving problems only necessitated a glance at the diagram to discern the examination's focus. Formulas swiftly blossomed in his mind, and he even found inspiration to add an extra question. In less than 10 minutes, he had thoroughly reviewed the mock exam paper, folding it neatly and placing it aside. securing the pen cap precisely in the center of the paper, nodding in self-approval. For subject teachers, supervising evening study sessions is the most tedious task, as the school enforces a rule prohibiting teachers from using their mobile phones during this period, leaving them with only academic-related activities. Teacher Lei sat at the podium, lost in thought while sipping water from his thermos. Soon, the water was depleted, prompting him to slowly meander into the corridor to refill it. Before re-entering the classroom through the back door, cup in hand, patrolling at a leisurely pace. Teacher Lei exhibited little interest in monitoring what the students were writing or doing during evening study, yet he felt compelled to adhere to school regulations. Upon catching two students surreptitiously reading novels and comics, he merely instructed them to set their materials aside, emphasizing the importance of focusing on homework and study during class. With his thermos in hand, he clasped it behind his back, circling the rows of desks while counting the number of students engaged in their assignments. For those whose work appeared somewhat ambiguous, he would lean in closer to scrutinize. Although his actions were merely an attempt to alleviate his own boredom, they proved to be rather unfriendly toward the students. As he continued his count, he suddenly noticed a student diligently working on physics homework and, upon locking eyes, the startled student hastily tucked away the book to switch to English. After completing his rounds and tallying the number of students focused on their assignments, Teacher Lei once again succumbed to ennui, prompting him to observe the arrangement of books on each desk. Most individuals tend to place their books in the upper left corner of their desks, although some opt for the upper right corner. A few students even position their books at the front of their desks, and one student has taken to evenly spreading his books across the surface, giving the appearance that his desk towers above the rest. Teacher Lei meanders around the classroom, occasionally glancing at the bulletin board and wiping the blackboard. He contemplated the broom in the cleaning corner for a while, ultimately deciding it was not the right moment for sweeping. Xin Yuying swiftly completed all her assignments for the day, stretched lazily, and then retrieved her correction book, intending to organize the mistakes from her midterm examination. Her gaze drifted to Gu Chengyang, who was perusing his biology textbook. However, he was focused on sections yet to be covered in class. What struck her as even more remarkable was that Gu Chengyang was taking notes in areas he had not yet studied. Just as she contemplated inquiring about this, she noticed that Gu Chengyang was wearing glasses, deeply engrossed in his work, which dissuaded her from asking. Upon closer inspection, the bespectacled Gu Chengyang was distinct from his usual self. While he was undeniably handsome without glasses, his prominent nose and slender frame lent him an air of severity, particularly when his expression was neutral, overshadowing his other features. In contrast, the metallic frames softened his demeanor, rendering his nose less stark and adding a scholarly charm to his appearance. In Xin Yuying's memories, Gu Chengyang had never worn glasses, whether during outings or in class. Yet, at this moment, he was adorned with them. Could it be that Gu Chengyang is nearsighted? Xin Yuying was unaware, but upon observing his intense dedication to studying, she felt a reluctance to interrupt him. She sighed, reflecting that there was indeed a reason why top students excelled, at the very least. She could not fully immerse herself in her studies. After some contemplation, Xin Yuying decided to write a note asking if he wore glasses, placing it in the middle of their desks, and then she resumed her corrections of the midterm mistakes. During class that day, all the exam papers were distributed, and each teacher had begun discussing the tests, although not all had been covered yet. Xin Yuying diligently recorded the mistakes she had made in the portions that had already been reviewed. As she received the paper, she noticed Gu Chengyang's neat handwriting beneath her own. Both their scripts were aesthetically pleasing. Xin Yuying's letters were rounded and imbued with a playful charm, while Gu Chengyang's were bold and impeccably aligned, exuding a sense of precision and order. Xin Yuying watched as Gu Chengyang meticulously completed each character, and for every character he wrote, she observed intently. Once he passed the notebook to her, she quickly penned her response, "But I haven't seen you bring them during class." Gu Chengyang replied, "That's because I tend to read and do homework casually during class, so it doesn't matter." Xin Yuying felt that her 4-point deficit compared to Gu Chengyang was a personal affront. She resolved to study diligently and surpass him. However, both she and Gu Chengyang had outperformed the third-place student by several points, leaving her curious whether they could rank among the top in their entire grade. She decided to inquire with the homeroom teacher the following day. Deng Xian suppressed a laugh and whispered, "Look at Teacher Lei. He is simply adorable." The two students, puzzled, looked up to find Teacher Lei enjoying an orange placed on the podium. He meticulously peeled the orange into 4 segments. consuming one segment before placing its peel in one corner of the desk, then proceeded to the second segment, depositing its peel in another corner. Soon, the orange was devoured, and the four corners of the desk were adorned with orange peels. Teacher Lei stood up, surveyed the orange peels on each student's desk, then glanced at the peels on the podium, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 36. Let's chat about 5 yuan. The students erupted in laughter. It was 8 o'clock, and the day students were permitted to leave. Yet Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang remained unperturbed, their belongings untouched. 3 round exclamation marks were followed by an angry emoji. Gu Chengyang took the notebook, smiled gently, and quietly remarked, "I saw you cross it out." Humph. Xin Yuying gripped her pen tightly, casting an intense glare at Gu Chengyang. He shrugged, writing in the notebook, "I have always stayed in evening study until 9 o'clock. It's a pity you leave right after class and never notice." Xin Yuying glanced at the notebook and paused, a hint of curiosity prompting her to look up at Gu Chengyang. She sensed a touch of grievance and emotion in his words. "Gu Chengyang, will you accompany me?" Xin Yuying, rolling her eyes, "Of course, this is about studying. Aiming to excel and surpass you by the end of the term." Gu Chengyang wrote, "All right, good luck." On this occasion, Gu Chengyang placed the notebook between the two of them, only to have it snatched away by Xin Yuying. After perusing its contents, she wrote in the back, "Aren't you afraid that I might perform better than you next time? And by the way, who is your apprentice?" Upon receiving the notebook back, Gu Chengyang couldn't help but chuckle at the emoticon, replying, "A master is still a master, isn't he?" Xin Yuying, incensed, declared, "I shall certainly outscore you next time." However, before she could finish writing, a hand descended from above and seized the notebook. The entire class was disrupted by Xin Yuying's exclamation and turned to look. Teacher Lei, holding the notebook, glanced through it and remarked, "Since 8 o'clock, I have noticed the two of you exchanging this back and forth. I initially thought that as the top 2 students in class, you might be sharing study tips, but after half an hour, you're still at it. As your teacher, I felt compelled to investigate." As Teacher Lei continued to flip through the pages, he clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Oh, it's a new notebook. Are you planning to use this as a dedicated message book?" Xin Yuying smiled sheepishly and quickly replied, "No, that's not it." Yet, she secretly entertained this notion. A habit cultivated during her middle school days while chatting with her close friend, Xin Bingyu. They had filled numerous notebooks with their conversations back then. Teacher Lei continued, "You've already filled over a page tonight. As desk partners, do you truly have that much to discuss?" The class erupted in playful banter, as such matters were always of keen interest to the students. Teacher Lei inquired, "Do you mind if I take a look?" Having said that, regardless of whether Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang expressed any objections, she began to read. After a moment's reflection, Xin Yuying realized that her conversation with Gu Chengyang had not ventured into any inappropriate territory, which put her at ease. She settled confidently into her seat, boldly allowing the teacher to observe her work. 3 minutes later, Teacher Lei set down the notebook, a particularly pleasant expression illuminating her face as she remarked, "In the future, focus on your homework during evening study sessions and refrain from passing notes." Xin Yuying lowered her gaze to the notebook, and her eyes fell upon the phrase. Teacher Lei truly deserves to be called the most delightful teacher of Class 15. Her face flushed crimson. No wonder the teacher appeared so much happier after reading it. It was that phrase that had brightened her mood. Additionally, "Gu Chengyang, please step outside with me." Xin Yuying felt a pang of curiosity, yet obediently made space for Gu Chengyang to exit. Through the window, she could see Gu Chengyang standing opposite Teacher Lei, who towered over him by half a head. She noticed Teacher Lei's lips moving continuously, though the words were inaudible. Gu Chengyang remained silent, his expression neutral. A few minutes later, Gu Chengyang was allowed back in by Teacher Lei. As Xin Yuying stood to offer her seat to him, she glanced at Teacher Lei standing by the doorway, her face still radiating a blend of calmness and elation. Xin Yuying awaited Gu Chengyang to share what Teacher Lei had discussed with him, but after a while, he showed no signs of response. Merely staring blankly at his physics book, occasionally letting out a sigh. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xin Yuying penned in her notebook, "What did Teacher Lei say to you outside? Why do you look so troubled?" Gu Chengyang glanced at the notebook, then lifted his gaze to meet the inquisitive eyes of Xin Yuying. He wrote, "Teacher Lei mentioned that my physics grades are quite exceptional and wants me to join the school's physics competition selection class. If I manage to get in, I have a good chance of achieving a commendable ranking. but the price is that I must attend classes every Saturday afternoon. Xin Yuying's irritation intensified, and she wrote back, "Stop passing notes to me. From now on, each word will cost you 50 cents. After reading this, Gu Chengyang rummaged through his pocket for a while, then replied, "Well, let's have a $5 conversation then." Along with the note, he passed her a $5 bill. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Xin Yuying took a deep breath, flashed a professional smile revealing 8 teeth, then turned to Gu Chengyang and said, "Get lost." She packed her belongings and exited the classroom. Chapter 37. The charming Xin mother. As Gu Chengyang watched Xin Yuying storm out of the classroom, he felt utterly perplexed. He read through the notes once more, convinced that he had said nothing amiss. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation he had had a few days prior with his brother-in-law, Wang Zhan, while his cousin Gu Wanqing was busy preparing her lessons. Gu Chengyang and Wang Zhan, one with a can of cola and the other with a can of beer, were engaged in a discussion about why girls often become inexplicably upset. Wang Zhan said, "Xiaoyang, if you're chatting with a girl you like and she suddenly gets angry, you mustn't panic, understand?" Gu Chengyang nodded. "I recall the days in high school when I would daily bring your sister food and drinks and engage in conversations with her. Yet, there were times when she would inexplicably become upset." Wang Zhan took a large gulp of beer and remarked, "As someone who has been there, let me tell you, if a girl gets angry during your time together, it signifies that there is potential between you two." Gu Chengyang nodded, somewhat understanding. Wang Zhan continued, "Consider this. If a girl is upset with you, it indicates that you have made an emotional impression on her, which means she cares about you. At such moments, you should disregard her sharp words and hurtful remarks, as they may simply be expressions of frustration. All you need to do is continue to treat her warmly." Gu Chengyang took a sip of cola and nodded in agreement. Wang Zhan added, "As long as you remain steadfast in your belief that you are right, it won't be long before her anger dissipates, and she will treat you even better. This is derived from my own experience as your brother-in-law. Remember, it is essential to show her care and to be observant of her moods, but without making her feel overwhelmed." As Wang Zhan sipped his beer, his gaze became distant as he reminisced about his romantic pursuit of his wife. He softly recounted, "I remember in our second year of high school, noticing your sister hunched over her desk in pain. Without hesitation, I dashed out during class to bring her a large cup of hot water, urging her to drink it all. From that moment on, I sensed a change in her demeanor toward me." Gu Chengyang nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiaoyang, remember that girls are different from us. They can be profoundly moved by the smallest gestures and consequently develop feelings for you. You must seize the opportunity, do you understand?" Wang Zhan finished the last sip of his beer and tossed the empty can into the trash bin from across the living room. "This is the first lesson your brother-in-law taught you. Once you grasp it, I shall impart the second lesson." With that, Wang Zhan hurried off to find Gu Wanqing. Gu Chengyang sat at a distance, reflecting. He sensed some truth in Wang Zhan's words, yet he also felt there was an element of absurdity. He could not ascertain their validity. However, it was undeniable that Wang Zhan had won over his cousin, which lent credence to his assertions. Gu Chengyang recalled how he had successfully provoked a reaction from Xin Yuying that evening, though he was uncertain which remark had triggered her ire. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of accomplishment, believing himself to be somewhat more adept in the art of courting than his brother-in-law. "Darling, this is the century-old preserved egg and lean pork congee that I stayed up all night preparing. Would you care to try it?" Xion's mother inquired. Xin Yuying took a deep breath and replied, "Mother, I am not Dad. Your efforts will not sway me." Despite her words, she complied and washed her hands in the kitchen before taking a bowl of congee to drink. "How is it?" Xion's mother asked, her face alight with anticipation. Yet, she was already missing her husband terribly, feigning tears as she whimpered. The following day, Xin Yuying arrived at the classroom to find Wan Jie sitting with a furrowed brow, hastily turning her head away after placing her backpack down. Just then, Deng Xian and the others arrived. "Sister Wan Jie, what troubles you? You appear so distressed this early in the morning. Did you miss out on breakfast?" Xiang Ting remarked. "Impossible. Wan Jie arrived before us. We all managed to eat, so she must have as well." Xin Yuying inquired, "Wan Jie, what is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night?" Xiang Ting continued, "Well, it's understandable, as Wan Jie will be alone at school this weekend." Upon hearing this, Wan Jie began to weep even more loudly. Xin Yuying quickly patted Wan Jie's back, comforting her. There, do not cry. Everything will be all right." She shot a disapproving glance at Xiang Ting. Xiang Ting looked at Zheng Tian with a look of grievance. Wondering what wrong he had committed, he merely stated the truth. Just then, Gu Chengyang arrived at school and remarked, Xiang Ting, why are you already in tears this early, courtesy of Ruanjie? Deng Xian and Zheng Tian immediately took a stand in solidarity, exclaiming in unison, exactly. Why are you bullying Ruanjie? Xiang Ting felt completely wronged. He had done nothing wrong, yet was subjected to such treatment, and he felt like crying. Xin Yuying reassured, Ruanjie is fine. If you do not wish to stay at school, you are welcome to my home. My family will be away this weekend. With tear-filled eyes and a pitiful expression, Ruanjie asked, really? Xin Yuying affirmed, of course. My mother just mentioned she would be leaving this weekend. You can come and sleep over at my place. Ruanjie responded, you are so kind, Yuying. Xiang Ting clapped his hands and suggested, how about we all visit Yuying's house this weekend? After all, no one will be home. Zheng Tian shot him a sideways glance. So you wish to sleep over at Yuying's too? Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow and said, no, I have plans this weekend. Deng Xian nodded in agreement, replying, that makes sense, then go ahead. Zheng Tian concurred, sure. Gu Chengyang added, then I shall go as well. Xin Yuying, curious, inquired, aren't you busy? Chapter 38. The terrifying history teacher. Initially, at the escape room venue, the attendant added Zheng Tian on WeChat. However, considering that Zheng Tian was a boarding student and would be unable to access his phone for 5 days a week, the attendant also added Gu Chengyang to facilitate communication. One afternoon, as the 6 of them were dining together, Gu Chengyang glanced at his phone and remarked, the escape room attendant added me. He first sent a group photo, but the video was too large, so he added me on QQ to send it. Does anyone wish to see the group photo? Zheng Tian suggested. Why not post it in the group chat, so we can all see? Gu Chengyang hesitated, holding his phone and spinning it in the air, then said, aren't you all going to look at it now? He instinctively glanced at Xin Yuying and noticed Deng Xian and Ruanjie leaning over Xin Yuying's phone. With Deng Xian looking up at Gu Chengyang, saying, why not send it out? I'm waiting to check it on Yuying's phone. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Chengyang saved the image and sent it to the Sun Squad group chat before passing his phone to Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting. Wow, Ruanjie is smiling so brightly. Deng Xian commented, Yuying looks lovely as well. Do you think we aren't handsome just because you say so? Xiang Ting remarked, glancing at Deng Xian, who had only commented on 2 girls. Zheng Tian interjected, even if you and Xiang Ting aren't particularly striking, Gu Chengyang is undeniably handsome. Xiang Ting retorted indignantly, it's all because of Yuying and Gu Chengyang. Despite standing together, they have overshadowed my presence in the center. This group photo was captured in the lounge of an escape room, featuring 6 individuals standing together. In the front row stood Deng Xian, Ruanjie, and Xin Yuying, while Zheng Tian, Xiang Ting, and Gu Chengyang occupied the back. The 2 rows were arranged with a slight stagger, and the boys, along with Ruanjie, were all beaming with radiant smiles. Xin Yuying merely displayed a gentle smile, while Gu Chengyang maintained an expressionless demeanor. Despite being positioned at the edge, the 2 seemed perfectly matched, drawing immediate attention. During the post-lunch break, the receptionist sent Gu Chengyang an 80-minute video clip via QQ. The original plan was to wait until the weekend to watch it together at Xin Yuying's house on the computer, but Xiang Ting insisted tearfully to watch a portion first. Chenggu, I beg you, just 10 minutes. The teacher won't find out, I promise. Even before class began. Xiang Ting clung to Gu Chengyang, pleading persistently. Let go. No. With a haughty expression, Xiang Ting declared, if you don't agree, I won't release you. Gu Chengyang displayed an expression of impatience and resignation. After struggling for a considerable time, he ultimately conceded. Although he regularly engaged in physical exercise, he still fell short when compared to the athletic prowess of Xiang Ting. Brother Cheng, I assure you I won't be discovered. I beg you, Xiang Ting pleaded, employing an exaggerated display of charm and desperation. The history teacher has a keen eye. Last time someone was caught sneaking a look at a comic. Gu Chengyang insisted, his resolve unwavering. Ruanjie, overhearing the exchange, interjected with irritation, directing her gaze at Gu Chengyang. What do you mean I was caught reading comics? If it weren't for someone insisting on joining me, would I have been discovered? I have been secretly reading novels and comics during class since middle school, without ever being caught. Deng Xian, standing nearby, chuckled, well, that's simply because they're so captivating. This only demonstrates the high standards of Sister Ruanjie. The comics she picks are indeed remarkable. As the conversation drifted further from the original topic, Xiang Ting clung to Gu Chengyang's arm, employing her most endearing antics. Please, Brother Chung, just 10 minutes. If you silence your phone, I'll only glance for a moment and then turn it off, okay? No way, what if it gets confiscated? Gu Chengyang stood firm in his principles. Xiang Ting persisted, but look, I'm sitting in the last row. The history teacher 1T come down here. How could I possibly be discovered? I promise, just one peek, mainly to see how dazzling your performance is, I beg you. As the class was about to commence, Xiang Ting continued to plead with playful antics. Ruan Jie gazed at the two with wide, starry eyes, remarking on their evident camaraderie. Just then, Xing Tian entered, carrying a bag of white rabbit milk candies, and cheerfully addressed Ruan Jie. Ruan Jie, here are the white rabbit milk candies you wanted. I went through great lengths to procure them. Ruan Jie accepted the candies and retrieved a magazine from her desk, offering it to him with a cautionary note. Be careful with this, it's brand new, and I haven't had the chance to peruse it yet. Xing Tian confidently reassured her, rest assured, Ruan Jie, I am quite steady. Xin Yuying chimed in. I can't believe Xing Tian enjoys gossip magazines. To which Deng Xian interjected, he doesn't particularly enjoy them. He merely wishes to avoid listening to the lesson. Xiang Ting continued her playful antics. Brother Chung is wonderful. Brother Chung is marvelous. Brother Chung is simply the best. Gu Chengyang, with an air of resignation, nodded and replied, all right, I'll lend you my phone, but only for 10 minutes. Return it to me immediately after class. And keep the volume off. Thank you, Brother Chung. Love you, Brother Chung. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting Xiang Ting to hurriedly stow the phone in her desk drawer. She then sent several heart gestures and air kisses towards Gu Chengyang. Truly nauseating, he remarked with evident disdain. As the class commenced, history teacher Jiang entered the classroom. The mere sight of her at the doorway compelled all students to quiet down and sit upright in their seats, perfectly still. If teacher Lei of physics was regarded as the most lovable and approachable instructor, then teacher Jiang of history was undoubtedly the most formidable and feared by the students. Once, the head of the teaching department intended to interject during teacher Jiang's class, only to be met with a fierce glare that sent him scurrying away in embarrassment. The students retrieved their midterm exam papers and answers. Teacher Jiang set down her bag and took out the exam, standing at the podium. The first question was straightforward. I need not elaborate. Simply circle the phrase urban area refers to city area, and the answer becomes apparent. Now, let us examine the second question, which pertains to the impact of the opening of new maritime routes on Western Europe. The correct answer is a direct quote from the textbook, yet astonishingly, 7 students answered incorrectly. Humph. At the sound of that disdainful huff, the 7 students, including Deng Xian, felt a tremor of anxiety within. Deng Xian whispered to Ruan Jie, Teacher Jiang is truly intimidating. Attending her class feels like an ordeal. Who is speaking? Teacher Jiang's gaze swept over the room, causing Deng Xian to instinctively retract his neck and bury his head in his exam paper. Chapter 39, Equestrian Athlete Rousseau. Teacher Jiang surveyed the classroom and continued to elucidate the questions. Let us consider the 8th question, a classic historical multiple-choice inquiry. Option A contradicts the facts. Option B does not align with the provided material, and Option D is overly absolute. Thus, one can only select Option C. Such an evident answer raises the question, why did nearly half of the students answer incorrectly? Most historical multiple-choice questions are approached in this manner. Now, let us turn to the 12th question. Some students may inquire why we should select Option A when it evidently differs from what we learned in class. Teacher Jiang posed a rhetorical question to himself and answered, I have reiterated numerous times that in history, nothing is absolute. When presented with materials and conclusions that contradict one another, we must honor the materials and adhere to them as our standard. Do you all understand? With an expression of exasperation akin to that of a blacksmith faced with unyielding iron, he continued to survey each student with eyes reminiscent of an owl. Those who grasped the lesson nodded in understanding and diligently took notes, providing teacher Jiang with a modicum of solace. However, in the last row, a certain student was buried in his own world, unable to suppress a foolish grin, his body trembling slightly with suppressed laughter. Xiang Ting, please stand up, teacher Jiang commanded. Xiang Ting was startled, hastily concealing Gu Chengyang's phone before standing. Upon hearing teacher Jiang call out Xiang Ting's name, students in the front row, Deng Xian, Ruan Jie, Xin Yuying, and Gu Chengyang, lifted their heads in unison. Xin Yuying discreetly glanced at Gu Chengyang, who appeared utterly composed, showing no signs of distress. Do you think my statement is correct? Teacher Jiang inquired with a grin. Ah, yes, absolutely, Xiang Ting quickly responded, nodding vigorously. Your explanations are excellent, and I wholeheartedly agree. Teacher Jiang regarded Xiang Ting with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes and asked, Then tell me, what knowledge point did I just mention? Upon hearing this, Xiang Ting was taken aback, for he had been focused on Gu Chengyang's phone and was oblivious to the lesson. He glanced down slightly and noticed that Xing Tian was engrossed in a gossip magazine, realizing with dismay that there was no hope for his escape. It is still Ruan Jie who exhibits a sense of loyalty. She leans back slightly, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispers, The Enlightenment Movement, Rousseau. Xiang Ting, taken aback by her words, wonders whether history includes such topics. As he observes Teacher Jiang's patience waning, he musters the courage to respond, Teacher, you were just speaking about the equestrian Rousseau. Ruan Jie, exasperated, sighs, Xiang Ting, it's not that I lack loyalty. This is truly beyond my help. Laughter erupts among the classmates. Teacher Jiang slams his hand on the desk, and the laughter comes to an abrupt halt. What I just mentioned was the Enlightenment movement. Who mentioned anything about an equestrian? You are truly testing my patience. He places the exam paper on the desk and leans forward, stating, We are all in the same class. Look at Xin Yuying. She answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly and is diligently taking notes. Meanwhile, you, having made 11 errors out of 15, could benefit from emulating those who perform well. Look at your deskmate, Xing Tian. He understands the importance of listening attentively after a poor performance, while you merely indulge in foolish laughter. Speaking of Xin Yuying, I must highlight that she scored 94 in history, ranking first in the entire grade. Everyone should learn from her. The students, displaying their understanding, begin to applaud. Teacher Jiang picks up the exam paper again and earnestly declares, Mastering history is of paramount importance. On a small scale, it can enhance your grades. On a broader scale, it will be immensely beneficial for your future. Li Shimin once stated, Using a mirror of bronze can correct one's attire. Using history as a mirror can reveal the rise and fall of dynasties. Using others as a mirror can clarify gains and losses. Even an emperor from a bygone era recognized the significance of studying history. Why is it that I often express this sentiment, yet it falls upon deaf ears? Xiang Ting obediently lowered his head, standing straight as he replied, I understand, teacher. I shall study diligently and will not be distracted during class. Typically, one might presume that as long as a student demonstrates a sincere attitude of contrition, a teacher would not dwell excessively on their missteps. This was the line of thought that Xiang Ting entertained, having been a student for many years. However, Teacher Jiang was no ordinary instructor. With over 20 years immersed in historical texts and having encountered a myriad of students, numbering in the thousands, she immediately sensed something amiss. Just as Xiang Ting was eagerly anticipating her critique before taking his seat, Teacher Jiang furrowed her brow. Xiang Ting, may I inquire what you found amusing just now? She asked. I wasn't laughing at anything in particular. I just suddenly recalled something funny, Xiang Ting stammered. Teacher Jiang leisurely descended from the podium, articulating as she walked. In my nearly 30 years of teaching history since my university days, I have never encountered anyone who could smile so joyfully while contemplating historical matters. What were you just looking at? Ruan Jie, Deng Xian, and Xin Yuying became anxious, all too aware that Xiang Ting had been peering at Gu Chengyang's phone. At that moment, Xin Yuying glanced at Gu Chengyang and noticed that he, too, appeared flustered, his slender fingers entwined nervously, even disassembling the pen tip. Xiang Ting, noticing the gossip magazine that Xing Tian had just concealed, had a sudden inspiration. He promptly extracted the magazine from Xing Tian's grasp and respectfully stated, I apologize, teacher. I was merely looking at this magazine. Xing Tian lifted his head, surprised as Teacher Jiang approached, snatching the magazine from Xiang Ting's hands. With narrowed eyes, she scrutinized the handsome members of a certain group gracing the cover, beneath which were listed their upcoming performance dates and venues. A myriad of emotions crossed her face. Her niece, now in her teens, also delighted in such publications, enamored with the flamboyant attire of the individuals depicted. Xiang Ting, do you too find these male celebrities appealing? Teacher Jiang remarked. Fangirling is your prerogative, and I have no authority to interfere. However, you must refrain from indulging in it during class. Even if you yearn to attend, there remains a month before the event, she imparted, an air of mentorship surrounding her. Xiang Ting nodded in agreement. Such blind adoration holds little significance. Only through diligent study can you genuinely draw closer to your idols. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, I comprehend, Xiang Ting affirmed, nodding earnestly. Chapter 40. May I have that book back now? Xing Tian inquired with a smile, glancing over. Gu Chengyang's phone hasn't been confiscated, but what of Ruan Jie's book? Xiang Ting hesitated. Didn't you say that if we performed well, it would be returned to us on Friday? Ruan Jie, seated in front, found it inconvenient to engage, and thus shot a fierce glare at Xiang Ting, causing her to straighten her back and feign note-taking in alarm. After a moment, Ruan Jie tossed a note back. Xiang Ting opened it to find. I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation after class. Otherwise, prepare for the demise of my precious magazine. Teacher Jiang completed her discussion on multiple-choice questions and transitioned to the analysis of materials. She gazed at Xiang Ting, who was attentively listening below, unable to restrain a nod of approval. In the eyes of the teacher, every student is a malleable talent, merely awaiting the discovery of the right approach. Observe now, just a gentle nudge was sufficient to align Xiang Ting's attitude towards learning. Before long, the class came to an end, at the very instant the bell rang. Even before Teacher Jiang had announced the conclusion, Xiang Ting leaped up, flinging open the back door in an attempt to escape. Xiang Ting. Teacher Jiang was exasperated. She had just thought that Xiang Ting had realized his mistakes and was turning over a new leaf. Yet, scarcely had the bell rung than he was already halfway out of the classroom. What kind of education have you received? I had just begun to perceive a semblance of seriousness in your demeanor, and now this. Has the bell truly signaled the end? Have I declared class dismissed? Why the haste? Are you off to buy another magazine? Teacher Jiang's words were imbued with earnestness. Class is dismissed. Xing Tian, stop Xiang Ting. Ruan Jie exclaimed loudly. Rising to her feet, she stretched her limbs and playfully slapped Xiang Ting on the head, declaring, You've gained some audacity, haven't you? Daring to use my book as a shield? Ruan Jie, I was wrong. Please don't hit my head. Xiang Ting pleaded, cradling his head in surrender. Do you even realize that book belongs to Ruan Jie? She just acquired it, and I hadn't even finished reading it before you snatched it away. Xing Tian was also aggrieved, saying, I considered you a close friend, yet you treat me this way. Seizing my belongings while my back was turned and handing them over to Teacher Jiang. Xing Tian, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, Just give it a hit. Ruan Jie continued, Don't say you haven't finished it. I haven't even seen it myself, and you've taken it from me. What do you propose we do about it? Oh dear, Ruan Jie, please don't hit me. I was wrong, and I shall make amends, Xiang Ting pleaded. Did you not say that if I performed well, it would be returned by Friday? Upon hearing this, Ruan Jie became incensed, gripping Xiang Ting's ear firmly. How dare you say that? You spend class either sleeping or daydreaming. By the time you actually perform well, I fear it will only be after we graduate from senior year. Deal, Xiang Ting quickly agreed. At this point, Ruan Jie and Xing Tian relented, and just as Xiang Ting breathed a sigh of relief, Gu Chengyang emerged from his seat, his expression inscrutable. Brother Cheng, I have not exposed your phone. I have fiercely guarded it. You wouldn't strike me too, would you? Gu Chengyang approached, retrieved his phone from Xiang Ting's desk, and said coolly, You shall never touch my phone again in this lifetime. Xiang Ting was indifferent, yet Ruan Jie was infuriated. She diligently urged Xiang Ting to take notes and complete assignments, even going so far as to have Deng Xian switch seats with Xiang Ting for better supervision. As Xiang Ting joyfully recounted this to Ruan Jie, intending to express gratitude, Gu Chengyang, seated in the front row, sneered, after just a week. You feel you've learned so much? It seems you have never studied before. Xiang Ting wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words and ultimately chose to remain silent. On Friday morning, there was a surprise history examination, and the scores were verified immediately after completion. To everyone's astonishment, Xiang Ting scored over 70 points, leaving even Teacher Jiang astounded and pleased. He remarked, I told you, as long as you are willing to study earnestly, you will undoubtedly achieve commendable results. Every student is the same. If you can calm yourselves and devote time to learning, there is nothing you cannot master and no exam you cannot excel in. Look at Xiang Ting. He is a prime example. His score in the midterm was merely in the 50s, yet this time he improved by 20 points. Xing Tian, did you see that? I scored 76. Let me see your score. Oh no, you're still below passing, just like in the midterms. You really need to hit the books. I remember I also failed my midterms. But look at me now, 76 points. Sigh, it was just a casual test, And how did I score so high? Xiang Ting's contemptuous expression was not lost on Xing Tian. Thus, everyone should learn from Xiang Ting, understand? Teacher Jiang seized the opportunity to express all he wanted to say, then gazed with satisfaction at Xiang Ting. Xiang Ting, you have made such remarkable progress in this test. Do you have any thoughts to share? Xiang Ting stood up, reflecting deeply as he looked at his test paper. Raising his head to meet the teacher's encouraging gaze, he replied, Teacher, can I have that book back now? The entire class. Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang took a deep breath, feeling as though her 2 decades of teaching experience had been rendered ineffective against the antics of the mischievous Xiang Ting. After regaining her composure, she instructed, Please take a seat. Come to my office after class. Xiang Ting, brimming with delight, expressed his gratitude and settled down with a cheerful heart. In Chapter 41, the foolish son of the landlord, Deng Xian, who was seated at the back, remarked, Perhaps Xiang Ting has driven her to madness. Xiang Ting, grinning like the simpleton of a wealthy family, inquired, What are you all talking about? After class, Xiang Ting followed closely behind Teacher Jiang, bouncing with excitement as they made their way to the office. The office was mostly empty, as many teachers were either in class or absent from the school. However, Gu Wanqing, the class teacher, was typically present. At that moment, she was seated at her desk, watching a television drama while waiting for lunch. Upon noticing the expressionless Teacher Jiang followed by the exuberant Xiang Ting, she quickly paused her show, puzzled by the scene unfolding before her. As Xiang Ting dashed out of the office, Gu Wanqing asked, Teacher Jiang, what happened? You seem rather unwell. Teacher Jiang set her lesson plan aside and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, It's about your student, Xiang Ting. She hesitated, contemplating her words before ultimately stating, His maturity is rather lacking. Gu Wanqing smiled and reassured her, The children are still young, and Xiang Ting can be quite mischievous. Please be understanding, Teacher Jiang. As the class bell rang, Gu Wanqing released the students, signaling the end of the session. Wan Jie and Xin Yuying gathered their belongings and proceeded outdoors together. Wan Jie linked her arm with Xin Yuying's and inquired, Yuying, have you spoken with your mother? Is it truly all right for me to stay over? Xin Yuying reassured her, Of course, it's no trouble at all. My mother does not restrict my friendships, and she won't be home this week. Your presence will be a delightful company for me. Wan Jie expressed her concern, but what about the dormitory supervisor? They will check the number of residents at night. Worry not. I shall ask my mother to call the homeroom teacher, and she can inform the dormitory supervisor, Xin Yuying replied. Following behind, Wan Jie timidly addressed Xin Yuying's mother. Hello, Andy, I am a classmate of Xin Yuying. May I trouble you to let me stay at your home for a couple of nights this week? Xion's mother welcomed her warmly, gently tousling Wan Jie's hair as she said, You must be Wan Jie. Yuying has spoken of you. You are truly lovely. Just a moment. I will fetch you some slippers. Standing at the entrance with an obedient demeanor, Wan Jie exchanged a knowing glance with Xin Yuying, who, understanding the unspoken communication, nodded in agreement. Mother, could you please call the homeroom teacher shortly and inform Teacher Gu that Wan Jie will be staying with us? Otherwise, the dormitory supervisor will conduct a count. Xion's mother returned with a pair of slippers for Wan Jie to wear, then picked up her phone to make the call. Hello, may I speak with Teacher Gu? This is Xin Yuying's mother. I have something to discuss with you. It's about a classmate of Yuying's named Wan Jie. Would it be possible for Wan Jie to spend the weekend with us? Thank you so very much. I appreciate your consideration. After hanging up the phone, Mother Xian gazed at Wan Jie, who was sitting obediently on the sofa, and promptly instructed Xin Yuying to cut some fruit. Wan Jie, right? Don't be so reserved. Just treat this place like your own home. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Wan Jie replied. Xin Yuying brought over 2 apples, handed one to Wan Jie, and took a bite herself. Mom, aren't you supposed to leave for your train this evening? Why aren't you on your way yet? Oh, right. I almost forgot, Mother Xian exclaimed, quickly gathering her belongings. Well, I must be off now. You two stay safe at home. Don't get too wild. Remember to eat well and go to bed early. I'll be leaving now. With that, the door slammed shut. Once the adults were gone, the atmosphere at home relaxed. Wan Jie inquired, Why was Auntie in such a hurry? She is so beautiful, and she seems to have a wonderful personality. That is just because my dad dotes on her, Xin Yuying retorted, recalling the image of her mother nestled in her father's embrace with a hint of disdain. After finishing their apples, Xin Yuying pulled Wan Jie into her bedroom, saying, Come on, this is my room. We will sleep here together for the next few days. It might be a bit cramped, but it's all right. Ruanjie placed her backpack on the desk, admiring the vibrantly decorated room. It's fine, as long as you don't kick me while you sleep. How dare you tease me? The two engaged in playful banter, collapsing onto the bed together. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing and Gu Chengyang walked along the road. After leaving school, they had first stopped by the supermarket to buy groceries. Gu Wanqing hung up the phone and remarked, "This week, Ruanjie is staying at Xin Yuying's house. Did you know?" She then added, "All right, just remember to remind me tonight to call the life teacher. Sister, I might go to Xin Yuying's place to play tomorrow and the day after." Sensing Gu Wanqing's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Chengyang supplemented, "Deng Xian and Ting Zeng are also going." "Fine, just make sure to stay safe," she replied. Chapter 42. The secret conversations of young girls. In less than 2 hours, the two had completed all their assignments. Xin Yuying provided Ruanjie with a set of her clean pajamas and then led her to the bathroom. While Ruanjie was bathing, Xin Yuying took a moment to check her phone. She discovered that several boys in the Sun Team group chat had erupted in a frenzy. Zheng Tian, Chenggu, are you coming tomorrow? Gu Chengyang, yes. Deng Xian, we haven't decided yet whether to gather tomorrow or the day after. We need to ask the two girls first. Xiang Ting, Xin Yuying, is Yuying's sister there? Xiang Ting, Ruanjie, is Ruanjie's sister there? Zheng Tian, Xin Yuying Deng Xian, Xin Yuying Xiang Ting, why are they ignoring us? Oh no, could something have happened? Gu Chengyang, can you please stop with your ominous predictions? Deng Xian, they might just be busy and didn't check their phones. Xiang Ting, and they brought Ruanjie's sister along. It's simply too frightening. Xiang Ting, hey, where's Ruanjie's sister? Why isn't she speaking? Xiang Ting, Ruanjie Xiang Ting. Oh no, Ruanjie's sister must have discovered the secrets of Yuying's sister's house and has been silenced. Xin Yuying, if you keep making a fuss, I shall silence you permanently. Xiang Ting, silence. JPG, Ruanjie emerged from the bath, donning Xin Yuying's nightgown. Their figures were quite similar, and their heights comparable. Thus, clad in the same attire, it did not seem out of place. Ruanjie approached, her hair still damp, and said, "Yuying, I'm finished. You should go wash now." All right. Xin Yuying entered the bathroom. After a while, the bathroom door was stealthily cracked open, and Ruanjie's voice floated in. Yuying, Xiang Ting, and the others inquired whether we are gathering on Saturday or Sunday. Either day works. Xin Yuying resumed her washing. Moments later, the door opened slightly again, and Ruanjie spoke. They mentioned they would come over tomorrow morning. Is that acceptable? Sure. After a while, Xin Yuying finished her bath and stepped out. She glanced at her phone for a moment, sending a few messages, which effectively confirmed the timing for this week's gathering. They agreed to meet tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the entrance of Xin Yuying's community, after which they would head to the supermarket to procure some snacks and games, continuing their revelry until 5 in the afternoon. Later that evening, the two girls locked the doors and windows, then snuggled under the covers to watch a series. In the dimly lit room, the faint glow of their phones illuminated their faces. After a while, around 10 o'clock, they turned off their phones to charge and lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. The bedroom curtains were relatively thin, allowing the streetlight outside to cast the shadows of trees onto the walls, creating an array of peculiar shapes. Ruanjie lay slightly on her side, her eyes tracing the delicate profile of Xin Yuying illuminated by the soft light. Xin Yuying had already closed her eyes, her chest gently rising and falling with each breath. Ruanjie spoke softly, "Yuying, are you asleep?" "Not yet," Xin Yuying replied, opening her eyes and turning her head. "This is the first time I've shared a bed with someone, and I feel a bit uneasy." "Me too. I'm having trouble falling asleep," Ruanjie confessed. "Then let us talk," Xin Yuying suggested. Ruanjie inquired, "Which boy in our class do you think is the most handsome?" Xin Yuying rolled her eyes thoughtfully and said, "To be honest, I haven't really paid much attention to the boys in our class, except for a few of them." "What do you mean by haven't paid attention?" Ruanjie asked, puzzled. "I hardly ever leave my seat except for lunch and bathroom breaks, so I barely know most of the people in class. I'm only familiar with you guys," Xin Yuying explained. Ruanjie gasped. "Do all the top students study this hard?" Xin Yuying sighed. "I wouldn't consider myself a top student. It's only after sitting next to Gu Chengyang these past few days that I've realized the gap between people. I have to study diligently in class, complete my homework earnestly, and also review and prepare for lessons. Gu Chengyang sometimes daydreams in class." Yet he manages to grasp everything by just reading during evening study sessions. Xin Yuying nodded in agreement. That's true. Jia pressed on. But you still haven't told me who you think is handsome. I don't even know all the faces yet. How could I judge who is handsome or not? Xin Yuying replied. Then just tell me who you think is more handsome among Deng Xian, Xiang Ting, Xing Tian, and Gu Chengyang. Xin Yuying turned to face Jia. Contemplating as she spoke, Xing Tian and Xiang Ting are both athletes. Their physiques are beyond reproach. One is incessantly chatty and fond of gaming, while the other is perpetually enigmatic, aspiring to be a sage. As for Deng Xian, he is pleasantly plump and rather endearing. Regarding Gu Chengyang, I believe he is the most handsome of the lot. However, he seems indifferent to sports, appearing somewhat frail. Jia continued. So, who do you like the most? Without much thought, Xin Yuying replied, if we are to speak of affection, I most favor. Oh wait, I cannot indulge in early romance now. I like no one. After a moment, Jia suddenly remarked, Yuying, to be honest, I envy you all. What is there to envy? Aren't we all the same? Xin Yuying inquired. Jia explained, Xing Tian and Xiang Ting are athletes who may aspire to attend sports academies and perhaps become professional athletes. You and Gu Chengyang excel academically and are bound to gain admission to prestigious schools. Deng Xian, despite his mediocre scores, has mentioned wanting to become a chef. Yet here I am, at this age, still uncertain about my own future. Xin Yuying withdrew her arm from under the covers and gently patted Jia's back through the blanket, shifting closer to bridge the gap between them. She had not anticipated that Jia, who was always immersed in comic magazines and radiated joy, would harbor her own concerns. Do not speak of envy towards us. In truth, we also envy you. Although you may not excel in academics, you possess the talent for drawing comics and writing novels. Do you recall the little drawings you circulated in class before the midterm examination? These are indeed your strengths. Perhaps you could consider becoming a cartoonist or even a writer in the future. Is that truly what you believe? Certainly. Moved, Jia leapt into Xin Yuying's embrace, exclaiming, Yuying, you are so wonderful. All right, it's late. We should get some sleep. Okay. Jia rested her head on Xin Yuying's shoulder and sweetly inquired, May I hold you while I sleep? Of course, came the playful reply. Hee. Jia slipped her arm around Xin Yuying's waist. While we embrace. Why are you reaching into my sleepwear? Xin Yuying, feeling ticklish, protested as she wiggled. Hee. Yuying, your skin is so smooth. Chapter 43. Shopping before the gathering in the morning. The two girls lay entwined without a trace of ladylike decorum, their nightgowns hiked up to their chests, revealing their slender, fair waists, with the blanket having slipped to the floor. Fortunately, the air conditioning was set high during the night. Otherwise, both would surely have caught a cold. Awoken by the alarm, they sluggishly rose to freshen up. After a brief tidying of their home, they ventured out to dispose of the trash, seizing the opportunity to grab a quick breakfast. They had anticipated arriving promptly at 10, yet before they knew it, Xing Tian and Xiang Ting arrived before 9:30. Deng Xian and Gu Chengyang also messaged in the group, indicating they were en route and would arrive shortly. Xin Yuying and Jia proceeded downstairs to greet Xing Tian and Xiang Ting, where the four of them would convene at the community entrance. Xin Yuying and Jia descended the stairs, and as they approached the entrance of the community, approximately 50 meters away, they heard Xiang Ting's voice calling out, Yuying, we're over here. Although they could not yet see her, both Xin Yuying and Jia could easily envision Xiang Ting's genuine smile. As they drew nearer, Xiang Ting hurried over, holding up something in her hand, and exclaimed, Jia, look, I bought you the latest season of the comics. Jia, filled with delight, accepted it and expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. Xin Yuying inquired, by the way, where's Xing Tian? Didn't you say you were coming together? With a hint of exasperation, Xiang Ting pointed behind her and replied, Xing Tian is chatting with the security guard. Xin Yuying suggested, let's call him over. We can head to the supermarket to buy some things, and then wait for Deng Xian and Gu Chengyang. The three of them made their way towards the security booth, and they could faintly hear Xing Tian's voice. I tell you, sir, this place is a treasure trove. If you keep buying lottery tickets, I guarantee you will win within half a year. However, the placement of your items is not quite right. You see, this cup is often left here. And with those two cactus pots in front, it could invite trouble into the community. Here is what you should do. Move the cup over there. And instead of soaking chrysanthemums, use goji berries and red dates. That way, your fortune will surely improve. Xin Yuying and Wang Jie stood at the entrance, somewhat speechless, as the two inside were engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to their presence. The security guard spotted Xin Yuying and smiled, nodding in recognition. He was familiar with this girl who ventured to school alone each morning and would also emerge for a jog on weekends. Xin Yuying playfully tugged at Zheng Tian, offering an apologetic smile towards the guard as she said, "Excuse me, sir, my friend here is a bit eccentric. Please disregard his nonsensical remarks." Zheng Tian, unfazed by Xin Yuying's playful jibe, allowed himself to be led away. Xiang Ting interjected, "Come on, if you truly possess the ability to predict the lottery, why don't you buy a ticket yourself?" Zheng Tian proudly lifted his chin, adjusting his collar as he replied, "The secrets of fate must remain undisclosed. I merely observe that the gentleman has been experiencing a surge in fortune and possesses a commendable honesty. Thus, I wish to extend a helping hand." Wang Jie, enlightened by his words, chimed in, "Ah, so your reluctance to assist yourself stems from a lack of integrity?" Xiang Ting burst into laughter. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, where Xin Yuying first sent a location pin to Deng Xian and Gu Chengyang, informing them that they would wait inside. They then proceeded to shop. Xiang Ting pushed a shopping cart, trailing behind the trio. Xin Yuying, Wang Jie, and Zheng Tian busily filled the cart with various items. "Shall we get some fruit?" "Yes." "What about peanuts and sunflower seeds?" "Absolutely." "What shall we drink?" "Perhaps cola and Sprite." "How about some beer or cocktails?" "We're not of legal age yet. Let us skip that." "Then 2 large bottles of cola it is." "Perfect." The quartet meandered through the store, amassing a delightful array of snacks. From lollipops and chocolate to chips and cookies. From peanuts and sunflower seeds to spicy strips and beef jerky. Xin Yuying gazed at the shopping cart, nearly overflowing, and remarked, "Isn't this a bit excessive? We might not finish all of it." Zheng Tian waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "We'll be playing all day. Surely we can consume it all. If we can't, we can simply leave it at your place." Xiang Ting suggested, "How about purchasing some board games, like Monopoly, Ludo, or Three Kingdoms Kill? We should definitely get something to play. By the way, do you have a deck of cards at home?" Xin Yuying shook her head. Zheng Tian continued, "Then let us buy a deck of cards." "What about mahjong?" Wang Jie interjected, "I don't know how to play mahjong." Xin Yuying replied, "Let us skip the mahjong." Zheng Tian surveyed the eclectic assortment in their cart, glanced at the mahjong set, and with a determined grimace declared, "Let us not buy it after all." The anguish on his face suggested he was relinquishing not merely a game, but rather a fortune of 5 million. Just as the four were about to check out, Deng Xian rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "I've been searching for you all this time. I've sent you so many messages. Don't you ever check your phones?" Upon inspecting their shopping cart, Deng Xian, perplexed, queried, "What on earth have you purchased?" "It's all snacks and games. No groceries?" "Does Yuying's family have any?" Xin Yuying replied, "Not much. It's just my mother and me at home, and I'm not there for lunch. So, we buy ingredients meal by meal." Xiang Ting was taken aback. "Why buy groceries?" Deng Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Groceries are, of course, for lunch. Otherwise, are we eating out or ordering takeout?" Zheng Tian remarked, "With so many snacks, it should be enough to satisfy us." Deng Xian, wearing an expression of exasperation akin to that of a disappointed mentor, responded earnestly, "One is like iron, while food is as vital as steel. How can you indulge in snacks without consuming proper meals?" Zheng Tian countered, "But don't you often indulge in numerous snacks at school?" Deng Xian replied, "I never claim to abstain from snacks. However, they cannot replace actual meals. I always eat when it's time to dine." Xiang Ting rolled her eyes and commented, "No wonder you're so plump." Xin Yuying interjected, "Then why bother with groceries? None of us can cook here. Let us just order takeout." Deng Xian declared, "I can cook. Today, the chef will personally prepare a meal for you." Thus, the group followed Deng Xian to the produce section. Deng Xian first inquired, "Is there anyone with dietary restrictions concerning vegetables?" Xiang Ting replied, "I do." "What vegetables can you not eat?" "I cannot eat unpleasant vegetables." Deng Xian scoffed softly and remained silent. After purchasing a considerable amount of vegetables, he turned to Xin Yuying and asked, "Sister Yuying, do you have kitchen utensils and seasonings at home?" After pondering for a while, Xin Yuying could not provide a definitive answer, as she rarely ventured into the kitchen at home. Deng Xian sighed and said, "Well, I shall return later if I find anything lacking." At last, the shopping cart was filled to the brim. Upon reaching the checkout, the 5 individuals discovered that Gu Chengyang had been waiting outside. He was clad in a black jacket and jeans today, tall and slender in stature. His simple attire exuded an air of stardom, particularly accentuated by the headphones adorning his ears. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans, he observed the bustling crowd with a slightly sardonic expression, rendering him an intriguing subject that compelled passers-by to glance his way. He surveyed the throng gathered at the checkout until his gaze landed upon Xin Yuying and her companions, at which point a smile graced his lips as he approached them. Xin Yuying immediately spotted Gu Chengyang, just in time to see him flash a smile her way, causing her heart to skip a beat and her cheeks to flush crimson. Gu Chengyang furrowed his brow and remarked, "You all bought so many items, yet none of you thought to help carry them to the checkout? Can't you see Yuying is exhausted?" An entire cart brimming with goods was meticulously divided into 3 large white plastic bags at the register, ultimately costing nearly 400 yuan. The group exchanged dismayed glances, and Ruan Jie exclaimed, "Why is it so expensive?" Xin Yuying replied, "That one board game alone cost 50 or 60, not to mention all the other items we purchased." The group, short on funds, was contemplating a collective contribution when Gu Chengyang interjected, rummaging through his wallet, "Let me cover it for now." After settling the bill, Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, and Ruan Jie led the way, while Deng Xian and Cheng Tian, carrying a large bag, trailed slowly behind. Xiang Ting sighed. Why is it that at the same age, others seem to possess so much wealth? Chapter 44. The Gathering, Part 1. Upon arriving at Xin Yuying's residence, Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie first changed into slippers. However, there were no men's slippers available, so the young men had no choice but to wear their own shoes indoors. They were already aware that Xin Yuying's home was devoid of adults, thus the 4 boys felt relatively at ease. After settling onto the sofa, they placed 3 large bags on the coffee table. Deng Xian, the most unreserved among them, inquired about the kitchen's location and promptly ventured in with a bag filled with various ingredients. Xin Yuying followed him into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ruan Jie directed the other 3 boys to unpack all the items they had purchased, arranging them neatly on the coffee table, and then sat up straight. At that moment, Xin Yuying returned with several clean cups and proceeded to wash some fruit in the kitchen. Observing the young men sitting decorously on the sofa, Xin Yuying couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Relax a bit, there are no adults around. Just make sure not to break anything." Xiang Ting, feeling quite at home, wasted no time in pulling out his phone to inquire about the Wi-Fi password. Xin Yuying, somewhat exasperated, relayed the password, and once everyone connected, the atmosphere became noticeably more lively. Xin Tian, Xiang Ting, and the others engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu, while Ruan Jie perused the comic book that Xiang Ting had just given her, and Gu Chengyang watched television. "For twos," Xin Tian exclaimed in frustration. Directing his ire at Xiang Ting, "Look closely. I played a pair of 5s, and what on earth are you doing with that bomb? Yuying is the landlord this round, and I'm about to play out my hand. Don't pressure me. We're on the same team." Xiang Ting, with a composed demeanor, reassured Xing Tian, saying, "Brother, do not panic. I have everything under control. Just watch me. Shall we consider 4 twos?" The last remark was directed at Xin Yuying, who shook her head in response. "Then let me show you," he continued confidently, revealing a hand of 90 JQK. Again, Xin Yuying shook her head. 3 8s with a pair of 5s, he declared. Yet Xin Yuying merely shook her head once more. "A pair of aces. I am left with but 1 card, so be cautious," Xiang Ting boasted. Xing Tian, glancing at his hand devoid of wild cards, was suddenly gripped by an ominous feeling. Xin Yuying, with a gentle smile, announced a royal flush, and then looked at the 2 of them, saying, "Now, let me witness your performance." Gu Chengyang, seated nearby, merely listened as Xin Yuying played 1 card after another, both Xing Tian and Xiang Ting folding each time. Observing Xiang Ting's distressed expression as he scratched his head in despair, Gu Chengyang realized that the only card left in Xiang Ting's hand was a solitary 3. Unable to suppress a sigh, he increasingly felt that Xiang Ting was acting rather foolishly. Once Xin Yuying had played all her cards, the game concluded, and Xing Tian finally noticed that Xiang Ting was left with just a 3, which infuriated him to the point of nearly fainting. Only Xiang Ting remained, pondering the meaning of life with his solitary card. At that moment, Deng Xian, tying an apron around himself, emerged and announced, "I must step out to purchase a bottle of vinegar. You may continue your game. Dinner should be ready by 12:30. He then approached Gu Chengyang, requesting funds, saying, "Could you spare a little for expenses?" Gu Chengyang responded, After a moment's consideration, he agreed, pulling out 100 and saying, take a look at what you need and buy a bit more, perhaps some extra beverages as well. As he observed the large bottle of cola nearly drained by Xin Yuying, Xin Yuying changed her shoes and said, I will accompany you. I fear you might lose your way. Deng Xian nodded in agreement. That works. Suddenly, Gu Chengyang stood up and declared, I shall go as well. I happen to have a few things I wish to purchase. Deng Xian paused for a moment and replied, perfect timing. I need to look for a pot. You two go ahead. Buy a bottle of vinegar, some scallions and garlic, and perhaps a few bowls, as we might be short at home. Thus, Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang set out together, walking side by side in silence. Xin Yuying lowered her head, taking small and large steps, precisely aligning each footfall with the tiles on the floor. It was Gu Chengyang who broke the silence first, inquiring, you rent a place here, do you not? Xin Yuying, still playfully hopping on the tiles, replied, indeed, my mother does not work and came here to accompany me in my studies, so we rented for 3 years. Gu Chengyang nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to say more. Are you an only child? Yes, my parents have just this one precious daughter. Gu Chengyang uttered a sound of acknowledgement and sighed. It seemed his brother-in-law's conjecture was misplaced. The person in the photograph with Xin Yuying was neither her brother nor her sibling. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they promptly gathered the items Deng Xian had requested, and then added a large bottle of cola and orange juice before proceeding to the checkout. As they reached the cash register, Xin Yuying suddenly remembered and looked up at Gu Chengyang, asking, aren't you going to buy anything? Why not? Gu Chengyang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely concocted a casual excuse to accompany Xin Yuying, and at that moment, he had yet to comprehend what he intended to purchase. In a flurry, he rummaged through the small counter at the cashier, retrieving 2 boxes of chewing gum, which he placed on the counter, declaring, I merely came down to buy a couple of boxes of gum. After the cashier scanned them, he slipped them into his trouser pocket. Regrettably, regardless of whether Deng Xian was a farmer or a landlord, he had yet to win a single game. What was more infuriating was that, in nearly every round, he found himself teamed up with Xingtian and Xiang Ting, transforming a 2-against-1 scenario into an overwhelming sense of 1-against-3 in favor of Xingtian. Deng Xian consistently allowed the landlord, Ruan Jie, to play the game. I won again. You two keep drinking. Ruan Jie cheerfully instructed Xingtian and Xiang Ting to finish another full glass of cola. Xin Yuying turned to the equally speechless Gu Chengyang beside her and remarked, now I understand why the cola disappears so swiftly. At that moment, Deng Xian interjected, enough of the games. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. A group of them lined up to wash their hands in the kitchen, emerging with various dishes. Ruan Jie was the first to return, carrying 6 pairs of chopsticks, followed by Xin Yuying, who brought out several empty bowls, and then a few boys who emerged with the food. Deng Xian called out from the kitchen, the girls can sit at the dining table and wait. The boys are fetching the second round. Finally, Deng Xian emerged with a pot of soup, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, a plate of shredded pork and garlic sauce, a plate of braised pork, a plate of scrambled eggs with chives, a plate of cola chicken wings, and lastly, a pot of corn and rib soup. Each person was served a small bowl of rice and a large bowl of pork rib soup. Deng Xian, adorned with an apron, sat at the head of the table, gazing at the 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup with a profound sense of accomplishment. Xiang Ting, holding chopsticks, inquired, class leader, did you prepare all of this? Deng Xian replied, of course. Who else could it be? Ruan Jie leaned in to sniff the corn rib soup and exclaimed, class leader, you truly have a gift. Without even tasting it, the aroma alone is enough to whet the appetite. I must take a photo and share it on social media first. Zheng Tian interjected, can we start eating now? I'm practically drooling. Xin Yuying cautioned, wait a moment. Can't you see Deng Xian has something to say? Deng Xian proudly declared, I appreciate everyone's support. I have loved food since childhood. Not only do I relish eating, but I also take great pleasure in cooking. Ever since I made my first scrambled egg independently in elementary school, I realized my destiny lies in the kitchen. However, this is the first time I have completed so many dishes by myself, and I am thrilled. I hope you all can provide me with some constructive feedback after the meal. Just as Deng Xian finished speaking, he noticed everyone had already begun to eat. That piece of braised pork is mine. I want the ribs. Hey, don't snatch. There's plenty more in the pot. Chapter 45 Gathering, Part 2. After half an hour of whirlwind consumption, the group had cleared the table, leaving not even a drop of soup. Now, they languished one by one on the sofa. Ruan Jie remarked, Deng Xian, at your current level, you could easily open a small restaurant and be self-sufficient. These home-cooked dishes are truly delicious. Xiang Ting remarked, especially that rib soup. It was simply exquisite. I finished the remaining half-pot all by myself. Deng Xian, wearing a proud expression, replied, as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. However, my aspirations extend far beyond merely being a humble chef. Xin Yuying, intrigued, inquired, what, then, is your dream? Deng Xian raised his head and declared, I am determined to become an exceptional Michelin 3-star chef and to create my own signature dishes. Xiang Ting patted Deng Xian on the shoulder and said, Good brother, I previously underestimated you. I believe you will surely succeed. You must invite me to sample your creations when the time comes. Deng Xian chuckled, let us not get ahead of ourselves. There is still plenty of time. Zheng Tian then asked, will you be going to New Oriental? Deng Xian responded, I'm not sure. We'll see when the time comes. But creating delicious meals is my ultimate dream. Ruan Jie turned to Xin Yuying and said, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, make sure to find one who can cook well, even if he is just slightly better than Deng Xian. Xin Yuying nodded in agreement. Exactly. I wouldn't mind washing dishes every day as long as he can whip up delightful meals. Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow from the side, remaining silent. Deng Xian removed his apron and set it aside, stating, speaking of washing dishes, I've just toiled in the kitchen for over an hour. Whoever is willing to wash the dishes should hurry. I need to take a break. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, none eager to wash the dishes. Xiang Ting proposed, why don't we play cards? Whoever loses will do the dishes. Zheng Tian's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, this is delightful. Ruan Jie and Xin Yuying exchanged glances, while Gu Chengyang sighed in silence. Xiang Ting had already begun to shuffle the cards, glancing at the trio and teasingly remarked, what is the matter? Are you afraid? If so, you might as well forfeit and wash the dishes. Xin Yuying, with a look of complexity, gazed at the naive Xiang Ting and said, let us play. Let us play. Let us play. Truly a foolish child. 10 minutes later, Xiang Ting resignedly tied on an apron and proceeded to clear the table of dishes. By the time he had washed all the pots and pans, 20 minutes had elapsed. The others, having rested sufficiently, decided to view the 80-minute escape room video. Xin Yuying retrieved a laptop, placed it on the coffee table, logged into Gu Chengyang's QQ account, downloaded the video, and commenced playback. The footage, captured by cameras, was somewhat blurry yet did not hinder the viewing experience. The screen revealed only 2 faint silhouettes accompanied by Deng Xian's cries for help. Hilarity erupted among the viewers, their laughter echoing as Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting doubled over in amusement. Deng Xian is going to be the death of me. They chuckled. Deng Xian, unfazed, urged, oh, stop laughing and keep watching. The remainder of the footage showcased Xin Yuying's individual brilliance. Ruan Jie located a laser voice recorder, and Xin Yuying extracted vital clues from the recordings, subsequently using the laser to activate these hints, successfully advancing to the next level. Then, Xin Yuying, with her intelligence and composure in the face of the daunting surroundings, skillfully gathered clues from various subtle hints and successfully unraveled the challenges. Initially, the 4 of them, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting in front, safeguarding the 2 girls, gradually transformed into Xin Yuying leading Ruan Jie by the hand, guiding Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting through each trial with unwavering determination. In contrast, Gu Chengyang and Deng Xian struggled at the second checkpoint for an extended period. Upon exiting the game, the attendant revealed that the first task was to locate the inscription beneath the princess's bedsheet, yet they bypassed it entirely by using a mirror. Subsequently, they inexplicably advanced to the next stage, where the highlights lay solely in Deng Xian's frantic exclamations and Gu Chengyang's calm demeanor. However, the most amusing aspect was Zheng Tian, who had initially positioned himself as the one to turn the tide and secure victory, only to have Xin Yuying overshadow him. Consequently, he let himself go, believing that the area was brimming with clues and adhering to the principle of not missing any potential leads. He attempted to collect everything he could carry. Even while strolling, he picked up 2 oddly shaped stones, adding them to his haul. Particularly, the dynamic between Deng Xian and Zheng Tian became a source of mutual mockery. One claimed that Deng Xian, being timid, was even less courageous than a girl, either crying for help or clutching the walkie-talkie in a bid to surrender. Meanwhile, the other remarked that Zheng Tian was destined to be a scavenger, collecting discarded items wherever he roamed. Humph, if it weren't for your constant interference in Gu Chengyang's performance, he might have already cleared the game. You're nothing but a hindrance. Unbelievable. How can a scavenger have the audacity to criticize me? Are you aware of the considerable inconvenience caused to the staff in restoring the scene due to the numerous items you have removed? Furthermore, the other 4 individuals merely observed as 2 people engaged in a quarrel, only quieting down once they grew weary of their altercation. Zheng Tian glanced at the Monopoly and the Three Kingdoms kill game, remarking, "We have merely 2 hours left, yet so much remains unplayed." Xiang Ting, invigorated by the thought, urged, "Quickly, let us engage in a few rounds before we must withdraw." Initially intending to play Three Kingdoms kill, the group reconsidered. Recognizing that Xiang Ting's intellectual capacity might not suffice for such a game, and thus opted for Monopoly instead. Originally, 6 players were to participate, with Xin Yuying taking on the role of the deity. However, as the group denied Xiang Ting the chance to play Three Kingdoms kill, he became displeased and declined to be a player, choosing instead to assume the full-time role of the deity. Now, let player 3, Gu Chengyang, roll the dice. Gu Chengyang took the dice and cast them forth. Player 3 rolled a 5, advancing 5 spaces. Gu Chengyang maneuvered his token forward 5 spaces, landing precisely on a square labeled Fate. Congratulations to player Gu Chengyang for triggering Fate. Please select from the cards I hold, as your choice will determine whether it is a reward or a penalty. Gu Chengyang casually pointed to a card. Unfortunately, he drew a triggering card. Xiang Ting, holding the card, surveyed the room to confirm he had not cheated before reading aloud. The player must sing a song for over 30 seconds. Failure to do so will result in a random forfeiture of property. Zheng Tian commented, "This seems rather simple." Yuan Jie echoed, "Indeed, is it merely singing? Moments ago, I was abruptly penalized with a fine of 50,000. Xiang Ting, maintaining an impartial demeanor devoid of sentiment, stated, "Please choose, sing or accept the punishment." Gu Chengyang replied, "Let us go with singing. I need a moment to think of a suitable song." Chapter 46, A Condom. Gu Chengyang lowered his gaze to the punishment card in his hand, rummaging through his mind for songs he could sing. Could Gu Chengyang sing? Was he any good? No one here could tell. Nonetheless, even if his voice were less than melodious, it hardly mattered, for this was merely a trivial penalty requiring a 30-second performance. Xiang Ting urged, "Enough pondering, just sing a few lines." Gu Chengyang suddenly recalled having previously taken Xin Yuying's phone, and in that instant, he knew exactly what to sing. He looked up and declared, "Since it's only 30 seconds, I'll just sing the climax." "Hurry and sing. Once you're done, we can continue the game." Deng Xian encouraged. "I stand under the blazing sun, wishing only to hold an umbrella for you. You lean on my shoulder, taking deep breaths to avoid forgetting." Because of the foolish game of fishing, we began to converse. How I wish the topics would flow endlessly, making the fair last forever. The balloons are in my hand. I lead you around aimlessly. There is something I wish to tell you, yet your eyes feign busyness. The egg cake and the jam at the corner of your mouth are both things I long to taste. The fair film is playing. This world has agreed to stroll together. This song is Yuan Yuan Hui by Jie Chou. As Gu Chengyang sang, his expression remained impassive, his gaze unfocused. Yet his voice was remarkably gentle. The previously animated group fell into a sudden silence. Xin Yuying stared blankly, her gaze fixed on the hand of cards in her possession. Unresponsive, Deng Xian paused mid-bite of the snack in his mouth, while Yuan Jie gradually widened her mouth in astonishment. As the final note faded away, and noticing the lack of reaction from the others, Gu Chengyang remarked, "I have finished my song." Xiang Ting teased, former deskmate, "How come you possess such a remarkable talent? Your singing is simply exquisite." Deng Xian chimed in, "Wow, compared to your vocal prowess, my culinary skills seem rather mediocre." Yuan Jie added, "Gu Chengyang, when will you audition for The Voice of China? I want to be your very first little fan." Xin Tian interjected, "Gu Chengyang, kindly sign a few more autographs for me now. When you gain fame, I can sell them." Gu Chengyang. Each of them expressed their astonishment and showered him with compliments, while only Xin Yuying remained preoccupied, idly toying with her fingers in silence. Xiang Ting then announced, "All right, next. Let player 4, Deng Xian, roll the dice." Monopoly is an exceptionally time-consuming game. At the outset, players are randomly allocated to a commercial district, each starting with a fixed amount of wealth. They then take turns rolling the dice to determine their movements, accumulating assets until only one player remains unbankrupted to declare victory. The most reluctant among them were Deng Xian and Xiang Ting. with Deng Xian currently holding the most wealth. It was highly probable that he would emerge as the victor if the game continued, and thus, he was unwilling to see it end. As for Xiang Ting, he revels in the sensation of playing God, albeit a deity whose sole responsibility is to oversee the smooth operation of the game. His presence or absence makes little difference. Yet he derives immense pleasure from it. During dinner, a call from Xian's mother came to check in on him. After hanging up, Wang Jie remarked, "I never expected that your ringtone is the same as the song Gu Chengyang sang this afternoon. I was truly surprised by how melodious his singing is. Although he may not excel at basketball, his vocal talent certainly adds to his appeal. If only he could play the guitar as well, wouldn't that be splendid?" Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying remained momentarily lost in thought, her mind replaying the image of Gu Chengyang singing earlier. It wasn't until Wang Jie called her name that she snapped back to reality. Yes, you are right. Wang Jie, with a look of skepticism, replied, "Right about what? What was I just saying? You mentioned something, didn't you? Oh right, weren't you also going to buy a notebook or something?" Wang Jie smacked her forehead and said, "Indeed. I almost forgot. Come, let us go purchase a notebook." Gu Chengyang, responding affirmatively, changed into his slippers and settled onto the sofa. He could faintly hear the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and walked into the kitchen. "Brother-in-law, I wish to learn how to cook," he stated. "Learn to cook?" Wang Jin paused in surprise. What prompted this sudden desire? "I simply want to learn," Gu Chengyang replied. "Very well, for now, assist me. Tomorrow, I will formally teach you. For the time being, please peel 2 cloves of garlic for me." Gu Chengyang searched the refrigerator for garlic. Wang Jun observed the situation and smiled, saying, "Xiaoyang, garlic should not be stored in the refrigerator, otherwise it will impart its aroma to everything else, leaving a pervasive scent throughout. Moreover, it will lose moisture. Check in the cabinet, on the second shelf." Gu Chengyang found the garlic and began to peel it slowly, inadvertently puncturing it with his fingernail. Meanwhile, Wang Jun had already prepared a dish, and, noticing that Gu Chengyang had yet to finish peeling, crouched down to instruct him. "Xiaoyang, you cannot peel garlic like that. Allow me to show you how it's done." Xin Yuying accompanied Wang Jie to a stationery store where they purchased a sketchbook. On their way, Xin Yuying inquired, "What do you intend to do with this? Are you planning to draw?" Wang Jie nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Today, after witnessing Deng Xian's culinary skills and Gu Chengyang's singing, I realized I have my own strengths. I have decided to illustrate the little stories I've conceived in my mind and submit them for publication." Xin Yuying expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, that's wonderful. I want to be your first little fan." Upon returning home, Wang Jie began to draw while Xin Yuying, with the book she had bought earlier, started reading. They occupied half of the desk each, immersed in tranquility. Early the next morning, Xin Yuying was awakened by a QQ call from Xiang Ting, who mentioned that he, along with Xing Tian and Deng Xian, intended to visit again that day. Confused, Xin Yuying asked, "Why? Haven't you already gathered once?" On the other end, Xiang Ting sheepishly replied, "We were so engrossed in fun yesterday that we forgot about our homework, which remains unwritten. We plan to come to your house to complete it and seek help if needed. Is that all right?" Xin Yuying responded, "That is fine. Come over." "Is Gu Chengyang not joining us?" Xiang Ting remarked. I inquired, and Gu Chengyang mentioned that he has matters to attend to today and will not be coming. However, I am certain he has completed his homework, so we can proceed without him. Meanwhile, at around 8 in the morning, Wang Jun and Gu Chengyang were leisurely strolling through the produce section of the supermarket beneath their residence. Wang Jun patiently explained, "To master the art of cooking, the first step is undoubtedly to learn how to select ingredients. Allow me to teach you. When purchasing potatoes, we must first examine their surface." At home, Gu Wanqing was washing clothes. As she placed the trousers that Gu Chengyang had changed out of into the water, she noticed something peculiar in the pocket that resembled a rectangular object. Could it be that Xiaoyang has taken up smoking? Gu Wanqing mused aloud while retrieving the item. To her astonishment, she discovered that it was 2 boxes of condoms. Chapter 47. What is love? Gu Wanqing abandoned her laundry, leaving the clothes to soak in the basin, and seated herself on the sofa, her gaze fixated on the 2 boxes of contraceptives resting on the coffee table. Gu Chengyang was the son of her uncle, making him her cousin. Despite their 11-year age difference, they had grown up together. Her uncle had ventured into business and expanded his endeavors overseas, while Gu Chengyang's mother remained in the provincial capital to oversee her son's education. During her high school years, Gu Wanqing had been living with her aunt, who, due to health issues, required more assistance from her in caring for her younger cousin. The bond between the siblings was remarkably strong. In her recollection, Xiaoyang had always been vivacious and cheerful during her childhood. It was only after the unfortunate incident in the 6th grade that she became taciturn. At that time, she was still in university and unable to provide adequate care. As Xiaoyang's condition deteriorated, she reluctantly arranged for her parents to grant her a year of leave from school, specifically to rent a place with Wang Jun to care for her. Eventually, Xiaoyang began to improve and chose to live alone, ceasing all communication with others. Although she was an elder sister, she had never truly penetrated the depths of Xiaoyang's inner world. She only knew he was reticent, fond of reading, and academically gifted. Beyond that, she was entirely oblivious and unable to delve deeper. For instance, Xiaoyang was merely 16 years old. She had no inkling as to why he would purchase condoms. After greeting Gu Chengyang and Gu Wanqing, she carried the groceries into the kitchen, while Wang Jun approached with a smile, lightly kissing Gu Wanqing on the cheek, and remarked, "Today I taught Xiaoyang how to buy groceries. He has a natural talent for it. Before long, I shall be able to withdraw from the kitchen." Gu Wanqing, with a serious expression, pushed Wang Jun's face away and said, "I have something important to discuss with you." Noticing her solemnity, Wang Jun abandoned his playful demeanor. Gu Wanqing retrieved a condom from beneath the coffee table, yet before she could speak, Wang Jun blushed and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my wife. Isn't this a bit inappropriate in broad daylight?" Gu Wanqing then playfully tapped his forehead and responded, "I truly wonder what occupies your mind all day." Gu Wanqing sighed and said, "I discovered the condom while doing laundry, tucked away in Xiaoyang's pocket." "Xiaoyang," Wang Jun exclaimed, taken aback. "Is that even possible? He is still so young. What would he need that for?" Gu Wanqing replied, "That is precisely what worries me. As you know, Xiaoyang struggled with depression a few years ago, and we even rented an apartment in college to look after him. Given his current state, I am quite concerned." Gu Wanqing insisted, "You must speak with him immediately." "Ah, then I won't be cooking?" Wang Jun responded, "Let me handle lunch today. You should go talk to Xiaoyang. Remember to be gentle and avoid provoking him." Wang Jun nodded in understanding. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Gu Chengyang had already washed all the vegetables needed for lunch and had set them aside to drain on the cutting board. Wang Jun approached and said, "Xiaoyang, we won't be cooking together today. My brother-in-law has some matters to discuss with you." Gu Chengyang paused for a moment and asked, "Then what will we have for lunch?" Wang Jun helped Gu Chengyang out of his apron, saying, "Today, your sister will prepare the meal. We need some time for an important conversation." "All right," Gu Chengyang replied. Wang Jun gently guided Gu Chengyang into the bedroom, calling out, "Dear, please put in some effort with lunch today. Xiaoyang and I need to discuss some topics relevant to men." Once in the bedroom, Wang Jun had Gu Chengyang sit on the bed while he settled into the sofa. Observing him intently, Gu Chengyang felt somewhat unnerved under Wang Jun's intense gaze. It was the first time he had witnessed such seriousness from his brother-in-law. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Brother-in-law, what is it you wish to discuss?" Wang Jun had contemplated this for quite some time before he finally posed a question. "Xiaoyang, do you understand what love truly is?" "Huh?" Gu Chengyang was taken aback, surprised by his brother-in-law's sudden shift in tone. "Love, as it is defined, differs from mere affection and impulse. It is not a sensation that one can directly perceive. Rather, it is an unguarded moment when you suddenly recognize the merits of another, leading you to be willing to make sacrifices for them. It is akin to realizing how delightful the cookie in your hand is, prompting you to share it with her. Do you comprehend this?" Gu Chengyang stood there, momentarily bewildered, and replied, "I understand, but brother-in-law, why are you sharing this with me? Is this what affection is? Can it be considered love? Perhaps. Why? Because your sister and I were high school sweethearts. Nonetheless, I must advise against you engaging in early relationships. The chances of you experiencing the same fortune as your sister or me are slim. Although we were high school lovers, we were acutely aware of each other's desires. And more importantly, we understood our own aspirations. Xiaoyang, do you truly know what it is that you want?" Wang Jun spoke with sincere gravity, leaving Gu Chengyang in a state of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chengyang responded, "Brother-in-law, didn't you previously say that if one has someone they like, they should pursue them boldly? Why has your tone shifted now?" Wang Jun was momentarily taken aback. He had previously advised Gu Chengyang to boldly pursue anyone he liked. Yet the circumstances seemed to have shifted. Gu Chengyang nodded and remarked, "Of course, I understand. For instance, you should be teaching me how to cook right now, rather than uttering some nonsensical words." Chapter 48. The foolish and the affluent Wang Zhen was perplexed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Was my hint not sufficiently clear? Perhaps it was too subtle for Xiao Yang to grasp. Perhaps I should be more forthright. Xiao Yang, I said, you may not fully comprehend my words. What I mean is, you are a high school student and should focus on your studies. The blossoms of love are to be admired and praised. Yet you should not partake in their bitter fruits, for they are still unripe. Gu Chengyang looked at Wang Zhen with a bewildered expression, contemplating whether to inform his sister that his brother-in-law might be experiencing a lapse in judgment. Observing Gu Chengyang's confusion, Wang Zhen decided to be even more direct. Then let me be blunt, brother-in-law. I just found a condom in your pocket. Gu Chengyang responded, what condom? I didn't buy any. He was utterly bewildered and insisted, I have never purchased one. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow and replied, but I discovered it in your pocket, the very one you wore yesterday. Gu Chengyang lowered his head, pondering the situation, and said, no, I didn't buy anything yesterday. I only bought 2 packs of gum at the supermarket. Gum? Wang Zhen was also taken aback, for what he had found was unmistakably a condom. Wang Zhen remarked, just wait for me to fetch it for you. You clearly purchased condoms. Gu Chengyang, bemused, realized that in a moment of carelessness, he had taken 2 boxes from the checkout counter, unaware that they contained condoms instead of chewing gum. The resemblance was striking, and he had wondered why his total was unexpectedly high. Once everything was clarified, Wang Zhen let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, you truly frightened me. I thought Xiao Yang had gone astray. Gu Chengyang chuckled and replied, so, everything is fine now, and I may proceed to the restroom? Wang Zhen waved her hand dismissively, saying, it's all good, you may go. Ahem, about those 2 boxes, I shall keep them safe for you. Once Gu Chengyang entered the restroom, Wang Zhen quietly slipped into the kitchen. Upon seeing her, Gu Wanqing quickly inquired, what did Xiao Yang say? Wang Zhen, picking a piece of meat from a freshly cooked dish with her fingers, replied, everything is fine. Xiao Yang simply made a mistake at the supermarket. He intended to buy chewing gum. Gu Wanqing smacked Wang Zhen's hand, chiding, have you not washed your hands? You just grabbed it and ate it. Is it true? Wang Zhen retorted, of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? I meant to say that Xiao Yang did not deceive you. Gu Wanqing remained slightly unconvinced. Wang Zhen gently embraced Gu Wanqing from behind, resting her head on Gu Wanqing's shoulder, and assured her, how could that be? Xiao Yang has been raised under your watch. Do you not know whether he would lie? I confiscated those 2 boxes of condoms, and tonight. Gu Wanqing, blushing with shyness, playfully pushed Wang Zhen out of the kitchen, chiding, what on earth are you thinking about every day? With the problem resolved, the heavy burden on Gu Wanqing's chest finally lifted, and she found joy in cooking once more. During dinner, the 3 of them tacitly avoided mentioning the incident. And of course, Gu Chengyang still believed his sister was unaware. Suddenly, while dining, Gu Chengyang recalled something and messaged Xin Yuying. Do you have the receipt from our shopping trip yesterday? He felt a wave of relief as he added, it's nothing. Just checking. At Xin Yuying's home, Deng Xian observed her fixation on her phone with dissatisfaction and remarked, dear Yuying, is my cooking not to your liking? No. It's quite delicious, she replied. Then why are you glued to your phone during dinner? Do you realize that not paying attention while eating is the greatest insult to a chef? Xin Yuying hastily explained, it's not that I want to look. Gu Chengyang messaged me. Xiang Ting inquired, what did he say? Is he regretting not coming to hang out today? Xin Yuying showed them her phone, saying no. He was just asking about the bill from yesterday. Sheng Tian commented, according to my divination, Gu Chengyang is subtly reminding us about the debt. Didn't he say he would pay first, and then we would split the cost later? Ruan Jie wore a look of disdain and remarked, is that even a question? Anyone could deduce that. Moreover, when have you ever engaged in divination? Zheng Tian pointed to the half-eaten chicken leg in his bowl and said, isn't this so? Observe. As I take a bite, it creates a perfect arc, which aligns precisely with these 3 grains of rice, forming a divinatory symbol. As he spoke, he fiddled with the greasy grains of rice using his chopsticks. How revolting! Xin Yuying and Xiang Ting exclaimed in unison. After their meal, they all slumped onto the sofa, once again embroiled in a debate about who would wash the dishes. Deng Xian declared, I will not do it. I am the one who cooked. So you all can sort it out yourselves. Xin Yuying waved her hand and said, you all copied my homework today. So it stands to reason that I shouldn't be the one to wash up. Ruan Jie quickly added, I accompanied Deng Xian to buy groceries today, so I shouldn't be responsible either. Ultimately, only Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting remained, each insisting that the other should take on the task, both unwilling to budge. Xin Yuying urged, "Hurry up. If the grease dries, it will be much harder to clean. You need to make a decision." Xiang Ting pointed to the deck of cards on the coffee table that they had purchased just yesterday and proposed, "Let us play cards. The loser does the dishes." Zheng Tian readily agreed. Xin Yuying, Wan Jie, and Deng Xian exchanged glances, silently communicating their complex and conflicting emotions. 5 minutes later, with a mournful expression, Xiang Ting tied on an apron to tackle the dishes. Xin Yuying watched him go, unable to suppress a shake of her head and a sigh. That foolish child. Zheng Tian innocently waved his hand and remarked, "You cannot blame me. He insisted on playing poker with me." On Monday morning, upon arriving at school, Gu Chengyang nonchalantly took his seat, only to realize that something was amiss with his companions. Xin Yuying inquired, "Gu Chengyang, the other day you contributed the funds. How much was it in total?" The others leaned in with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chengyang replied, "It amounts to 430. But considering that many items like vinegar and bowls can be reused from Xin Yuying's home, let us just say each person contributes 60. The others eagerly began to produce their money, delighted by such an advantageous arrangement. However, Xin Yuying furrowed her brow and protested, "Wait, that's not right. I recall our first outing costing nearly 400, and the second time we spent another 100. How can it only be 430? Furthermore, if the items can be used at my house, I should be paying more." Collecting the money from his peers, Gu Chengyang questioned, "Are you all unhappy with my calculations?" They eagerly affirmed, "Not at all, we're entirely agreeable." Xiang Ting cheerfully handed over her contribution. Reluctantly, Xin Yuying followed suit, silently contemplating that some people truly are naive with their money, not even realizing how they managed to score full marks in mathematics. Chapter 49. May there be no early romance in November. The southern weather had turned considerably colder, prompting everyone to don thick garments, with some already clad in down jackets. As the week commenced, the drop in temperature led many children to succumb to drowsiness, and Xiang Ting was the most conspicuous example, perpetually on the verge of sleep. In mathematics class, the teacher furrowed his brow and instructed Xiang Ting to stand up and pay attention. In English class, the teacher, still with a knitted brow, directed Xiang Ting to the back of the classroom to listen. During geography class, the teacher frowned and told Xiang Ting to step outside for some fresh air. That afternoon, a few students finished their lunch and were walking towards the classroom when Xiang Ting suddenly grabbed Xin Yuying's arm. With an ingratiating smile, he said, "Sister Yuying, have you had enough to eat? Allow me to treat you to some snacks." Xin Yuying declined, replying, "I'm full. I'm not hungry right now. How about I buy you a bottle of hot milk?" He persisted, "Thank you, but that is unnecessary." Xin Yuying felt perplexed and added, "Xiang Ting, don't get your hopes up. I absolutely want to share the answers for this afternoon's math test. Then let me treat you to breakfast every morning. The soup dumplings at school are quite delicious." "Thank you, but I eat at home." Xin Yuying continued to refuse, stating, "I've already told you. I want to share the answers, so stop trying to curry favor with me." "Oh, it's not about the test. Then what is it?" Xiang Ting glanced around to ensure no one was listening, leaned closer to Xin Yuying, and whispered, "I'd like you to help me charge my power bank." Xin Yuying's eyes widened in surprise, and she replied softly, "Why do you need to charge your power bank? Haven't you handed in your phone?" Xiang Ting nodded, explaining, "I've noticed that the school isn't very strict about checking phones. I can play a little under the covers each night." Xin Yuying suggested, "Why don't you ask Gu Chengyang? Isn't he a day student as well?" Xiang Ting wore a look of perplexity as he remarked, "Gu Chengyang appears to be ethereal, utterly detached from worldly affairs. He certainly would not assist me. However, you are different. Although both of you are academic prodigies, you possess the ability to revel in the company of others. Oh, do lend me your aid. I promise to bring you a soup dumpling each morning." Xin Yuying could hardly endure Xiang Ting's playful demeanor, especially since she had to look up to meet his gaze. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, saying, "All right, I agree. But as for the soup dumplings, I shall enjoy those at home." Xiang Ting's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, dear Yuying. From this day forth, you shall be my dearest sister." With that, he reached into the pocket of his down jacket and discreetly handed her a power bank, taking advantage of the corridor's solitude. Xin Yuying promptly tucked it into her own pocket. She cautioned him, "In the future, do refrain from playing on your phone too late. I've noticed you've been sleeping in every day this week." Xiang Ting replied, "Not anymore. This past week was an exception. I assure you I will retire by midnight henceforth." With that, he bounced away cheerfully. Watching his carefree silhouette fade, Xin Yuying could not help but sigh, muttering to herself, "Is it truly considered early for the youth to retire at such an hour? How alarming." At that moment, Gu Chengyang looked up and inquired, "Where have you been? Why did it take so long?" Initially, Xin Yuying contemplated revealing the details, but considering the potential implications of Xiangting's phone usage, she opted for vagueness, saying, "Xiangting sought me out for a brief discussion. Where is he now?" Gu Chengyang observed, yet all he could discern was a white object, failing to grasp its true nature. He contemplated inquiring, but noticed Xin Yuying had already laid her head on the table, her eyes closed. Watching the gentle flutter of her long eyelashes, he abandoned the thought of questioning her. Throughout the week, Gu Chengyang had been engulfed in a discontent he could not quite articulate, particularly when in the presence of Xiangting. This week, Xiangting's behavior had been unusually amiable towards Xin Yuying, though it was not uncommon for him and Zheng Tian to curry favor with her for the sake of copying her assignments. Their current enthusiasm surpassed any previous efforts. As Xin Yuying reached for her cup to fetch some water, Xiangting rushed over, excessively flattering, "Sister Yuying, are you thirsty? Would you prefer cold or hot water? What ratio do you desire? You sit here, I shall fetch it for you." During lunchtime, as a group made their way to the cafeteria, Xiangting eagerly approached. "Sister Yuying, please save us a seat while we get our meals. I'll grab one for you as well. What would you like? They have shredded potatoes, braised pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes today." Such displays of attention from Xiangting left Gu Chengyang particularly displeased. That evening, during self-study, when Xin Yuying encountered a challenging math problem, she slid the question and her draft paper across to Gu Chengyang's desk. If he wouldn't explain, then so be it. "Why act so haughty? I have done nothing to provoke you," she thought, scribbling aimlessly on her draft paper while muttering, "I am quite capable of solving this." Gu Chengyang packed his belongings and stated, "Xin Yuying, move aside." "All right." He maintained his impassive expression. "Oh." Upon observing that Gu Chengyang was disinclined to engage in conversation, Xin Yuying rose to offer him her seat. Gu Chengyang, carrying his backpack, approached the podium to exchange a few words with the teacher supervising the study session before departing. Xin Yuying gazed out the window as Gu Chengyang walked away, murmuring to herself, "This person has been quite peculiar lately, completely ignoring me and speaking in such a cold manner." By chance, her eyes fell upon a piece of paper on Gu Chengyang's desk. Though she recognized the impropriety of snooping, she couldn't resist stealing a glance. To her surprise, she discovered that the paper contained the workings of the very problem she had just posed to him. With a sense of joy, she retrieved the paper, realizing it was a note left for her by Gu Chengyang. Although she remained perplexed by his aloofness, she recognized that he had entirely disregarded her. At that moment, Wang Zhen emerged, singing a jubilant rendition of Happy Birthday while carrying a cake. Gu Wanqing also leaped forth, exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, happy birthday." "Thank you, sister and brother-in-law," Gu Chengyang replied calmly. Wang Zhen, oblivious to Gu Chengyang's demeanor, eagerly urged, "Hurry, make a wish and blow out the candles. I specifically bought your sister's favorite flavor." Gu Chengyang knelt beside the coffee table, donning a party hat, gazing at the 16 candles adorning the cake. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and made a wish. May there be no early romances in this world. Chapter 50. Does Xiangting desire an online romance? For high school students, life typically revolves around attending classes and completing assignments. In the absence of school activities, the only anticipation lies in the arrival of the weekend. However, for Xiangting, the present circumstances are far from ordinary. He finds himself looking forward to each evening. The sound of the bell urged everyone to hasten their evening routines and retreat to their beds, silencing further conversation. Each floor was overseen by a resident advisor tasked with managing the dormitory students. Xiangting had already obediently nestled into her bed, observing her classmates who continued to wander about, neither speaking nor sleeping, lying there in tranquil silence. In such moments, she would burrow beneath her covers, illuminating her face with the soft glow of her phone screen as she opened QQ. "Xiaoxing, are you there?" "I'm here," she messaged. "Yes, I'm under the covers, and my roommate is already asleep," came the reply. "Me too," she responded with a playful giggle, sharing a charming image. The light from her phone cast a warm glow on Xiangting's face, reflecting her blissful smile. "Shall we play a game?" Xiaoxing inquired. "Sure, let us log on." Xiang Ting replied. I have an exam tomorrow morning, so I can only play one round. No worries, I'll support you, Xiaoxing assured her. Last weekend, Xiang Ting had encountered the delightful Xiaoxing during a gaming session, leading to a friendship forged through several matches and the subsequent exchange of QQ details, deepening their bond. After completing a game together, Xiaoxing said, All right then, good night, big brother. Don't stay up too late. Good night, Xiang Ting replied, rummaging through her phone to find the cutest emoji to send. After waiting for quite some time in the chat interface without receiving further messages, she grew curious and browsed through Xiaoxing's QQ space, perusing her posts and photo albums. She even explored the profiles of those who had commented on Xiaoxing's posts. Eventually, she emerged from her digital exploration, utilizing her esteemed yellow diamond privilege to erase her browsing history. I once again immersed myself in the game, honing my skills with Dajiao, as Xiaoxing expressed her fondness for Dajiao's support. As the clock struck 12:30, my phone battery dwindled, prompting Xiang Ting to gracefully power off and retire for the night. The following day, during lunch, Zheng Tian inquired, Xiang Ting, have you been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately? Xiang Ting, blissfully munching on her meal, replied, Not at all. Why would I feel stressed? Deng Xian remarked, with your carefree demeanor. It hardly seems like you would bear any burdens. Zheng Tian continued, as your desk mate and an astute fortune teller, I have been observing you for quite some time. Xiang Ting, taking another bite, retorted, boring. Zheng Tian asserted, based on my observations, you have been dozing off in class daily and speaking in your sleep at night. It is undoubtedly a sign of mounting pressure. Upon hearing this, Wan Jie became intrigued and asked, You talk in your sleep? I've never encountered someone who does. What do you say? Zheng Tian responded, I couldn't quite catch the words, but I have consistently heard you laughing in your dreams this week. Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang also expressed interest, with Xin Yuying asking, Are you certain you were laughing in your sleep and not awake? Gu Chengyang added, If he was laughing while asleep and aware it was a dream, that's one thing. But if he were to wake up laughing, that would indeed be alarming. Finally, Deng Xian, who had been preoccupied with his meal, seized the opportunity to interject. So, who did you dream of? Surely it wasn't he some beautiful maiden? Gu Chengyang seemingly glanced at Xin Yuying, then remarked, A lad of 15 or 16 dreaming of girls daily. This is quite unacceptable and seriously detrimental to one's studies. Upon noticing that everyone was gazing at him, Xiang Ting lowered his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his smile, and said, Since everyone is curious, I shall speak candidly. In truth, Zheng Tian heard my laughter. At that moment, I was not yet asleep. Wan Jie was taken aback, her eyes widening in terror as she asked, Could it be that you are truly a ghost? Oh no, certainly not, Xiang Ting replied, setting down his chopsticks with a hint of embarrassment. I met a girl online, and I have developed feelings for her. Zheng Tian, Deng Xian, Gu Chengyang, Wan Jie, and Xin Yuying chorused in unison. Xin Yuying remarked, So all this time, when you asked me to help you charge your power bank, it was for the purpose of chatting with a girl at night? I had thought you were going to play games. Wan Jie inquired, How old is she? Where is she from? Is she good looking? Deng Xian added, You didn't even exchange phone numbers? Wait a moment. I distinctly remember collecting your phone on Monday morning. As the class monitor, he was keenly aware of his responsibilities. Zheng Tian interjected, Goodness, if you weren't asleep, why did you ignore me when I called you at night? Xin Yuying pressed, How old is that girl? Xiang Ting responded, She claims she is also in her first year of high school. Wan Jie asked, And where is she from? Xiang Ting replied, She said she is from City C. Gu Chengyang interjected, City C is not far from here. It takes about 3 hours by bus or car. How do you know this? Xin Yuying curiously inquired, while Wan Jie asked, Is that sister beautiful? Xiang Ting replied, She claims to be average in appearance, but I find her quite charming. Deng Xian scoffed, It's always what she says. Does her opinion truly define her looks? Xiang Ting countered, We have exchanged photos, and she appears rather lovely. Zheng Tian smirked, You sent her pictures, and she didn't delete you on the spot? Xiang Ting defended, Though I may not possess the striking handsomeness of Gu Chengyang, I do have my own appealing physique. Gu Chengyang remarked, So? You are implying you have an interest in this girl? Xiang Ting shyly nodded, stating, Spending time with her gives me the sensation of encountering my first love. Chapter 51. The adorable little star. Deng Xian gasped, This is utterly absurd. You've only known that girl for a week, and aside from a few games, you've never met her, yet you've developed feelings? Zheng Tian chimed in, What if she is a fraud? Xiang Ting rebutted, That's impossible. Zheng Tian pressed on. What if the person on the other end is a troll, sending you flirtatious messages under a cute gaming ID? What would you do? Xiang Ting was momentarily taken aback, replying, surely not. We exchanged photos. Xin Yuying added, it's quite easy to find any girl's photo online. A simple search on Baidu yields countless results. Xiang Ting began to doubt herself, cautiously inquiring, is she deceiving me? But what could her motive possibly be? Zheng Tian replied, there could be numerous motives. On a smaller scale, it might simply satisfy her twisted inner desires. On a grander scale, it could be to swindle your wealth or even to deceive you into a real-life encounter, only to sell you off later. Xiang Ting clutched her head in shock, exclaiming, is it really that terrifying? Ruan Jie interjected, not necessarily. What if she is genuinely a girl? Zheng Tian shrugged, stating, you've already mentioned it's a what if. Do you really believe Xiang Ting possesses such extraordinary luck? Xiang Ting asked, so what should we do? The Sun team consisted of 6 members, but in a game of Honor of Kings, a maximum of 5 could play together. Apart from Xiang Ting and the mysterious Xiao Xing, only 3 others could join. Eager to witness the enchantment of Xiao Xing, who had captivated Xiang Ting in merely a week, everyone in the group clamored to participate. Deng Xian declared, as the class leader, I have both the authority and responsibility to consider every student's situation. Therefore, I must partake in tonight's game to discern the true nature of this Xiao Xing. Zheng Tian, unwilling to yield, proclaimed, as Xiang Ting's closest companion, I must secure one of those 3 spots. I know her better than anyone. My participation is essential. Before Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, and Ruan Jie could voice their opinions, Zheng Tian and Deng Xian in the group had already begun to quarrel, exchanging various emoticons, leaving others unable to interject. In no time, the messages escalated to 99, with the 2 engaged in a heated exchange. When Xiang Ting interjected, the slots are full. We shall commence the game now. Zheng Tian exclaimed, what? Deng Xian echoed, what? Zheng Tian then addressed Xiang Ting. If you do not provide me with an explanation regarding this matter, I shall inform the coach that your absence from last week's training was a mere fabrication. Xiang Ting replied, aside from me and Xiao Xing, there are only 3 slots remaining. Deng Xian responded, I am aware, so what of it? Xiang Ting stated, to ensure our victory in the game, we must have Gu Chengyang. Zheng Tian and Deng Xian concurred, that is indeed true. And then? Xiang Ting continued, both Yuying and Ruan Jie are female. They are likely to possess a more meticulous mindset. With their presence, we can conduct a proper analysis post-game, correct? Zheng Tian and Deng Xian acknowledged. That does hold some merit. Xiang Ting concluded, so you 2, who are merely here for the excitement, can take a back seat for now. Upon entering the game, in the team interface, Xiao Xing typed, brother, why are there 3 additional people? Xiao Xing remarked, that's fine. Xin Yuying inquired, is that you, Xiao Xing? Can you turn on your microphone? Before long, Xiao Xing activated her microphone, asking, ahem, can you all hear me? Her voice, soft and delicate, revealed her femininity. Upon hearing Xiao Xing's voice, the others finally activated their microphones as well. Ruan Jie, Kudo Shinichi, also took the microphone, being the first to exclaim, wow. Xiao Xing's voice is so delightful. Xiao Xing, who is petite, replied, thank you, sister. Your voice is lovely as well. Xiang Ting, filled with excitement, performed 10 push-ups in the room and, suppressing a grin, declared, since there are no issues, I shall proceed. Soon, they matched with opponents and entered the hero selection interface. Xiao Xing, being petite, stated, I can only play marksman and support. Xin Yuying, brimming with enthusiasm, the sweet-hearted leader, encouraged, no worries, you go ahead and choose. Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment before saying, then I shall select first, please don't think poorly of me. After much contemplation, Xiao Xing chose Kai Wenji. The tall player, Zhai Xing, suggested, then Xiao Xing, please support me as Kai Wenji. I will play Yuji. Ruan Jie quickly selected her only proficient hero, the top laner Arthur, leaving only Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang yet to choose their heroes. You can pick whatever you like, Yuying, we will win this match, remarked Cao Bushangbeda. Thus, Xin Yuying deliberated for quite some time before selecting the mid-lane mage Zhuge Liang, a character she had studied for ages but had never dared to play. Finally, Cao Bushangbeda locked in Li Bai, and they entered the game. Upon starting, Kai Wenji followed Yu Ji as they made their way to the bottom lane. Quan Su, hiding in the grass, remarked, aren't you in the first year of high school as well? Why do you call me sister? We should be of the same age, right? Upon arriving at the bottom lane, Kai Wenji circled around Yuji and said, I was born in January 2003. You all must be older than me. Xin Yuying gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, so young. You are only 14. Kai Wenji obediently healed Yuji, stating, yes, but in just over 2 months. I will turn 15. A few individuals engaged in casual conversation, while Gu Chengyang preferred to remain silent, disinclined to converse with strangers. Xiang Ting, eager to make a favorable impression on Xiaoxing, was absorbed in the game and found little to say. The atmosphere was predominantly filled with the chatter of 3 young women, as Xiaoxing, who had a penchant for comics and animations, conversed more frequently with Ruanjie. As the game progressed towards its climax, Zhuge Liang was ambushed by 2 opponents while attempting to steal a blue buff. Xiaoxing, controlling Kai Wenji, rushed to his aid, exclaiming, don't worry, my dear sweetheart leader, I'm here to save you. However, she was a moment too late, arriving just in time to witness Zhuge Liang lying in the grass, while the 2 adversaries zeroed in on the isolated support character. Xiang Ting, unable to bear the sight of her adorable support being captured, urged, Xiaoxing, hold on. I'm almost there. Kai Wenji cried out, hurry and save me. The opponent's DMO has kicked me. Yuji announced, I'm coming. DMO, meet your demise. Kai Wenji continued, hurry up. I'll heal you. With her first skill followed by her second, she lamented, oh no, I couldn't control him. But it's all right, I still have healing. Yuji responded, I'm down. DMO, observing the couple's IDs, silently scoffed, not bad. The game concluded without incident, followed by 2 additional rounds. Finally, Xiaoxing sweetly declared, let us call it a day. I'm off to dinner. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, brother. Chapter 52, The Cad. With Xiaoxing offline, Xiang Ting intended to chat a bit more with Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying in the game voice channel, but they too soon logged off. Xiang Ting gave it little thought and proceeded to have a meal. Meanwhile, Deng Xian and Zheng Tian were lamenting vehemently in the group chat. Deng Xian exclaimed, she is merely 14 years old, just a little girl. Zheng Tian added, she is a flower of our nation. How could you possibly bring yourself to do such a thing, Xiang Ting? Deng Xian continued, how could you do this? She is so young, so innocent. My goodness. You truly lack decency. Xiang Ting. Zheng Tian suggested, shall we report this and have him arrested? This individual has violated our nation's laws. Xiang Ting perused the messages and discovered that Ruanjie and Xin Yuying had recounted their recent gaming experience with Xiaoxing, embellishing it with numerous conjectures about personality and gender. Ruanjie asserted, it must undoubtedly be a girl, and her age is unlikely to be fabricated. Gu Chengyang remarked, indeed, she is from City C. Although she speaks Mandarin, one can occasionally detect a hint of an accent. Xin Yuying speculated, I imagine she must be quite adorable, probably standing at less than 160 centimeters. Zheng Tian inquired, how did you deduce her gender and age, Ruanjie? Ruanjie replied, based on my years of anime watching experience, I can discern that she is certainly not using a voice changer, as such devices could not produce such authenticity. Moreover, she enjoys anime. She recognized the titles I mentioned during our gaming session, which allows me to estimate her age to be roughly similar to ours. Deng Xian questioned, but what if she is not using a voice changer and is instead utilizing a false voice? Ruanjie, if it truly is a mere pretense, she could effortlessly transition into the realm of voice acting in the future. After a brief understanding of the situation, Zheng Tian and Deng Xian commenced their verbal onslaught against the old scoundrel, Xiang Ting. Zheng Tian remarked, she stands at less than 1.60 meters. You two boast a height difference of over 20 centimeters. How can you possibly have the audacity? Why not mention your weight of 70 kilograms? I dare say you could easily render that young lady unconscious under your weight. Deng Xian interjected, beasts, absolute beasts. An old bull preying on tender grass. Xiang Ting, still in high spirits, declared, from now on, you needn't fret about the allocation of roles during our gaming sessions. I shall accompany Xiaoxing and abandon your company. Deng Xian retorted, a beast who forgets his friends for the sake of beauty. However, amidst the playful banter, the matter concerning Xiang Ting and the young lady, Xiaoxing, warrants a serious approach. Gu Chengyang inquired, Xiang Ting, what do you intend to do about this young lady? Xiang Ting replied, I plan to study diligently and then visit her during the holidays. Zheng Tian scoffed, study diligently? Spending every night playing games with her and staying up late. That's what you call studying? Don't ruin that young lady's future. Xiang Ting responded, we have already discussed it. With only a little over a month left in this semester, We'll continue to have fun. Come the next semester. We shall both surrender our phones and focus on our studies, reserving weekends for our time together. Xin Yuying asked, so, are you planning to visit her during this winter break? Xiang Ting shy. JPG, I plan to wait until next summer vacation. We have only just met, and the timing is not yet ripe. Gu Chengyang, regardless of the circumstances, these individuals in the group are your good friends. I hope you do not conceal anything from us. We are all here for your well-being. However, I also hope you do not bully or deceive that young girl. Perhaps Gu Chengyang's words were too moving, causing Xiang Ting to become somewhat more honest, as he replied, Brother Ching, I understand. In fact, I am also contemplating whether I truly like that girl. After all, we have only known each other for a short time and merely played some games together. I fear that my affection may be too superficial, and thus I am hesitant, which is why I am waiting until the summer vacation to meet. Xin Yuying remarked, indeed. Before you ascertain your feelings, it is essential to remain composed. If the girl from another family likes you, yet you are merely playing around, that would be unfair. Xin Yuying. Ruan Jie, Gu Chengyang Deng Xianzing Tian. 2A. Scoundrel. Xiang Ting looked at the several individuals in the group who were simultaneously berating him, feeling somewhat baffled and inexplicably aggrieved as he held his phone. Wasn't Sister Yuying's intention to convey something different? 3 weeks had passed since the midterm examinations, and November was drawing to a close. Although it rarely snowed in the southern winter, the chill was enough to make one shiver, longing to burrow under the covers and never emerge. The New Year's Eve of 2018 fell on February 15th, nearly 20 days later than the previous year, implying that this semester would extend by almost 20 days compared to last. With nearly 50 days remaining until the winter break and the Lunar New Year, the students of Jiangshan High School have become numb in their daily studies. Each day begins with an overwhelming array of assignments across various subjects, leaving only time for meals and sleep, with the remainder consumed by attending classes and completing homework. This relentless cycle has dulled their senses, trapping them within the confines of their textbooks. During tonight's evening study session, overseen by their homeroom teacher, Gu Wanqing, she noticed her students' lack of focus as the class neared its end, yet chose not to intervene. Hooray! The teacher is so kind. Teacher, I love you. As Gu's words resonated, the students erupted in playful cheers, expressing their gratitude. Gu Wanqing, unfazed by their candid remarks, merely smiled and remarked, I hope that after taking my apples, you will refrain from purchasing those overpriced ones outside. Chapter 53. Christmas cannot be. But apples can. Deng Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and quipped, all you ever think about is playing. Can you not contemplate something else? Nevertheless, Xiang Ting disregarded Deng Xian's jibe and continued, what about Ruan Jie? Is she going out this week? Ruan Jie, having just finished her math homework, replied listlessly, I don't want to play. I need to study diligently. Xiang Ting responded, ISNT, there's still over 20 days until the final exams. Why the rush to review? Ruan Jie, feeling weary, replied, although the final exams are still some time away, I must perform well on the test at the beginning of January. I can't even memorize the formulas. What should I do? Xiang Ting remarked, oh well, since the exams are after the New Year's holiday, I might as well enjoy myself this week and study during the holiday. Ruan Jie pushed Xiang Ting's head away and replied, I have no time for that. From now until the winter break, I shan't indulge in any fun. Xiang Ting then asked, hey, Chenggu, Yuying Mei, are we going out this week? Gu Chengyang remained silent, casting a glance at his deskmate, Xin Yuying. Xiang Ting gasped in horror. Does Yuying Mei, with such excellent grades, also need to review? Xin Yuying shot him a glare and said, do you think good grades just fall from the sky? Without diligent study, how can one achieve them? Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow and commented, but I find achieving good grades to be quite simple. Xin Yuying glared at him and retorted, you can leave. Observing Xin Yuying's distressed expression, Gu Chengyang said, I see you've been poring over biology all night. Do you intend to neglect your other subjects? As both Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang were day students and not in a rush to leave, she rested her head on her desk and sighed. My relationship with biology is akin to a first love. It torments me endlessly. Gu Chengyang pressed his lips together, recalibrating his tone and phrasing. Is biology truly that difficult? Xin Yuying lazily replied, it may not be challenging for a top student like you, but for me, it's quite formidable. I must secure a spot among the top 3 in our class for the biology exam in January. Gu Chengyang inquired, is that an order from your mother? She clarified, not exactly, but I am consistently within the top 3 in all subjects except biology, and that troubles me greatly. Gu Chengyang gazed at Xin Yuying, who was resting her head on the desk. From his vantage point, he could only see half of her profile pressed against the surface and the ponytail cascading down her neck. "Allow me to assist you," he offered. "You can help me?" Xin Yuying sat up and nodded. "Indeed. I assure you that you will rank among the top 3 in biology this time," Gu Chengyang declared confidently. Xin Yuying replied, "Oh please, I know my own capabilities in biology. Even if you tutor me, with only 10 days left, I doubt I can improve significantly." Gu Chengyang straightened his posture, crossing his arms as he asserted, "As long as you permit me to tutor you, I guarantee you will achieve the highest score in the class." Xin Yuying lifted her head, observing Gu Chengyang's self-assured demeanor, and laughed. "You must be joking. The top score would be you, wouldn't it? Do you believe me?" he inquired. "Not at all," Xin Yuying replied honestly, shaking her head. "Are you willing to wager?" Gu Chengyang pressed on, his eyes gleaming with a mix of mockery and provocation. "Fine, I'll take the bet. I'm not afraid of you," Xin Yuying retorted, initially intending to decline. But Gu Chengyang's gaze seemed to challenge her, as if to say, "I knew you wouldn't dare." She felt invigorated by the challenge. "All right, if one of us loses, they must fulfill a request from the other, which can be any legal demand. What do you say?" Gu Chengyang contemplated for a moment before responding. Xin Yuying, unable to contain her laughter at Gu Chengyang's serious demeanor, replied, "Very well, I'm in." On ordinary days, Gu Chengyang often wore an expressionless demeanor. Even when conversing with his close friends, his face remained largely devoid of emotion. However, witnessing Xin Yuying display a childlike innocence was a rare sight, leaving her feeling both intrigued and somewhat uncomfortable. Gu Chengyang nodded, his gaze fixed on the lively charm dangling from the backpack Xin Yuying carried, while memories of her radiant smile danced in his mind. Her laughter was irresistibly infectious, characterized by a gentle upward curve at the corners of her mouth, soft, arched brows, and 2 delicate dimples that appeared when she beamed. Even her sparkling eyes seemed to mirror that joyful arc. Gu Chengyang found himself unknowingly captivated by her allure. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Wang Zhen arrived just in time, emerging from the taxi with 2 boxes of apples from the trunk. He remarked, "I was lounging at home, engrossed in a television show, when your sister messaged me to pick up some apples. I slipped on my slippers and headed downstairs, only to discover at the supermarket that I was to procure 60 apples, all of the largest and most aesthetically pleasing variety. Thus, I had no choice but to take a taxi to a distant fruit market, thankfully still open. I spent over half an hour meticulously selecting the finest 60 apples." Gu Chengyang turned to his sister and inquired, "Sister, is this a spontaneous idea to gift apples?" Gu Wanqing replied, "Indeed, the class is filled with young children. Although the school prohibits such gestures, it has improved significantly compared to before." Wang Zhen added, "I remember back in high school, I wanted to give your sister an apple, only to be caught by the teacher, who then made me write a 1,000-word reflection." Gu Chengyang remarked from the side, "However, given that brother-in-law is so eloquent, a 1,000-word reflection should be a trivial matter." Wang Zhen shot a glare at Gu Chengyang. "You little rascal, still mocking me? This year, I won tea by you the new skins in the game." Gu Wanqing chuckled and said, "All right, how much are these apples? I'll reimburse you." Wang Zhen replied, "No need. Dear, I still have plenty of money." Gu Chengyang continued, "Oh, so it's your secret stash." Wang Zhen glared again. "Why are you so chatty tonight?" Gu Chengyang remained silent, for he was simply in high spirits. Upon returning home, the 3 of them carefully packaged the apples individually, then organized them for easy access to school the next day. Later that night, as Gu Wanqing sat at the table drafting her lesson plans, Wang Zhen quietly approached her, pulling something from his pocket, and said, "Darling, look, a large apple." Gu Wanqing glanced up and replied, "No eating that. It's for my students." Wang Zhen feigned innocence. "This isn't one of those 60. I prepared it just for you. I picked it out after much consideration. It's bigger and sweeter than the rest." Seeing the mixture of pride and grievance on Wang Zhen's face, Gu Wanqing smiled as she accepted the apple, kissing him lightly on the cheek. "Thank you, my love. You've worked hard." Gu Wanqing then playfully retorted, "Now shoo, don't disturb my lesson planning." Chapter 54, Unsure of a Suitable Title. During biology class, Gu Wanqing entered the classroom, placed her lesson plan on the podium, and announced, "Class is in session." Deng Xian quickly called out, "Stand up. Greetings, dear students. An esteemed teacher, Please take your seats and turn your exercise books to the section we discussed last time. As Gu Chengyang gazed upon her students, each one looking up at her with eager eyes, she couldn't help but smile. She understood their thoughts. Therefore, she instructed the class monitor and the academic officer to distribute the apples. "Hooray, we have apples!" came the cheerful response. "Thank you, teacher," they exclaimed. Seated at the podium, Gu Chengyang watched as each student received their apple, a radiant smile adorning her face, reflecting her own joy. At the tender age of 15 or 16, these young minds grappled with their own worries. Although their burdens were not as heavy as those of adults, they found delight in simpler things, a little less homework, an extra day of rest, or, as in this moment, receiving an apple. Once everyone had their apple, Gu Chengyang clapped her hands to signal for silence. "Now that everyone has received their apple, let us focus on our studies in preparation for the upcoming final exams. And remember, let us keep the matter of the apples discreet, and absolutely no eating during class. Understood?" "Understood," the students replied, placing their apples aside and concentrating earnestly on the lesson. Gu Chengyang was well aware of the number of apples available. Earlier that morning, she had distributed one to each of her colleagues in the office, leaving just enough for her class. During history class, Mr. Jiang fixed a stern gaze upon Xiang Ting, who was fidgeting at her desk. With a disdainful snort, he inquired, "Xiang Ting, how sweet is history class?" Xiang Ting had yet to comprehend the situation, and with a smile, he remarked, "Sweet. This apple is both large and delicious." The entire class erupted in laughter. During mathematics class, when the teacher assigned a brief exercise, he had scarcely settled into his seat when he heard the sound of someone munching on snacks below. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed that each student appeared to be diligently focused on their assignments. The morning had proceeded relatively smoothly, yet by afternoon, one by one, they began to indulge in their whims. Gu Chengyang, at the podium, was engaged in messaging Wang Zhen to discuss plans for the upcoming weekend, while the students below began to murmur amongst themselves. As the class drew closer to its end, the volume of their discussions gradually escalated. Gu Chengyang, who had intended to turn a blind eye, could no longer tolerate the commotion. She stood up, surveyed the room, and said, "Zheng Tian, Xiang Ting, Gui Changquan. It is not yet time to pack up, is it?" Instantly, silence fell over the classroom. Teacher Gu leisurely remarked, "There are still 5 minutes until class concludes. If anyone dares to make a sound, I shall extend the class by a minute. After all, I have no engagements this afternoon and can afford to take my time." Indeed, this tactic proved effective. The students sat upright, fearful of making even the slightest noise. Particularly Xiang Ting, who had previously been bustling about with his bag, now remained utterly still, clutching his backpack tightly. Soon enough, the bell rang, and students from the adjacent class erupted with excitement. Yet, the students of class 15 remained motionless, gazing eagerly at their homeroom teacher. Observing their anticipation, Teacher Gu smiled and said, "Class is dismissed. Remember to prioritize safety while you are out playing, my dear students." The classroom erupted in a flurry of activity as students hurriedly gathered their belongings, calling out to their companions for a day of leisure. Zheng Tian, closest to the back door, dashed outside, exclaiming, "Merry Christmas, everyone. We shall take our leave first." Once she had organized her things, she looked up at Gu Chengyang and inquired, "How do you intend to make it up to me?" "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Xin Yuying slung her backpack over her shoulder, exchanged farewells with a few friends, and departed. Upon arriving home, Xin Yuying was met with an impeccably tidy house and a large bag placed beside the sofa. A wave of silence washed over her, as she anticipated what was to come. "Never mind," she sighed. "With exams looming after the new year, I have no desire to go out." Xin Yuying found it particularly unbearable when her mother resorted to coaxing, so she relented, saying, All right, I will accompany you for an outing after New Year." Seeing her daughter's concession, Xion's mother joyfully grabbed her luggage and moved towards the door, stating, "Then I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, just drop me a message or call. The food is on the stove. Simply heat it up when you're ready to eat." Before Xin Yuying could respond, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 55. A gift that moves a girlfriend to tears that evening. Gu Chengyang sent a message to Xin Yuying. "Please turn on your computer. I will send you a set of questions to work on shortly." "All right," she replied. Xin Yuying powered on her device and received a document from Gu Chengyang, a biology assignment comprising 100 questions, including multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank items. Gu Chengyang inquired, Do you think you can complete this within an hour? Xin Yuying glanced around and remarked, "It seems rather challenging. Is this not a tad excessive?" Gu Chengyang replied, "I shall grant you 75 minutes, during which you are prohibited from consulting any books. Complete the task independently, and once the time is up, send me a photograph of your answers." Xin Yuying responded, "Understood. It is now 7:45. Please ensure you send it to me promptly at 9. With a pristine sheet of white paper in hand, Xin Yuying commenced her work. Gu Chengyang, seated at his computer desk, perused his notes, the screen displaying their chat history alongside the questions he had meticulously crafted. These inquiries were derived from his observations of Xin Yuying's frequent mistakes and the more challenging concepts she encountered. He had dedicated the previous night to preparing until the early hours, and upon returning home, he spent an additional 2 hours organizing everything. Suddenly, a notification chimed from QQ, revealing a message from Xiang Ting. "Bro Cheng, a new skin for King of Glory is about to be released. I wish to gift one to Xiaoxing. What do you think would be suitable?" She continued, "It's because I find you the most reliable." Gu Chengyang pondered for a moment. Recalling the skins his brother-in-law had gifted his sister, Wang Zhen was affluent and frequently bestowed upon Gu Wanqing some exquisite skins, despite her not being an avid gamer. He suggested, "If you trust my judgment, then opt for something visually stunning, perhaps skins of female heroes. Even if she does not play that hero, she is bound to appreciate it." "Is that truly the case?" Xiang Ting inquired. "Trust me," he affirmed. Xiang Ting then deliberated. "In that case, perhaps I shall hold off on the gift and wait until the new year to present her with a festive skin." Gu Chengyang replied, "But those can be quite expensive. What has prompted this sudden reluctance?" Gu Chengyang opened the image to observe Xiang Ting's mirror selfie, particularly noting the amusing sight of him in a tank top adorned with a scarf, a rather comical juxtaposition, especially with Xiang Ting's mischievous grin. Xiang Ting's appearance could be described as rather unremarkable. However, his towering stature and well-defined physique, complemented by a radiant smile, rendered him irresistible to the attention of young women. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chengyang seemed to grasp the rationale behind Xiang Ting's decision to visit Xiaoxing during the summer break. "Brother Cheng, why does this scarf suit me so well?" "Xiaoxing truly has an eye for detail," Xiang Ting mused, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, what do you think I should do?" he continued. "And what should I gift her?" "I don't know. Figure it out yourself," Gu Chengyang replied. "Which skin do you prefer?" Gu Chengyang began typing in the chat interface with Xin Yuying, only to realize that it was still before 9 o'clock. After a brief contemplation, he deleted that line and settled into his chair, awaiting her response. As the clock struck 9, Xin Yuying promptly sent Gu Chengyang the problems she had worked on, accompanied by a few grievances. "These problems must be from you. They are all so difficult. I still have many left unfinished. I guessed on a lot of the multiple choice questions. Ugh, I feel so inadequate," she lamented, sending an image of her exasperation. Gu Chengyang then moved the image to the side of his desktop, ensuring it did not obstruct the chat interface. As he corrected his answers while watching the continuous stream of messages from Xin Yuying. As Xin Yuying sent message after message, Gu Chengyang felt he could almost envision the expression on her face and the tone of her words at that very moment. Soon, Gu Chengyang completed the corrections and typed, 76 points, quite commendable. 76? I'm such a failure, boo-hoo. Gu Chengyang chuckled as he responded, that is quite good already. These questions are exceedingly difficult. Aside from the past semester exams and the Gaokao questions, these are all the ones you typically struggle with. Really? Xin Yuying expressed disbelief. Of course it's true. I initially thought you would only score 60. Achieving this is quite impressive. Xin Yuying tentatively inquired. Then how many points could you score on this set? Gu Chengyang, not wanting to dampen her spirits, replied delicately. These questions were created by me, so I am well acquainted with the knowledge points and testing focus for each one. Humph. Xin Yuying lay on her bed, punctuating her dissatisfaction with numerous exclamation marks. Then how will you help me improve? Gu Chengyang asked, are you available to take a call now? Yes, I am. Then let me explain over the phone. Before long, Gu Chengyang called, and Xin Yuying put on her headphones to answer. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Will this disturb your rest? Gu Chengyang inquired. Are you wearing headphones? I hope it won't let your aunt overhear. All right. Gu Chengyang replied, then fell into silence. Xin Yuying cautiously asked, hello, where are you? Why aren't you speaking? Gu Chengyang remarked, it is quite late, and discussing over the phone is inconvenient. Let us meet tomorrow. I shall visit you at your home. Oh, really? Xin Yuying was momentarily taken aback. All right then. Please ensure you rest early. Good night. Gu Chengyang replied. Good night. At that moment, Xiang Ting inundated Gu Chengyang with numerous Taobao links, each featuring rather peculiar items. Gu Chengyang expressed his bewilderment. What is this? Xiang Ting chuckled. So? What do you think, Chenggu? How about these gifts? Gu Chengyang opened the links one by one, utterly astonished. The first item was a pair of glowing pink, transparent slippers. The second was a necklace adorned with a purple crystal the size of a thumb. The third was a customizable stainless steel plaque, capable of engraving personalized messages. Gu Chengyang inquired, Are these the gifts you intend to present? Xiang Ting, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Indeed. Chenggu, I just asked Baidu how to gift a girl, and they suggested searching for gifts that would make a girlfriend cry. Hence, I stumbled upon these. Gu Chengyang questioned, Do you believe these would truly evoke tears of joy from a girlfriend? Xiang Ting responded, The moment I discovered these, my eyes sparkled with excitement. I searched extensively and decided to carefully choose among these three. Chenggu, please help me decide which one is best. Chapter 56. Entering Xin Yuying's bedroom. Are you awake? Xin Yuying messaged while standing on the street. I just finished breakfast outside. You haven't just woken up, have you? From a distance. Gu Chengyang stood alone at the entrance of the community, his black backpack slung over both shoulders and clad in a sleek black trench coat, complemented by a pair of denim jeans. Leaning lazily against the wall, he effortlessly accentuated his long legs, drawing the glances of passers-by entering and exiting the vicinity. Xin Yuying, upon noticing him, couldn't help but scoff, muttering to herself, having long legs is such a big deal. With a slight hunch, she stealthily approached, inching closer to Gu Chengyang, who remained engrossed in his phone. Seizing an opportune moment, Xin Yuying leaped forward, intending to startle him. However, just as she lunged, he lifted his gaze. An awkward moment ensued as their eyes met. Gu Chengyang, still leaning against the wall, observed Xin Yuying as she comically posed with her hands resembling claws near her face. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Were you planning to scare me? Embarrassed, Xin Yuying lowered her hands, replying, Not at all. I just wanted to tell you to refrain from leaning against that wall. It's covered in dust. Straightening up, Gu Chengyang turned his back to her and said, Is it dusty? Then lend me a hand. Xin Yuying hopped over, playfully swiping at the fabric of his trench coat with exaggerated gestures. All done, it's all gone. Let us go? After swiping their access card, they entered the community, with a brief walk remaining to reach Xin Yuying's residence. Have you eaten? She asked. I have, he replied. Xin Yuying was eager to recommend the rice noodle shop located beneath her apartment to Gu Chengyang. What are you eating? I must tell you, the rice noodle shop downstairs is absolutely fantastic, especially the fatty intestines. They are incredibly fragrant. Upon arriving home, Xin Yuying changed her shoes, turned on the air conditioning, and removed her coat. You should take off your coat as well. I've turned on the air conditioning. As Gu Chengyang was removing his clothing, he inquired, Where are we going to start our lesson? Xin Yuying took his coat and replied, Right here on the sofa. Oh dear, your trench coat is so long that it's dragging on the floor. Gu Chengyang glanced at the height of the sofa and coffee table and remarked, It's impossible to write while sitting like this. Struggling, Xin Yuying managed to hang Gu Chengyang's trench coat on a rack, then surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards the dining table. How about we do it here? Or perhaps we should go to your bedroom, Gu Chengyang earnestly suggested. Without hesitation, Xin Yuying dashed into the bedroom, hastily stuffing her discarded clothing into the wardrobe, and began to make the bed while exclaiming, You are not allowed to enter until I say so. Gu Chengyang chuckled in response, Understood, take your time, I'm in no rush, and settled onto the sofa to check his phone. Hearing Gu Chengyang's teasing, Xin Yuying muttered to herself while folding the quilt, Once you've taught me everything about biology, I'll silence you for good. Moments later, she declared, All right, you can come in now. Xin Yuying quickly tidied up the bedroom before inviting Gu Chengyang in. Gu Chengyang followed her inside, and, upon sitting down, maintained an unwavering gaze. Xin Yuying also found a chair beside him, placing her laptop on the bed to create space, and then stepped out to retrieve her biology textbook and stationery. How should I review? Could you explain the questions from last night first? Gu Chengyang leisurely extracted a stack of papers from his backpack and laid them on the table. Xin Yuying picked them up and browsed through them. They were all printed questions, and flipping to the back revealed even more from mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Did you print all these? Why are there questions from other subjects? The biology questions are classic ones I gathered, focusing on the concepts where you made mistakes yesterday. The questions from other subjects are those you overlooked during our regular studies. So I compiled them as well. Oh, upon hearing this, Xin Yuying felt a surge of gratitude. Unsure of what to say, she simply acknowledged with a soft response. With a smile, she accepted the papers and asked, "What are you working on now?" "I'm finishing the assignments assigned for this week." "All right." Thus, the two immersed themselves in their respective tasks, Gu Chengyang diligently working on his assignments at one side of the desk, while Xin Yuying reviewed her errors, flipping through textbooks and taking notes on the other side. Gu Chengyang's explanations were not the typical textbook style. Instead, he articulated them in his own words, making the learning process engaging and far from tedious for Xin Yuying. As she took notes, she marveled inwardly at the substantial stack of tailored questions, feeling a subtle stir of emotion within her heart. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. Xin Yuying finally grasped the set of problems assigned the previous night. Upon raising her head, she discovered Gu Chengyang engrossed in a book. "What are you reading?" she inquired. "I took it from the shelf at the back," Gu Chengyang replied. The assignment given by the teacher was rather simple for him, and he could complete it in no time. "However," she remarked, "isn't this your rented apartment? How did you acquire so many books?" Gazing at the expansive bookshelf brimming with volumes, Xin Yuying responded, "I simply adore reading and purchasing books. My father has always indulged me in this passion. Yet, this collection isn't vast at all. In my hometown, I have amassed hundreds of books, all of which I have read," she declared with a hint of pride. Her affinity for literature, particularly historical texts, was evident, though she dabbled in various genres. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her expression shifted as she attempted to snatch the book from Gu Chengyang's grasp, only for him to evade her reach. "Is this book one I have read or not?" Xin Yuying swiftly queried, realizing her attempt had failed. Gu Chengyang countered, "Does it truly matter?" Growing anxious, she insisted, "You can only read what I haven't. Those I have read are off limits." With a smile, Gu Chengyang opened the book and pointed to a specific passage, teasingly asking, "Is it because of this?" Xin Yuying's face flushed crimson upon seeing it, feeling utterly embarrassed. She had a habit of making annotations while reading. Typically, in the margins of every page of the book she had read, she would scribble numerous thoughts and reflections inspired by her reading experience. Xin Yuying gazed into Gu Chengyang's seemingly smiling eyes and suggested, "Why not choose a book you haven't read before, like this one I purchased last week?" Gu Chengyang replied, "It's fine. I will stick with this one. Your commentary is quite commendable." Chapter 57. Gu Chengyang cooks. Personally noticing that Xin Yuying still harbored feelings about having borrowed her book while playfully critiquing her thoughts, Gu Chengyang ceased his jesting. He closed the book and remarked, "This is a commendable habit you possess, absorbing knowledge while reading, yet never neglecting your own interpretations and viewpoints. This will undoubtedly aid you in nurturing grand aspirations and a generous spirit." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chengyang looked earnestly into Xin Yuying's eyes and said, "I cannot predict who you will become, but I am certain you will evolve into an extraordinary individual." Xin Yuying was momentarily taken aback, staring intently into Gu Chengyang's eyes. Silence enveloped them, the room filled only with the sound of their synchronized heartbeats and breaths. Suddenly, a soft thud broke the stillness as Gu Chengyang's hand gradually relaxed, causing the book to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, realizing her own fluster. Xin Yuying fanned her face with her hand. The air conditioning was not set too low, yet her cheeks burned with warmth, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Gu Chengyang lifted his head, set the book aside, and inquired, "Have you read everything?" Xin Yuying nodded. "I reviewed the problems I got wrong last night." "Do you comprehend everything?" he asked. With cautious affirmation, Xin Yuying replied, "I suppose so." Gu Chengyang listened to the uncertain tone of Xin Yuying as she posed a question. "Is it possible?" He perused her biology textbook and remarked, "From yesterday's set of problems, I have discerned what you grasp and what eludes you. Your foundational knowledge is commendable. However, you seem to struggle with certain problems that require a shift in perspective. Allow me to elucidate." It must be said that Gu Chengyang possessed a remarkable talent for teaching, coupled with Xin Yuying's solid grasp of the fundamentals. She often responded aptly as soon as he introduced a concept. Thus, they had already reviewed half of the entire textbook. As Xin Yuying glanced at the clock, she stretched and announced, "It's nearly noon. Let us take a break. I shall treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude for your tutoring." Gu Chengyang replied. There is no need for gratitude. After all, I am merely fulfilling your request. Xin Yuying pouted. Well, we still need to eat, don't we? Come on. Let's take a break. I've been studying all morning and I'm utterly exhausted. Gu Chengyang suggested, let us not eat out. I can prepare something for you. Surprised, Xin Yuying asked, you can cook? After all, during the last gathering at her home, Deng Xian had done all the cooking, and she had not heard of Gu Chengyang's culinary skills. He replied, I only recently started learning. You will be the first to sample my cooking. Then I must be quite honored. Xin Yuying chuckled before adding, you're not planning to poison me, are you? Gu Chengyang reassured her, rest assured, it will be edible. Xin Yuying replied, that is acceptable. I am not a picky eater. As the two individuals made their way to the living room, Gu Chengyang glanced into the kitchen refrigerator and remarked, we have plenty of vegetables for both of us, but alas, there is no meat. Is that acceptable? Xin Yuying also approached and peered into the fridge, responding, no meat is fine. I have no desire to venture out for groceries. Gu Chengyang acknowledged her comment and adeptly donned an apron, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a portion of his forearms. He suggested, why don't you go to the living room and watch some television? I will call you when the meal is ready. In the kitchen, Gu Chengyang surveyed the pots and pans, first setting the rice to cook before retrieving tomatoes, eggs, potatoes, onions, and bell peppers. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that preparation takes time, and he commenced his culinary endeavors. Surely, it must be due to his recent success in biology. Yes, that must be it. Before long, Gu Chengyang pulled open the transparent kitchen door, announcing, dinner is ready. Yuying, please wash your hands. Coming. Xin Yuying replied, slipping into her slippers and bouncing over. Before she could wash her hands, she leaned in to inhale the delightful aroma, exclaiming, it smells wonderful. As she looked up, she caught a glimpse of Gu Chengyang's affectionate smile and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, my apologies, for a fleeting moment. I thought you were my mother when you called me over. Gu Chengyang instructed, you handle washing your hands and measuring the rice while I serve the dishes. All right. Before long, the two were seated across from each other at the dining table. Xin Yuying gazed at the braised eggplant, tomato and egg soup, and stir-fried potato shreds with bell pepper before her, her excitement palpable as she pondered which dish to taste first. Gu Chengyang remarked, we don't have many ingredients at home, and with just the two of us, I prepared a few simple dishes. Xin Yuying remarked, oh dear, don't be so formal. Let me have a taste first. This braised eggplant is delightful. Crispy on the outside, tender and juicy within, and not greasy at all. The soup is exquisite as well, with a tangy aroma. The shredded potatoes are perfectly cooked. After taking a bite, Xin Yuying commented, I'm so full. I thought I wouldn't finish this bowl of rice. Lazily leaning against the back of her chair and rubbing her belly, she exclaimed, the braised eggplant is truly delicious. I believe it surpasses what I've had outside. Gu Chengyang observed the glistening sheen of oil on Xin Yuying's lips and chuckled, then asked with a serious tone, between me and Deng Xian, whose cooking is superior? Xin Yuying hesitated at Gu Chengyang's earnest expression, but recalling how delectable his meatless dishes were, she replied, of course. Yours is more delicious. Look, I've finished an entire bowl of rice. I couldn't even finish what Deng Xian made last time. Chapter 58. Sleeping together. Xin Yuying lay on her bed, scrolling through Weibo, when Gu Chengyang returned after washing the dishes. Observing her position, he advised, don't lie down right after eating. Got it, Xin Yuying replied, turning to sit upright on the bed. Watching Gu Chengyang as he took a seat on the chair facing her, she gradually straightened her posture and inquired, why are you looking at me like that? Gu Chengyang smiled and said, nothing much, just wanted to ask what you're up to. His gaze fell upon Xin Yuying's delicate feet, adorned with purple nail polish. Despite the air conditioning being set to a moderate temperature, her feet were still tinged with a rosy hue from the chill. Xin Yuying noticed that Ying was glancing at her feet, whether intentionally or unintentionally, which made her feel a bit shy. She quickly pulled the blanket over her legs and said, I just finished eating and am not in the mood to study yet. Ying replied, how about we play a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings? Xin Yuying squinted her eyes and smiled, sure. She had indeed been thinking about playing a few matches. The two logged in, opting not to engage in ranked matches. Instead, Xin Yuying directly invited Ying to play in the chaotic brawl mode. In this mode, players cannot select their heroes, as the system randomly assigns them. However, They can refresh their choices with diamonds or swap heroes with teammates. In the first round, Xin Yuying was assigned Meng Qi, a newly released and adorable hero, while Xin Yuying received Zhang Fei. Oh no, I don't want to play this bulky hero. Can we swap? I want to play Meng Qi, she exclaimed. All right, Xin Yuying responded, clicking random and switching to Kai Wenji. As soon as Xin Yuying obtained Meng Qi, she caught sight of Xin Yuying's Kai Wenji. Ah, I want to play Kai Wenji. Can you switch again? Once Xin Yuying acquired Kai Wenji, she was overjoyed, bouncing around in the game. In the first match, their team's composition was excellent, featuring a frontline tank, a mage, and a marksman, focusing more on attrition, leading them to a swift victory. After exiting the game, Xin Yuying glanced at the time and said, "Shall we play one more round before taking a break?" "Whatever you say," Xin Yuying replied, reclining in his chair, showcasing his long legs. As the second match began, Xin Yuying was assigned to Xiao Qiao, a mage she was proficient with, while Xin Yuying received Zhuang Zhou. Ah, this teammate has Baili Shouyu. I wish to play as well. I wonder if he would be willing to swap with me. Xin Yuying fixated her gaze upon her teammate's hero. Gu Chengyang remarked, "He is already locked in." "Then I shall directly exchange with him." Xin Yuying huffed, imploring, "Please, I truly wish to play as Shouyu." Unfortunately, upon entering the game, that teammate did not agree to her exchange. Dejected, Xin Yuying purchased a small holy cup and dashed out, exclaiming, "This teammate must be a scoundrel." "Why do you say that?" Gu Chengyang inquired. Xin Yuying replied, "Look, I just tried to exchange with him. He neither rejected nor accepted. Such passivity is the hallmark of a true scoundrel, undoubtedly a major one." Gu Chengyang chuckled, "That's a novel perspective I've never encountered." Xin Yuying, excelling as a mage with Xiao Qiao, played exceptionally well, fueled by her frustrations, effortlessly leading her team to victory. "TCH, not letting me play as Shouyu? No matter. I shall carry the game with Xiao Qiao instead." Xin Yuying beamed at her MVP screen and murmured, "Xiao Chong, you must strive to become Qiao." After finishing 2 matches, fatigue enveloped Xin Yuying, and she set her phone aside, stating, "I'm tired. Let's take a nap and review later." Gu Chengyang also placed his phone down and replied, "You rest. I shall read for a while." Aware that Gu Chengyang had been busy all morning, cooking and washing the dishes at noon, Xin Yuying suggested, "How about you take a nap as well?" Gu Chengyang cast a fleeting glance towards Xin Yuying's small bed, pondering whether it could accommodate 2 individuals. It felt rather inappropriate to sleep in another girl's bed without any formal relationship, did it not? Xin Yuying had been anticipating this very remark from Gu Chengyang and promptly replied, "You should sleep on the sofa. I will fetch you a blanket." Gu Chengyang contemplated the suggestion, realizing that the sofa in Xin Yuying's home was insufficient for him to stretch his legs comfortably. Xin Yuying acknowledged this predicament and remarked, "Unfortunately, we do not have a guest room, as we never expected anyone to spend the night here. It's all your fault for having such long legs." Gu Chengyang glanced down at his legs, questioning whether being tall was truly a fault. After inspecting her mother's bedroom, Xin Yuying proposed, "How about you sleep in my room while I take my mother's room?" Gu Chengyang surveyed Xin Yuying's bedroom, feeling that it might be improper for a grown man to occupy a young girl's sanctuary. "Perhaps I should sleep in Auntie's room instead?" Noticing Gu Chengyang's lingering hesitation, Xin Yuying exclaimed, "It is a tremendous favor for you to be allowed to sleep in my room, and yet you seem reluctant." From this vantage point, Xin Yuying's room exuded an unusual charm, filled with the essence of her daily life. A lamp stood within reach, accompanied by a cup equipped with a straw, while a charger sprawled across the desk, its data cable draped neatly over the nightstand. The overall ambience of the bedroom radiated vibrancy. Distinctly different from the delicate pink of Gu Chengyang's imagination, it possessed a sunny and self-assured aura. The entire sheet and quilt had been used by Xin Yuying, clean yet devoid of charming patterns, bearing a hint of laundry detergent, suggesting it had just been washed. At that moment, Xin Yuying approached with a blanket, and upon seeing Gu Chengyang comfortably nestled in the bed, she hurried over in astonishment and tossed the blanket over his face. Gu Chengyang accepted the blanket, only to find Xin Yuying had pulled away the quilt covering her legs, revealing her innocent feet, which wiggled slightly. "I want to cover myself with my quilt." "You can use this blanket," she declared. Xin Yuying gathered the quilt in her arms and exited, possibly due to the weight of the quilt pressing against her chest. Her voice softened as she said, "I'll close the door for you. Now sleep." Gu Chengyang settled the blanket comfortably and lay back on the bed. The earlier flirtatious atmosphere had been swept away by the waves of drowsiness, and without further thought, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Xin Yuying pondered for a moment before changing into her pajamas and wrapping herself in the quilt until only her head remained exposed. She nestled comfortably on her side, relishing the comfort of wearing her own pajamas and covering herself with her own quilt. Xin Yuying noticed a warm sensation where her feet rested, a stark contrast to before when she needed to warm her icy feet first. It dawned on her that Gu Chengyang's feet had just been in that very spot. Instantly, her toes curled in tension, feeling alarmingly startled. It's all right. It's all right. He only covered them for a brief moment, she reassured herself. Leaning down, she inhaled the scent of the quilt, confirming it was still her fragrance. Soon, both drifted off into a peaceful slumber. In December, the southern rooms, though slightly chilly in the air, offered a cocoon of warmth beneath the covers. Coupled with the serene ambience and the comfort of a spacious bed, the prospect of an uninterrupted afternoon nap seemed blissful enough to lull one into a deep slumber until dusk. Midway through this indulgence, Xin Yuying found herself urgently needing to relieve herself due to an excess of soup consumed at lunch. With her eyes barely open, she sat up, felt for her slippers with her feet, and made her way to the bathroom. After attending to her needs, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a contented expression, she navigated her way back to her bedroom without needing to open her eyes, pushed the door open, and habitually settled on the edge of the bed, shaking off her slippers before burrowing back under the covers. In the realm of dreams, Gu Chengyang sensed a pair of hands reaching around his waist, a leg entwined with his, and a body pressed against one of his arms, stealing a portion of his blanket. Was it possible that his sister's husband had once again been sent to seek refuge? Frowning slightly, he dismissed the thought. Too enveloped in comfort to stir, he merely cracked open his eyes to glance at the ceiling before surrendering once more to slumber. However, a realization dawned upon him. Was it not midday? With his eyes still closed, a sudden clarity washed over him. His brother-in-law was not one to indulge in afternoon naps. Why did the weight pressing against his leg feel significantly lighter? Could it be that the leg was not that of his brother-in-law, but rather his sister's? Gu Chengyang shifted his leg beneath the gentle pressure. I recall that I seemed to be in Xin Yuying's bedroom. Gu Chengyang had fully awakened. He opened his eyes to find Xin Yuying comfortably nestled against his chest, one hand entwined with his arm while the other rested around his waist. The blanket, which had initially covered only him, now enveloped both of them, and Xin Yuying was pressed closely against Gu Chengyang. A sudden realization struck him. No wonder he hadn't felt cold despite the blanket being taken from him. However, it seemed that now was not the time for such contemplations. With one arm free, he felt Xin Yuying's grip on his waist and cautiously attempted to disengage her arm. Gu Chengyang gently grasped her wrist, intending to lift it away. Yet, in her slumber, Xin Yuying perceived the resistance and instinctively tightened her hold, continuing to sleep. Gu Chengyang sighed deeply. Although it was quite pleasant to be embraced by a girl during sleep, the situation was undeniably awkward. He pondered that if he could manage to shift Xin Yuying's legs, she might roll over onto her back, granting him a chance to escape. However, as Xin Yuying, still lost in her dreams, felt the resistance, she instinctively lifted her legs and draped them over his, her head nuzzling against the nape of his neck. Gu Chengyang found himself in a state of despair, realizing that Xin Yuying had effectively captured him. Although he could leave, he was reluctant to wake her. Each of her breaths brushed against his neck, creating a sensation that was both ticklish and warm. Did she know she was prone to sleepwalking? Gu Chengyang gently inclined his head, observing the delicate profile of Xin Yuying, noting the emergence of a blemish upon her forehead. At such a close proximity, he could discern the subtle flutter of her eyelashes and the fine down upon her visage. How intriguing it was to witness the visage of a girl up close. Captivated by this revelation, he soon became aware of the soft sounds of Xin Yuying's slumber. Even girls could snore. Perhaps she had embraced a state of comfort too profound, or perhaps it was his own exhaustion that lulled him into sleep amidst her rhythmic breaths. As time meandered on, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 4, the sun hung at a 21-degree angle, casting its rays into the southern supermarket and filtering through the window into Xin Yuying's bedroom, illuminating her countenance. The sunlight transformed from a pure white to a golden hue, bestowing warmth upon the southern land and gently rousing Xin Yuying from her deep slumber. As one gradually awakens, the eyes remain shut, For the subconscious yearns to prolong the embrace of sleep. It feels as though as long as the surroundings remain dim, the slumber may continue. Upon stirring, Xin Yuying's first realization was that she was nestled against a great source of warmth, particularly as her hand rested upon a comforting yet somewhat firm surface. She furrowed her brow, prodding this object with her fingers, pondering its nature. Once thoughts began to form in her mind, she quickly found herself fully awake. As Xin Yuying's consciousness began to awaken, she gradually sensed that she was embracing something. The areas of her body in contact from top to bottom started relaying signals to her brain. It seemed as though she was sleeping while holding someone. With a cautious flutter of her eyelids, Xin Yuying opened her eyes and beheld a shoulder before her, simultaneously feeling what appeared to be well-defined abdominal muscles beneath her hand. It dawned upon her that she was, indeed, wrapped around Gu Chengyang. Why was Gu Chengyang in her bed? After a moment of contemplation, she pieced together the sequence of events. She must have stumbled back after using the restroom in a daze. Fully awake now, she opted to rise slowly rather than leap from the bed. But first, she needed to ascertain whether Gu Chengyang was still asleep. Squinting, she peered upward, only to meet Gu Chengyang's innocent gaze. In an instant, Xin Yuying delivered a swift kick to Gu Chengyang's waist, prompting a yelp as he tumbled to the floor. Sitting up, she wrapped herself in a blanket and looked down at Gu Chengyang, who was now seated on the ground. "Good afternoon," he managed to say. "Good afternoon indeed." Xin Yuying retorted with a huff, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She felt an urge to chastise Gu Chengyang, yet a sense of culpability washed over her, suggesting that perhaps the fault lay with her. "Please, stand up," she implored, observing Gu Chengyang's pitiful posture on the floor. With one hand clutching the other, he replied, "My arm is numb. I can't get up." "You still dare to speak?" Xin Yuying exclaimed. "Then just remain on the floor." Xin Yuying's mind was a tumultuous whirl. Initially, she felt a profound embarrassment, having unexpectedly shared a bed with a boy. Her thoughts were consumed by Gu Chengyang's chiseled abs and the warmth radiating from him, which was undeniably vexing. Although she was initially flustered, seeing Gu Chengyang's even greater panic gradually calmed her. He quickly took a seat and, clearing his throat, said, "Ahem. Let us call it a day. I'll continue your tutoring tomorrow." Observing Gu Chengyang's hasty retreat, Xin Yuying couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 59. A visit to the aquarium. He had never experienced such close contact with a girl before. He could feel her breath and heartbeat, and the subtle details of her face, which he hadn't noticed in the moment, replayed in his mind over and over. Gu Chengyang messaged Xin Yuying, "Let us continue tomorrow. I haven't finished tutoring you yet. The library has a more conducive atmosphere for studying." Xin Yuying quickly added a reply. As soon as she sent it, she collapsed onto her bed, covering her face, feeling as though her message was painfully obvious. Gu Chengyang chuckled and said, "All right, let us go together. I'll pick you up." Gu Chengyang then pondered, realizing that since they were heading to the library, they would share the same route, given that they lived only a few stops apart. During dinner, Gu Chengyang remarked, "Sister, I have to go out tomorrow, so I want to be home for lunch." Gu Wanqing did not ponder much and simply agreed, while Wang Zhen cast a glance at Gu Chengyang. After dinner, as Gu Wanqing was washing the dishes, Wang Zhen made his way to Gu Chengyang's bedroom, observing him diligently organizing his study materials. "Xiaoyang, do you really need to sort through these?" Wang Zhen inquired. "It's not for my personal use. It's for her," Gu Chengyang replied. "Speaking of outings, where did you two venture today?" Wang Zhen said casually as he settled down. "When did we mention going out?" Gu Chengyang paused, turning his head in confusion. "We're studying at her house, right? Just the two of you?" Wang Zhen remarked, "A solitary boy and girl in one room, studying together?" "Yes, what else would we do?" Gu Chengyang questioned. Wang Zhen replied, "When I was your age, I would ride bikes with your sister every week, heading to amusement parks and such. You only know how to take a girl to study, truly." Gu Chengyang, increasingly perplexed, responded, "Brother-in-law. I recall that my sister was not with you during her first year of high school." Unfazed by the revelation, Wang Zhen replied, "Perhaps I misremembered." "Ah, that is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you should create more memorable experiences with girls. Otherwise, they will only associate you with studying, and all they will remember is knowledge, not you." After speaking for a while, Wang Zhen left, leaving Gu Chengyang in deep contemplation on his chair. The following morning at 9, Gu Chengyang stepped out and messaged Xin Yuying, asking, "Have you set off yet?" "I just boarded the bus," she replied. As Gu Chengyang stepped outside, He accessed Gauda map to assess the time and distance. A bus arrived before him, yet he chose not to board, opting instead to wait for the next one. After tossing in a coin, he glanced towards the back of the bus and indeed spotted Xin Yuying. Typically, Xin Yuying refrained from using her phone while on the bus at that moment. She sat by the window in the rear compartment, holding her bag and gazing out. It was only when Gu Chengyang settled beside her that she became aware of his presence. "When did you get on?" she inquired. "I've been sitting next to you for 2 stops, and you didn't glance my way." "Sorry, I didn't notice," Gu Chengyang replied, producing a pair of headphones and offering one to Xin Yuying, who declined. "No need, I'll be getting off in 2 stops. Disregarding her protest, Gu Chengyang gently placed the headphone into her ear and said nonchalantly, "We are not going to the library today." Xin Yuying adjusted her headphones and asked, "Aren't you going to give me a makeup lesson?" With his gaze fixed ahead, Gu Chengyang replied, "Today, I will take you somewhere else to review." "Where to?" she inquired. "You'll find out when we arrive," he responded. The two conversed until they reached their destination, where they disembarked and transferred to another bus, ultimately alighting at the aquarium. "The aquarium?" Xin Yuying queried, looking at Gu Chengyang with curiosity. "But why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand?" she pressed. "If I had consulted you, would you still have come?" Gu Chengyang countered. "That is true," she admitted. Xin Yuying nodded thoughtfully, then remarked, "But what if you hadn't encountered me on the bus? I would have had to journey to the library alone." Xin Yuying smiled faintly and replied, "That won't happen." Upon entering the aquarium, their first stop was the jellyfish exhibit. Xin Yuying joyfully dashed to the front of the tank, captivated by the iridescent jellyfish, and excitedly exclaimed to Xin Yuying, "Look, Xin Yuying, they are so tiny and entirely translucent." Standing beside her, Xin Yuying observed as Xin Yuying leaned against the glass, peering at each little jellyfish gracefully pulsating within. He inquired, "Do you know what kind of animal a jellyfish is?" "What animal?" Xin Yuying pointed to a jellyfish and explained, "Jellyfish are significant plankton in aquatic environments. They possess no backbone and belong to the phylum Cnidaria. Please recite the definition of Cnidaria." Xin Yuying straightened up, casting Xin Yuying a playful glare, and responded, "Cnidarians exhibit radial symmetry, possess stinging cells on their surface, and have a mouth but no anus. By the way, isn't this information from middle school? Are you planning to review this with me?" Xin Yuying glanced around the environment, recalling his brother-in-law's words from the previous evening, and then said, "How about we skip the review today and simply enjoy ourselves? You still have a week before school starts, and I promise to help you study thoroughly then." Xin Yuying enthusiastically nodded, exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful," before skipping off to explore other tanks. The variety of jellyfish was astounding, displayed in diverse aquariums adorned with an array of colorful lights, creating a truly enchanting spectacle. Xin Yuying frolicked about, her excitement palpable as she explored the surroundings, while Gu Chengyang trailed behind with his hands nestled in his pockets. "What's the matter?" he inquired. Observing the sudden eagerness of Xin Yuying to engage him, she handed over her phone, imploring, "Since you have nothing else to do, please take some pictures for me." "But I'm not skilled at photography," he replied. "Please." With a resigned sigh, Gu Chengyang acquiesced, "Fine, but if the photos turn out poorly, don't blame me. This young lady is so stunning that even a blind person could capture her beauty," Xin Yuying retorted confidently. Chapter 60. She ought to know that the aquarium boasts a plethora of exhibit areas, showcasing a delightful array of marine creatures, from jellyfish to sea turtles and enchanting koi, to an assortment of bizarre fish varieties such as the African cichlid, red dragonfish, and arapaima, among others. Xin Yuying struck various poses in front of the glass displays illuminated by colorful lights, while Gu Chengyang snapped photos from behind, perhaps captivated by the exotic fish. Gu Chengyang soon found himself distracted as Xin Yuying faded from the frame. He became engrossed in capturing images of peculiar corals, taking a couple of shots, then noticed a school of diminutive fish, snapping a few more. Consequently, he neglected Xin Yuying entirely, embarking on a quest to photograph the most aesthetically pleasing fish. As Xin Yuying wandered further, she stumbled upon the electric eel exhibit, only to be disappointed by its absence. "Gu Chengyang, tell me, if an electric eel were to be shocked by its own electricity, would it feel it?" she mused, reaching for her phone to make a call, only to remember that it was still with Gu Chengyang. Gu Chengyang, who had previously suggested spending time together, seemed to be the one eager for amusement. She was left with no choice but to seek out others. As she traversed the underwater observation tunnel, she was captivated by the myriad of fish gracefully swimming amidst the coral, illuminated by soft, ambient lighting, creating an enchanting underwater experience. Upon reaching the beluga whale exhibit, Xin Yuying's gaze immediately fell upon Gu Chengyang, who stood out in the crowd with her tall stature and stylish attire. Irritated, Xin Yuying marched over to her side, only to find Gu Chengyang engrossed in taking pictures with her phone. Without hesitation, Xin Yuying snatched the device away, prompting Gu Chengyang to instinctively reach for it, only to look down and find Xin Yuying pouting in annoyance. "Weren't you supposed to be photographing me? Why did you wander off alone?" Xin Yuying said, poking Gu Chengyang's abdomen. Realizing her fault, Gu Chengyang replied, "I got so captivated that I lost track of time." "Humph. You know, at this moment, you resemble an adorably whimsical marine creature," Gu Chengyang remarked, chuckling as she observed Xin Yuying, who stood with her hands on her hips, glaring up at her. "What?" Xin Yuying inquired. "A pufferfish," Gu Chengyang teased, pointing at Xin Yuying's puffed cheeks. "You," Xin Yuying retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. In a fit of playful frustration, she stomped on Gu Chengyang's shoe before walking away. Gu Chengyang quickly pursued her, calling out, "Xin Yuying, Xin Yuying." Having never experienced a wall slam before, Xin Yuying was momentarily startled, clasping her hands to her chest as she gazed at Gu Chengyang. Gu Chengyang gazed earnestly at Xin Yuying and then said, "I sincerely apologize. I was in the wrong." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuying remembered her anger and remarked, "Humph. Oh, look at the brother and sister in love. Will they share kisses?" Two children passing by stared in astonishment at Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying continued, "You did that on purpose." Gu Chengyang coughed lightly and replied, "Do you know why the aquarium is so tranquil? My brother-in-law taught me that when a girl is upset, the best way to remedy the situation is to change the subject and then console her." "Why?" "Because Xin Yuying is undoubtedly a curious child," he elaborated. "The creatures in the aquarium predominantly inhabit serene waters, and the frequency of sounds they produce differs from ours. Thus, we perceive it as quiet. However, in their world, it may very well be bustling." "Oh," she responded. "Do you know why people enjoy visiting aquariums?" Gu Chengyang inquired once more. "Why?" she asked. "Because an aquarium essentially brings a fragment of the oceanic realm closer to us, allowing us the opportunity to engage with and understand it. Our country is landlocked, and opportunities to experience the sea are scarce. Through aquariums, we can acquire knowledge about the ocean, comprehend its entirety, and subsequently cherish and protect marine life, thereby enhancing the well-being of our populace." Xin Yuying listened, captivated, and mumbled, "Where did you learn all this?" Gu Chengyang, with a candid demeanor, pointed to the guiding text affixed to the wall behind Xin Yuying and said, "Here." He continued, "It's nearly noon. Shall we go out for lunch?" "Very well." After they stepped outside, they casually chose a small eatery for their meal. Once seated, Xin Yuying suddenly remembered to inquire, "How much is the ticket for the aquarium?" "I'll cover it." Gu Chengyang replied, "No need for that. I used my sister and brother-in-law's annual pass." "I see. Then let me treat you to lunch," Xin Yuying offered. "All right," he agreed. While waiting for their dishes to arrive, Xin Yuying opened her album to peruse the photos Gu Chengyang had taken earlier that day. The initial pictures were quite lovely, showcasing her various profiles and side views in a flattering light. However, as she continued flipping through, she noticed that when Gu Chengyang aimed his camera at a coral, he inadvertently captured only half of his own head. "What is this?" she murmured, flipping past the coral photo, which led to a series of images predominantly featuring marine life, with her scarcely appearing in the frame. Setting her phone aside, she gently remarked, "Gu Chengyang, your photography skills are truly impressive." "Really?" he responded, accepting the compliment with modesty. "I rarely take photos, although they look great. You ought to include me in them. All you seem to capture are fish. How am I supposed to post about this?" Xin Yuying expressed her disdain playfully. Gu Chengyang, swaying slightly, suggested, "Shall we go back inside and take a few more shots?" "Never mind. I've lost the mood," she replied just as their dishes arrived. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Xin Yuying community, Xin Yuying hopped out of the car and leaned in through the window, saying, "Make sure to send me a message when you get home, all right?" Gu Chengyang nodded, watching as Xin Yuying, donning a hat, skipped merrily into the community. It was only when the taxi driver noticed Gu Chengyang's gaze that he started the engine. After Gu Chengyang relayed the address, the driver cheerfully remarked, "Young man, is that your girlfriend?" Gu Chengyang, feeling a bit shy, smiled bashfully and replied, "Not yet. I'm still pursuing her." Indeed, he continued, when it comes to courting a girl, one mustn't be too hasty, yet neither should one be overly languid. The taxi driver, having seldom engaged in conversation with his passengers, became increasingly animated. "I've been driving for over 20 years, and I've gleaned a piece of wisdom. In pursuing a girl, two things are paramount. First, she must know of your affection for her. Second, you must treat her well. If you master these two aspects, and if the girl harbors feelings for you, it is only a matter of time before you both become a couple." The driver glanced at Gu Chengyang in the rearview mirror and inquired, "Does she know you like her? You two have gone out together. How could she not know?" Gu Chengyang pondered, "I wonder if she does." As he gazed at the raindrops cascading down the car window, obscuring his vision, a particularly caring message from QQ broke through the silence. Xin Yuying inquired, "Make sure to message me when you get home. I'm already snuggled up in bed warming my feet. So cozy." Gu Chengyang smiled, "She must know." Chapter 61. Study, Study, and Study Again. On Monday, as the new term commenced, students flocked to the school. Before the teacher arrived in the classroom, everyone was animatedly sharing their holiday anecdotes. As Xin Yuying entered and set down her backpack, Ruan Jie mysteriously pulled her aside. Ruan Jie took out her phone, opened the post Xin Yuying had shared the previous night, and inquired, "Did you go out with Gu Chengyang yesterday?" Xin Yuying was taken aback and retorted, "How did you know?" Ruan Jie replied, "Oh, you too. I was wondering why you both insisted on studying hard this weekend instead of going out to play. It seems you were merely deceiving us to facilitate your private escapades, weren't you?" Xin Yuying hurried to placate Ruan Jie, saying, "Oh no, it's not like that. We were genuinely studying. It just happened that." "What happened? Did your studying lead you to the aquarium?" Ruan Jie replied, exasperated. Observing Ruan Jie's current demeanor, Xin Yuying recalled Gu Chengyang's words from yesterday and said, "Ruan Jie, do you know what marine creature you resemble right now?" "What?" "A pufferfish," Xin Yuying teased, poking Ruan Jie's cheek, which was quite plump. Ruan Jie huffed, "I'll tell Xing Tian and Xiang Ting that you two have strayed from the group to sneak out for fun." "Oh, please, Ruan Jie, don't say that. It was truly an accident. We originally planned to go to the library." Xin Yuying grasped Ruan Jie's hand and, with wide, pleading eyes, softly professed. Ruan Jie, unable to withstand Xin Yuying's charm, relented. "Fine, I'll let it go this time, but next time if..." "There won't be a next time. I promise, I promise." Xin Yuying urged Ruan Jie towards the classroom and then inquired, "By the way, how did you know that I went out with Gu Chengyang?" "The photo I posted clearly only shows myself." Ruan Jie replied, "In your picture, there's a reflection in the glass. I saw Gu Chengyang's clothing. He wore the same outfit today as he did yesterday." Xin Yuying nodded and remarked, "I see. My Ruan Jie is quite observant." The school placed significant emphasis on this mock examination, as the final exams would feature citywide rankings. The mock exam could be regarded as a preliminary assessment for the impending finals. Each day, the principal's announcements reiterated its importance, and every subject teacher incessantly brought it up in class, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension throughout the entire class. Xin Yuying also became particularly busy. Her performance in the humanities was commendable, yet her results in the sciences were comparatively lacking. Of course, her relative performance differed from that of her peers. Essentially, she consistently ranked among the top 2 in humanities, while in the sciences, she could only manage to place 3rd or 4th, especially in biology, where she had never broken into the top 3. In light of this, Gu Chengyang prepared extensive review materials for Xin Yuying, encompassing not only biology but also mathematics and other science subjects. Each morning, upon arriving at school, Xin Yuying's first task was to present the exercises assigned by Gu Chengyang the previous evening. After reviewing them during the morning self-study period, the two would engage in discussions about the problems after class. "I am absolutely certain that I did not make any mistakes on this problem. I calculated it 3 times last night," Xin Yuying proudly asserted, pointing to the last physics question. Gu Chengyang gazed at Xin Yuying, whose competitive spirit was palpably intense, and sighed. "What are you sighing about? Just tell me if my steps, my reasoning, or my logic are flawed," Xin Yuying retorted. "The steps are correct, but..." Gu Chengyang hesitated. "Then that is settled. I spent a long time on this problem yesterday," Xin Yuying replied. "However, you employed the wrong parameters. The problem states G as 9, 8, yet you directly substituted 10, 0 for your calculations, Gu Chengyang pointed out. Xin Yuying gasped, leaning closer, only to notice the notation in the small parentheses at the end of the question. She quickly seized the paper, muttering softly as she corrected her mistake. I don't remember this being mentioned. How did it suddenly appear? Observing Xin Yuying's efforts to amend her errors, Gu Chengyang cleared his throat, gazing out the window, and remarked, some individuals struggle with problems they cannot solve, and those they can solve often do so incorrectly. No wonder their grades remain stagnant. Xin Yuying, engrossed in correcting her mistakes while listening to Gu Chengyang's veiled criticisms, tightened her grip on the pen and whispered, Humph, you're quite the expert, aren't you? After verifying all the problems, Gu Chengyang nodded approvingly. Well done, significant improvement. As the evening study session concluded, Gu Chengyang presented Xin Yuying with a new set of problems, stating, you have essentially revisited all the questions you previously answered incorrectly. Now, I will assign you some challenging problems that are crucial for scoring well in the examination. Gu Chengyang stared blankly at the examination paper before him. After a moment of hesitation, he forced a chuckle and said, perhaps it's best to let it go. I feel I don't need a retake. With a resolute bite of his lip, he reclaimed the paper, proclaiming, why should I refuse? It's a free opportunity. I might as well take it. Well, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget to tackle the questions. Xin Yuying winked at Gu Chengyang and proceeded to gather her belongings before departing. In the eyes of Deng Xian and Ruan Jie, the duo in the front row had become utterly engrossed in their studies. Each morning upon arriving at the classroom, their first task was to retrieve the assignments they had given to one another the previous night, followed by a thorough review and correction, culminating in explanations of the problems. You present one question first, and then I shall present another. This question is quite fundamental. It inquires about the number of time zones, requiring you to calculate the longitude. ISNT America, all within the same time zone. Here, you have misbalanced the chemical equation, which has led to incorrect conclusions later on. For this political question, we can simply apply the process of elimination. Our nation is fundamentally governed by the people. After they had exchanged their explanations, the afternoon was spent in self-correction, leading to the evening when each would present a new set of questions to the other. Deng Xian observed with a complex expression, pondering, have these two truly become obsessed with their studies? Chapter 62. A meeting in the library while surreptitiously indulging in snacks. Deng Xian irritably stuffed jerky into his mouth and grumbled, hey, why are you poking me as well? Ruan Jie retorted, who told you to munch throughout class every day? Initially, Gu Chengyang intended to connect with Xin Yuying, but upon sensing her reluctance, he abandoned the idea. Two individuals mutually supervise each other's homework. Upon completion, they exchange questions for the other to tackle the following day. Thus, the week leading up to New Year's Day passed by with remarkable swiftness. When the homeroom teacher began discussing the guidelines for the holiday on that Friday morning, Xin Yuying suddenly lifted her head, realizing that the week had swiftly elapsed. How could time have flown by so quickly? I felt as though today was merely Wednesday, yet here we are, already at Friday. Beside her, Gu Chengyang remarked nonchalantly, well, it seems we've been so engrossed in our studies that we've lost track of the days. Xin Yuying poked Gu Chengyang's hand with her pen, retorting, could you not utter a single kind word? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chengyang responded, perhaps it is because we have been entirely immersed in our studies this week that we overlooked the passage of time. That sounds much better, Xin Yuying huffed. The homeroom teacher remained oblivious to the subtle antics in the back row, continuing to convey the school's ethos. New Year's Day is on Monday, and upon returning to school on Tuesday morning, we must prepare for the final assessment in the afternoon. I hope everyone makes good use of these 3 days and does not solely indulge in leisure, but instead devotes themselves to diligent review. Remember, the exams are scheduled for late January, and we will also hold a parent-teacher conference. I hope you all perform admirably, so I can speak well of you at the conference, allowing everyone to enjoy a wonderful new year. Teacher, will you be the one setting the questions for the assessment? A student inquired. The research group will formulate the questions. However, I may be responsible for a particular unit, Gu Wanqing replied. During her break at home, Xin Yuying reclined on her small bed, contemplating a day of rest before immersing herself in her studies tomorrow. Bored, she idly scrolled through her phone, deliberating whether to order takeout for dinner or venture downstairs to dine out. After much reflection, she ultimately resolved to eat out. Otherwise, she would have to deal with the hassle of discarding the takeout waste. Was she in the wrong place? Xin Yuying took a couple of steps back, glancing at the elevator, which confirmed she was on the correct floor. The shoe rack across the hall appeared unchanged, indicating she had not mistakenly entered the wrong unit. How peculiar. With her key, she unlocked the door, revealing a brightly lit living room and the television aglow. "Dad, what brings you here?" Xin Yuying exclaimed excitedly, quickly changing her shoes and rushing into her father's embrace. "I just went out for a meal." "Oh dear, my daughter has grown taller, and after 6 months. You seem to have lost weight," her father observed, concern etched on his face. At that moment, her mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a basin filled with freshly boiled peanuts. "We haven't had a video call in ages. It's been half a year since we last saw each other. You can have these. We've already eaten, and I didn't want to cook for you." Xin Yuying nodded enthusiastically, responding, "Sounds great." Her mother continued, "Are you on break for New Year's? Tomorrow, our family should go out for some fun." Shaking her head, Xin Yuying replied, "We can't go out. School resumes after New Year's, and there are exams approaching, not to mention the impending final exams. I need to study." Her father chimed in, "No one can surpass my daughter's academic prowess. She is exceptionally bright." Pouting, Xin Yuying retorted, "But I still need to study. If I don't, I will fall behind." As Mother Xin clapped her hands and remarked, "Perfect timing. My husband and I are heading out for some leisure. You should focus on your studies." She turned to her husband and suggested, "Oh, a new film has just been released. Shall we go watch it? Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let us convene at the library for our studies." Gu Chengyang interjected. "Are we truly going to the library this time?" Xin Yuying inquired. "Absolutely. What time shall we meet?" She continued, "How about 1 o'clock in the afternoon? See you at the library," Gu Chengyang responded. "Sounds good," Xin Yuying agreed. The following midday, Gu Chengyang donned his backpack, calculated his departure time, and upon reaching the bus stop, messaged Xin Yuying, "Have you boarded the bus?" Upon reading the message, Gu Chengyang chuckled as a bus arrived. Yet he chose not to board it. Instead, he awaited a taxi and proceeded directly to the library. Meanwhile, Xin Yuying was blissfully engrossed in a novel, surrounded by a pile of 4 or 5 hefty books. It was only when she noticed Gu Chengyang seated across from her that she came to her senses. "How did you arrive so quickly? What do you need all those books for?" They both queried in unison. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Chengyang feigned innocence, saying, "I knew you weren't on the bus, so I took a taxi instead." He nodded and then pulled out a set of printed examination papers from his backpack, stating, "These are the questions I prepared, a complete set of examination papers. I will time you while you work through them." Glancing at the clock, Xin Yuying replied, "It's not yet 1 o'clock. I'll read for a bit longer, and when the hour strikes, I shall begin writing. Please help me keep time." She placed the examination papers in front of her and resumed her reading. Gu Chengyang nodded in agreement and selected one of the books Xin Yuying intended to purchase, beginning to read it as well. Chapter 63, An Unexpected Encounter with My Parents. Gu Chengyang also harbored a fondness for reading. Otherwise, he would not have chanced upon Xin Yuying in the bookstore. However, his preferences leaned towards novels rather than works steeped in literary profundity. The book chosen by Xin Yuying, The Devotion of Suspect X by Kigo Higashino, perfectly aligned with his taste. Thus, both became engrossed in their reading, losing track of time. When Xin Yuying finally stirred from her reverie, it was precisely 1:30. She intended to inquire why Gu Chengyang had not called her, but upon glancing at him, she was momentarily taken aback. It is often said that a man appears most attractive when he is deeply focused, and this adage held true in this instance. Gu Chengyang was completely immersed in his book, his attention unwavering, with his long, clean hands resting upon the pages. His head gently shifted as his gaze traversed the lines, moving from the first line on the left to the last line on the right, before turning the page and continuing his journey through the narrative. Even without his glasses, Gu Chengyang emanated a certain charm while engrossed in his reading. Xin Yuying mused that perhaps he should forego his glasses in the future. Although his scholarly appearance was pronounced when he wore them, it obscured the subtle expressions that hinted at his thoughts, rendering him somewhat enigmatic. Perhaps she had observed him for too long, for Gu Chengyang finally lifted his head. In a soft voice, he asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Caught in the act, Xin Yuying retorted with confidence, pointing to her watch, "It's already 1:30. Why didn't you call me?" Gu Chengyang, feeling a touch embarrassed, closed his book and replied, "I forgot." Xin Yuying nodded in understanding. "Well, you should start writing now. I'll time you for an hour and a half," Gu Chengyang remarked as he glanced at the clock. Xin Yuying remained silent, picking up her pen to begin her exercises, starting with the first multiple-choice question, highlighting the keywords in the prompt and marking the incorrect options. After Gu Chengyang emerged from his book, he ceased to read, initially intending to glance at his phone, yet his gaze lingered upon the tip of Xin Yuying's pen. Her grip on the pen was impeccable, and the characters she inscribed appeared somewhat rounded and cartoonish, creating a visually pleasing effect. When confronted with challenging questions, she remained unperturbed, jotting down her thoughts alongside. Akin to her reading habit, whenever an idea sprouted, she felt compelled to express it in writing. Thus, one engaged in answering questions while the other observed. As time gradually slipped away, they had initially planned to visit the new bookstore, known for its greater variety of books, yet upon passing this location, they opted to make their purchases here. The two entrusted their belongings to the lower counter before ascending the stairs. Xin's father remarked, "There are so many books downstairs. Why come up here to shop?" Xin's mother replied, "The books downstairs are predominantly academic. Our daughter likely wouldn't favor them, so let us select a few from upstairs." She continued, "I must tell you, I disapprove of the bookshelf and projector in the bathroom." While searching for books on the shelves, she muttered to herself, "These two have no idea what's appropriate. They just enjoy reading in the restroom. Soon, they'll be suffering from hemorrhoids." "What about this one?" she queried. "I've finished this series as well." After Xin's father searched for several books, he ultimately conceded, saying, "Why not just randomly pick a few? Regardless of whether she has read them or not, she will continue to revisit them." Two individuals engaged in a hushed conversation as they proceeded forward, soon arriving at the periphery of the study room. Mr. Xin was still scouring the bookshelf for a book when he caught sight of his daughter within the study room, accompanied by a young man who was gently gazing at her. "Look over there. Is that not our daughter?" Mr. Xin quickly grasped Mrs. Xin's arm. "Let me see. Indeed. Is she not supposed to be studying?" Mrs. Xin immediately recognized her with a single glance. Xin Yuying, while engrossed in her writing, was unmistakably the one seated with impeccable posture. "It appears our daughter is working on her assignments. She has come to the library to study," Mrs. Xin observed. "The young man across from her seems not to be working, but has been intently watching our daughter," Mr. Xin remarked. "Let us approach and take a closer look." Just then, Xin Yuying concluded her work, set down her pen, and released a deep sigh as she handed her paper to Gu Chengyang, saying, "I finally finished." Gu Chengyang accepted it and, with a casual grace, retrieved a red pen from Xin Yuying's pencil case, stating, "Allow me to assist you with the corrections." Xin Yuying, watching him grade her paper, replied, "Please keep an eye on it. I need to visit the restroom." Upon her return from the restroom, as she walked back to her seat, she noticed a plethora of books on the shelf and couldn't help but shake her head. Alas, there are far too many books. One could spend a lifetime and still not read them all. As she ambled along, she observed Gu Chengyang seemingly standing and conversing with someone. As she approached, she discerned two familiar silhouettes. It appeared to be her parents. Xin Yuying hastened her steps, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, what brings you here? Are you not the second in the class? Why are you still seeking help from your classmates for extra lessons?" Xin's father inquired with a knowing look directed at Gu Chengyang. "Oh, I forgot to introduce. Mom and Dad, this is Gu Chengyang, the top student in our class. Gu Chengyang, these are my parents." Gu Chengyang nodded and greeted, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Xin Yuying glanced down at her test paper, displaying a score of 96. Then looked back at Gu Chengyang. Xin's mother interjected, "No need. You two continue studying. Your father and I will take our leave." "Understood, Mom. Goodbye, Dad," Xin Yuying replied, clutching her books as she escorted her parents to the stairwell. Upon returning, she noticed Gu Chengyang still standing there, albeit appearing somewhat dejected. Without overthinking it, Xin Yuying asked, "What's wrong? Did my dad say something earlier?" While Xin Yuying could clearly see Gu Chengyang was troubled, he was reluctant to share, and she too hesitated to pry. Chapter 64. That young Xin's father, carrying books, accompanied Xin's mother to the library counter to settle the bill, then emerged with various bags to hail a taxi. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xin's father remarked, "That young fellow is still the top of the class. Our daughter is still the second in the class." Xin's mother retorted, displeased. Xin's father sighed, "I don't even think that Yang is particularly handsome. I find him quite appealing. He seems to match well with our daughter." Xin's mother responded. Xin's father shot a glance at his wife and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you hoping for our daughter to marry just anyone? At what age do you think is appropriate for her to tie the knot?" Mother Xin remarked that one should refrain from romantic entanglements until after graduating from university. That would place them at the tender age of 22 or 23. Mother Xin was taken aback, considering the time taken to graduate. A few years of courtship would lead to marriage around the age of 27 or 28. Father Xin nodded in agreement, stating that marrying at 27 or 28 is quite appropriate, as doing so too early could be detrimental. Mother Xin, however, found this aspect of her husband particularly irksome. She jabbed at him playfully, saying, "My dear husband, do you recall how young I was when you whisked me away?" Father Xin was momentarily speechless. "Oh, the car is coming. Let us board," he suggested. Mother Xin squinted at him, a teasing smile dancing on her lips, while Father Xin sat upright, daring not to glance away. He vividly remembered when Mother Xin was merely 16, visiting others during the New Year festivities, which infuriated her father, who had chased him away with a broom. Now, with their daughter approaching 16, he felt an unexpected twinge of discomfort, realizing he was destined to become the very type of person he despised. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyang was explaining the exam paper to Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying achieved a commendable score of 96 on this paper, which was crafted by Gu Chengyang himself. Although some of the questions were challenging, his patient instruction enabled her to grasp everything swiftly. This set of questions was created by me. I have studied the style of our school's teachers. I am unsure if it will align perfectly, but with your abilities, I have no doubt you will rank among the top 3, Gu Chengyang stated calmly. Xin Yuying nodded, feeling a sense of reflection. Previously, her biology scores fluctuated around 80 to 90 points. Remarkably, in less than a week, she achieved such significant improvement, which she had not anticipated. "Do you still predict exam questions?" Xin Yuying asked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed," Gu Chengyang nodded affirmatively. "Can you predict for other subjects?" Xin Yuying inquired with an expression of hope. "No, only biology," Gu Chengyang replied candidly, then gazed into Xin Yuying's eyes, awaiting her next question, so he could explain further. "Oh, well," Xin Yuying said, leaning back in her chair and kicking her legs. "Your biology is quite impressive." She began to pack her belongings. "Got it," Xin Yuying replied, though she still had more to say to Gu Chengyang. However, for some reason, after meeting her parents, Gu Chengyang's mood had noticeably dampened. The two of them took a taxi, first dropping Xin Yuying off at her home. Unfortunately, this time Gu Chengyang did not wait for Xin Yuying to say, "Remember to message me when you get home. Wow, it smells amazing. Is dinner almost ready?" Xion's father appeared, tying on an apron. "It will be ready shortly. I was just about to ask your mother to call you." Xin Yuying placed her backpack on the sofa and said, "Then I'll wait in the living room." Dinner was served soon after. Xin Yuying washed her hands and brought out the dishes. "Wow, I absolutely adore Dad's sweet and sour ribs. They smell divine." Before everyone had even settled at the table, Xin Yuying had already tasted a piece. It had been a long time since the three of them had gathered, and as they dined together, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter. After the meal, Xin Yuying lazily leaned back in her chair and wiped her mouth, exclaiming, "I feel so full. It has been ages since I've eaten to this extent." Xion's father also set down his chopsticks and called for his daughter. "My dear, I have something to inquire of you." He exchanged a cautious glance with Xion's mother before tentatively asking, "What is it? How did you and Mom meet?" Xion's father began, "You must know that in our era, neither your mother nor I excelled academically. We both ventured into the world after finishing high school. At that time, we had nothing to our names. I took your mother's hand and promised her that I would not let her suffer." Xion's mother interrupted him with a gentle tap of her chopsticks, insisting, "Get to the point." "Well, I have kept that promise. Your mother no longer has to work and spends her days watching dramas and cooking." "Get to the point," she reiterated, casting another stern glance at Xion's father. With a weary sigh, Xin Yuying picked up her cup and took a sip of water, asking, "So, Dad, what exactly do you want to say?" Realizing he had digressed, Xion's father straightened his demeanor and stated, "I merely wish to ask how long you and that young fellow have been together." "Ugh," Xin Yuying sputtered, spraying water everywhere. Seeing his daughter's astonished expression, Xion's father hastily clarified, "I am not opposed to your relationship. It is understandable for young people to yearn for love. Initially, I was reluctant, but observing you two studying together in the library made me reconsider. Every young man possesses potential. As long as you are willing to believe in him as your mother believed in me, there should be no issue." Father Xin controlled his tone, delicately conveying his thoughts. "Your mother shares the same sentiment." Xin Yuying wiped her mouth, first glancing at her father, then at her mother, and remarked, "But we are not together." "Not together?" Both parents echoed in unison. "Indeed, we are merely studying together. No, rather, he is tutoring me," Xin Yuying explained with an air of helplessness. Observing his daughter, Father Xin perceived no deceit in her demeanor. "Could it be that our daughter is truly not in a romantic relationship?" Mother Xin interjected, "That cannot be. I have noticed the way that Yang looks at our daughter, much like how you gaze at me. Is it possible that Yang has yet to win our daughter's heart? She is wholly devoted to her studies. It seems he may need to pursue her for several more years." The couple reached a consensus and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chapter 65. The distinct differences among individuals. Gu Chengyang. "I have arrived home." "Gu Chengyang, it is time for dinner." "Gu Chengyang, I believe I may have left something at your place." Xin Yuying. "I will return it to you when I get to school." "Gu Chengyang, school starts?" "Gu Chengyang, is tomorrow or the day after not feasible?" Xin Yuying. "That is not possible." Xin Yuying. "My father is here. I must accompany my family tomorrow and the day after." Gu Chengyang. "Understood." "Gu Chengyang, please focus on your studies and enjoy time with your family." Xin Yuying. "Yes, indeed." On a charming afternoon, Gu Chengyang and Wang Zhun reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a discussion about which skin offered the most value for money. Suddenly, Gu Wanqing approached with a tablet in hand, promptly ushering Wang Zhun aside. "You can play over there. I have something to discuss with Xiaoyang," she declared. Wang Zhun, looking rather forlorn, clutched his phone and wandered off, ultimately deciding to purchase all 3 skins, intending to alternate their use, and gift a set to Gu Chengyang as well. Gu Wanqing handed the tablet to Gu Chengyang, saying, "Xiaoyang, could you please take a look at these questions I've devised? I find them rather challenging." Gu Chengyang accepted the tablet, glancing over the content before responding, "Sister, you're working on the 2nd unit. The concepts here are quite cohesive and easily organized, though the difficulty level remains moderate, perhaps around 80 to 90. In Gu Chengyang's terms, this meant that approximately 80 to 90% of individuals would be capable of answering correctly. The New Year's holiday swiftly passed. 3 days were ample for diligent students to absorb a wealth of knowledge, yet woefully insufficient for those eager to indulge in play. On Tuesday morning, Xiang Ting animatedly recounted to Deng Zian and Ruan Jie the thrilling exploits of his gaming triumph the previous day. You cannot imagine how tense it was. The enemy Shu Yue was aiming with his 2nd skill, while Zhuge Liang unleashed his ultimate at Shaoxing. I, as Ake, first flashed to eliminate Zhuge Liang, then refreshed my skills to pursue Shu Yue, shielding Shaoxing from harm, and ultimately secured the kill. It was a double kill. Wasn't that impressive? Zhang Tian leaned back against the chair and remarked, "Yesterday, I was roused from my afternoon slumber by a phone call from him, which lasted a full half-hour as he elaborated from 4 perspectives and 3 dimensions." At that moment, Gu Chengyang entered the classroom and directly approached Xiang Ting. Chenggu, let me tell you, yesterday my Aku heroically turned the tide. Just yesterday morning, I was playing games with Shaoxing." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyang interjected, "You played Aku and even used Flash?" Xiang Ting explained, "Shaoxing and I were engaged in a chaotic brawl. She particularly enjoys that mode." Xiang Ting tirelessly recounted the tale to Gu Chengyang, and just as he prepared to narrate it a 2nd time, Xin Yuying entered. Noticing Xiang Ting occupying her seat, she inquired, "What are you all discussing?" Xiang Ting relinquished the seat and cheerfully said, "Yuying, you're here. Come, take a seat. I was sharing with Chenggu the story of my heroic comeback in gaming yesterday. You might as well listen in." While listening, Xin Yuying returned the headphones to Gu Chengyang and couldn't resist her curiosity, asking, "Isn't that just an ordinary double kill? Why does it sound like you've vanquished 5 foes and cleared 6 challenges?" Xiang Ting replied, "The crux lies not in my kills, but in my rescue of Shaoxing. Do you understand? A hero saving a damsel." Unable to communicate effectively with others, Xiang Ting turned to his deskmate, Zheng Tian, intending to recount the tale once more. As the story progressed, Zheng Tian even pulled out his Chinese textbook to recite classical literature. With a sardonic smile, Zheng Tian remarked, "My classmate is more fearsome than classical Chinese. This examination is an internal assessment, with the test papers collaboratively crafted by the teaching research group. Yet it will still disrupt the class. A total of 9 subjects are to be examined, with 1 subject in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening, spanning a full 3 days. It is not until Thursday morning that the biology exam commences. Initially, Students will engage in self-study in their respective classrooms, and only when the time arrives will they proceed to the examination hall. Xin Yuying repeatedly peruses the materials provided by Gu Chengyang, diligently reciting key points. Gu Chengyang, with one hand propping up his chin and the other idly twirling a pen, casts sidelong glances at his deskmate. There's no need to be so anxious. You will undoubtedly perform well this time, he assures her. And how can you be so certain? What if I do poorly? Xin Yuying retorts, immersed in her studies to the point of neglecting to look up. Because I am the one who helped you review. You will certainly excel, he responds confidently. Is that confidence in yourself or in me? Xin Yuying inquires. Undoubtedly, it is confidence in myself, he replies. 40 minutes before the examination begins, a melodious piano piece emanates from the loudspeakers, signaling that students may prepare to head to their respective examination halls. Xin Yuying closes her book, takes a deep breath, and declares, this time, I must secure a place among the top 3. Ruanjie, feeling anxious, takes several sips of water and complains, isn't it said that piano music alleviates stress? Yet I find myself growing more tense with each note. Deng Xian counters. Not everyone feels the same. Some individuals seem quite relaxed. Ruanjie glances over to Xizeng Tian and Xiang Ting yawning as they casually exit through the back door with a pen in hand. They have always been like this, haven't they? Ruanjie remarks. Following the experimental questions, Xin Yuying's eyes widened as she stumbled upon the fill-in-the-blank section. Gu Chengyang's prowess was nothing short of remarkable. His predictions were astoundingly accurate. Though the questions were not identical, they assessed the same knowledge points. A few multiple-choice questions also aligned perfectly with the material, with one question featuring options that were exactly the same. Xin Yuying felt a wave of relief wash over her. This examination was akin to having prior knowledge of the answers. What was intended to be a 1.5-hour test was completed and reviewed within an hour. As she capped her pen and settled back into her seat, Xin Yuying found herself lost in thought. The disparity among individuals was striking. Some toiled endlessly in their studies yet struggled to achieve commendable results, while others, despite their diligence, merely managed to maintain a position among the top few. Then there were those like Gu Chengyang, who merely needed to engage their minds to discern how teachers would frame their questions. No wonder he expressed such confidence in himself that morning. Had Zheng Tianxiang and Ting completed the questions crafted by Gu Chengyang in advance, passing would have been a mere formality. Chapter 66. Tied for first place in the entire school soon after the biology examination concluded, during self-study in the afternoon. Gu Chengyang approached Xin Yuying with a smile, inquiring, how did it go? Gazing into Gu Chengyang's eyes, Xin Yuying replied, it was passable, just barely. Passable? Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the questions were exceedingly simple, even I managed to solve them. Wouldn't that be more than just passable? Xin Yuying responded. Fully aware of Gu Chengyang's expectations, yet she remained resolute in her silence. Gu Chengyang refrained from pressing further, stating, very well. Now I must contemplate what requirements I wish for you to fulfill. In a moment of uncertainty, Xin Yuying asked, are you certain I can secure the top position in our class? Gu Chengyang nodded affirmatively. However, Xin Yuying continued, you ought to perform even better. Gu Chengyang replied, once the results are released, you shall see. Xin Yuying insisted, hey, you cannot do this for me. I must earn the first place through my own merits. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge this wager. Observing Xin Yuying's proud demeanor, Gu Chengyang restrained the impulse to tousle her hair and stated, I am not doing it for you. You will understand once the results are out. After the biology examination, only 3 humanities subjects remained. For Gu Chengyang, who was destined to pursue the sciences. These subjects felt indifferent, whether he studied or not. Yet Xin Yuying was insistent, declaring, you taught me biology this week, so I shall teach you history in return. If I excel in biology, but you continue to perform poorly in history, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Thus, she compelled Gu Chengyang to review the material. With no other choice, he complied. After a while, Gu Chengyang inquired, have you considered whether you wish to pursue the humanities or the sciences? Xin Yuying pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I have not decided. I am more inclined towards literature and wish to study the humanities. Yet I believe the sciences might offer better employment prospects. I suppose I will decide when the time comes. I shall study whichever subject proves to be more advantageous. Gu Chengyang remained silent, continuing his study of history. Before long, the examination period concluded, spanning a total of 9 subjects over 3 full days. from Tuesday afternoon to Friday morning. On Friday afternoon, the teachers returned to grade the examination papers, and as a result, the first-year students were granted a holiday. Wang Zhen and Gu Wanqing were both away from home. Gu Chengyang remained alone, staring blankly at his phone, engrossed in the chat interface with Xin Yuying. In the previous week, they had exchanged endless conversations while preparing for their studies, but now that the exams were over, he found himself at a loss for words whenever he thought of approaching Xin Yuying. After a while, he opened his computer and searched for the employment prospects for liberal arts graduates on Baidu. He messaged Xiang Ting, "Brother Qing, are you playing Honor of Kings? Xiao Xing hasn't taken a break. Let us form a 5-man team." "Who isn't here?" Gu Chengyang inquired. "Sister Ruanjia isn't coming. She's busy chasing her manga," came the reply. By the time he logged on, the other 4 had already assembled. Xiang Ting remarked in the voice chat, "It's been ages since the 5 of us played together." Deng Xian added, "Indeed, it's been a long time since we've all gamed together." "What difference does that make?" Xiang Ting retorted. Xin Yuying interjected, "Of course it matters. We usually play with the 5 of us, just not with you." Zheng Tian quipped, "All you ever talk about is Xiao Xing." After only a few rounds, Deng Xian and Zheng Tian had to log off due to prior commitments. With the team incomplete, the remaining players lost their enthusiasm. During these 2.5 days of holiday, the school had assigned no homework. Xin Yuying maintained a very regular routine at home. While her schedule was orderly and her interactions with her family were pleasant, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Realizing that Monday was approaching and she would soon see her classmates again, she belatedly remembered that she hadn't had a private conversation with Gu Chengyang all week. Early the next morning, Xion's father drove his daughter to the school gates. Xin Yuying skipped merrily into the classroom and, upon noticing Gu Chengyang already seated, transitioned her buoyant gait into a more measured stroll towards him. "Good morning, Gu Chengyang," she greeted cheerfully. "Good morning," he replied. "Do you know when the results will be released?" Xin Yuying inquired. "I'm not sure. Perhaps today," Gu Chengyang responded. A silence fell between them, a palpable awkwardness lingering in the air, as they found themselves devoid of topics beyond their studies. One donned headphones, retreating into solitude, while the other immersed herself in an extracurricular book. Soon, more classmates arrived, and the classroom buzzed with life. Before long, the homeroom teacher entered, and a serene hush enveloped the room once more. Gu Wanqing held the report cards, glancing at the eager faces of her students. "I am delighted to announce," she began, "that in this mock final examination, our class boasts 2 students who achieved the highest individual scores in the entire school." Whispers erupted among the students, some speculating it was Gu Chengyang, others betting on Xin Yuying, while still some guessed at others. Indeed, it was Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying. "Wow, they are the top in the whole school." Once the excitement subsided, Gu Wanqing continued, "If it weren't for the fact that this year the final exams will be a citywide assessment, this mock examination would essentially serve as your final scores. I encourage everyone to study diligently and learn from Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying." Xin Yuying cast a glance at Gu Chengyang, feeling slightly vexed that their teacher had not specified which subjects they excelled in, merely noting their top ranks. The class monitor stepped up to affix the report cards to the bulletin board. Deng Xian, bustling with excitement, hurriedly approached with tape and scissors to post them while sneakily glancing at his own results. The top of the class, Gu Chengyang, with a perfect score of 100 in biology. Second place, Xin Yuying, also with a flawless 100 in biology. Wow, they both achieved the highest score in biology. Deng Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter. I had thought that Xin Yuying was the top in history. Wasn't Gu Chengyang participating in the school's physics competition training? How could he not be the top in physics? It's not as if he was the only one in training. What if there were others who were even more formidable? Listening to the discussions around him, Xin Yuying glanced at her deskmate. Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I told you I didn't hold back." Xin Yuying nodded with delight, saying, "I actually came first in the class." "So," Gu Chengyang slowed his tone, "I owe you a request. Go ahead." Xin Yuying, unruffled and patient, replied, "Think it over first. Just let me know when you've decided. I keep my word. I've already made up my mind." "Would you join me in selecting science in our second year?" Gu Chengyang looked deeply into Xin Yuying's eyes, enunciating each word carefully. In those clear pupils, he could distinctly see his own reflection, so transparent that he could even perceive his own nervousness. Chapter 67. Review, Review, and Review. Would you join me in selecting science in our second year? Xin Yuying was momentarily taken aback, having expected Gu Chengyang to propose something more significant. Yet this was all he asked. Certainly. No problem at all. Xin Yuying tilted her head with a smile, her eyes curving gracefully. I intended to choose the science stream anyway. Gu Chengyang, taken aback for a moment, then sighed in relief, remarked, but you previously mentioned your fondness for literature. Indeed. I do have an affection for literature and contemplated selecting the arts, yet the sciences seem more suited for me. Besides, all the children in my family have chosen the science path, so I am certainly bound to follow suit. Gu Chengyang chuckled, then I suppose I am at a loss. That request was in vain. Xin Yuying stuck out her tongue playfully and replied, well, that's not my concern. You have already brought it up. Gu Chengyang conceded, all right then. Let us consider it as my suggestion. As he gazed at Xin Yuying's mischievous little tongue, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Xin Yuying, glancing at her perfect biology test paper, passed a note to Gu Chengyang. Xin Yuying, if I choose the science stream, will you still help me with the problems? Gu Chengyang, of course. I will explain everything you struggle with, as long as I am familiar with it. Xin Yuying, but what if you don't know? Gu Chengyang, the problems I struggle with, you need not worry about. Xin Yuying, then I shall seek help from others. There must be someone who knows. Gu Chengyang, the problems I cannot solve are ones that no student in the entire school can. Xin Yuying, even someone as impressive as you hasn't achieved the top rank in the school. Gu Chengyang, once we reach the second year and no longer take literature, you shall see my actual ranking. After all, it is only after the final exams are set that we will know the holiday schedule. And only then can we ascertain the duration of this year's break. With the Lunar New Year falling on February 15th, the earlier the holiday begins, the longer it will last. Finally, on January 15th, the examination schedule was confirmed, commencing on January 25th, with 2 subjects to be tested each day. The final examination will conclude on the morning of the 29th, after which we will have a break, and a few days later, a parent-teacher meeting will be held to discuss the results. January 15th falls on a Monday. During the flag-raising ceremony, the director delivered a heartfelt speech. Students, it is hard to believe, but this marks the last flag-raising ceremony of this semester. In just 2 weeks, you will be on vacation. However, do not let your excitement overwhelm you, for there will undoubtedly be final examinations before the holiday. I trust that you have all heard about the exams from your respective homeroom teachers. This time, the exams will be citywide. Each school will send its most outstanding teachers to collaborate in crafting the test questions at the experimental middle school. This examination not only showcases the strengths of various institutions, but also serves as a measure of your individual capabilities. Consider your ranking within your class, your standing within the school, and your position throughout the city. I will not elaborate further. Starting this week, we will fully immerse ourselves in intensive review mode. Even if you do not strive for the honor of the school, do it for your own sake. Every additional point could mean celebrating the new year with joy. During lunch, a group of 6 dined together, and Xiang Ting candidly remarked, every time I head to the restroom after class with that song playing, I feel as though I am off to battle pirates. Deng Xian added, it seems that the physics teacher from the neighboring class has gone to the experimental middle school to create the examination questions. Wang Jie inquired, does that mean they will not have physics class? Deng Xian replied, not at all. They have arranged for a trainee, a young and beautiful recent graduate, to take the class instead. Xiang Ting suddenly became intrigued and inquired, is there any teacher in our class who will be setting the exam questions? Might there also be female university students involved? The group shifted their gaze towards Zheng Tian, as Xiang Ting pointed to him and remarked, I am asking on his behalf. Zheng Tian swallowed a mouthful of food and scoffed dismissively, I will certainly inform your little star. As the crucial period for final exam revisions approached, everyone was engrossed in their studies. Even Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, who were not particularly enthusiastic about learning, refrained from disturbing their classmates who were passionate about their studies. Thus, the group could only engage in casual conversation during mealtimes. It was mentioned that this upcoming final exam would not only involve the first-year students, but also the second and third-year students. Furthermore, since the first-year students had yet to be divided into science and arts tracks, there would be 2 rankings, one for science and one for arts. Teacher Gu Wanqing stated, having completed a semester in the first year, we will soon split into arts and sciences. Those who have already formulated plans can focus their revisions to gauge their standing in the city. However, considering that each school has both high-performing and low-performing students, the rankings would not be disclosed. Those wishing to inquire could approach me after the parents' meeting or message me privately. Additionally, she reminded the boarding students to prepare a week's worth of change of clothes and living expenses, as classes would continue for 7.5 days next week. Gu Chengyang added, this time, the rankings for arts and sciences will be separate. Xin Yuying, calculating a problem without looking up, asked, so what? Gu Chengyang twirled a pen and replied, you will be able to see my level in the sciences then. Xin Yuying cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, my ranking in history alone would surely leave you in tears. Xin Yuying responded, just now, the homeroom teacher mentioned that if you choose to focus on the sciences, you should dedicate more time to revising them. Xin Yuying lifted her head with a subtle smile and replied, indeed, even if I were to neglect the humanities from this moment onward, my historical prowess would remain an unattainable peak for you. As she spoke, she cupped her hands over her mouth, exhaling a puff of warm breath. Winters in the south rarely witness snowfall. When the sun does not shine, the sky is perpetually overcast, coupled with a biting cold wind that chills one to the bone, leaving even the thickest attire insufficient against the shivering cold. Fingers, ears, and toes often succumb to frostbite. Xin Yuying observed Xin Yuying warming her hands around her cup every so often, and suddenly exclaimed, have I not given you a New Year's gift? Xin Yuying paused in surprise, then chuckled, it's nearly the 20th. A New Year's gift, you say? How about I make up for it? Xin Yuying replied, removing his riding gloves and retrieving hand cream from his large pocket. He said, here, a New Year's gift. Xin Yuying glanced at the gloves he had just taken off and remarked, a bit large, don't you think? And this color is rather unattractive. It's a peculiar shade of yellow-brown. Xin Yuying countered, the inside is fluffy. Why not give it a try? Though slightly oversized, it should be fine for riding. Xin Yuying hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the gloves and donned them. They were indeed warm. As she tucked her fingers inside, she exclaimed, wait, that's your body heat, isn't it? Still basking in the warmth of our previous encounter. Gu Chengyang remarked gently as he observed Xin Yuying donning the hand cream. This moisturizer works wonders. Apply it after washing your hands, and they shall remain free from cracks. Chapter 68. It began to snow. Upon hearing Gu Chengyang's words, Xin Yuying's cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth. Since childhood, she had been rather tomboyish, exhibiting a carefree demeanor. Though she harbored a love for literature, her mischievous spirit often led her to frolic in the countryside with her cousins, catching fish in the river and climbing trees to retrieve eggs. It was only upon entering middle school that she began to grow her hair long and gradually adopted a more demure disposition. She had certainly worn boys' clothing before. She recalled a time when, after wading into the river and thoroughly soaking her own attire, she had simply seized her cousin's clothes to wear. Back then, it had seemed inconsequential, yet now, she found the situation rather peculiar. As the back of Xin Yuying's hand felt the softness of the gloves, still imbued with Gu Chengyang's warmth, she realized that merely a minute ago, they had adorned his hands, and now they were upon her own. Suddenly, her face grew warm, the blush extending to the very tips of her ears. Gu Chengyang, noticing the rosy hue of her ears, inquired, have your ears also succumbed to the cold? Xin Yuying pinched her earlobe, feeling its warmth, and stammered, no, it's merely that I feel overheated. Gu Chengyang replied, then, by all means, wear them. And do remember to use the hand cream as well. As the class bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson, Xin Yuying pressed her lips together before saying, thank you. I shall also prepare a New Year gift for you. Gu Chengyang let out a soft chuckle and remarked, no need. I am not fond of receiving gifts. Upon exiting the classroom, a biting gust of wind lashed against Xin Yuying's face, gradually cooling her flushed ears. She shook her head, attempting to cast aside the peculiar thoughts that had just crossed her mind. The primary focus now was the impending final examinations in a few days. She must perform well. Gu Chengyang followed her out, gently placing a hat upon her head before walking beside her, with her hands tucked into her pockets. Xin Yuying endeavored to raise her gaze to meet his, but the thick white fur lining of her down jacket's hood obscured half of her face, preventing her from catching a glimpse of Gu Chengyang's features. After several fruitless attempts, she surrendered and directed her gaze at the first button of his jacket, stating, I shall take my leave now. My father is likely waiting for me at the entrance. Without allowing Gu Chengyang a chance to respond, she skipped down the stairs, making her way towards the school gates. As the crucial moment of the semester approached, Even the most playful of students began to settle down and devote their attention to their studies, aware that every additional point in the finals mattered. Even Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting humbly sought guidance. Finding Gu Chengyang's explanations rather profound, they preferred to consult Xin Yuying instead. Thus, in the final week, devoid of any notable events, their days were consumed with completing assignments and revising over and over again. At long last, the time for final examinations has arrived. The school, in a rare departure from tradition, chose not to play sailor, instead opting for sunshine always follows the rain, inspiring each student with the belief that their diligent efforts would yield commendable results. After 4.5 days of rigorous testing, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the halls. Though clad in heavy, thick coats, every individual felt a newfound lightness. However, while the final exams have concluded, the semester is not yet entirely over. All subject teachers across the city will diligently grade the papers, and results are expected to be released within 3 to 5 days. At that time, parents will receive text messages confirming the schedule for the upcoming parent-teacher meetings. Boarding students may retrieve their belongings from the dormitory either today or on the day of the meetings. At that moment, Zheng Tian, Xiang Ting, and Ding Ziyan entered the classroom, carrying the winter holiday assignments, which they promptly distributed. Xin Yuying received her holiday assignments, which were not overly burdensome, 5 books in total. There was one each for language, mathematics, and English, along with one for liberal arts and one for sciences, culminating in a volume dedicated to Chinese reading and writing, and another for English reading comprehension. A brief glance revealed that the total was less than 300 pages, including over 10 pages of answers. "Wow, it's snowing," someone exclaimed. "It's really snowing." The entire school erupted with excitement as students rushed to the railing to capture photographs. This southern city experiences snow so infrequently that it may occur only once every few years. Thus, the sight of such a heavy snowfall is indeed a rare and delightful occurrence. As the classmates eagerly lifted their phones to capture the moment, Xin Yuying, too, picked hers up and happened to notice a WeChat message from her mother. It was a transfer request of 300 yuan. Gu Chengyang, observing from above, could not suppress a light chuckle upon witnessing this. Xin Yuying immediately furrowed her brows and pressed her phone close to her chest, exclaiming, "How can you invade my privacy?" Just then, a snowflake fluttered in, landing delicately on Gu Chengyang's nose, a small patch of white that swiftly melted into water. Xin Yuying burst into laughter at this sight. Gu Chengyang rubbed his nose and suggested, "Since no one is here to pick you up, shall we go out for some fun?" "Sure. Where shall we go?" Xin Yuying pondered for a moment before agreeing. Having finally completed her exams, she was eager to unwind. "Just wait while I grab my things," she said, retrieving her notice and 5 books of homework. Gu Chengyang inquired, "Didn't you say we wouldn't need to pack anything?" Xin Yuying replied, "I'm just taking my winter break assignments. I took a look, and it's not too much. I should be able to finish it before the parent-teacher meeting." "All right, let us go," she declared, holding her backpack but not yet wearing it, as she leaped in front of Gu Chengyang. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, having overheard, approached and said, "You're going out to have fun? Where to? It's been ages since we gathered." Just as Xin Yuying was about to respond with enthusiasm, Gu Chengyang interjected, "We plan to head to the library to do some homework. Would you like to join us?" Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting exchanged glances, replying, "Hello, Chenggu." "Goodbye, Chenggu." The two individuals walked back much faster than they had arrived. The diligent scholar is indeed formidable. As soon as the holiday commenced, they arranged to tackle their assignments. Alas, it is rather daunting. Perhaps we should enjoy our time separately. Chapter 69. Playing in the snow as they watched the two figures fade into the distance, Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang also made their way onward. "You're bundled up so heavily that I can't even tell if you're carrying your backpack. I fear you might lose it without realizing," Gu Chengyang remarked. During the first and second years of high school, students typically finish their exams around this time. Yet the school had not imposed a specific departure date. With the snow falling, the campus was teeming with life. Some boarding students, whose families resided far away, remained in the dormitories until the parent-teacher meeting. They were now celebrating throughout the campus, taking photographs, and eagerly waiting for more snow to accumulate so they could engage in snowball fights and build snowmen. After exiting the school grounds with their student IDs, Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying headed directly to the nearby bus station. Gu Chengyang glanced down and inquired of Xin Yuying, who trailed silently behind him, "Why are you so quiet?" "What should I say?" Xin Yuying replied, her face somewhat obscured by the thick fur lining of her hat. Aren't you going to ask where I plan to go for fun? Weren't you saying you wanted to go to the library to work on your assignments? Gu Chengyang found himself at a loss for words. He raised his hand to brush the heavy snow from Xin Yuying's hat and asked, "Do you really want to go to the library to work?" Xin Yuying nodded, causing her hat to sway slightly. "How about we forego the assignments today?" Gu Chengyang proposed. "It's a rare occasion to see snow. Let me take you to the park instead." "That sounds wonderful. Will we be able to go boating today?" Xin Yuying responded eagerly. "I have long wished to go boating at the People's Park." Gu Chengyang remarked, "I am uncertain if we can today. But shall we first drop off our backpacks at your home?" The two boarded the bus, and as Xin Yuying removed her hat, snow tumbled down, startling her to the point where she nearly sought refuge in Gu Chengyang's embrace. "That frightened me. Luckily, no one was behind us. Otherwise, I would have drenched them," Xin Yuying exclaimed, still shaken. It was merely one stop to her home, followed by a short walk to the entrance of the community. Xin Yuying reached out to Gu Chengyang for her backpack. He playfully hid it behind his back and teased, "What? Do you not want me to accompany you upstairs? So, you prefer I remain here alone in the snow? I understand your intentions. You simply do not wish for me to visit your home," he continued, lamenting, "Indeed. Once I complete your supplementary lessons, you will abandon me." Xin Yuying initially intended to clarify her stance, but ultimately relented, observing Gu Chengyang perform a mock tragedy, his expression a blend of sorrow and comedy. "Gu Chengyang," he muttered, still pondering his words. "Why are you so aloof at school, yet act like a fool in my presence?" Xin Yuying inquired earnestly. Ultimately, it was Xin Yuying who ventured inside alone. Shortly thereafter, she emerged wearing a loose-knit beanie adorned with two drooping bunny tails. With a bounce reminiscent of a rabbit, she approached Gu Chengyang, whose gaze shifted from his phone screen to her smiling face. "Let us go," she declared. Xin Yuying clutched the white ribbons dangling from her hat, playfully tugging at them as she spoke, causing the rabbit ears atop her head to bob rhythmically. "Why aren't you carrying an umbrella?" Gu Chengyang inquired, diverting his gaze from her ears. "I intended to bring one, but I found it rather odd to carry an umbrella on a snowy day, so I left it behind." "Very well, let us proceed." The two strolled toward the bus stop, passing a bubble tea shop along the way. "Gu Chengyang, my rabbit says it desires bubble tea," Xin Yuying remarked, shaking her head playfully. "Then let us stop and buy some," Gu Chengyang replied. After satisfying their appetites, they boarded the bus to People's Park. Nestled in the heart of the city, this park boasts the finest greenery in the area, adorned with tranquil lakes, artificial hills, and a quaint amusement area. By the time they arrived at the park, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. The snowfall had blanketed the entire park in a pristine layer of white, casting a bright glow over the scenery. Although many people were enjoying themselves in the park, the atmosphere remained serene. Xin Yuying dashed about gleefully, while Gu Chengyang chased after her. The entrance to the park featured a spacious area, where the foot traffic had melted the snow, rendering the ground somewhat slippery. Upon reaching this spot, Xin Yuying hesitated to run, opting instead to tread carefully. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and before she could utter a sound, she found herself tilting backward. In an instant, Gu Chengyang swept her up in his arms. Still startled, Xin Yuying clung tightly to his arms, unwilling to let go. After a considerable time, she finally opened her eyes, her first thought being, "Oh, I didn't actually fall. If you don't let go, we may both slip together," Gu Chengyang remarked. Although Xin Yuying was light and did not feel burdened by her thick clothing, the layers made it difficult for Gu Chengyang to completely encircle her with his arm. Additionally, Xin Yuying's firm grip on his arm was exhausting him. Feeling a bit awkward, Xin Yuying released her hold, allowing Gu Chengyang to gradually lower her down. Grasping his arm with one hand, she declared, "Actually, I wouldn't fall. I was just dancing." "You are akin to a newly hatched chick," Gu Chengyang teased, permitting her to cling to him. "What? Tough on the outside but soft on the inside," he quipped. "Humph, mocking me," Xin Yuying pouted. Soon, they passed through the entrance, where the ground was covered in a blanket of snow. Xin Yuying instantly let go of Gu Chengyang's arm and began to leap with joy, completely disregarding her earlier timidness. Gu Chengyang chuckled as he followed her, cautioning, "Be careful, don't fall." "Uft, I won't fall," Xin Yuying replied. "Hurry up. The snow over there hasn't been disturbed. Let's go play there." The eastern side of the park was sparse with people, revealing a vast expanse of pristine snow. Upon arriving, Xin Yuying halted, not wanting to venture further. Gu Chengyang inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's too pristine there," I can't bear to step on it, she responded. Gu Chengyang pointed to a few children in the distance and said, even if you refrain from stepping on it, those children over there might. As Xin Yuying noticed someone approaching, she promptly leaped in and wandered about, while Gu Chengyang observed her from within as she ventured further away. Xin Yuying left an imprint of the character and called out to Gu Chengyang, look, I have you beneath my feet. Gu Chengyang chuckled and joined her. But as he was about to step on the character, Xin Yuying swiftly obliterated it with her foot. Huh, you shall not trample me, he declared. I shall draw a picture and see if you can discern what it is, Gu Chengyang suggested. Then I shall draw too, Xin Yuying replied. The two of them sought out patches of empty ground and began their respective creations, ultimately reconvening to inspect one another's artwork. Xin Yuying's was rather simple, a heart. However, she failed to comprehend Gu Chengyang's drawing. What is this? A cross with a hook in the middle? She inquired. Gu Chengyang responded, can't you tell? What is it? Is it a spell? Xin Yuying asked, perplexed. This is the graph of the function yx squared, opening upwards, with its vertex at the origin. Gu Chengyang remarked. It seems you have not mastered even the most fundamental concepts of mathematical functions. In response, Xin Yuying walked over and erased Gu Chengyang's quadratic function, exclaiming, you are truly dull. Glancing over, Xin Yuying noticed a group of children building a snowman and enthusiastically suggested, let us join them in making a snowman. Then let us go, Gu Chengyang agreed. Xin Yuying instinctively clutched Gu Chengyang's clothing, saying, you go ahead, I am frightened. Gu Chengyang glanced at the 3 or 4 small children before him, barely reaching his waist, then turned to look at Xin Yuying, who was hiding behind him, and chose to remain silent. Hello, little friends, Gu Chengyang greeted as he led Xin Yuying forward, retrieving a few lollipops from his pocket to share. Can my sister and I join you in your play? One of the sniffling children, evidently their leader, replied, sure. As Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying crouched down to mold snow, Xin Yuying inquired, where did you get the lollipops? Would you like one? He asked. Not particularly. But if you have more, I suppose I could reluctantly manage to eat one, she replied, scooping up a handful of snow. Gu Chengyang tore open the wrapper. And noticing Xin Yuying's desire for a treat yet her unwillingness to discard the snow in her hands, he simply placed the candy into her mouth. The snowman they were constructing consisted of a cone and a sphere. The cone was swiftly assembled, yet the children struggled to form snowballs. The sniffling leader observed Xin Yuying carrying snow and asked, sister, can you and your boyfriend help us make snowballs? We can't do it. Xin Yuying piled the snow she held onto a larger mound, smiling as she nodded, of course, but he is not my boyfriend. Then why are the two of you out here together? They inquired. Because he is my younger brother. Xin Yuying fabricated a story with wide eyes. Glancing at Gu Chengyang in the distance, hoping he could not hear her fib. Oh, it turns out to be my younger brother. Xin Yuying approached Gu Chengyang and said, Gu Chengyang, they want us to roll a snowball. Gu Chengyang replied, I heard. He raised his head, wearing a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, and looked at Xin Yuying, saying, sister? Xin Yuying's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, ahem, let us get on with it. Rolling a snowball involves first crafting a small snowball by hand, then placing it on the ground to roll and grow larger. The two quickly formed a substantial snowball, which they then placed next to the body of the snowman. A group of children nearby gasped, their mouths agape, exclaiming, wow, what a big head. Xin Yuying was momentarily taken aback, saying, that feels a bit odd. The current challenge was how to position the snowball atop the snowman's body. Gu Chengyang attempted to lift it, but found it nearly impossible, almost causing the snowball to crumble. Ultimately, he inserted his hands from either side and hoisted it onto the snowman. Hooray, the Ultraman snowman is complete, cheered the children, surrounding the snowball and bouncing with joy. Xin Yuying interjected, wait, it still needs eyes and arms. The children hurriedly scattered, calling out, brother, sister, please keep an eye on the snowman while we fetch twigs and stones. One child returned with a small branch, forked at the end, pleading with Gu Chengyang to affix it to the snowman's head, claiming it was Ultraman's antenna. The group frolicked around the snowman, capturing countless photos. Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang walked to the roadside, and at some point, the snowfall had ceased. Gu Chengyang gazed at Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying's cheeks were flushed with cold, her hands stiffly pressed against her mouth, exhaling puffs of breath. Xin Yuying raised his hand and adjusted Xin Yuying's hat, pulling it down to cover her icy, reddened ears. Observing her crimson hands, he suggested, "Allow me to treat you to a meal, and perhaps warm your hands in the process." Xin Yuying replied, "That sounds lovely. I feel as though my hands are losing all sensation. Why don't you tuck me into your pocket for warmth?" "That won't do. My hands are unclean," he countered. In the city center, dining options were scarce, limited to fast food establishments, so they settled on a noodle shop. They ordered one large and one small bowl of ramen before heading to wash their hands. The water at the sink was pleasantly warm, and as Xin Yuying submerged her hands, they gradually began to thaw. She turned to Gu Chengyang and remarked, "I wish I could remain in warm water forever." However, she quickly added, "But that would be wasteful, and besides, the staff is watching." With that, she dried her hands and exited the restroom. The proprietor first served each of them a small bowl of clear noodle soup. Xin Yuying took a generous sip, her expression reflecting pure enjoyment as she exclaimed, "Now my stomach feels warm as well." After their meal, they made their way to the bus station, passing by a clothing store where an array of hats caught their eye. "Come, let me buy you a hat," Xin Yuying insisted. "I'm not fond of receiving gifts," Gu Chengyang replied. "Oh, but that's not acceptable. You've given me something, so I must return the favor," she insisted, tugging him inside. Although she claimed to be purchasing for him, Xin Yuying found herself trying on one hat after another atop her own head. In the end, he purchased a pitch-black knitted cap and placed it atop his head. Gu Chengyang gazed at Xin Yuying, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Xin Yuying remarked, "Well, my old hat now belongs to you." Gu Chengyang pinched the ear of the cap, once more seeking clarification through his gaze. Xin Yuying, adorned with her new hat, examined herself in the mirror from various angles, then looked up at Gu Chengyang and said, "Humph, since you gifted me your previously worn gloves, I shall return the favor with my former hat." Gu Chengyang nodded, then reached inside the cap, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, indeed, it still carries your warmth." Xin Yuying feigned ignorance and proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill, though her ears discreetly flushed with color. "I'm home now," she announced. "I'm good," Gu Chengyang replied. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" he asked. "Thank you, I had a wonderful time," Xin Yuying responded, adding, "So happy." Gu Chengyang inquired, "Will you join me again in the coming days?" "Not this time. I must first complete my homework," she replied. "All right," he said. "I'll tidy up my things now. Goodbye," she concluded. "Goodbye," he echoed. Later that night, as Gu Chengyang lay in bed, he perused his social media and stumbled upon a post from Xin Yuying. She had tagged their classmate, sharing a snapshot of her and a group of young children building a snowman, alongside a photo of her in her new hat taken in the store. A comment from Zheng Tian read, "Weren't you supposed to be at the library with Chinga?" To which Wan Jia added, "You went out to play behind our backs." Deng Xian, "Ha, this snowman is so silly. What is that on its head?" Chapter 71, The Parent-Teacher Meeting. Several times, Wan Jia had invited Deng Xian and the others to hang out, but Xin Yuying always declined under the pretext of doing homework. Thus, 3 days passed, and Xin Yuying finally completed all her assignments. She casually scrolled through her phone, momentarily unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, the parent-teacher meeting was only 2 days away. For students like Xin Yuying, who excel academically, the notification message about the meeting included class rankings. The Sun Squad sent a message, and someone tagged her. Xin Yuying opened it to find a message from Xiang Ting. "Xiang Ting, Xin Yuying, Yuying's sister. Did you receive the notification message?" "Xiang Ting, I heard that the top students will have their rankings announced." "Xiang Ting, what rank are you?" Xin Yuying, second in the class. "Xiang Ting, wow, Cheng Gu is first again." Deng Xian, "Hee, you lost, fair and square. As the class monitor, I shall not bully you with your 88 skin." Xin Yuying quietly observed the screen as the others in the group began to chat, yet Gu Chengyang was conspicuously absent. After watching for a while, she closed her phone. What was the point of chatting in the group every day? Wasn't reading a book more enjoyable? Xin Yuying went to the bookshelf, found a book, and began to read. Soon, it was time for the parent-teacher meeting. Early in the morning, Xion's father and mother woke up to groom themselves, and then they began to argue about who would attend the meeting. As the only man in the household, "I must go to this parent-teacher meeting." "Pooh, how can you dare to attend a meeting for a daughter you haven't seen in half a year?" "My busyness at work has kept me occupied, but now that I am less burdened, I find myself spending each day with my daughter. Regardless, I intend to attend. Was it not you who went on the first day of school?" "On that day, my daughter went alone. Mom and Dad, Xin Yuying observed the heated argument at the dining table and could no longer refrain from interjecting. In truth, both of you can attend. There is no stipulation that only one person may go. In contrast to the high-achieving students, those with poorer grades seem less than pleased. Stop that. Why are you clutching your head and stomach? You little rascal, do not provoke me. Ever since that afternoon of snowfall, the subsequent days have been filled with bright sunshine. Xin Yuying's family walked to the school. At the entrance, students were on hand to greet visitors, and the campus buzzed with a lively crowd. Xin Yuying led her parents into the classroom, which was already populated with many attendees. Gu Chengyang and his 4 companions had arrived and were conversing near the back door. Gu Chengyang, donned in the school's winter teacher's attire, stood at the podium, surrounded by a throng of parents inquiring about their children's academic performance and conduct. Then, Deng Xian approached and said, "You must be the parents of Xin Yuying. I am the class monitor. Please take a seat at your daughter's desk. Our parent meeting will commence shortly." Xian's mother replied, "It may be a tight fit for both of us." Deng Xian remarked, "It's quite all right. Xin Yuying's deskmate is Gu Chengyang, and since Gu Chengyang's parents are absent today, the two of you can sit together." Upon hearing this, Xian's father inquired, "How did Gu Chengyang fare in this exam? Do you happen to know?" Deng Xian, while guiding the 2 parents, replied, "Gu Chengyang secured first place in the class, surpassing Xin Yuying by 5 points. However, both of them exceeded the 3rd place by more than 50 points. Noticing that more parents had arrived, Deng Xian quickly urged, "Uncles and aunts, please take a seat. I must attend to the other parents." Seeing Ruan Jie waving to her from behind, Xin Yuying also said, "Mom and Dad, please sit. I am going to join my classmates." Xian's mother commented, "Gu Chengyang is quite impressive. He has outperformed our daughter twice." Xian's father placed his phone on the table and scoffed, "Humph, I've heard that this time the rankings will be separated for science and humanities. Our daughter will undoubtedly excel over Gu Chengyang in the humanities." As Xin Yuying approached the back, she greeted Ruan Jie with a warm embrace. "Ah, Yuying, I've missed you so much," Ruan Jie exclaimed. "Hug, hug, hug." They chorused. The group engaged in light conversation, sharing experiences from the past few days of their holiday. When the others heard Xin Yuying mention that she had completed all her assignments, they expressed their astonishment. Zheng Tian asked, "Did you perhaps copy the answers from the back?" Xiang Ting remarked, "What answers are there? In my view, out of 10 math problems, 8 of the answers are merely guesses." Xin Yuying glanced at Gu Chengyang and inquired, "By the way, why didn't your parents come?" Gu Chengyang surveyed the classroom with a dismissive glance and remarked, "It hardly matters. We're all at the top anyway. So what significance does attendance hold?" Zheng Tian, following suit, joined in the mockery. Yet, only Xin Yuying discerned the sorrow lurking behind Gu Chengyang's indifferent facade, a sadness concealed beneath his nonchalance. She fell into silence, recalling that whenever the topics of money and parents arose, Gu Chengyang would inevitably plunge into a state of despondency, feigning nonchalance, whether at the milk tea shop, in the library, or even now. However, he was reluctant to divulge his feelings, and Xin Yuying could not bring herself to inquire. Soon, the parent-teacher meeting commenced in earnest. All the students stood at the back of the classroom while their parents occupied the seats designated for them. Gu Chengyang, at the age of 27, was embarking on her inaugural journey as a homeroom teacher, also presiding over her first parent meeting. Observing the parents, whose ages hovered around 40, she felt no trepidation and began with a warm smile. "Good evening, esteemed parents. I am Gu Chengyang, the homeroom teacher of class 15. I believe many of you have only seen me during the enrollment period." At that moment, the loudspeaker in the classroom crackled to life, and a male voice interrupted, "May I kindly request that all homeroom teachers pause their meetings? I have several matters to address. Ahem, first and foremost, due to the recent snowfall, the water accumulated on the playground has yet to dry. The grade group has decided to convene a meeting for all parents via this announcement." The opening remarks were nothing more than self-introductions and the transmission of the school's ethos. It is believed that all parents are already aware that starting from this semester's final exams, all first-year students citywide will partake in the same examination paper. In our school's recent examination, the top 50 in the science category consisted of 18 students, while the liberal arts category boasted 24 students. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to Gu Chengyang from class 15 of the first year, who achieved a perfect score in mathematics, ranking jointly first among 4 students citywide. We also commend Xin Yuying from the same class for securing the top position in history throughout the city. Chapter 72. The end of the semester. As Xion's father journeyed home, his face radiated joy, finding delight in every sight. He turned to Xion's mother and remarked, "Despite our lackluster academic performances, how is it that we have such an exceptionally intelligent daughter?" Oh, you cannot imagine the commotion in our class after the announcement. 2 students ranked first in the city are from our class. My daughter is truly remarkable. Daughter, whatever you desire, your father shall procure for you. Unable to tolerate his exuberance any longer, Xion's mother interjected, "All right, enough of that. Gu Chengyang is also a top student. His parents are not here. And look at how you are flaunting it." Meanwhile, Xin Yuying observed her father clutching her backpack, alternating between speaking to her on the left and her mother on the right. Suddenly, she thought of Gu Chengyang, who also ranked first but lacked the celebration of parents. Contemplating this, she took out her phone and sent a message. Xin Yuying, you performed admirably. Congratulations. Your parents may not have celebrated your success, but you have me as your enchanting deskmate. Gu Chengyang, thank you. You too, being first in the city. Xin Yuying, what significance does being first in history hold? I won't be pursuing liberal arts in the future. Gu Chengyang, indeed, should you encounter any difficulties in the sciences, feel free to consult me. Gu Chengyang, we can continue to be desk mates. Xin Yuying, is that possible? Gu Chengyang, as long as you desire it. Suddenly, Xin Yuying's fingers paused over the keyboard. Upon reading the 4 words sent by Gu Chengyang, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She did not even hear her father calling her. Yuying, I have called you several times. Do not walk while looking at your phone. What are you engrossed in? Xion's father leaned over. Xin Yuying hastily closed her phone and replied, I was just glancing at the messages in our class group. I was just asking you, what do you want to eat for lunch? Xion's father inquired. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us dine out. He remained in the classroom. Although the parent-teacher meeting had concluded, his sister, Gu Chengyang, was still surrounded by a throng of parents at the podium. Teacher, has my child been attentive in class? Teacher, why did my child perform so poorly on the final exam? Teacher, what subjects should my child study during the winter vacation to improve? Gu Chengyang sat quietly in his seat, lost in thought. It had been quite some time since anyone attended a parent-teacher meeting on his behalf. Occasionally, his sister and brother-in-law would come when they were not preoccupied. He recalled the parent-teacher meeting in the 2nd year of middle school, where attendance was mandatory for signing. Otherwise, students would not be allowed to leave for vacation. Gu Chengyang was left alone in the office, watching the teachers pack their belongings. It was not until dusk approached that Wang Jun arrived. He had just disembarked from a flight and taken a cab straight here, looking weary from his travels. Gu Chengyang's homeroom teacher glanced at Wang Jun, then approached with the signature sheet. Gu Chengyang, standing quietly beside Wang Junchao, blinked and then lowered his head to sign. The homeroom teacher remarked, You parents are so busy. I have never encountered such irresponsible guardians. Since the beginning of the school year, I have not seen a single one of you. Every time, it is either an older brother or sister who comes, and even during the school registration, only one person showed up. I apologize for the inconvenience, teacher. Gu Chengyang remained silent, allowing Wang Junchao to pull him away. Xiang Ting, having finished his questions with his father, approached and tapped the desk, saying, Chenggu, I'm leaving now. Happy winter vacation. See you in the game. Just then, Xiang Ting's father scolded him. You little rascal, all you know is how to play games. Gu Chengyang is the top student in the city. Can't you learn something good from him? If you lead Gu Chengyang astray, just wait until I get hold of you. The father and son gradually walked away, their voices fading into the distance. Gu Chengyang smiled and then donned his headphones, leaning against the wall to rest his eyes. Xiaoyang, what are you daydreaming about? When Gu Chengyang awoke, he found Gu Wanqing standing in front of him, having removed his headphones and calling out to him. The classroom was now empty, the other parents having departed. Gu Chengyang replied, All right, I understand. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Xin Yuying had sent a new message. Xin Yuying, I just had a meal outside, and now I'm home. Xin Yuying, ignoring you. Xin Yuying, I believe you are deceiving me. You simply do not wish to sit with me. As long as you're home, that is fine. I'm still in the classroom, tidying up, and will leave shortly. I just glanced at my phone. I wish to be your desk mate. Once Wang Jun arrives, Gu Wanqing will come down to lock the classroom door, then sign in at the gatekeeper's station and hand over the key, marking the true end of this semester. Gu Wanqing and Gu Chengyang placed all their belongings into the trunk of Wang Zhen's car, when suddenly Gu Chengyang asked, "Sister, will we rearrange our seats next semester?" Gu Wanqing replied, "Of course, we must. Today, many parents expressed that my frequency of seat adjustments is too infrequent. I must pay attention to this next term." Wang Zhen, seated in the driver's position, prepared to make a U-turn while glancing into the rearview mirror, remarked, "What is this? The semester has barely begun its vacation, and you're already pondering who you'll sit with next semester?" Gu Chengyang responded, "I just feel that sitting together with Xin Yuying will mutually enhance our learning." Gu Wanqing, in the passenger seat, removed her shoes and sat cross-legged, saying, "That's true. I hadn't anticipated that our class would yield 2 top scorers in the entire city." Having watched Gu Chengyang grow up, she recognized her exceptional academic performance. Yet this was the first time she had achieved a ranking in the city. As for Xin Yuying, her science scores were somewhat lacking, but her performance in humanities consistently ranked among the city's best. While others may be unaware of these achievements, Gu Wanqing, as the homeroom teacher, certainly knew. However, she had already mentioned during the parent-teacher meeting that those wishing to delve deeper into their child's academic details could contact her privately. "If you wish to remain desk mates, I have no objections, but your grades must only improve, never decline," Gu Wanqing stated. "Understood," they replied. Gu Chengyang unlocked his phone, eager to share the news with the enchanting fairy, only to discover that several individuals in the Sun Squad group were already deliberating on their upcoming outing. It dawned on him that an entire semester had come to an end. From the day he met Xin Yuying until now, a span of precisely 157 days had elapsed. Chapter 73, Couple Seats. The winter break has commenced. Today is the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, with exactly 10 days remaining until the Lunar New Year's Eve. In the group chat, Xiang Ting continued to converse. "Xiang Ting, Xin Yuying, have you completed all your assignments, dear Yuying?" Xin Yuying, "Yes, why do you ask?" Xiang Ting, "How about I treat you to a cup of milk tea tomorrow morning?" Xin Yuying, "What are you up to?" Suspicious. JPG Xiang Ting, "My father tore up the answers to my winter vacation homework, so I was hoping to borrow yours for a glance." Xiang Ting, "Thank you, dear Yuying." Benefactor. JPG After a moment, Zheng Tian chimed in. "Dude, Xiang Ting, you asked me to checkmate one for places to visit, and now you're here borrowing Yuying's homework?" Zheng Tian, "I want it too." Xin Yuying, "I only have one copy. Why don't you ask Gu Chengyang?" Zheng Tian, "Gu Chengyang, Bro Cheng, have you finished your homework?" Ruanjia, "So, have we decided where to go yet? I'm free tomorrow, but I'll head back to my hometown the day after." Xin Yuying, "I'll be leaving either tomorrow or the day after as well." Zheng Tian, "It's all arranged then. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we shall gather at the school gate. Subsequently, we will take a bus to enjoy hot pot at a certain establishment. Once we finish our meal, we can conveniently visit the KTV across the street and reserve a small room for 4 hours. Afterward, we will proceed to watch a movie, followed by dinner, which could be either barbecue, steak, or Chinese cuisine." Deng Xian, "Is such a mundane itinerary really necessary?" Zheng Tian, "What other places does our esteemed class leader wish to visit?" Deng Xian, "Which movie shall we watch?" Zheng Tian, "Any film will suffice." He then shared screenshots of the recently released movies, and we ultimately decided on the last wish. Deng Xian, "Gu Chengyang Zheng Tian, Gu Chengyang Xiang Ting, Gu Chengyang Ruanjia, why are you all tagging Chenggu?" Xiang Ting, "We agreed last time that for collective activities, Chenggu would initially cover the expenses, and afterward, we would settle the costs with him. Naturally, we must wait for Chengji's consent." Gu Chengyang, "That works, but I have already seen the movie, and the only available showtime at that cinema is at 11 in the morning. Is that acceptable to you all?" Deng Xian, Ruanjia, Xiang Ting, "That's perfectly fine." Gu Chengyang, "Then I shall purchase the tickets." Deng Xian, Xiang Ting, Zheng Tian, "Let us dine out." Gu Chengyang, "What about the 2 girls?" Xin Yuying Ruanjia Xin Yuying, "I have no objections." Ruanjia, "Sounds good." Gu Chengyang, "Excellent. Then we shall convene at the school gate tomorrow morning at 10. Classmate, have you risen yet? Gu Chengyang, "Let's leave a bit earlier today. I will pick you up at 9. Xin Yuying, "Huh? What about them?" Gu Chengyang, "They will still gather at the school gate at 10. Xin Yuying, "Then why?" Before she could finish typing, Gu Chengyang sent another message. Gu Chengyang, "I have something to discuss with you." Xin Yuying deleted her previous message. All right. As she exited the community, she spotted Gu Chengyang waiting ahead and hurriedly jogged over, looking up at him and asking, Didn't you say you'd pick me up at 9? As Gu Chengyang walked outside, he replied, I just had rice noodles downstairs from your building. Xin Yuying, trusting him, said, Really? I told you how delicious they are. I practically come here every 2 or 3 days. The two of them hailed a taxi and headed straight to the cinema. While in the car, Xin Yuying asked, Didn't you have something to tell me? What is it? Gu Chengyang gazed out of the window and replied nonchalantly, I bought the movie tickets on my phone, but I can't retrieve them. So I called you over to figure it out. Xin Yuying nodded and said, That would indeed be quite embarrassing. Once we arrive at the cinema, I'll teach you how to do it. Fortunately, you called me instead of Deng Xian or Zheng Tianxiang. Otherwise, they would surely mock you. Gu Chengyang. 20 minutes later, they got out of the taxi at the square. The cinema was on the 3rd floor, so they took the elevator up. Upon arriving at the cinema, they found an automatic ticket machine. Xin Yuying said, Take out your phone and open it. Gu Chengyang complied. Xin Yuying instructed, Open the ticket purchasing app. Gu Chengyang followed her directions. Xin Yuying instructed, Open the order. Gu Chengyang complied without hesitation. Scan the QR code here. Xin Yuying pointed towards the camera of the automatic ticket machine. Gu Chengyang followed her instruction meticulously. After a couple of beeps, the ticket slot revealed 6 tickets. Xin Yuying bent down to retrieve them and handed them to Gu Chengyang. Smiling as she asked, Have you learned how to do this? Gu Chengyang nodded, tucking the tickets into his pocket, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Xin. I have learned, satisfied. Xin Yuying nodded in approval, glancing at the time. It was just past 9 o'clock. She settled onto a nearby long bench and looked up at Gu Chengyang standing beside her, saying, It's only just 9. We still have 2 hours. What shall we do? With practiced ease, Gu Chengyang retrieved 2 more tickets from the automatic machine, suggesting, Let us watch one show first. And then we can see another when they arrive. What? Really? Xin Yuying exclaimed in surprise, quickly rising to her feet. Is that appropriate? Gu Chengyang took her hand firmly, urging, Come on. The show has already started for over 10 minutes. If we don't go in now, they won't let us. Xin Yuying opened her mouth, wanting to protest. But Gu Chengyang had already pulled her inside, prompting her to mutter softly, Is there such a rule? The film they were about to watch was a romantic one, and Gu Chengyang had purchased couple seats. Behind the regular seating, there were 2 or 3 rows designated for couples, those spacious double sofas with no armrests in between, adorned with large heart-shaped backs. The film had already commenced when Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang entered, just as the screen illuminated brightly. Gu Chengyang pulled Xin Yuying along. Her eyes widened at the sight of the expansive sofa, and Gu Chengyang casually remarked, There are no tickets left for regular seats. Xin Yuying was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the numerous vacant spots in the rows ahead. Noticing her expression and reaction, Gu Chengyang stifled a chuckle and took a seat, quietly asking Xin Yuying, Are you afraid? Chapter 74. Study diligently. Serve the motherland. Are you afraid? Gu Chengyang provocatively settled into his seat, smiling at Xin Yuying. Who said I'm afraid? I'll sit if I want to. Xin Yuying retorted softly, then took her place beside him. She sat upright on the sofa, not daring to lean against the back, her hands neatly resting on her knees, motionless. On the surface, she appeared engrossed in the film, yet her peripheral vision continually monitored Gu Chengyang. Whenever he shifted slightly on the sofa, she immediately straightened her posture. With commendable academic performance and a harmonious family life, Xin Yuying possessed emotional intelligence that, while not quite on par with her intellect, was still substantial. She was not oblivious to Gu Chengyang's intentions. However, she felt that discussing such matters was premature. The feelings of 15 or 16-year-olds are often innocent and beautiful, but are they truly love? Xin Yuying was uncertain, and moreover, she was reluctant to confront it at this moment. Should she clarify things with Gu Chengyang? Yet, they had already articulated their feelings quite clearly the last time. She currently regards Gu Chengyang merely as a friend. Even if an opportunity for a future development were to arise, that would be a matter for another time. Although Mr. and Mrs. Xin are quite open-minded, Xin Yuying is resolute in her decision not to engage in early romantic relationships. She has a clear plan for her life, to focus on the college entrance examination, attend university, pursue love, build a career, and eventually marry. As she watched the film, her mind wandered amidst her thoughts, gradually becoming engrossed in the storyline. Sitting upright against the back of the sofa, she remained oblivious to Gu Chengyang's restless demeanor beside her. Gu Chengyang, absorbed in the movie, found his thoughts consumed by the advice his brother-in-law had imparted the previous night. Place the popcorn in the middle. When you see her reach for it, do so as well, but without being too deliberate. A gentle touch on the back of her hand will suffice. Gu Chengyang sighed, glancing at the space between them, regretting that he had forgotten to buy popcorn. The film featured a tearful scene, and he reminded himself to offer her a tissue when the moment arrived. As the emotional scene unfolded, Gu Chengyang observed Xin Yuying, who was thoroughly engaged, even commenting to herself about the authenticity of the tears. He mused that there would likely be a kiss following the emotional climax, and the couple in front of them might share a tender moment, providing him the perfect opportunity to take her hand. However, as the film reached a prolonged 3-minute kiss, he noticed that Xin Yuying had her arms crossed over her chest. Watching the screen with a critical expression, Gu Chengyang wondered, was this truly how his brother-in-law had pursued his sister? He found it hard to believe. Until the film concluded and the lights illuminated during the rolling credits, Gu Chengyang wore a complex expression. The lessons imparted by his brother-in-law were all deceptive. Not a single tactic had been employed in the presence of Xin Yuying. As Xin Yuying stood and stretched languidly, she inquired, "Aren't we leaving?" Previously, she had been concerned that Gu Chengyang might seize this opportunity to act, having already prepared her words. Yet the two of them merely occupied a couple's seat to watch a romantic film, truly just for viewing. She had misjudged Gu Chengyang. Rising in silence, he made no reply. Xin Yuying walked ahead, muttering, "This screening must be for couples, specifically showcasing romantic films. I remember seeing the trailer for this movie a few years ago." Upon exiting, Xin Yuying immediately spotted Wang Jie and Deng Xian. She waved her hand and hurried over, exclaiming, "Wang Jie, over here." Wang Jie, upon noticing, brightened up, embracing the approaching Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying interjected, "What kind of behavior is this?" To which Xin Yuying remarked, "Oh, so she's the one being treated." Gu Chengyang accepted the cola, raising an eyebrow. Xiang Ting continued, "You must be trying to please Sister Yuying, hoping she will do your homework for you." Gu Chengyang scoffed, retorting, "Can I do it myself?" Deng Xian queried, "Why did you only buy 4 cups?" Xiang Ting explained, "The cola is too cold, and we still plan to eat hot pot, so I bought milk tea for Sister Yuying and Sister Wang Jie." Xin Yuying handed her homework to Xiang Ting and received the milk tea, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. A few individuals stood conversing idly, primarily 3 young men who were criticizing Gu Chengyang's behavior. However, Gu Chengyang remained engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent. Wang Jin inquired, "What is the situation?" Gu Chengyang replied, "No chance, brother-in-law. You are utterly pathetic." Soon, it was time for ticket inspection. Gu Chengyang, positioned at the forefront, presented his ticket for verification. Upon reaching the entrance of the auditorium, he distributed tickets to several individuals in succession, ensuring everyone found their designated seats, as he had purchased tickets for adjacent seating. Xin Yuying lingered at the back. Upon seeing Wang Jie receive her ticket and enter, Xin Yuying extended her hand, asking, "Where's my ticket?" With a soft "oh," she followed closely behind. The seating arrangement was entirely orchestrated by Gu Chengyang, with the order from left to right being Xing Tian, Deng Xian, Xiang Ting, Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, and Wang Jie. Xin Yuying sat next to Gu Chengyang. They watched the film attentively, as Gu Chengyang had no intention of playing any tricks, believing that the lessons imparted by his brother-in-law were entirely unnecessary. As for pursuing Xin Yuying, he preferred to navigate that journey at his own pace. Reassured by the abundance of time ahead, Xiang Ting lamented tearfully, expressing her admiration for the Air Force, stating, "If not for my circumstances, I too would aspire to be a pilot." The group descended the stairs, heading to the pre-booked hot pot restaurant located on the 2nd floor of the plaza. Observing Xin Yuying lost in thought, reminiscent of her earlier reactions to romantic films, Gu Chengyang queried, "What are your reflections?" Xin Yuying clenched her fists resolutely, her eyes seemingly alight with inspiration, as she declared, "Those predecessors, in the face of war, diligently pursued their studies. We must emulate their spirit, study earnestly, and repay our nation." Wang Jie, Deng Xian, and Xiang Ting. Passers-by. Perhaps the words spoken were so striking that even the surrounding pedestrians turned their heads to gaze at the solemn little girl. Gu Chengyang could not help but chuckle, saying, "Very well, I support you." Xin Yuying looked at Gu Chengyang as though she were gazing at a successor, nodding gravely. The two then proceeded forward together, leaving the remaining 4 in a state of confusion. Wang Jie remarked, No wonder our top students excel academically. They are all dedicated to the nation. Deng Xian replied. I feel inferior as the class leader. Xiang Ting lamented. I am merely a bystander, a waste of space. I do not deserve to be friends with them. Chapter 75. I cannot tolerate spiciness. The group entered a hot pot restaurant. It was already past 1 o'clock, and the establishment was not too crowded. The 6 of them found a large table and settled down. The waiter brought over the menu, and Zheng Tian, seated on the outside, handed it to Gu Chengyang, who then passed it to Xin Yuying, saying, let the ladies decide. Ruan Jia leaned in to glance at the menu, but the first item posed a challenge. Xin Yuying looked up and asked, should the broth be spicy or not? The others chimed in, declaring their ability to handle spiciness, with even Ruan Jia asserting she could partake. Xin Yuying hesitated but prepared to mark her choice. Gu Chengyang, who was engrossed in his phone beside her, interjected. I cannot handle spiciness. Let us opt for the dual flavor pot. Xin Yuying promptly marked the dual flavor pot. She systematically inquired about each ingredient. How about tripe? What about yam? Beef meatballs? Beef slices? What about the shrimp paste? What shall we drink? Xin Yuying, uncertain of everyone's culinary preferences, decided to inquire individually. After ordering the dishes, she discerned a pattern. The boys favored beef, tripe, and lamb, showing little inclination towards leafy greens. The waitress took the menu and remarked, the dipping sauces are at the bar. Please help yourselves as needed. The pot was brought over first, followed by a gradual delivery of the dishes. The temperature began to rise. Several boys shed their jackets, draping them over the backs of their chairs. Gu Chengyang, clad in a black down jacket over a cream turtleneck sweater, appeared notably more radiant after removing the outer layer. Sitting across from him, Xiang Ting gazed through the swirling steam of the pot, momentarily struggling to discern Gu Chengyang's features, and exclaimed in surprise, wow, Chenggu, you've become ethereal. Gu Chengyang remained engrossed in his phone, seemingly unfazed by Xiang Ting's astonishment. Xiang Ting continued conversing with the nearby Zheng Tian, saying, I always thought Chenggu was handsome, but today I truly realized just how striking he is. Upon hearing Xiang Ting's words, Xin Yuying, who had been whispering with Ruan Jia, couldn't help but glance over a few times. One must admit, he is genuinely handsome. Gu Chengyang's features, initially somewhat stern, might give an impression of aloofness at first glance. However, having recently allowed his hair to grow longer, and perhaps having gained a touch of weight, he has softened that distant aura. Yet, he is not truly heavier. Rather, he has transitioned from an overly slender physique. At that moment, engrossed in the glow of his phone screen, his cream turtleneck exuded an air of vitality, captivating Xin Yuying entirely. Gu Chengyang was unaware of when he had stopped checking his phone. Turning his head, he gazed at Xin Yuying, who was lost in admiration. Indeed, this angle was the most captivating. Usually, he could only view her profile, catching glimpses of her brow and nose, but now he beheld the entirety of her enchanting eyes. The two shared a moment of eye contact, and for an instant, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving only the two of them. Click! Deng Xian, filled with irritation, hastily set down his phone, exclaiming, damn it, not only did I forget to mute it, but I also failed to turn off the flash. Xin Yuying's face flushed crimson as she tugged at Ruan Jia, indicating their departure. Ruan Jia and I are going to get some dipping sauce. Gu Chengyang rubbed his nose, and then playfully kicked Deng Xian, who quickly understood and chuckled. Brother Cheng, I was wrong. I'll delete it right away. As he lowered his gaze to his phone, a floating notification appeared above, revealing a message from Gu Chengyang. Send me the photo. Deng Xian replied, Brother Cheng, I promise not to share it. I'll delete it immediately. Gu Chengyang insisted, send it to me, and then you can delete it. Deng Xian hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Gu Chengyang countered, I'll cover all the expenses today. Deng Xian complied, photo. JPG. It's already deleted. Gu Chengyang cautioned, don't mention it to anyone. Deng Xian assured him, no problem, no problem. Gu Chengyang opened the photo and zoomed in. Since Deng Xian's seat was adjacent to his, the angle of the shot was not optimal, capturing only a small portion of his profile, yet it beautifully showcased Xin Yuying. She slightly parted her lips, gazing at Gu Chengyang, her mouth unadorned yet tenderly crimson, her skin luminous and fair. Her hair, freshly washed, framed her forehead, veiling her delicate brows while accentuating her large, expressive eyes. The corners of her eyes sparkled with mirth, reminiscent of a character stepping out from a comic. Gu Chengyang cast a brief glance before saving the photograph to his QQ album, Baidu Cloud, and WeChat favorites, feeling a sense of reassurance thereafter. Xin Yuying still felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, Wang Jie, noticing that everyone had departed, persisted in teasing her. Yuying, you must admit, you were smitten just now. Xin Yuying, both impatient and bashful, stirred her chopsticks in her bowl, exclaiming, "Oh, what are you talking about? I'm merely hungry." Then why the blush? You show no signs of embarrassment with anyone else, yet you turn crimson at the sight of Gu Chengyang. You too often sneak off to have fun without us. Let me tell you, I've noticed everything, Wang Jie asserted confidently. Wang Jie, still eager to converse, observed Xin Yuying attempting to act nonchalant, but after a moment as contemplation, she chose to relent. The task of adding ingredients to the pot fell to Xing Tian, who meticulously divided the dishes into a ratio of 2-to-1, placing them into the spicy broth and the clear broth respectively. As Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying were consuming the clear broth, the remaining 4 indulged in the spicy one. The group began to chat and laugh as they commenced their meal. Initially, all seemed well, but soon the vegetables in the clear broth began to accumulate. Xin Yuying grew puzzled, wondering why their pace was so slow despite the fact that she and Gu Chengyang were dining together, while the others had already begun their second platter of beef rolls, leaving a considerable amount still on their side. Although it is said that Gu Chengyang is slender and perhaps eats less, it should not be to such an extent. Through her meticulous observation, she discovered that Gu Chengyang had not touched the clear broth at all, but was consistently indulging in the spicy soup. Wang Jie, Deng Xian, and Xiang Ting, who claimed to handle spicy food well, were now drenched in sweat and continuously blowing their noses, while Gu Chengyang remained unaffected, eating with laughter and ease. Xin Yuying suddenly realized that Gu Chengyang not only could handle spicy food, but was indeed the most capable among them. Why then did he mention the dual flavor pot? Wasn't that misleading? As this thought crossed her mind, she froze. Initially, when she ordered, she hesitated to choose the dual flavor pot out of embarrassment for not being able to eat spicy food, and Gu Chengyang had claimed he also couldn't handle the heat, which allowed her to order it with a sense of relief. Suddenly, a string in Xin Yuying's heart was plucked. She held her chopsticks, momentarily at a loss for words. In this moment, she could conjure excuses for each of Gu Chengyang's special attentions towards her, but this time, she could think of no other reason. Gu Chengyang was indeed looking out for her. But why? Was it simply because he liked her? Xin Yuying found herself perplexed, especially since she felt they had not spent much time together. How could Gu Chengyang have developed feelings for her? Could it truly be love at first sight? This realization drained her appetite, and she set down her chopsticks, opting instead to sip her yogurt slowly. Before long, Wang Jie and the others also laid down their bowls and chopsticks, leaving only Deng Xian still persevering. He held the chopsticks, fishing in the crimson broth, exclaiming, "Why is no one eating? Don't waste it. There is still so much left in the pot." After retrieving his fill from the red soup, he noticed an even greater bounty remaining in the clear broth. Overcome with a sense of urgency, he stood and transferred all of the clear soup's contents into the red broth to continue cooking, proclaiming, "Why are you all eating so little? Indulge yourselves. There's no need to be polite." Wang Jie, sipping her yogurt, remarked, "Class monitor, now I understand why you are so portly. Your belly is nearly as large as that of 3 men. Deng Xian, ladling out the dishes, responded, "To be able to eat is a blessing. You simply do not comprehend." He even added an untouched platter of food from the side into the pot, which was initially intended to be returned. After several of them had finished eating, they settled into their chairs and spent half an hour absorbed in their mobile phones, allowing their food to settle. Eventually, Deng Xian, with a satisfied expression, wiped his mouth and stated, "I suppose I am about 80% full." Gu Chengyang, wearing a complex expression, hesitated before suggesting, "Shall I order you some more meat?" Deng Xian glanced at the time and replied, "Never mind. Let us head to KTV. Otherwise, we won't have enough time to sing for 4 hours before it gets late." Gu Chengyang went to the front desk to settle the bill, and the group made their way outside. The KTV had been booked in advance via mobile, and upon arrival, they showed their phone number to be escorted to their room. The attendant came to prepare the microphones and inquired, "Would you prefer fried peanuts or crispy potato strips as snacks?" Deng Xian, unabashed, settled into his seat and declared, "Let us have one of each." The server then asked, "What about drinks? Juice or alcohol?" The group fell silent, turning their eyes toward Gu Chengyang. The waiter explained, "It is as follows. The 4-hour private room package you booked includes either 4 bottles of juice or 2 bottles of beer. What would you prefer? Gu Chengyang replied, we are all still students. Let's go with the juice. Very well, please wait a moment. After a while, the waiter brought in snacks and juice, closing the door behind him. Come on, let us get the party started. Xiang Ting exclaimed, picking up a microphone. Whoever wants to sing, go ahead and choose a song. Deng Xian was too busy enjoying the snacks to pay attention. Gu Chengyang remained silent, engrossed in his phone. Xin Yuying wore a pensive expression, fiddling with her fingers since they had sat down. Zheng Tian was observing the ambience of the private room, having just stepped into the restroom. Ruan Jie picked up another microphone and said to Xiang Ting, I'd like to sing the most dazzling national style. Please cue it up for me. Xiang Ting responded, Sure, the first song will be Ruan Jie's The Most Dazzling National Style. By the time the first song ended, Deng Xian had nearly finished the snacks and had consumed half a bottle of juice, feeling quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting had already selected over 10 songs following the most dazzling national style. They beckoned Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang to join them, urging them not to be so aloof. Xin Yuying sat down to choose songs, repeatedly selecting Jay Chou's pieces. Hey, who has cued Far Away and High Flying 5 times? Zheng Tian replied, That would be me. What's the issue? Xin Yuying quietly added another song, saying, Oh, it's nothing. I just thought there might have been a mistake. After finishing her first song, Ruan Jie came over and asked, Yuying, why did you select only Jay Chou's songs? Because I have enjoyed listening to his songs for several years now. Deng Xian called out to Gu Chengyang, Brother Cheng, why don't you pick a song? Gu Chengyang replied, Feel free to choose. I'll join in whenever I know the lyrics. After Xiang Ting completed her second song, she continued to sing several more. But feeling a bit fatigued, she suggested, Deng Xian, please activate the random song selection. Otherwise, the songs we choose will be consecutive, making it exhausting to sing. Once the random selection was enabled, their chosen songs would be shuffled accordingly. The next song, Deng Xian's No Questions, happened to be the theme song of the movie they had watched earlier that day. Deng Xian, with his robust frame and naturally deep voice, skillfully sang while deliberately lowering his tone, creating a captivating performance that concluded with applause from several attendees. Following that, Zheng Tian performed Soar Away, holding the microphone. Zheng Tian remarked, Deng Xian, your singing is quite average. Now watch me. He inquired if Brother Cheng knew this song, encouraging him to sing along. Gu Chengyang, seated beside Xin Yuying, replied, I don't know it. After a splendid rendition, the next song was Ruan Jie's Wandering the World. Ruan Jie, appearing delicate and timid, surprised everyone with her choice of songs, which were increasingly exuberant. She sang with fervor, bouncing around energetically, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling by the end of her performance. As the random selection continued, several songs by Xiang Ting and Deng Xian played, with Gu Chengyang refraining from singing, claiming he did not know any of their songs. The next song was Give Me a Song's Time. Xin Yuying eagerly picked up the microphone, exclaiming, This one is mine. Gu Chengyang suddenly exclaimed, I can sing this one. Hand me a microphone. This song was not a duet, as both individuals sang each line. Xin Yuying's voice was crisp with a hint of youthful innocence, while Gu Chengyang's tone was deep yet unrestrained, creating an unexpectedly harmonious blend. Upon finishing the song, they intuitively set down their microphones in unison. The next song, Far Away and High Flying, was chosen by Zheng Tian. Xiang Ting remarked, Zheng Tian, please take a microphone. Zheng Tian picked up a mic, grinning as he stated, The more songs we choose, the higher the chances of singing them. What a childlike spirit. Who chose the next song? Everyone together, happy goat. Xiang Ting looked towards the song selection platform. Deng Xian replied, It's mine, he he he. A few of them joined in the playful teasing. The next song, Giant Star in a Turbulent Age. Oh, this one is mine, Xiang Ting declared. While they sang, they had shown great respect by asking Gu Chengyang if he would join, yet he consistently responded that he would not sing. It appeared that Gu intended to sing only one song today. The following song, Heavenly Fragrance, must belong to Yuying, right? Yes, that's mine. Xin Yuying affirmed as she took the microphone. Gu Chengyang added, I can sing this one too. After they finished singing, they once again set down their microphones in perfect synchrony, thus discovering a pattern. Xiang Ting continued to announce the next songs. Next up is Zheng Tian's, followed by Next. It's Sister Ruan Jie's, and Next, it's mine. The cycle continued with Next, Sister Ruan Jie's, and Next, Deng Xian's. Throughout this, Gu Chengyang remained indifferent, seated on the sofa with a bottle of juice, watching them sing until, "This one should belong to Yuying, right?" Gu Chengyang suddenly remarked. "I can sing this one too." Ruan Jie and Deng Xian exchanged glances, realizing that Gu Chengyang's reluctance to sing was not due to a lack of ability, but rather a simple desire to perform solely with Xin Yuying. At this moment, it was impossible for Xin Yuying to overlook the underlying nuances. After finishing another song, she set down the microphone, ready to speak, when Gu Chengyang interjected, "Don't misunderstand, I merely share your appreciation." Xin Yuying responded, expressing her fondness for Jay Chou's music. Chapter 77, Meeting a Close Friend. As a side note, I am thrilled to see more lovely readers engaging with my writing. I am grateful for your corrections. Yet I apologize for any errors. I will strive to write more diligently and minimize mistakes to enhance your reading experience. My heartfelt thanks once again. Xin Yuying gazed at Gu Chengyang with excitement, her heart racing as she noticed fellow fans of Jay Chou nearby. With the relentless march of time, the speed of information dissemination has accelerated. Stars of various calibers abound, with an ever-growing number of songs, dramas, and films. Yet, her affection for Jay Chou endures, even though he has not released new music in quite some time. Hence, she felt elated to discover someone who still cherished Jay Chou's artistry. She had intended to share her exhilaration with Gu Chengyang, but upon locking eyes with him, she found herself momentarily stunned. Inside the KTV room, vibrant lights danced around, occasionally illuminating Gu Chengyang, leaving Xin Yuying at a loss for words. She lowered her gaze, feigning interest in her phone. Had this occurred prior to today, she might have had much to say regarding their shared idol. However, the events of today have rendered the situation exceedingly peculiar for her, leaving her at a loss on how to confront Gu Chengyang. The atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat awkward, yet the 4 hours swiftly passed. As they exited the KTV, the group began to deliberate on dinner plans. Subsequently, Ruan Jie's ride arrived. As she entered the vehicle, Xin Yuying called out through the window, urging her to send a message in the group chat upon her arrival home. Ruan Jie nodded and closed the window, departing. At the entrance of the KTV, only Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang remained. Reflecting on the day's events, Xin Yuying felt a lingering sense of awkwardness and busied herself with her fingers, nodding in agreement. Gu Chengyang then said, "Allow me to wish you a happy new year in advance." He smiled and added, "Indeed, I shall repeat it once more after the festivities." The atmosphere gradually became less uncomfortable. The evening breeze was slightly chilly, and Ruan Jie informed the group that she had arrived home. Gu Chengyang inquired, "How shall we proceed, by bus or taxi?" Xin Yuying placed her hand to her mouth and exhaled, suggesting, "Let us take a taxi. This time, it's on me." "Is that so? We have ventured out together numerous times, and it has always been you covering the fare. I feel somewhat guilty. Allow me to treat you this time," he replied. Surprised, Xin Yuying responded, "All right, you've visited my home many times, yet I am still unaware of where you reside." Soon, the car arrived, and the two boarded. Upon reaching Gu Chengyang's home, he exited the vehicle and waved goodbye to Xin Yuying through the window. Upon arriving home, Gu Chengyang sent a message to Xin Yuying, informing her of his safe arrival. "Gu Chengyang, please let me know when you reach home as well." Xin Yuying, "Got it." Gu Chengyang, "Then I shall have my meal first." With an expressionless nod, he remarked, "Indeed, it has been a while since I last saw Uncle and the others." Suddenly, his phone chimed, the screen illuminated with a message from Xin Yuying indicating her arrival. Xin Yuying, "Go ahead and eat. Our meal isn't ready yet." Gu Chengyang switched to his notes, erasing the taxi's license plate number he had just recorded, and continued with his meal. Xin Yuying, feeling quite jubilant, exclaimed, "Yes. I'll inform my father shortly and ask him to drop me off right at your doorstep." Chen Bingyu replied, "It's settled then. I shall take a nap now. We'll meet in the afternoon. Do message me when you arrive, and I'll come down to greet you." Xin Yuying went to discuss the matter with her parents. Xin's father, recalling Chen Bingyu, said, "I remember that little girl. She was your closest friend in middle school." Xin's mother added, "Since you've completed all your homework, why not enjoy yourself at the old home and relax a bit?" Chen Bingyu waited by the entrance of the community and, upon seeing Xin Yuying alight from the car, rushed over to give her a warm embrace. Then, through the car window, she greeted Xin's parents. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Xin's mother remarked, "After 6 months, Bingyu has become even more beautiful." Chen Bingyu smiled shyly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and soon after, Xin's parents drove away. Upon seeing Xin Yuying enter, she was greeted warmly. Yuying, it's been nearly half a year since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful. Chen Bingyu and Xin Yuying exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Curious about their amusement, Chen's mother inquired, "What are you two laughing about?" She then said, "All right, off you go to play. Yuying, why don't you stay for dinner with Aunt Chen tonight?" Xin Yuying nodded, replying, "Sure. I had already discussed it with my mother before coming. It's been ages since I had Aunt Chen's fish." Chen's mother smiled and encouraged them, "Go have fun, and I'll call you when it's time to eat." Chapter 78. The matter of affection and early relationships. Xin Yuying lay on the bed, gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling, reflecting, "I haven't been to your home in half a year, yet your bedroom remains unchanged." She then turned to Chen Bingyu, asking, "Speaking of which, it's been so long. Why haven't you told me why you chose to attend such a distant and rigorous boarding school?" Chen Bingyu, lying on her stomach while scrolling through her phone, replied, "My father was transferred for work, so they decided I should study there." The two of them lounged on the bed, reminiscing about the amusing incidents from the past semester. Xin Yuying recounted the bonds formed among her, Gu Chengyang, Wang Jie, and their three other friends during high school. Meanwhile, Chen Bingyu complained about the strictness of their boarding school. Xin Yuying remarked, "You have no idea how exceptional Gu Chengyang's grades are. He tutors me and creates practice questions, many of which are identical to the exam questions." Chen Bingyu interrupted Xin Yuying, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop. You have mentioned Gu Chengyang's name over 10 times today. Have you been together since high school?" Xin Yuying immediately fell silent, as if struck by the truth of his words. Indeed, whenever school matters arose, they seemed invariably tied to Gu Chengyang. Their first serendipitous encounter at Xinhua bookstore, sharing milk tea, Gu Chengyang teaching her how to play Honor of Kings, sitting together as desk mates, passing notes during evening study sessions, going out for fun, dining together, and him tutoring her. All these moments intertwined her life with his this semester. It had never occurred to her until Chen Bingyu pointed it out. Suddenly, she noticed Gu Chengyang's presence permeating her daily existence. Observing Xin Yuying's sudden silence and the contemplative glint in her eyes, Chen Bingyu smirked mischievously and asked, "You can't possibly have developed feelings for Gu Chengyang, can you?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yuying leaned back, her eyes widening in shock, and exclaimed, "Who, me? Like him? Don't say such things. We're merely desk mates." "Oh, just desk mates?" Chen Bingyu mimicked her tone, then added, "Last time, you told me you went out to eat and shop together." Xin Yuying's face gradually flushed, and she protested, "Oh, come on, that's not true. I told you back in middle school that I would never date early. I need to focus on my studies, get into a good university, and only then consider romance." Chen Bingyu feigned indifference, replying, all right, you don't date early, you don't date early." Xin Yuying, filled with indignation, glared at Chen Bingyu, fully aware of her disbelief. In a fit of annoyance, she seized a pillow and hurled it at Chen Bingyu, exclaiming, "I truly am not in a premature romance. Your laughter is utterly insufferable." Chen Bingyu, clutching the pillow, chuckled mischievously and replied, "I merely inquired if you have feelings for him. Why the fervent insistence on denying a crush? One can like someone without being in a relationship, you know." At that moment, Chen's mother rapped gently on the door from outside the bedroom, calling, "Daughter, hurry and join Yuying for dinner. I've prepared a feast." The two donned their slippers, tidied the room hastily, and stepped out. The aroma of the food prepared by the aunt wafted enticingly. It had been ages since Xin Yuying had savored such a meal. She sat down and remarked, "It smells delightful. I must come over more during winter break for your cooking, Annie." Chen's mother, beaming, ladled soup into bowls for the three of them, saying, "Enjoy it while it's hot." "Thank you, Auntie," Xin Yuying replied with a smile. Sharing a meal with close friends and a friend's mother naturally led to inquiries about academic performance. Feeling somewhat bashful, Xin Yuying responded modestly that her final exams had gone reasonably well. In response, Chen's mother playfully tapped her daughter's head with her chopsticks, saying, "Look at Yuying. She has consistently ranked at the top of her class since middle school, and she has maintained her excellence in high school. Meanwhile, you seem to squander your time at school. Just the other day, your homeroom teacher called to inform me that you were secretly watching MP3s late at night." Chen Bingyu looked up at her mother with a pitiful expression, lamenting, "Oh, Mom, we agreed not to bring that up." Mother Chen sighed and remarked, "If you truly obey, I shan't mention it again." After dinner, Father Xin called, coordinating the time for Xin Yuying to be picked up that evening. Chen Bingyu glanced at her phone, her expression turning astonished. With a frown, she exclaimed, "Oh, Yuying, you've started deceiving me too." Confused, Xin Yuying asked, "What have I deceived you about?" Xin Bingyu, holding Xin Yuying's phone, pointed at the QQ interface and questioned, "You claim to dislike Gu Chengyang, yet he remains your pin chat. While I do not even occupy that space, nor am I among your special concerns." With a huff, Xin Bingyu added, "I am not even your special concern." Xin Yuying replied, all right, I shall pin our chat and mark you as a special concern." She promptly adjusted the settings on her phone, placing Xin Bingyu among her special concerns and pinning their conversation. Xin Bingyu then beamed, asking, "So, honestly, is Gu Chengyang handsome?" Xin Yuying, exasperated, responded, "Sister, can we please refrain from discussing Gu Chengyang? I've already chosen not to bring him up, yet you persist." Xin Bingyu replied earnestly, "He might be my future brother-in-law. Of course, I must inquire." Xin Yuying retaliated by throwing a pillow at her, exclaiming, "Ah, you're mocking me again. I've already stated I will not engage in early romance." Xin Bingyu countered, "Then tell me, do you like him?" Xin Yuying declared, "My heart is devoted solely to the party." Xin Bingyu, Xin Yuying, "I only love the party, the country, and the people." Xin Bingyu replied, "I can't be bothered with you." After a while, the sound of the front door opening reached them. It was Xion's father and mother who had arrived. Xin's mother invited them to sit on the sofa for a chat. The daughters of both families had been good friends throughout their 3 years in junior high and lived in the same town, so they were familiar with each other. Although their relationship was not particularly close, it was certainly better than that of some more distant relatives. Chapter 79. Although I like him, I cannot pursue a relationship with him now. Xin Yuying gazed out at the scenery receding outside the car window. The small town lacked dazzling lights and towering skyscrapers. Through the glass, she could only see rows of street lights and the pedestrians, barbecue stalls, and small shops lining the streets. Xin Bingyu was right. Affection and the timing of romance were two entirely different matters. One could subjectively control the decision to refrain from pursuing a romantic relationship. Yet the feeling of liking someone was beyond one's control. But did she truly not like Gu Chengyang? Xin Yuying found herself uncertain. She did not wish to deceive herself. She had to admit that, whether inside or outside of school, throughout this semester, Gu Chengyang had indeed taken great care of her. Whether they were playing or studying together, she felt genuinely comfortable and at ease. Previously, she thought that Gu Chengyang was quite a good fellow, polite, handsome, and academically accomplished. Her mother had initially not opposed her friendship with him. Xion's mother began to chatter on. "Oh dear, what are you talking about, Mom?" Xin Yuying thought this matter was already bothersome enough, and hearing her mother discuss it further only intensified her irritation. "Just listen to your mother." Mother Xion remarked that the daughter of her aunt's cousin's neighbor excelled academically, but after entering into a romantic relationship with a boy from her class, both their grades plummeted, nearly preventing them from qualifying for university. "A cousin of my aunt's neighbor?" Xin Yuying exclaimed in astonishment. This small town is indeed intertwined in such convoluted ways. It's your aunt's cousin's neighbor. You even met that sister when you were little. How could I possibly remember that? Xin Yuying replied, feeling exasperated. If it were about closer neighbors or relatives, she might have some recollection, but with such a distant connection, she would hardly recognize them even if they crossed paths on the street. "All right, mother, please continue," Xin Yuying said. "You have always excelled in your studies and possess your own opinions. I do not wish to pry into your affairs. However, on this matter, I must speak to you seriously. Academics should be your priority, but I am already prioritizing. Please let me finish, dear. I previously discussed this with your father, and at that time, we felt that both you and Gu Chengyang were doing well in school, and if you were to be together, it wouldn't be an issue. However, I now believe that early romances could potentially impact your studies. I hope you both focus on your academics, with your excellent grades. Wouldn't it be better to attend a good university first, and then pursue a relationship?" Xin Yuying, "But I'm not even in a relationship." Xin Yuying glanced at her phone, noticing 2 pinned messages at the top of her QQ message list, followed by her class group and the Sun Team group, all brimming with 99 notifications. Curiosity compelled her to open the chats, where she found Xing Tian, Xiang Ting, and Deng Xian engaged in lively conversation. In a moment of whimsy, she clicked into Gu Chengyang's QQ space, which was notably pristine, featuring only a few musings. While the album hinted at photos that remained hidden from her view, Gu Chengyang's space was not merely minimalist. It possessed a natural cleanliness, untouched by embellishment. "Why are you looking at your phone when your mother is speaking to you?" Xin's mother gently admonished, having noticed her daughter engrossed in her device from the back seat. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? A sudden pang of realization struck Xin Yuying as she made a resolute decision. She closed her phone and declared, "Don't worry, Mom. I want to fall in love early. I need to focus on getting into college before I think about relationships." After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, she discovered a message from Xin Bingyu. Reclining on her bed, she opened it. "Xin Bingyu, do you really not have any feelings for Gu Chengyang?" Xin Yuying, "It's Gu Chengyang." Xin Bingyu, "All right, Gu Chengyang." Xin Bingyu, "Are you truly indifferent towards him?" Xin Yuying, "Bingyu, you are right. I can refrain from early romance, but I cannot suppress my emotions." Xin Bingyu, "I want to attend your wedding." Xin Yuying was at a loss for words, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Finding typing cumbersome, she opted to send voice messages instead, expressing her thoughts one by one. Xin Yuying, "I have resolved to focus on my studies first, and then strive to gain admission to university alongside Gu Chengyang, after which I shall consider a romantic relationship with him." Xin Bingyu, "Is your mother aware of this?" Xin Bingyu then began to send a voice message. Xin Yuying, "They have all met." Xin Bingyu all. Xin Yuying tapped on the voice message, and the sound of a groundhog echoed through, allowing her to vividly imagine Xin Bingyu excitedly rolling on her bed. Xin Bingyu, "Since the parents have met, what are we waiting for? I want to be the godmother of your child." Xin Yuying, "My priority is to concentrate on my studies now. If he still has feelings for me after we graduate from senior year, then I shall entertain the idea of dating him." Suddenly, Xin's mother knocked on the door, startling her so much that she quickly turned off her phone and tucked it beneath her pillow. Xin's mother called from outside, "Yuying, come out for a moment." "I know, Mom," Xin Yuying replied. Just then, her phone chimed, and without a second thought, she double-tapped the notification on the lock screen and pressed the voice message button. In summary, "Though I like him, I cannot pursue a relationship at present. I must first gain admission to university before seeking him out. I must go now. My mother is calling for me." After sending the message, Xin Yuying closed her phone and slipped into her slippers. "Mom, what is it?" "This is a piece of clothing your aunt bought for you. Please tidy up a bit. We are going to." Gu Chengyang had just finished his shower. A towel draped around his neck as he entered his bedroom, glancing at his phone to check for messages. Both the class group and the small group of 6 showed no activity from Xin Yuying. He opened his QQ space and noticed that Xin Yuying had visited his profile half an hour ago. He sent her a message inquiring, "Are you home?" In summary, "Although I harbor feelings for him, I cannot pursue a relationship at the moment. I must first gain admission to university before seeking him out. I shall refrain from further discussion for now. My mother is calling for me." Gu Chengyang listened to the voice message once, then again after a minute, and subsequently selected the option to convert it to text, reading it word by word. Chapter 80. A grand social death scene. In summary, "Although I have feelings for him, I cannot engage in a relationship at this time. I must first secure my place in university before approaching him. I shall say no more. My mother is calling for me." Gu Chengyang repeatedly read and replayed the voice message, ensuring he had not misheard or overlooked a single word. He long pressed the voice message to save it, then shut off his phone screen, leaning back in his chair, lost in contemplation. It was evident that Xin Yuying was engaged in conversation with someone else. Perhaps, due to his recent message, she was in a hurry to see her mother and mistakenly sent the voice note to him. Gu Chengyang also pondered whether it was some sort of truth or dare game or another misunderstanding, yet her tone did not suggest such. At that moment, he found himself grappling with 2 questions. First, with whom had she been conversing prior? And second, was the person she expressed affection for him? Gu Chengyang was not a narcissistic individual. Although he speculated that it might be him, he remained uncertain. He dared not take the risk or ask, as he recalled an earlier incident when they had swapped phones, and he had inadvertently seen a photo of Xin Yuying alongside another boy. A young man cradled a basketball, clad in a jersey, while Xin Yuying, dressed in a fitted white t-shirt, radiated joy on the court. Could it be that the person Xin Yuying professed to like was him? The thought ignited in his mind like a wildfire across a prairie, leaving no room for any other considerations. It had to be that basketball youth. Otherwise, Xin Yuying would not repeatedly disregard his advances. Yet, if Xin Yuying were to favor someone else, given her nature, she would certainly not accept Gu Chengyang's kindness as genuinely as she would for another. Raising his hand, he carelessly raked through his still damp hair, feeling an unbearable agitation. This predicament was more challenging than the most formidable game boss or the most complex physics competition problem he had ever encountered. Unlocking his phone with a fingerprint, he pondered, "Who is the person you like? Would that be too forced?" After a moment's reflection, he deleted the message and retyped, "Who are you chatting with?" Had he sent that to the wrong person? Would that come across as too indifferent? Once again, he deleted his words and, after considerable contemplation, finally settled on, "Well, let us focus on studying for now," and send it off. This seemed sufficiently casual, appearing as if he were less concerned about her affections and more intent on encouraging her academic pursuits. Gu Chengyang set his phone down and exited the bedroom, neglecting to dry his hair, and sought out his brother-in-law. Although he deemed his brother-in-law's advice rather dubious, at this moment, he felt that any lifeline, however flimsy, could prove to be a saving grace. In the living room, Xin mother was informing Xin Yuying about the guests they would be visiting in the coming days, leaving Xin Yuying feeling overwhelmed. Regardless of how much Mother Xin instructed and emphasized, all she could reply was a simple "I understand, now go to bed. Your room has a slight draft. Make sure to cover yourself well with the blanket tonight." Mother Xin concluded with her words, I know. Good night, Mom." Xin Yuying responded as she turned to leave. At this moment, her mind was solely preoccupied with conversing with her close friend. She wished to think about nothing else. Where had they left off in their discussion? Yes. Xin Yuying had mentioned that she must not engage in early romance and should focus on her studies. If, after the college entrance examination, Gu Chengyang still had feelings for her, she would consider dating him. Upon returning to her bedroom, she lay on her bed and picked up her phone, intending to continue chatting with Chun Bingyu for a while. Upon opening QQ, she noticed messages from two individuals. The first in the list was Chun Bingyu, who had sent over a dozen messages, while the second was Gu Chengyang, who had sent one. Xin Yuying refrained from clicking on it. Instead, she glanced at Gu Chengyang's message, which simply stated, "Then focus on your studies." She rolled her eyes, chose not to respond, and directly entered the chat interface with Chun Bingyu. At the top, Chun Bingyu had sent, "My priority is to concentrate on my studies for now. If he still likes me after graduating from high school, then I will consider dating him." Chun Bingyu replied, "Got it, bestie. JPG Chun Bingyu. I understand. Let us test him for 2 years." Chun Bingyu. After all, our Yuying cannot be so easily won over, right? Chun Bingyu. The easier a man can obtain a woman, the less he appreciates her. Chun Bingyu. Where are you? Chun Bingyu. Just poking you. Chun Bingyu. Off to confess your feelings? Chun Bingyu. The call was not connected. Chun Bingyu. The call was not connected. Xin Yuying hastily glanced at her messages and quickly replied, I'm here. My mother just called me out for something." Xin Yuying reassured herself, no need to rush. What if they don't harbor those feelings for me? It would be quite awkward to confront them now. After exchanging a few words with her friends, Chun Bingyu expressed her desire to catch up on her drama. The two agreed on a time for their next meeting and ceased their conversation. Xin Yuying, having forgotten that Gu Chengyang had messaged her, lay on her bed scrolling through Weibo. She checked in on trending topics and began indulging in gossip. As bedtime approached, she suddenly recalled sending a voice message to Chun Bingyu while she was out with her mother. Did it not go through? What had I said? Oh right. I like him, but I can't act on it until I'm in college. Only then did she remember that Gu Chengyang had sent her a message reminding her to study diligently during the winter break. So first things first. I must focus on my studies. Just then, Xin Yuying sat up straight, pondering why Gu Chengyang mentioned prioritizing studying. What would come after that? An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Perhaps the voice message had not failed to send, but had been sent to the wrong person. Thank heavens I didn't send it to Gu Chengyang. Overwhelmed, Xin Yuying dared not look at her phone. She brought her hands together in prayer, beseeching every celestial entity she could think of before finally mustering the courage to unlock her phone. After Gu Chengyang's message was accompanied by a red dot, Xin Yuying extended her trembling finger and tapped on it. Gu Chengyang inquired, "Have you reached home?" Xin Yuying responded with a voice message. 10 minutes later, Gu Chengyang replied, "Then focus on your studies." Bang! Xin Yuying collided headfirst with the wall, subsequently powering off her phone. Let her perish. Right now. Chapter 81. A conscience. It turned out she had indeed sent the voice message to the wrong person. Xin Yuying covered her face with her hands, feeling her cheeks gradually heat up, turning a deep crimson from the nape of her neck to the tips of her ears, as if she were burning with fever. This was disastrous. Her lifelong reputation was tarnished this very night. Sitting upright, She pondered if there was any way to salvage her dignity. She contemplated whether it would be more feasible for her to traverse through time or for Gu Chengyang to suffer from amnesia. Ultimately, she resolved that it would be preferable for Gu Chengyang to forget. She tossed her phone aside, positioning it beside her feet. Even though it was powered off, she felt as though it might illuminate at any moment, displaying Gu Chengyang's message, "Then focus on your studies." In a fit of desperation, Xin Yuying seized her phone, tucked it beneath her pillow, and pressed down upon it before extinguishing the bedside lamp to sleep. After a while, she retrieved her phone once more, placing it at a distance from her bed on the edge of her desk before turning off the lamp again. Moments later, Xin Yuying raised her hand to turn the lamp back on, climbed onto her bed, and set her phone atop the wardrobe before attempting to sleep again. Throughout the night, Xin Yuying lost count of how many times she relocated her phone. She dreamed of the first day of school, gathering with the new students on the playground, standing next to the adjacent class where Gu Chengyang was. Suddenly, he turned to her and said, "Then let us focus on studying well." In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to a chance encounter between Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang at a Xinhua bookstore, where he approached her and repeated, "Then let us focus on studying well." Soon, they became desk mates, and Gu Chengyang passed her a note that read, "Then let us focus on studying well." Regardless of whether they were dining, reviewing in the library, or riding on the bus or taxi, Gu Chengyang always initiated the conversation with, "Then let us focus on studying well." This repetition startled Xin Yuying awake. She turned on her bedside lamp and retrieved her phone from the bottom of a box filled with books beneath her bed, powering it on. It was 2:30 in the morning, and having slept for less than 4 hours, she found herself wide awake. Before sleeping, Xin Yuying had a habit of cooling a cup of boiled water, so she got up to take a few sips, calming her restless heart. Then, she opened QQ. Knowing Gu Chengyang was likely asleep, she felt untroubled by the prospect of chatting with him. She confidently accessed their chat interface. "Gu Chengyang, are you home?" Xin Yuying. Voice message, "Gu Chengyang. Then let us focus on studying well." As she gazed at those 7 words, she began to ponder the meaning behind Gu Chengyang's sentiments. She sensed that he treated her differently from his other classmates and friends. Yet she remained uncertain if he genuinely harbored feelings for her. Lost in contemplation, Xin Yuying extended a finger to tap her own voice message. In essence, although she harbored affection for him, she found herself unable to pursue a relationship at present, prioritizing her university entrance examination before seeking him out. She concluded with an abrupt, "I must cease speaking now, as my mother summons me." The previously moderate volume escalated to a startling resonance in the still of the night, jolting Xin Yuying. Simultaneously, she found herself taken aback by the content of her own words. Throughout her life, Xin Yuying had immersed herself in a vast array of literature. From the fables and allegories of her childhood to the novels and renowned works of antiquity she later encountered. Yet, she had never encountered such profound eloquence encapsulated in 7 words. Gu Chengyang's words conveyed a potential acceptance of her confession, coupled with a respect for her aspirations, suggesting a deferral of their union until after the college entrance examination. Alternatively, his words might have constituted a rejection, softened by a gracious gesture to spare her excessive heartache and embarrassment, offering her a means of retreat by emphasizing the importance of academic pursuits, discouraging any unwarranted expectations on her part. A draft emanated from the ill-fitting window of Xin Yuying's bedroom, causing the curtains to stir intermittently. Xin Yuying gazed absently at their sporadic movements, lost in reverie. The late hours of the night serve as fertile ground for matters of the heart. Those burdened by concerns tend to shield themselves from all illumination, seeking refuge in secluded corners, allowing both favorable and unfavorable thoughts to proliferate within their minds. Devoid of light, one's subconscious becomes imbued with a sense of solitude. Consequently, decisions made during this period are often characterized by pessimism and isolation. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from making decisions under the veil of night. Despite her belief that Gu Chengyang harbored affection for her, Xin Yuying found herself perplexed by his ambiguous response. What if he did not actually care for her? Having perused countless literary works, she cherished unequivocal answers. Thus, she abhorred the notion of casually holding hands during strolls, preferring instead a declaration of love, a moment when 2 individuals affirm their feelings for one another. Although her confession that evening was unintentional, she felt that, having voiced her feelings, Gu Chengyang should at least offer a clear affirmation or denial. The I love yous that are spoken often face rejection, while those that remain unspoken seem even more trivial. Wiping away her tears, Xin Yuying took several deep breaths and drained the glass of water that had grown lukewarm. Perhaps it was the night air that rendered her overly sentimental, prompting such pessimistic thoughts and tears. Who was she, after all? A girl who had climbed trees to gather eggs and waded into rivers to catch fish. How could she weep over such matters? Surely, it was simply the coldness of the water that had caused her tears. Xin Yuying sought solace in this rationale, though she overlooked the fact that her tears had preceded the drink. As she gazed at the 7 words Gu Chengyang had sent, her frustration intensified. Although she had never been in love before, she had received love letters. Now, having openly declared her feelings, she found it exasperating that he continued to speak in riddles. With determination, she extended her hand and typed a message. Xin Yuying, do you have a conscience? Xin Yuying, how can I still be able to sleep? After sending her message, a fleeting moment of regret washed over her, yet she had come to terms with it. After all, the jar had already shattered. What did it matter if a few more pieces were to break? Ding dong. The phone screen illuminated. She was still awake, conscience intact, unable to find slumber. Chapter 82. Together, yet not fully united. She glanced at the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. It is said that 3 o'clock is the hour when the yin energy is at its peak. Could the person across from her, Gu Chengyang, be a ghost? She raised her hand and gently tapped the screen. Xin Yuying, Gu Chengyang, Gu Chengyang, I am here. Gu Chengyang, why are you still awake? Reading his message ignited her irritation. How could he inquire about her sleeplessness without a hint of self-awareness? Wasn't it his words that had caused this predicament? Xin Yuying, aren't you also awake? Gu Chengyang, indeed I am. I cannot sleep. Gu Chengyang, I was thinking about what you said. Xin Yuying, what is there to ponder? I have expressed myself quite clearly. Are you still contemplating? She was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter, examining Gu Chengyang's words. How could this not be the mark of a scoundrel? The message had been laid out with utmost clarity. All he needed to do was declare his feelings, either affection or indifference. What could possibly be left to contemplate? Gu Chengyang, I worry that the person you like is not me. Gu Chengyang, hence, I am afraid. Xin Yuying paused, momentarily taken aback. She began to scroll back through the voice message and pressed play to listen once more. In summary, although I hold affection for him, I cannot engage in a relationship at present. I must first gain admission to university before pursuing him further. I shall refrain from elaborating, as my mother is calling for me. From an outsider's perspective, it appears that this statement does not explicitly express my feelings for anyone, which is why Gu Chengyang is apprehensive. Ding dong. The chat interface displayed a new message at the bottom, prompting Xin Yuying to click it, causing the screen to scroll down. Gu Chengyang, I like you, but I am uncertain if the person you refer to as someone you like is indeed me. Upon realizing that she had misunderstood and recalling the sleepless night filled with restless thoughts and tears, her face flushed crimson, and her anger dissipated as she stared blankly at Gu Chengyang, who continued to send message after message. Gu Chengyang, I am not sure when my feelings for you began. Gu Chengyang, it seems that I liked you ever since our first encounter at the Xinhua bookstore. Gu Chengyang, however, I am certain of my affection for you. Gu Chengyang, that is why I have always treated you well. Gu Chengyang, yet, I have hesitated to cross the boundary between classmates and friends. Gu Chengyang, I intended to wait until after the college entrance examination. Gu Chengyang, but I apologize. Tonight, I could no longer hold back. Gu Chengyang, I like you, and I hope that the person you mentioned liking is also me. Xin Yuying's face gradually turned red during her middle school years. She had received love letters and had been confessed to on QQ, yet at that time, she felt no fluttering of the heart. At that moment, she discarded the love letter without even glancing at it, and regarding the individual who confessed on QQ, Xin Yuying even noted a few typographical errors that might have stemmed from the other party's nervousness. Yet, none of it evoked the feelings she now experienced. At present, her heart raced uncontrollably, her face flushed with warmth, and it felt as though she could scarcely catch her breath. In the past, Xin Yuying believed herself to be somewhat of a tomboy, incapable of feeling the delicate shyness typical of young girls. However, she now understood the truth. It was because the person confessing was not the one she harbored affection for that she did not experience such emotions. Now, she was unequivocally aware that she truly cherished Gu Chengyang deeply and profoundly. After Gu Chengyang concluded his final message, he fell silent, seemingly awaiting Xin Yuying's judgment. As time passed, Xin Yuying's phone screen gradually dimmed and then went dark. She unlocked it with her fingerprint, and upon reading the messages, she quietly took a screenshot before beginning to type. Xin Yuying, it's you. Xin Yuying, the person I like is you. After sending the message, she immediately buried her face in her pillow, covering her head. Then she pinched her ear, mortified. It turned out that uttering a confession could be so embarrassing. Gu Chengyang, that's good. I've been afraid it wasn't me. Gu Chengyang, I couldn't sleep all night thinking about it. Upon hearing her phone buzz, Xin Yuying picked it up, unable to suppress an eye roll. Xin Yuying, so now you can sleep peacefully, right? Gu Chengyang, aren't you going to say anything else? Xin Yuying, what should I say? Gu Chengyang, well, girlfriend? Xin Yuying, no. She blushed again, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment upon seeing the words girlfriend. Xin Yuying, we must now uphold the purity of our revolutionary friendship. There will be time for that after the college entrance examination. Gu Chengyang, all right, understood. Xin Yuying, 100 hand-holding hugs now cannot compare to 2 identical admission letters. Gu Chengyang, all right, understood. Xin Yuying, therefore, we must focus diligently on our studies. Gu Chengyang, all right, understood. Xin Yuying, until after the examination, we cannot allow anything, nor should we let others perceive it. Gu Chengyang, all right, understood. Xin Yuying felt displeased. Having expressed so much, Gu Chengyang merely repeated the same sentence. After just confessing, such a lackluster attitude was unacceptable, especially for the future. Xin Yuying, what are you doing? Why do you only say that one sentence? Gu Chengyang, I am overjoyed. Gu Chengyang, Yuying, I am truly elated. Xin Yuying, humph. Xin Yuying, quickly, go to sleep. Gu Chengyang, then, good night. Xin Yuying, good night, good night. After a moment, Xin Yuying noticed that Gu Chengyang had not sent any further messages. I am uncertain when my affection for you began, yet I am unequivocally certain of my feelings. I cherish you and hope that the person you profess to like is indeed me. When I speak of someone I admire, it is you. 100 hand-holding embraces cannot compare to 2 identical admission letters. Gazing at the wallpaper, Gu Chengyang felt a profound sense of relief. He placed his phone against his chest, then raised his hand to extinguish the bedside lamp, surrendering to slumber. As a side note, oh my, I feel a twinge of anxiety. It appears that my book may be ready for publication. How extraordinary it is that, as an obscure author, I have persevered to the point of being able to publish. Yet, it seems that only a handful of dear readers are engaging with my work. If I do publish and it becomes a paid endeavor, will you continue to support me? Will I lose you all? I implore you to remain steadfast. To my friends who are eagerly following the updates, rest assured that even if only one person remains to read, I will continue to update the story. Even if there were no readers at all, I would persist in my writing. Chapter 83. It is not love at first sight. When Xin Yuying awoke, it was already 11 in the morning. She rubbed her slightly sore eyes and lay in bed, reflecting. It seemed that last night, she and Gu Chengyang had clarified their feelings. Oh my! As Xin Yuying nestled into the soft, lofty pillow, she experienced a sensation of unreality. She opened her phone to review the screenshots from the previous night. Finally feeling at ease. In less than a month, she will celebrate her 16th birthday. Presently, she has developed feelings for someone, and to her delight, he reciprocates her affection. Together, they strive to excel in their studies, aspiring to attend the same university, where they envision embarking on a sweet romance. Everything seems so idyllic. Xin Yuying could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She rose to draw back the curtains, gazing at the somewhat overcast sky, and stretched lazily. The weather today is quite splendid. Xin Yuying sent a message to Gu Chengyang before rubbing her eyes and emerging from her bedroom. Her parents were at the dining table, busily preparing vegetables, and she ambled over. Mom and Dad, why didn't you call me? Xin Yuying inquired. Her father smiled at her and replied, you should wash up first, drink some water, and then we'll have lunch shortly. As she entered the bathroom, Xin Yuying leaned closer to the mirror and noticed faint dark circles under her eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she murmured, indeed. Staying up late takes a toll on one's health. With my natural beauty, how can I have dark circles? She resolved to retire early that night. After freshening up, she settled onto the sofa and surreptitiously glanced at her parents, who were chatting and laughing while preparing vegetables. She then opened her phone. Xin Yuying sent another message. It's all your fault. I'm almost sporting dark circles now. Xin Yuying. Poke Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying. I've clarified things with Gu Chengyang. Xin Yuying. Are you two together now? Xin Yuying. What? Xin Yuying. To be precise, we are together. But not entirely so. Xin Yuying. What is going on, sister? Xin Yuying forwarded the chat history with Gu Chengyang from last night to Xin Yuying, recounting how when her mother called her, she mistakenly sent a voice message to the wrong person, leading to a series of confounding events with Gu Chengyang. After a while, Xin Yuying sent over a flurry of envious emoticons. Xin Yuying, this is truly the sweetest kind of dog food I have ever encountered. Xin Yuying, by the way, are you both attending the same school? How are his grades? Xin Yuying pondered for a moment before responding. In the final exams, I ranked first in history citywide, and he was first in mathematics. Xin Yuying, oh my goodness, that's incredible. Xin Yuying, I'm waving the CP flag high. Xin Yuying, but we aren't together yet. Xin Yuying, oh come on, you two have already bared your hearts to each other, and you sit next to each other. I simply cannot believe that nothing will happen in the next 2.5 years. Xin Yuying, something might happen. Xin Yuying, hint. JPG Xin Yuying, sister, I understand. Xin Yuying, I must take my leave now. My mother wants me to go out. Xin Yuying, then go ahead. After sharing with Xin Yuying, Xin Yuying felt it wasn't enough and wanted to tell others about it. However, the person she could speak to freely and comfortably about this matter must be a particularly close friend, and the next person that came to her mind was Ruan Jie. However, contemplating the fact that Ruan Jie and she, along with Gu Chengyang, were classmates, she feared that revealing this would inevitably lead to complications. Xin Yuying, having peeked at WeChat through QQ, found herself bereft of someone to confide this monumental secret to, so she turned to Weibo. She seldom interacted with others on Weibo, using it merely to indulge in gossip and to follow her favorite celebrities. Occasionally, she would post her musings, venting about the people and events around her. Yet she never liked nor shared anyone else's posts. Thus, on Weibo, she remained a stranger to all, since she could not find anyone to share her thoughts with. She resolved to seek solace in a place where no one knew her, and began to write for her own eyes. Thus, Xin Yuying chronicled the tale of her and Gu Chengyang, from the moment they first crossed paths to the present day, embellishing her narrative with numerous chat screenshots. Just as she was engrossed in her writing, her parents called her for lunch. Following the meal, she returned to her bed, immersed in her writing until her mother knocked on her door, reminding her of the visit to her aunt's house that afternoon. Nevertheless, she had no choice. Her aunt had always treated her kindly, and it had indeed been quite some time since she last saw her, so she complied. Upon arrival, she found her father and aunt's husband, along with an unfamiliar gentleman, gathered in the living room, enjoying drinks, while her mother and aunt engaged in animated conversation. Left with no alternative, Xin Yuying retreated to her sister's bedroom. The bed was neatly made, and feeling somewhat bashful, she opted not to sit on it, but instead perched on a chair to browse her phone. Bored in solitude, she engaged in a lackluster conversation with Gu Chengyang, which meandered to a classic question about lovers. Xin Yuying asked, Gu Chengyang, when did you first realize you had feelings for me? Gu Chengyang, that day at the Xinhua bookstore. Xin Yuying, so early? Xin Yuying, that was when we first met alone, wasn't it? Gu Chengyang, indeed. Xin Yuying, did you fall in love with me at first sight? Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, what they call love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying, you truly have ulterior motives towards me. Xin Yuying suddenly recalled what Xin Yuying had said at noon. What if something were to happen between two people who secretly harbor feelings for each other while sitting at the same table? Xin Yuying, no, next semester I must request a seat change from the teacher. Xin Yuying, until we are officially together, it is best to maintain some distance. Gu Chengyang, actually, it is not love at first sight. It has been for quite some time. Xin Yuying, how long has it been since school started for you to say it has been a long time? Gu Chengyang, regardless, it is truly not love at first sight. I have liked you for a long time. Xin Yuying, humph. Gu Chengyang, so when did you start to like me? Xin Yuying, oh no, why did my phone suddenly lose signal? Xin Yuying, let us not chat for now. My phone is about to die. Goodbye. Chapter 84. Returning to grandfather's house, Gu Chengyang watched as Xin Yuying logged off, placing his phone down on the desk. He could vividly envision the expression on Xin Yuying's face when she uttered those two sentences, and as he pondered, An involuntary smile graced his lips, murmuring to himself, "My affection for you has blossomed far earlier than you could ever imagine." At that moment, Wang Jun approached, calling out to Gu Chengyang, only to find him lost in a silly grin. "Xiaoyang, what has got you chuckling? Hurry up. Your sister wants us to tidy the sheets," he remarked. Gu Chengyang rose, replying, "I'm coming." The winter break before the new year passed with remarkable swiftness. Each morning, Xin Yuying would venture out for a jog, followed by a brief period of reading. In the afternoons, she would accompany the adults on leisurely strolls, and in the evenings, she would converse with the members of the Sun team, engage in a few rounds of King of Glory, and then share a chat with Gu Chengyang before drifting off to sleep. Fortunately, the festive season approached swiftly. Today marked the Southern Little New Year. Every household adorned their doors with lanterns and affixed joyous couplets, transforming the small town into a lively spectacle, contrasting with the bustling atmosphere of larger cities, where the sounds of firecrackers occasionally erupted, encapsulating the essence of the New Year celebration. Early in the morning, Xin Yuying's family rose to hang couplets on their door, and after gathering the prepared New Year provisions, they set off by car to her grandfather's home. Xin's father, being the eldest in his family, had a younger brother, whom Xin Yuying referred to as uncle. Her uncle's son, Xin Xiangwen, was a year younger than her. While his name exuded elegance, in reality, he was quite the rascal in his childhood, much like Xin Yuying. Often, he would trail behind her, sniffling, calling out "sister, sister," as they both engaged in their mischievous antics. Eventually, he developed a fondness for basketball, and upon entering junior high, he experienced a sudden growth spurt, now standing over 1.7 meters tall, currently in his third year of middle school. Grandfather, with a warm smile, patted Xin Yuying's hand. Xin's father and mother emerged from the trunk, also smiling as they approached. The elderly man, having seen his grandchildren only a handful of times throughout the year, beckoned the two to stand together. Eager to compare their heights, Xin Yuying felt a surge of dissatisfaction, for since 2 years ago, she had fallen short of Xin Xiangwen's stature. Pouting slightly, she exclaimed, "Oh, Grandpa, Xiangwen is 15 years old now. He's been taller than me for quite some time." She then playfully ruffled the hair of her foolish younger brother. Xin Yuying's uncle joined in to assist with unloading the items from the trunk. Once everyone was inside, they gathered together. Grandfather had relocated from the village to the town a few years prior, following government policy, and had been allocated a modest courtyard, which comprised 3 rooms, accommodating both families of Xin Xiangwen and Xin Yuying. After settling their belongings, the family congregated in the main room. Grandmother took Xion's mother and aunt to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the 8-member family, which would require a considerable amount of food. Grandfather called for his 2 sons to join him for a drink. Meanwhile, Xin Yuying and Xin Xiangwen sat on a nearby sofa. Holding his phone, Xin Xiangwen inquired, "Sister, do you play Honor of Kings?" Xin Yuying responded, "Of course, why do you ask?" Chewing on gum, Xin Xiangwen suggested, "Let's play together, I'll guide you." Xin Yuying smiled and replied, "Sure, we have plenty of time before dinner." As the 2 individuals had just opened Timmy, their aunt entered the living room, clad in an apron and wielding a gleaming kitchen knife. She announced, "Xiangwen, your sister has arrived. You must let her supervise your homework. You are in the 3rd year of junior high, and all you do is play." With a look of reluctance, Xin Xiangwen cast a pleading glance at his father. He nodded softly, affirming, "Indeed." The aunt, brandishing the shiny kitchen knife, glared at her husband and remarked, "What do you mean by indeed? Don't use your elder brother to intimidate me. Xiangwen, go do your homework. If you encounter difficulties, let your sister assist you." Realizing he could not win against his father's authority, Xin Xiangwen reluctantly put away his phone and retreated to the inner room to study, feeling quite aggrieved. Xin Yuying followed him into the bedroom with a smile. The workload for graduates was substantial. In addition to 1 book for each subject, there were various other worksheets. Xin Xiangwen slumped over the desk, lethargically pressing his pen against the paper, while Xin Yuying sat beside him, flipping through the thick stack of assignments he had left on the table. "Why have you only completed 2 books?" Xin Yuying inquired after glancing at the pile. Xin Xiangwen replied, "Because the answers for these 2 books were not torn out by the teacher." Xin Yuying chose not to disturb him further and casually picked up another book to read, occasionally reminding him to keep his head up, write neatly, and sit up straight. "Oh, sister, are you not tired of nagging?" Xin Xiangwen, already disinclined to study, found his sister's incessant chatter bothersome. Xin Yuying looked up at her impatient brother, her tone firm. Hee, it's nothing, sister. Xin immediately became timid and said, I just wanted to ask if you're hungry and if you'd like some snacks. Xin continued to read her book and urged, hurry up and write. Once we finish dinner, we can play. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Xin phone, resting on the table, lit up, revealing a message from Xin Yuying. Xin leaned in to take a look, but was met with a light thud from the book in Xin Yuying's hand. Focus on your writing. Stop peeking, she admonished. Rubbing his head, Xin lamented, Sister, you've changed. I used to play with your phone freely, and now you won't even let me take a glance. Xin Yuying replied, playing with your phone is not the same as reading messages. You're invading my privacy. Xin scoffed. What do you have that S worth prying into? Xin Yuying looked up with a slight smile and extended her hand. Then what is so intriguing about your couple S profile picture? Bring it here for me to see. Xin quickly concealed his phone and feigned seriousness in his studies. Where was I? Oh yes. Here it is, Governance and Harmony, a revival of all endeavors. Chapter 85, New Year during dinner. Grandfather incessantly exclaimed his joy and expressed a desire to drink more. Grandmother refused, but eventually conceded to allow him 3 glasses, unaware that he had already indulged in several drinks with his 2 sons prior to the meal. After dining, Xin Yuying volunteered to wash the dishes, while Xin thought he could finally sneak in a couple of games. Just then, an aunt called out, Xin, go help your sister with the dishes. Xin, must I really go? Aunt, you do nothing all day, yet you're reluctant to wash a dish. Can't you learn a thing or two from your sister? Reluctantly, Xin set aside his phone and headed to the kitchen. During lunch, the entire family gathered to eat, with an abundance of dishes prepared. After clearing away the leftovers and storing some in the refrigerator, numerous bowls and empty plates remained, along with 2 frying pans. Xin Yuying, tying on her apron and preparing hot water, noticed Xin slowly approaching. With a cheerful smile, she asked, what brings you here? Are you going to help me wash the dishes? Xin replied with a soft stating, I've come to assist you with the dishes. Upon observing the small sink that could accommodate only 1 person, Xin Yuying suggested, you wait a moment, I'll wash the first batch, and you can handle the second. All right. Xin Yuying quickly finished washing, then handed the apron to Xin, advising, now it's your turn, but make sure to rinse thoroughly. Once finished, drain the water and put everything away. Understood. Xin tied on the apron, remarking, just like my mother, always nagging. Living at grandfather's home, Xin Yuying maintained her routine. She would wake up in the morning to observe her younger brother doing homework, occasionally reading herself. Spend the afternoon playing games with friends and chatting with adults, and in the evening, she would participate in the Sun Team's group chat before having a private conversation with Gu Chengyang. Xin Yuying, how unfortunate. Aren't fireworks prohibited in the city now? Gu Chengyang, indeed, the supermarket downstairs doesn't sell them anymore. Xin Yuying, then I'll record it for you when I go out tonight. Gu Chengyang, sounds good. As evening descended and the dinner was concluded, Xin Yuying took Xin to the small square in front of the residential building. Numerous children were already playing there, wielding an assortment of small fireworks and firecrackers. In the distance, larger fireworks were being set off, accompanied by a resonant sound that propelled them into the sky, where they blossomed into a myriad of colorful flowers, illuminating half the sky. Everywhere, vibrant sparks and sounds filled the air, mingling with the delighted gasps and laughter of the children. While Xin joined a few other children in their play, Xin Yuying settled on a bench in the square, recalling her intention to share this spectacle with Gu Chengyang. She retrieved her phone, opened QQ, and noticed the video call option. After a moment's contemplation, she opted to record a video instead. She captured 2 short clips, each lasting just over 10 seconds, and sent them along with a voice message. Gu Chengyang, our surroundings are awash in fireworks. It's truly magnificent, though I wonder if you can see it clearly. Gu Chengyang, engrossed in a game, paused upon receiving her message. He exited the game and first played the voice note. It was evident that Xin Yuying was outdoors, her voice imbued with joy and excitement, interspersed with the sounds of laughter and exclamations from those around her. In the first video, several children dashed about with sparklers in hand, while various other small fireworks erupted on the ground, casting brilliant lights and eliciting gleeful shrieks and laughter from the children. The second video showcased the distant fireworks in the sky, each one blooming into a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the entire heavens had been brightened. Indeed, the scene was vibrantly festive. Since the departure of his mother, Gu Chengyang has spent each new year with his uncle. Although the atmosphere is lively, he often feels an overwhelming sense of solitude, particularly during the reunion dinner. Listening to the voice message from Xin Yuying, Gu Chengyang can almost envision her joyous expression. With a deep sigh, he murmurs to himself, "How wonderful it would be to celebrate the new year with you." He just stepped away to check a message. Did he lose? Gu Chengyang logs back into the game. As the festivities of the new year approach, the celebratory spirit intensifies. Every household is adorned with lanterns and couplets, and children don vibrant new clothes, scampering about in delight. Xin Yuying has also ventured out with Chun Bingyu on a couple of occasions, reuniting with a few middle school classmates. In her limited number of chat groups, there is a daily frenzy over red envelopes. In the Sun team, Zhang Tianxiang insists that the group leader distribute red envelopes, prompting Deng Xian to feign ignorance, ultimately leading Gu Chengyang to send out a few himself. In the class group, the homeroom teacher generously offers a grand red envelope of 100 yuan each day. Initially, due to the teacher's presence, many were reluctant to engage actively in the group. Consequently, in response to popular demand, Deng Xian established a new class group devoid of teachers. However, after a semester of interaction, the students found the young homeroom teacher quite amiable, leading Deng Xian to disband the new group, and everyone returned to being active in the original one. Before long, it was New Year's Eve, and on this day, Xin Yuying rose earlier than Xin Yuying for the first time. Typically, due to their aunt's insistence on completing homework, Yuying would take every opportunity to linger in bed, reluctant to rise. This morning at 7 o'clock, Xin Yuying remained nestled in her blankets when Xin Yuying knocked on her door. Sister, why are you still asleep? It's already 7. Hurry and get up." Xin Yuying called from outside. Sleepily, Xin Yuying reached for her phone and glanced at it, replying, "It's only 7. Why wake up so early?" Xin Yuying shouted through the door, "Today is New Year's Eve. Grandma and Grandpa will be giving out red envelopes. Quickly rise." Sitting up, Xin Yuying noticed that many in her group chat had sent New Year's greetings and red envelopes. Gu Chengyang had even sent her a private message with one, which she accepted, only to find it contained a mere 9 yuan. Upon realizing she had claimed the envelope, Gu Chengyang messaged her, "Are you awake?" Xin Yuying replied, "Yes." "Happy New Year." Gu Chengyang responded, "This 9.7 yuan is the entirety of the red envelopes I managed to seize over the past few days." Xin Yuying couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Haha, thank you." She added, "I need to get up now to collect my red envelope." Chapter 86. It turns out to be my cousin. After sending her message, Xin Yuying proceeded to wash up, while Gu Chengyang put down his phone and went downstairs for breakfast. Suddenly, her phone chimed. It was a WeChat message from someone named Gu Zhonghui. "Son, Happy New Year." Shortly thereafter, Gu Chengyang received a text message indicating a transfer of 10,000 yuan to his bank account, which displayed a 6-figure balance. As he scrolled through the bank's notifications, he noticed that all the recent transfers originated from the same source, varying between a few thousand to over 10,000. Yet, he had never utilized those funds. Above the WeChat messages, there were numerous notifications, all from Gu Zhonghui. Looking up, one can see messages wishing happy birthdays, joyful mid-autumn festivals, and delightful summer vacations. Further above, each message is accompanied by a record of a transfer. Previously, Gu Zhonghui would initiate transfers to Gu Chengyang via WeChat, only to discover that Gu Chengyang would not accept them. Thus, he transitioned to bank transfers instead. After Xin Yuying finished her morning routine and donned her newly purchased attire, she exited her room, where Xin Yuying awaited her. Before Xin Yuying could utter a word, Xin Yuying cast her a knowing glance, and together they proceeded to the main house. Seated in a row were 6 elders, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and parents, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the siblings. As the elder sister, Xin Yuying walked ahead, her face radiant with a smile, and respectfully greeted her grandfather. "Grandfather, Happy New Year. I wish you good health, blessings as vast as the eastern sea, and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountain." Grandfather nodded with a cheerful smile and produced a red envelope from his pocket. Xin Yuying then approached and said, wishing grandfather good health and all wishes fulfilled, eagerly awaiting the envelope. Xin Yuying accepted the red envelope from her grandfather and turned to her grandmother, sweetly smiling as she said, Grandmother, Happy New Year. I wish you prosperity and endless joy. Xin Yuying followed suit, wishing grandmother good health and all wishes fulfilled, and then collected the envelope. In accordance with their family hierarchy, Xin father occupied the third seat. Xin Yuying approached him and cheerfully stated, Father, Happy New Year. I wish you smooth progress in your work and everything goes well. Xin Yuying then stepped forward, wishing uncle good health and all wishes fulfilled, and received the envelope. Xin Yuying cast a surprised glance at Xin, who seemed oblivious to her gaze, merrily accepting red envelopes. Wishing auntie good health and all the best, Xin proclaimed, before receiving another envelope. Wishing dad good health and all the best, he continued, collecting yet another. The final recipient was Xin mother, who smiled as she affectionately ruffled Yuying's hair before presenting her son with a red envelope. With a grin, Xin exclaimed, wishing mom good health and all the best, extending his hand in anticipation of the envelope. His mother sighed, remarking, Oh dear, look at Yuying. She speaks so charmingly and smiles so sweetly, unlike you, who only recites good health and all the best. Nevertheless, the envelope must still be given. The siblings received their envelopes, both beaming with delight. Their grandfather announced, All right, you two, go put away your money and then come over for breakfast. Xin Yuying and Xin departed together to store their red envelopes. Then Xin proposed, Sister, send me 100 via WeChat, and I'll give you 100 back, all right? What do you intend to do? She inquired. I plan to buy a skin for a game and save the rest for graduation, he replied. After some contemplation, Xin Yuying agreed. Once breakfast was finished, the adults busied themselves with various tasks, while Xin was free from homework for the day, allowing him and Xin Yuying to venture out together. They wandered through the village, which had recently relocated to this area, and after a leisurely stroll, they amassed a considerable amount of lucky money. As evening approached, it was time for the family reunion dinner. The television was turned to the central channel in anticipation of the Spring Festival Gala, while the coffee table was adorned with fruits, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. The dining table was divided, one half laden with plates of dumplings, and the other half featuring an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. 8 individuals gathered around, with Xin wielding a selfie stick to capture a group photo. Each face in the photograph beamed with the joyful smiles that are unique to the new year. The table overflowing with delectable dishes, and the television broadcasting the gala in the background. On the other side, Gu Chengyang had accompanied his sister and brother-in-law to his uncle's home before the new year, and they had already partaken of their meal. His uncle, along with Wang Zhen and 2 other elders whom Gu Chengyang did not recognize, were engaged in a game of mahjong. His aunt and others lounged on the sofa, watching the gala while chatting and enjoying sunflower seeds. Gu Chengyang sat with 2 children, engrossed in a cartoon. Gu Wanqing was beside Wang Zhen, animatedly gesturing. Wang Zhen seized Gu Wanqing's hand and exclaimed, Oh dear wife, please refrain from pointing. Our father has already deduced my tiles. Gu Wanqing promptly struck Wang Zhen's hand in protest, retorting, Clearly, you are the one playing recklessly, missing the chance to win or declare. If you keep this up, our family's money will vanish under your care. Wang Zhen was promptly ejected from the mahjong table by Gu Wanqing and sought out Gu Chengyang instead. He quietly approached. Noticing Gu Chengyang intently examining a photograph, not only viewing it, but also long pressing to save it and zooming in for a closer look. The image was a group photo taken by Xin Yuying, captioned Happy New Year. Wang Zhen inquired, Is this the girl you fancy? Gu Chengyang was startled, glancing at his brother-in-law, casually closing the screen of his phone and responding, Why have you stopped playing, brother-in-law? Wang Zhen grasped a handful of sunflower seeds and remarked, Your sister thinks my mahjong skills are atrocious and forbids me from playing. Gu Chengyang replied, Indeed. During last year's New Year's celebration, as was customary, they gathered in the living room for a game of mahjong. However, due to a shortage of players, Gu Chengyang was called upon to fill in for a while. Throughout the evening, while the other 3 players enjoyed victories, Wang Zhen found himself consistently losing money. Xin Yuying, having finished her meal, settled onto the sofa with sunflower seeds in hand, engaging her phone to send greetings to various friends and relatives. She perused the group chat, where classmates and friends exchanged casual banter. As the clock neared 10, fatigue overtook Xin Yuying. Her biological clock dictated that when the hour arrived, sleep was imperative. Habitually, she sent a message to Gu Chengyang before retiring for the night. Xin Yuying. Gu Chengyang. Xin Yuying. Yes, I am tired. Gu Chengyang. Do you really need to sleep so early during the new year? Xin Yuying. I am indeed sleepy. Gu Chengyang. Good night. Xin Yuying. Good night. Once Xin Yuying ceased messaging, he ventured into her QQ space, where a particular post had garnered dozens of likes, accompanied by a stream of comments, all wishing a happy new year. The privacy settings of Xin Yuying's space allowed everyone to view the comments, and thus Gu Chengyang perused each one with interest. Bing Kinjiuji, cousin has become even more handsome. Bing Kinjiuji. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. After reading through the comments, Gu Chengyang set his phone down on the coffee table, unable to suppress the smile that lingered on his face. He then grabbed another handful of sunflower seeds and returned to the mahjong table to observe Wang Zhen in action. As Wang Zhen drew a tile, he glanced over at Gu Chengyang and teased, "Oh, you seem to be in good spirits. Did you snag a big red envelope?" Gu Chengyang smiled silently, genuinely delighted. The rival he once presumed to have was, in fact, her cousin. Previously, upon seeing their photograph together, he had been unable to restrain his thoughts, only to discover that they were related. Thus, he mused, that would make him his cousin as well. Indeed, his cousin was quite handsome. Chapter 87. The token of affection on the first day of the new year, a fresh beginning filled with joy echoed through the air, accompanied by the resounding crackle of firecrackers. Xin Yuying awoke early, instinctively sending Gu Chengyang a morning greeting, followed by a cheerful New Year wish in the Sun Team group chat before rising to freshen up. It was unclear when the others had finally succumbed to slumber the night before, as the delightful sounds of firecrackers continued to erupt outside. Yet no one stirred from their slumber. Upon entering the main room, Xin Yuying was met with a chaotic scene. Remnants of last night's feast lay scattered across the tables. With greasy plates and bowls still occupying their places, the oil congealed within them. Beneath the table rolled several empty beer bottles, while the coffee table and floor were littered with sunflower seeds and other debris. She turned on the television, which was broadcasting a replay of last night's Spring Festival Gala, then set about tidying up, placing the dishes in the sink to soak, and cleaning the room. Once everything was in order and the others still showed no signs of waking, Xin Yuying sought out a book to read. A splendid New Year's Day, after all, should commence with the joy of reading. In the Sun Team group chat, Wan Jie awoke and replied with a New Year greeting to Xin Yuying. Before long, the group was alive with cheerful exchanges as everyone began to awaken and extend their New Year wishes. As the family gradually awakened, Mother Xin and Grandma were the first to rise, intending to tidy up the main room, only to discover it had already been meticulously organized by Xin Yuying. By the time everyone had gotten up, it was already past 10 o'clock. They casually prepared a light meal and then set off together for an outing. Xin Yuying and Xin Xiangwen found themselves seated on a bench in the small square in front of their apartment building, watching a group of children frolic about. Xin Xiangwen suddenly lamented, "Ah, the new year just doesn't feel as enjoyable as it used to." Xin Yuying turned her head, inquiring, "What makes it unenjoyable?" Xin Xiangwen replied, "It just feels like the festivities have lost their charm compared to when we were children." To which Xin Yuying responded, "That merely signifies that you've grown up." With a sigh, Xin Xiangwen reminisced, "I recall celebrating the new year in the village, where feasts were hosted in the streets, and we would bring out televisions to watch the Spring Festival Gala, while all the adults gathered around to eat, and the children would run around from 5 in the afternoon until 11 at night." Xin Yuying nodded, agreeing. Indeed, it was particularly delightful in the village. Every new year was filled with joy. Xin Xiangwen continued, "Sister, I remember during those meals, we weren't allowed to set off firecrackers, yet you would sneakily do so, even blowing up the pot of the neighbor Andy." Xin Yuying rolled her eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor as if the incident did not involve her, and replied, "I was just a child back then, lacking understanding." Xin Xiangwen, however, became animated, gesturing with enthusiasm. Honestly, at that time, the Annie had prepared a large pot of lean meat porridge, saying each child should have a bowl to warm their stomachs, and you just tossed a firecracker right in, causing porridge to splatter all over her. Xin Yuying. Can we please stop talking about it? Oh really, sis? I've just realized how mischievous you were as a child. Remember that time when a big yellow dog barked at you? And the next day you took a firecracker to blow up its den? And then there was that time. Xin Yuying, feeling embarrassed, pressed her hand against Xin Xiangwen's head and said, I've asked you to stop talking about it. Xin Xiangwen freed herself from Xin Yuying's grasp, only to notice that Xin Yuying was wearing a pair of unsightly, oversized riding gloves that were both dark and unattractive. With a look of disdain, Xin Xiangwen remarked, Sis, why on earth did you buy such hideous gloves? Xin Yuying extended both hands and replied, Are they really that ugly? They are indeed quite unsightly, and besides, these gloves are enormous. They must be men's, right? Xin Xiangwen scrutinized them closely and whispered, Where did you find these, sis? Xin Yuying said, I find them rather comfortable and warm. Xin Xiangwen held her hands up to compare and said, These fit me quite well. How about I buy you a new, pretty pair, and you can give me these? Xin Xiangwen persistently followed up, Seriously, sis, just give me these. You wish. When night fell and it was time for bed, Xin Yuying leaned back against her bed and messaged Gu Chengyang. What are you doing? Watching the Spring Festival Gala replay. Replay? Xin Yuying inquired. Gu Chengyang replied, Yes, I was playing mahjong last night and forgot to watch it. Xin Yuying, you can play mahjong? Gu Chengyang, a little. Xin Yuying, then teach me. Gu Chengyang, in the future, I shall have the opportunity to teach you. Xin Yuying, all right. Xin Yuying glanced at the riding gloves placed on the table and then inquired, Gu Chengyang, is the gift I bought for you still around? Gu Chengyang, what gift? Xin Yuying, the hat, of course. Gu Chengyang, yes, it's here. What is the matter? Xin Yuying, you must take good care of it. Don't lose it. Gu Chengyang, rest assured, I will not. And what about my gloves? Xin Yuying, they are still here. I even wore them out today. Gu Chengyang, that is wonderful. Xin Yuying, if I discover that you have dirted or lost them, you will be in serious trouble. Gu Chengyang, I understand. After all, they are tokens of our affection. Upon seeing the 4 words sent by Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying's face flushed crimson. Oh dear, why must he call them tokens of affection? Gu Chengyang speaks so carelessly and flirts so freely. Xin Yuying's heart raced, and after a while, she finally replied with a message, It's getting late. I must go to bed now. Good night, good night. Lying in bed, she gazed at the gloves, truly tokens of affection, and not unattractive at all. Her cousin must be blind. During the first and second days of the Lunar New Year, Xin Yuying's family enjoyed a harmonious time together. Until the morning of the 3rd day, Xin Xiangwen, rubbing his eyes, emerged intending to play on his phone, only to be met with his mother confiscating it and dragging him to do homework. Mom, it's only the 3rd day of the new year. Can't I play a little longer? You know it's the 3rd day already, and yet you only think about playing. If you were just half as capable as your sister, I would feel at ease. The struggle of an arm against a thigh is a futile one. Thus, although Xin Xiangwen grumbled, he ultimately picked up his pen to diligently complete his homework, all the while venting his frustrations. Xin Yuying observed him from the side. The problems that Xin Yuying could easily tackle with just a glance seemed exceptionally arduous under Xin Xiangwen's hand, his face reflecting hesitation and turmoil akin to that of a child left with a mere 3 yuan. This particular problem did not necessitate any auxiliary lines. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xin Yuying finally interjected. A straightforward geometric proof transformed into a convoluted mess, as Xin Xiangwen stubbornly drew 6 auxiliary lines on the diagram. Upon hearing her, he began to erase the lines while defiantly asserting, I know. I merely wish to increase the difficulty of the problem. With a slow drawl, Xin Yuying replied, If you cannot manage something so simple, is there any hope left for you even with increased difficulty? Xin Xiangwen paused, momentarily taken aback, before sulkingly closing his mouth. Just before he fell silent, he muttered under his breath, My sister was much cuter when we were younger. Excuse me? Xin Yuying raised an eyebrow. At least she didn't bully me. Chapter 88. Reunion after the New Year. Visiting relatives and setting off fireworks marked the passage of the year. Xin Yuying's family had few relatives, and even fewer that they could visit. Many of those who could be reached remained ensconced in the words of the elders, reminiscing about distant cousins from far-off places, though they had not been in contact for ages. On the 4th and 5th days of the new year, Xin Yuying spent 2 days at her grandmother's house. However, she did not place much significance on her birthday, while Xin Xiangwen and Chun Bingyu were notably more enthusiastic, busily planning and preparing. Yet, Xi and Xiangwen's eagerness may have stemmed from the prospect of a day free from studies. After having lunch at home, Xi and Yuying accompanied Xi and Xiangwen as they set out. Initially taking a taxi to pick up Chun Bingyu, then gathering at the entrance of the KTV. In addition to these two, there were several of Chun Bingyu's close friends from middle school. Since Xi and Xiangwen and Xi and Yuying attended the same middle school, with Xi and Xiangwen being a year younger. Xi and Yuying often brought him along during outings, and thus, everyone was acquainted. Later that night, while lying in bed, Xi and Yuying and Gu Chengyang exchanged messages. Gu Chengyang inquired, "Why didn't you inform me about your birthday beforehand?" He had only noticed a post from Xi and Yuying celebrating her 16th birthday that evening. Xi and Yuying replied, "I didn't intend to celebrate at all. It was my best friend and cousin who insisted on going out." Gu Chengyang responded, "That doesn't matter. I must celebrate with you." Xi and Yuying retorted, "But that has already passed. How can we celebrate now?" Gu Chengyang suggested, "When you come back, I shall arrange a belated celebration for you." Xi and Yuying replied, "I don't know, perhaps around the time school starts again." In the Sun Team group chat, Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting frantically tagged Xi and Yuying. Xi and Yuying queried. Xiang Ting exclaimed, "Why didn't you invite us for your birthday? I was looking forward to celebrating." Xi and Yuying reiterated, "I really didn't want to celebrate." Xiang Ting insisted, "No way, once school is about to start. We should go out and celebrate your birthday properly." Deng Xian interjected, "Oh, come off it. You just want to go out and have fun." Xiang Ting countered, "But I genuinely wish to celebrate for Yuying." Zheng Tian concluded, "Then let us plan to gather together and celebrate Yuying's birthday as well." Wang Jiao, "My birthday falls in March, after the semester begins. Why not celebrate it before school starts?" Xiang Ting agreed. Zheng Tian, "Okay. Xi and Yuying, that works then." After their chat in the group, Xi and Yuying decided to poke Gu Chengyang privately. Xi and Yuying, "Poke, poke. Gu Chengyang, what is the matter?" Xi and Yuying, "Everyone in the group has agreed to celebrate. So let us celebrate together with Wang Jia, shall we?" Gu Chengyang, "No." Gu Chengyang, "If they celebrate together, that is their affair." Gu Chengyang, "I must celebrate with you alone." Xi and Yuying, "All right then. Gu Chengyang 1T just be reading those types of novels over the winter break, right?" Xi and Yuying, Gu Chengyang, what? Xi and Yuying, "You should read fewer of those domineering CEO novels in the future." Gu Chengyang, "I haven't been reading those. I've recently been engrossed in the biography of Xi and Chiji." Xi and Yuying, "Ahem, then it's fine. You should go to sleep now. Good night." Gu Chengyang, "Good night." Xi and Yuying put down her phone and turned off the light, yet she found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Her hands clutched the sheets tightly, and her face gradually flushed. Instead of feeling excited by his words about celebrating alone, she found herself blushing over the fact that Gu Chengyang was reading a book. Truly, how mischievous he is, stirring up feelings that disturb her sleep. As her cousin had said, the New Year celebrations have become less exciting each year. The Sun Brigade had planned an outing together on the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, and this afternoon, Gu Chengyang had invited Xi and Yuying out. They agreed to meet downstairs in her residential complex. At noon, Xi and Yuying messaged Gu Chengyang, inquiring, "Have you left yet?" Gu Chengyang replied, "Not yet. Are you that eager to see me?" Xi and Yuying rolled her eyes and typed back, "No? It's just that you need to wear the hat I gave you before stepping out." After a brief silence, Gu Chengyang glanced at the white rabbit-eared hat hanging on the coat rack, its long pendants poised to perk up at a gentle squeeze. "Do I really have to wear it?" he asked. "Yes, indeed. If you don't, I'll be quite saddened," Xi and Yuying responded. "All right then, as you wish." Emerging from his bedroom with the hat in hand, Gu Chengyang instinctively shielded himself from Wang Zhen, who was lounging on the sofa. "Hey Xiaoyang, you're heading out?" Wang Zhen queried. "Sure, just send me a message around 4 or 5 o'clock. By the way, what's in your hand?" Gu Chengyang swiftly donned his shoes, opened the door, and departed without uttering a word. Wang Zhen paused, taken aback by the sound of the door slamming, muttering, "How rude," before resuming his entertainment show on the sofa. Upon reaching the base of Xi and Yuying's building, Gu Chengyang sent her a message to come down. Moments later, Xi and Yuying appeared, wearing her newly purchased attire and the black hat, skipping joyfully towards him. "Hey, where's your hat?" she exclaimed, noticing Gu Chengyang's bare head as she drew closer. Gu Chengyang revealed the hat from behind his back, stating, "Right here." "Then put it on quickly," she urged, grinning. "Look, I'm still wearing your gloves." Gu Chengyang gazed at Xin Yuying's smile, momentarily taken aback, for it had been quite some time since he had last witnessed her cheerful expression. Xin Yuying had acquired a pristine white coat for the new year, which, when paired with a black hat, accentuated her fair complexion and rendered her even more endearing. Perhaps Chengyang's gaze was too unabashed, causing Yuying to feel a tinge of shyness. She turned her head to survey her surroundings and softly inquired, "What are you looking at?" With a smile, Gu Chengyang responded, "You didn't eat well during the new year, did you? How is it that you're still so slender?" Xin Yuying huffed softly. "Hurry and put on your hat, then we can go buy some milk tea." Gu Chengyang extended his hand and said, "You help me wear it." With her hands tucked in her pockets, Xin Yuying looked up at Chengyang's expression. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand and said, "All right then, lower your head." In Chapter 89, The Boyfriend Who Doesn't Drink Milk Tea, Gu Chengyang complied and took a step back. Kneeling on one knee so that he was just at Xin Yuying's waist level, gazing up at her with hopeful eyes. Taken aback, Xin Yuying quickly glanced around, relieved to find no one nearby. Blushing, she urged, You need to get up quickly. What would people think on the street?" Gu Chengyang looked up at her and, with a grin, said, "I will get up once you put the hat on me." With a soft huff, Xin Yuying vigorously ruffled Gu Chengyang's hair before placing the hat firmly atop his head. "There, it's done. Now you can get up." "All right." Gu Chengyang nodded and rose to his feet. Xin Yuying playfully tugged at the pendant on Gu Chengyang's hat, causing his ears to perk up adorably. Chuckling in resignation, Gu Chengyang suggested, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea." Xin Yuying replied, beaming as she strolled alongside him. As they approached the milk tea shop, she noticed Gu Chengyang's long coat and exclaimed, "Gu Chengyang, hold still." Obeying her command, Gu Chengyang paused and looked down at her. Curious about her intentions, Xin Yuying circled behind him and remarked, "You were squatting just now, and your coat has dragged on the ground. Allow me to brush it off for you." She gently patted his coat and declared, "All done." Gu Chengyang rose and said, "Let us go buy the milk tea." As he pushed open the shop's door, Xin Yuying leaped inside, followed closely by Gu Chengyang. The two young ladies at the counter exchanged excited whispers, saying, "What a perfect match." She even brushed off her boyfriend's coat. And look, he opened the door for her. That hat on his head is so cute. It must be a gift from her. At that moment, the tea shop was empty, and despite their hushed tones, both Gu Chengyang and Xin Yuying overheard their comments. Gu Chengyang halted, surveyed their surroundings, and said to Xin Yuying, "You go ahead and get the milk tea. I'll secure a table." Observing the subtle flush in his ears, Xin Yuying couldn't help but chuckle. "Go ahead and claim a good spot. Otherwise, someone might snatch it away." Gu Chengyang remained composed as he surveyed the vacant seats. Selecting one that pleased him most, Xin Yuying approached and said, "Sister, I would like a cup of original pearl milk tea at room temperature." An older sister went to the back to prepare the milk tea, and another chimed in, "Little sister, would you like to buy a cup for your boyfriend as well? Today, there's a promotion. The second cup is half price." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuying felt a sweet warmth in her heart, smiling as she waved her hand, replying, "No, thank you. My boyfriend doesn't drink milk tea." Soon, Xin Yuying sat down across from Gu Chengyang with her cup of milk tea, sipping while scrolling through her phone. The drink was placed directly on the table, and her phone rested there too, allowing her to navigate with just one hand. Consequently, her other hand was left idle until her gaze drifted towards Gu Chengyang. Gu Chengyang looked up at her. "Come a little closer," Xin Yuying suggested. Gu Chengyang stood and adjusted his chair, resuming his seat while gazing at Xin Yuying. She reached out a hand and said, "Closer still." Gu Chengyang shifted once more. Finally, Xin Yuying instructed, "Stand up." Obediently, Gu Chengyang complied. Xin Yuying pulled the chair beside her closer, saying, "Now sit." As he settled back down, he resumed his phone browsing. The small round tables in the milk tea shop were not spacious, each accommodating 2 chairs on either side. Without hesitation, Xin Yuying slid Gu Chengyang's chair next to hers, bringing them intimately close, their thick clothing pressed tightly together, their legs brushing against one another. Xin Yuying lifted her hand to grasp the pendant of Gu Chengyang's hat, then took a deep sip of her milk tea, glancing at her phone while reclining against the back of the chair. Ah, what a moment of indulgence. Gu Chengyang, initially quite at ease while looking at his phone, found himself feeling somewhat awkward after sitting beside Xin Yuying. The fluff from the back of her hat brushed against his neck, and one of her hands continued to fiddle with the pendant at her chest. Gu Chengyang held his phone with one hand while the other rested awkwardly on his thigh, unsure of how to proceed, especially when he tilted his head. He caught sight of Xin Yuying's long eyelashes and her delicately upturned nose. Realizing that this closeness was becoming difficult to manage, he resolved to break the silence. Yuying. Xin Yuying looked up at Gu Chengyang, her eyes still fixed on the phone screen. What is it? Gu Chengyang opened his mouth, hesitating before speaking. Didn't you just tell the staff that your boyfriend doesn't drink milk tea? Yet. You don't drink it either. Xin Yuying shifted her gaze from the phone screen to Gu Chengyang's face, suddenly aware of her earlier words. Staring into his eyes, which held a teasing glimmer, she froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. What do you mean by that? Gu Chengyang pressed further. Xin Yuying's eyes darted around the milk tea shop, her heart racing like a startled deer. How about you take a sip? After a moment's contemplation, she pushed the remaining third of her milk tea towards Gu Chengyang, whispering softly. Gu Chengyang's gaze descended, shifting from Xin Yuying's face to the round table, where he observed several shallow bite marks on the milk tea straw left by her. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he took a moment before averting his gaze and murmured, "You can drink it yourself." He glanced at Xin Yuying's profile and let out a soft chuckle. Having nearly finished the milk tea, Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang began to discuss their next destination for entertainment. Gu Chengyang scrolled through his phone and suggested, "How about the amusement park? It seems they've recently renovated a few attractions." Xin Yuying's eyes widened in excitement as she fervently nodded, exclaiming, "That sounds great. I've never been there before." The duo exited the milk tea shop and promptly hailed a taxi to the amusement park. They purchased their tickets en route and disembarked directly into the park. Although the crowd was relatively sparse at that hour, the popular attractions still necessitated lengthy waits. Upon seeing the long line for the Ferris wheel, Xin Yuying ultimately decided against it. Instead, she and Gu Chengyang engaged in bumper cars, the pirate ship, and the free-fall ride. Although these also required waiting, it was a brief wait, and the thrill of the rides made it worthwhile. The free-fall ride was Xin Yuying's favorite. The exhilarating ascent and descent provided a rush like no other. From the pinnacle, she could gaze across the entire amusement park, and the descent would compress her chest, causing a slight discomfort, yet the exhilaration was undeniably refreshing. She eagerly dragged Gu Chengyang to experience it multiple times. After indulging in 4 or 5 rides, Xin Yuying collapsed onto a bench, exhaling deeply, and remarked, "It's been ages since I've enjoyed myself this much." Gu Chengyang suggested that she take a seat while he went to procure 2 bottles of water. "All right," Xin Yuying replied, settling onto the bench, her gaze following Gu Chengyang as he gradually walked away, adorned in his hat. She squinted slightly, murmuring to herself how truly comfortable it was to be with Gu Chengyang. After receiving the bottle, she took a couple of sips, only to look up and twist the cap off simultaneously with Gu Chengyang, their actions perfectly synchronized. They exchanged a glance, and Xin Yuying burst into hearty laughter. Intrigued, Gu Chengyang inquired, "What is so amusing?" Xin Yuying replied, "Our movements just now were in perfect unison." Feeling fatigued from their playful antics, she decided to rest and began recounting her experiences from the winter break. Though most of the narrative flowed from her lips, while Gu Chengyang listened intently. As her enthusiasm swelled, she shared numerous anecdotes from her childhood, including tales of secretly pulling her grandfather's eru, setting off fireworks in the dead of night, and embarking on escapades with friends to catch fish by the riverside. After a while, feeling weary from her storytelling, she gulped down several more sips of water. Gu Chengyang cautioned, "Don't drink so much at once, or you might end up with a stomachache." Xin Yuying disregarded his advice, taking a few more swigs, then brandished her empty bottle at him as if to challenge him. "Take this to the trash for me." "Very well." With a natural grace, Xin Yuying rested her hand upon Gu Chengyang's, only for him to pull her up with a gentle force, prompting them both to abandon their previous merriment. They meandered around the amusement park, yet their hands remained intertwined, a silent agreement between them. "Yuying," Gu Chengyang called softly. Xin Yuying gazed around, uncertain of what she was searching for. Gu Chengyang remarked, "Do you not think this moment resembles a song?" "Which song?" Xin Yuying inquired. "The garden party," Gu Chengyang replied, then turned his gaze into the distance and softly hummed, "Balloons in my hands, wandering aimlessly with you. I have words to share, yet your eyes feign busyness." Xin Yuying joined in, humming a few lines, when her attention was caught by a shooting game ahead. She tugged at Gu Chengyang, exclaiming, "Look, Gu Chengyang! They have shooting over there. Let us go take a look." The two approached the booth, where a child was engaged in play. Xin Yuying, brimming with excitement, asked, "Sir, how does one play this game?" $20 for 10 shots. If you hit all of them, you win a doll, the proprietor replied. Observing Xin Yuying's eager demeanor, Gu Chengyang leaned down and asked, "Do you know how to play?" "Of course. I'm quite skilled at this. Back in our town, I hit all 10 shots," she asserted confidently. Gu Chengyang proposed, "Shall we have a contest?" "Humph, who is afraid of whom?" she retorted. Gu Chengyang withdrew $50 from his wallet, stating, "Sir, we would like 2 rounds, please." The vendor skillfully provided change, saying, "All right, just wait behind this little one." The child quickly finished, hitting 6 balloons out of 10, then bounced away joyfully with an adult. As Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang approached, the vendor inquired, "Who will go first?" Gu Chengyang looked down at Xin Yuying, who freed herself from his grasp and stepped forward, declaring, "I shall go first." Xin Yuying lifted the firearm, standing beyond the red line, the stock resting against her shoulder. She tilted her head, closed one eye, aimed meticulously, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the toy bullet soared forth, bursting a balloon several meters away. The proprietor remarked, "This young lady is quite skilled. I wonder if she can achieve a perfect 10. Xin Yuying remained silent, refocusing on the balloon, and squeezed the trigger once more. Another hit. Bang, 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 6 consecutive shots, all on target. She heard the jubilant cheers of nearby children and turned her head to wink at Gu Chengyang, teasingly saying, "You still have time to surrender." Gu Chengyang smiled, choosing not to respond. Bang, bang, 2 more shots, both strikes. Xin Yuying licked her lips, then fired again with a bang. This time, the balloon remained unscathed. With a sigh, she prepared for her final shot. The proprietor lamented, "This young lady scored 9 out of 10. Alas, she fell just short of winning a doll." Xin Yuying lowered the gun and strolled towards Gu Chengyang, exclaiming, "What a wretched firearm. I just had a momentary tremor." Gu Chengyang chuckled, saying, "Now it's my turn." Observing Gu Chengyang's confident demeanor, she quipped, "What are you so pleased about? You might not perform as well as I did." Gu Chengyang grasped the gun, scrutinizing it before cradling it against his chest and aimlessly pointing the barrel. Noticing this, the proprietor commented, "This young man seems to lack proficiency." Before he could approach, Xin Yuying had already made her way over. "Do you even know how to play? Your stance is utterly improper," she chided. Gu Chengyang, with a look of grievance, said, "Then teach me." Xin Yuying gently placed her hands on Gu Chengyang's shoulders and instructed, "Rest the butt of the gun here for support, and hold this hand like this. It will stabilize the firearm." She then placed both hands on Gu Chengyang's head and continued, "Focus here. Aim from this point, target the balloon, and pull the trigger." Gu Chengyang replied, "Got it." As Xin Yuying stepped aside, she murmured, "If you manage to hit 3 times, that would be impressive." Bang! Gu Chengyang pulled the trigger, and a balloon burst with a pop. Xin Yuying blinked, muttering to herself, "Just a coincidence." Bang bang. 2 more shots rang out, and 2 balloons exploded. Xin Yuying was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Bang! Another balloon met its fate. Xin Yuying glanced at Gu Chengyang, who stood confidently in front of the red line, his stance impeccable and his expression serious, completely unlike someone who had never fired a gun before. While lost in thought, Gu Chengyang fired 3 more shots, all hitting their mark. The proprietor chimed in, "This handsome fellow has already hit 7 targets. If he scores 3 more, he shall win a delightful plush toy." Xin Yuying scoffed, saying, "He definitely won't hit the last 3. Bang bang bang. Later, Xin Yuying sat on a bench, clutching a tiger plush toy, while Gu Chengyang sat beside her. She angrily swung the toy by its tail, attempting to thump Gu Chengyang. "Tell me, have you played before?" Gu Chengyang nodded, replying, "Yes." "Then why did you initially deceive me into thinking you couldn't handle a gun?" Gu Chengyang chuckled lightly, saying, "It has been such a long time since I last played. I seem to have forgotten." Xin Yuying, visibly fuming, brandished the bouncy tiger and declared, "You are simply deceiving me." Gu Chengyang offered a wry smile and retorted, "If I weren't deceiving you, you wouldn't be teaching me, would you?" Xin Yuying opened her mouth to respond, but merely huffed in annoyance. After completing his final 3 shots, Gu Chengyang managed to hit all 10 targets. He set down the toy gun and approached Xin Yuying amidst the cheers of the children around them. The proprietor remarked, "Handsome lad, come choose a toy." Gu Chengyang turned to Xin Yuying and said, Happy birthday. Select a toy. With a face full of displeasure, Xin Yuying strolled over to inspect the toys, finding them all rather unappealing. Ultimately, amidst a pile of diminutive figures, she opted for a taller one, selecting a bouncy tiger. As she walked away with her choice, the proprietor continued, the little girl didn't manage to get a toy on her own, so her boyfriend helped her out. Anyone else wishing to play? Please pay and queue up. The two then made their way to a nearby bench to rest. Xin Yuying gazed at Gu Chengyang, her breaths growing heavier with frustration, and finally exclaimed, "It must have been that vendor's incessant chatter that disrupted my aim." Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Chengyang burst into laughter, gently ruffling Xin Yuying's hair through her fluffy hat, and said, "Indeed, that vendor was quite troublesome, ruining our Yuying's precision." Chapter 91. We must continue to maintain our innocent classmate relationship as winter deepened. Darkness descended upon the day earlier than usual. Emerging from the amusement park, the two stood at the street corner, where Gu Chengyang was engrossed in his phone, searching for nearby establishments that served cake. Just then, Xin Yuying's mother called, prompting her to gesture silently to Gu Chengyang to remain quiet before answering the call. She replied, nodding in understanding. They then entered a nearby pastry shop, selecting a few delightful treats from the display case before having them packed to go. While waiting for a taxi on the street, Gu Chengyang suddenly inquired, "What did you just discuss with your mother?" Xin Yuying occasionally stood on her tiptoes, observing the passing vehicles, and replied, "My mother asked whom I was with, and I told her I was with my classmate." "Is it a mixed group, boys and girls?" Gu Chengyang probed. Xin Yuying nodded and said, "Indeed, I am a girl. And you are a boy? Does that not constitute a mixed group?" "Oh, here comes the taxi." She waved her hand to hail the approaching vehicle. Upon reaching her doorstep, Gu Chengyang sent a message to Xin Yuying to inform her of his safe arrival before entering his own home. After changing his shoes, he remarked, "I haven't eaten yet." Wang Zhen, with a cheerful demeanor, rose and headed to the kitchen, saying, "I asked you to call home around 4 or 5 o'clock. I didn't know whether you had eaten, but fortunately, I prepared plenty." Gu Chengyang washed his hands and took a seat at the dining table, just as Wang Zhen emerged with a bowl of rice, presenting it to him. "Thank you, sister-in-law. There's no need for such politeness," Wang Zhen replied, playfully patting Gu Chengyang on the shoulder. It was then that they both noticed the hat he was wearing. Gu Wanqing inquired, "Xiaoyang, did you wear this hat when you went out to play today?" It was only then that Gu Chengyang remembered the hat perched atop his head. Wang Zhen reached out, exclaiming, "I've seen such hats before. Just a little pinch on this pendant, and the ears on top perk up." As she spoke, she attempted to pinch it, prompting Gu Chengyang to remove the hat and swat her hand away. Observing their interaction, Gu Wanqing chuckled, "This hat looks rather charming. It suits you well. Though you could afford to gain a bit more weight. Eating a little more would do you good." In the evening, the two engaged in their routine of messaging. Gu Chengyang asked, "Are you happy today?" To which Xin Yuying replied, "Extremely happy." He continued, "May I ask, is your birthday according to the lunar calendar or the solar calendar?" Xin Yuying responded, "Lunar calendar, on the 7th day of the first month every year." She then inquired, "Why do you ask?" Gu Chengyang replied, "Oh, nothing much, just pondering when I could celebrate your birthday with you." Upon reading this message, Xin Yuying paused momentarily, her ears gradually turning red. What could this mean? Was he implying he wished to spend the new year at her home? Xin Yuying stammered, "Hey you," and then asked, "When is your birthday?" Gu Chengyang replied, "November 23rd, which is when I celebrate my solar birthday." He added, "Indeed, you still remember." Xin Yuying affirmed, "Of course I remember. I also recall how peculiar you were back then." During those days, Gu Chengyang had been inexplicably distant towards Xin Yuying, even when discussing a topic. He had been remarkably indifferent, though things improved subsequently. At that moment, Xin Yuying almost believed that boys experienced a few days each month when their spirits dipped. Xin Yuying remarked, "Well, on your birthday, if no one calls you, will you just sneak out to celebrate by yourself?" Gu Chengyang explained, "I don't enjoy celebrating my birthday. It's my sister and brother-in-law who insisted on throwing me a party." Xin Yuying inquired, "What if I celebrate your birthday for you? Would you accept?" Gu Chengyang responded, "Of course." Xin Yuying declared, "Then it's settled. From now on, I will celebrate your birthday." A smile spread across Gu Chengyang's face as he gazed at the screen. Xin Yuying soon realized her words had taken an unexpected turn and hurried to clarify, "Oh dear, that wasn't my intention. I meant when we're in high school." Gu Chengyang teased, "Only in high school?" Xin Yuying, flustered, replied, Oh, never mind, I want to discuss it further. She added, I'm going to sleep now, humph. Gu Chengyang chuckled at his phone screen. Then after a moment, sent another message. Are we still going out to play tomorrow? Xin Yuying replied, I don't think so. The day after tomorrow, I'm going out with Ruan Jie and the others, and then we'll just wait for school to start. Gu Chengyang acknowledged, all right then. He added, weren't you just saying you were going to sleep? Xin Yuying retorted, humph, I'm going to sleep right now. Gu Chengyang wished her, good night. Xin Yuying responded, good night. When she did not send any further messages, Gu Chengyang smiled at his phone screen before placing it on the table. His Xin Yuying was simply adorable. The following day, Xin Yuying spent quality time with her parents while also discussing plans for their outing on the third day within the group chat. Ultimately, what left Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang speechless was the consensus they reached among the four of them to visit the amusement park. Xin Yuying. Gu Chengyang. Ruan Jie, what's the matter? Don't you want to go to the amusement park? Xiang Ting. It's futile if you don't want to go. We have 4 votes in favor. The minority must yield to the majority. Xin Yuying. It's not that I don't want to go. They ultimately agreed to meet directly at the amusement park entrance at 9:30 in the morning, with all expenses initially covered by Gu Chengyang, subsequently to be split evenly. At 9 in the morning, Gu Chengyang was already waiting downstairs at Xin Yuying's apartment. After gathering her belongings, Xin Yuying messaged Gu Chengyang. Shall we go together or separately? Gu Chengyang. I'm already downstairs. Are you coming down? Xin Yuying. All right. I'll prepare to head down. Gu Chengyang. Great. I'll call for a car then. Once they were in the vehicle, Gu Chengyang instinctively took hold of Xin Yuying's hand, and she did not withdraw it. However, en route, Xin Yuying suddenly recalled something, and she released Gu Chengyang's hand. Speaking with utmost seriousness, we mustn't allow Ruan Jie and the others to discover that we are together, understood? Gu Chengyang, gazing at his empty hand, replied, but we aren't officially together yet, are we? Didn't you say we shouldn't date before university? Xin Yuying was taken aback, hastily distancing herself from Gu Chengyang, and declared, then it's even more unacceptable. Over the past few days, you've touched my head and held my hand. It's a bit beyond propriety. From now on, we must maintain the purity of our student relationship. Gu Chengyang felt a tinge of disappointment and responded with a soft Hm. Xin Yuying gently patted Gu Chengyang's head, reassuringly saying, come now. Let us focus on our studies first. Chapter 92, a subtle handhold before long. They arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. As she exited the car, Xin Yuying caught a glimpse of Ruan Jie and Deng Xian already waiting outside. She eagerly dashed over to them. Having not seen each other for an entire holiday, the two friends squealed with delight and embraced tightly, exchanging cheerful exclamations of how long it had been. Deng Xian, noticing that Gu Chengyang had also alighted from the vehicle, opened his arms wide and exclaimed, my dear classmate, it has been ages. Come, let us share a hug. Gu Chengyang calmly closed the car door and, with an expression of indifference, walked aside, choosing to ignore him. Deng Xian, undeterred by any awkwardness, cheerfully approached and inquired, so, how did you two manage to arrive together? We live nearby, so we just shared a cab. Xin Yuying interjected before Gu Chengyang could respond. The group lingered at the amusement park entrance, engaging in light banter, until a bus arrived, and Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian stepped off. Xiang Ting and Deng Xian exchanged hearty embraces, exclaiming, good to see you, my brother. Suddenly, Ruan Jie remarked, oh, why are you 3 big men carrying backpacks? She pointed at Deng Xian, Zheng Tian, and Xiang Ting. Xiang Ting replied, we plan to hang out this morning and then find a place to tackle our homework in the afternoon. Xin Yuying gasped in surprise, you haven't finished your homework yet? Indeed, the 3 replied in unison. But school starts the day after tomorrow. Xin Yuying exclaimed again. Zheng Tian remarked, there's no need to rush. I have only 2 books left, and I should be able to finish them this afternoon and evening. Deng Xian responded, I have just 10 English essays remaining, and I can complete them this afternoon. Xiang Ting added, I don't have much left either. Let's go in and have some fun first. At this time, some schools had already commenced their sessions, resulting in a significantly reduced crowd at the amusement park compared to previous days. However, it was rather unfortunate that the Ferris wheel was under maintenance and not in operation. Xin Yuying expressed her disappointment, saying, oh, why is it suddenly under maintenance? It was perfectly fine just the day before. Ruan Jie, who had been linking arms with Xin Yuying, inquired, how do you know it was fine the day before? Xin Yuying hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Gu Chengyang, who maintained his serene demeanor. Stammering, Xin Yuying replied, I guessed. Just think about it. These amusement facilities are meant to generate profit. If they remain unused, wouldn't that be a loss? Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting approached, each holding an ice cream cone. Zheng Tian said, this ride can only accommodate 4 people at a time. It's rather uninteresting. Let's go enjoy something else. Ruan Jie and Deng Xian glanced at the ice creams and asked, where did you get ice cream in the middle of winter? Xiang Ting pointed towards a nearby stall, saying, they sell it over there. Ruan Jie exclaimed, I want to buy some too. She then proceeded to join Deng Xian. Xin Yuying shook her head, commenting, ice cream in the dead of winter? Then, she added, wait for me. I want to go too. Just as she took a step forward, she noticed Gu Chengyang casting a disapproving glance in her direction. Xin Yuying paused once more, exclaiming, oh dear, it is far too cold. Perhaps I shall forgo my ice cream. Shortly thereafter, Ruan Jie and Deng Xian approached, each clutching an ice cream cone. Ruan Jie remarked, it is only in the biting chill of winter that one can truly appreciate the joy of ice cream. Deng Xian raised a hand in agreement, saying, I second that. Among the 6 companions, 4 indulged in their ice cream, thus precluding them from engaging in more exhilarating activities. After some deliberation, they resolved to enjoy a ride on the carousel instead. While queuing, they noticed a small child being cradled by her mother, also waiting in line. The little one caught sight of the ice cream in Deng Xian's and the others' hands and began to whine for a taste. Xiang Ting approached the child and gently said, little one, this is quite cold. You shouldn't have it in winter. The child, upon hearing this, burst into tears. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Ting extended the ice cream, stating, if your mother permits, I shall let you have just a taste. The mother replied, just a tiny lick. Mind you, it is very cold. The child cautiously licked the ice cream with her tongue, only to wail even more dramatically afterward. As Xiang Ting savored his ice cream, he watched the mother carry her sobbing child away and shook his head, then delightfully took another bite. Deng Xian approached, saying, do you really have the heart to tease a child so? With an innocent expression, Xiang Ting responded, what have I done? Xin Yuying laughed and said, while others have strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate, you chose durian. It's no wonder the child is distressed. Before long, it was their turn to mount the carousel. Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian walked at the forefront, securing a magnificent steed that boasted 2 seats, perfect for their companionship. Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie each selected a charming pony, while Gu Chengyang settled beside Xin Yuying. When Deng Xian approached, he was politely inquired about his weight by the staff, and upon confirming that he did not exceed 200 jin, he was granted permission to mount. Xiang Ting, with a hearty laugh, pointed at Deng Xian, exclaiming, ha, you're almost 0.1 tons. In that very moment, his ice cream slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground, abruptly silencing the laughter. A second later, the group erupted into laughter, joined by several passers-by. Even Gu Chengyang, who typically wore a stoic expression, revealed a smile. The evening breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, casting elongated shadows beneath the moonlight. As fireflies danced like fleeting coins throughout the hillside, the carousel began to spin, serenaded by the melody of sakura grass. Apart from Xin Yuying and the 6 others, many children and young couples joined the joyous ride. Deng Xian clung to the horse's head, bouncing up and down. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting occupied a grand horse, playfully reenacting scenes from My Fair Princess. Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie remained closely nestled together, exchanging laughter and holding hands. Gu Chengyang silently observed Xin Yuying's silhouette. After a moment, Xin Yuying turned to glance at Gu Chengyang and, upon discovering his gaze, bestowed upon him a sweet smile. In that instant, Gu Chengyang felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of sweetness, surging from within. When Xin Yuying smiles, her eyes and brows curve together, resembling the most exquisite smile in the world, capable of healing and warming everything. After finishing the carousel ride and devouring their ice cream, a few of them clamored to try the freefall ride. They walked over to queue, but Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang paused momentarily. Xin Yuying waved her hand dismissively, saying, I won't play, you all go ahead. Gu Chengyang echoed, I don't wish to play either, you enjoy yourselves. Ruan Jie looked at the two with suspicion and asked, are you both not interested in playing? Xiang Ting teased, could it be that you two are afraid to ride? Do you have acrophobia or something? Xin Yuying rolled her eyes and replied, it's nothing of the sort, just hurry along. As the freefall ride came to a halt, Zheng Tian called out to the others. Quickly, it's our turn. Ruan Jie said, Yuying, you two can rest here while we go play. All right. Xin Yuying nodded. And she and Gu Chengyang settled onto a bench at the back. Ruan Jie and the other three ascended, and Xin Yuying captured a few photos of them, with Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian screaming at the peak. She cheerfully shared all the pictures in their group chat, then turned her head to see Gu Chengyang sitting beside her, expressionless, with his hand casually resting on the bench. Xin Yuying tilted her head, observing Gu Chengyang for a moment, then leaned a little closer, quietly reaching her hand toward his. Chapter 93. Enjoying together, completing assignments together as Xin Yuying extended her hand. She meticulously scrutinized Gu Chengyang's facial expressions. As she pointed her finger at Gu Chengyang's palm, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow, only to return to its former composure. Xin Yuying stifled a giggle and began to glide her finger across Gu Chengyang's palm, tapping here and there. Gu Chengyang sighed softly, then suddenly grasped Xin Yuying's hand, enclosing it within his own. Startled, Xin Yuying quickly withdrew her hand and whispered, I want to write on your palm. Releasing her hand, Gu Chengyang watched as Xin Yuying's fingertips slowly inscribed a few characters. Just as she completed her writing, Gu Chengyang seized her hand again, extending his own finger to etch the words, a promise is a promise. Xin Yuying tightened her grip on Gu Chengyang's hand, pinching his pinky as she squinted and smiled. I certainly keep my promises. All right, Xin Yuying replied. The two of them intertwined their hands gently, sharing a moment as they observed Deng Xian's exaggerated antics on the amusement ride. Once he descended, Xin Yuying promptly released Gu Chengyang's hand and rushed to greet Ruan Jie, leaving Gu Chengyang seated on the bench, dazed, left to contemplate the lingering warmth in his palm. Zheng Tian remarked that he had consumed too much before arriving, feeling slightly nauseous. Gu Chengyang inquired, What did you eat this morning? Deng Xian replied, I hardly had anything, just a bowl of rice noodles, 3 deep-fried dough sticks, a cup of soy milk, and a steamer of buns. Xin Yuying retorted, Is that not excessive? No wonder you are so plump. Xiang Ting brought a bottle of water, handing it to Deng Xian, who took a couple of sips. Gu Chengyang then asked, So, shall we continue to play? Deng Xian waved his hand and remarked, The drop tower is off the table. Let us indulge in bumper cars instead. Thus, several individuals proceeded to the bumper car arena. 2 girls shared a car, while the remaining boys each took one. Within the bumper car zone, the overhead apparatus connected to the vehicles controlled the acceleration and steering, resulting in a delightful chaos of collisions. The most amusing spectacle was undoubtedly Deng Xian, who accelerated to collide with Zheng Tian, causing a resounding crash as both cars came to an abrupt halt. The flesh on Deng Xian's face quivered comically for a moment. Laughter erupted from everyone. Ruan Jie collapsed into Xin Yuying's embrace, exclaiming, Look at the way Deng Xian's face jiggled. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting joined in the mirth, laughing heartily. As Deng Xian attempted to reverse, Gu Chengyang collided with him from behind, causing his face to jiggle once more. After disembarking from the bumper cars, Deng Xian stormed out in a huff, grabbing a water bottle to quench his thirst, declaring, I shall never again ride bumper cars in this lifetime. Xiang Ting continued to chuckle, playfully draping himself over Deng Xian, saying, Class monitor, your chubbiness is simply adorable. Deng Xian replied, The world harbors too much malice towards the overweight. Do you not realize that chubby individuals are untapped potential? Zheng Tian responded, Class monitor, I believe in you. But you must first shed some weight. Deng Xian opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. The group then ventured to enjoy other attractions, such as the pirate ship and the swinging pendulum ride. Each amusement brought forth peals of laughter, and these moments of joyous play were indeed delightful. Years later, when they have all matured into adulthood, embarking on their respective careers and lives, they may still reminisce about their high school days, recalling the cherished friendships and the laughter-filled 3 years they spent together. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting felt somewhat reluctant to part, yet Deng Xian had already clasped his stomach, lamenting his hunger. Ruan Jie and Xin Yuying also sensed a weariness from their revelry. They deliberated on what to have for lunch and sought a place where they could complete their assignments in the afternoon. Ultimately, they resolved to dine at KFC, for ordering a meal would allow them to linger for the entire afternoon. The 6 of them hailed a taxi in 2 groups, heading to the nearest fast food establishment. Zheng Tian was the first to flag down a vehicle, taking Xiang Ting and Deng Xian with him. Gu Chengyang stood at the street corner attempting to hail another taxi, while Xin Yuying and Ruan Jie clasped hands, standing behind him, gesturing for a ride. Ruan Jie whispered to Xin Yuying, "A winter break has passed. How far have you two progressed?" Xin Yuying's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What are you talking about? What progress?" Ruan Jie playfully squeezed Xin Yuying's hand and said, "Still pretending? I saw you secretly holding Gu Chengyang's hand when we were on the amusement park ride." Xin Yuying gasped, her eyes widening in surprise, yet her cheeks gradually flushed as she whispered, "You noticed that?" Ruan Jie wrinkled her nose and replied, "Humph. This morning when we talked about ice cream, you initially expressed a desire to have some, but after glancing at Gu Chengyang, you changed your mind. Don't think I didn't notice." Xin Yuying hurriedly shushed Ruan Jie, saying, "Shoo, don't say such things. Do Tian and the others know?" Ruan Jie remarked, "They surely have no idea. One is only aware of playing, and the other merely knows how to eat, without a hint of realization. Only I have discerned the truth." Xin Yuying replied, "But we truly have not been together." Ruan Jie sighed, "Alas, we are still good sisters, yet you share nothing with me." Xin Yuying, unable to tolerate Ruan Jie's demeanor any longer, quickly conceded, all right, I shall tell you." Rubbing her face, Xin Yuying said, it's fine. Let us get into the car first." Gu Chengyang opened the rear car door, and Ruan Jie squeezed in, saying, "Chenggu, you can sit in the front. Yuying and I will sit in the back." After Xin Yuying settled in, Ruan Jie linked her arm with Xin Yuying's and whispered, "Come on, tell me." Ruan Jie rested her head on Xin Yuying's shoulder and said, "Very well." By the time the trio arrived, the meal had already been served. Tian and the others had finished dining and had even ordered for them a bucket of fried chicken accompanied by a standard meal of a burger and a cola for each person. They occupied a large table that comfortably accommodated the three of them, allowing them to gather and indulge in their meal. After finishing, Xin Yuying, Ruan Jie, and Gu Chengyang glanced at their phones, while Xiang Ting and Tian diligently tackled their homework. Hold on, it was only Tian and Xiang Ting who were writing. While Deng Xian continued to eat, he spared no piece from the bucket of chicken or the fries, devouring everything before contentedly retrieving his homework from his backpack to begin writing. Both Xiang Ting and Tian, having not completed their winter break assignments, collaborated to copy Xin Yuying's work. At the onset of the holiday, Xin Yuying had already handed over the assignments to Xiang Ting. However, throughout the entire vacation, Xiang Ting scarcely penned anything. With a look of exasperation, Xin Yuying observed the two of them copying their homework and remarked, "I provided the assignments to you long ago. What on earth have you done during the winter break to have completed so little?" Xiang Ting replied, "You gave me the assignments, which gives me a sense of security." As Deng Xian scoured the internet for English essays on his phone, he inquired, "What do you mean by sense of security?" Xiang Ting took a sip of cola and explained, "Having Yuying's answers in hand allows me to enjoy my winter break without worry. Otherwise, I would constantly be reminded of the assignments I have yet to complete and would be unable to focus on my games." Chapter 94. Let us be together now. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jie couldn't help but chuckle and said, "If you finished your assignments earlier, wouldn't you feel even more secure?" Tian interjected, "That simply won't do. Assignments must be completed just before school resumes to reinforce the knowledge effectively. We must not take the teacher's earnest efforts for granted." Ruan Jie leaned over to examine Tian's work and casually pointed to a section, asking, "What have you written here?" Tian squinted for a while in contemplation and then hesitantly replied, "This should be as in mine." Ruan Jie, with a complex expression, remarked, "But you are copying chemistry. And you just wrote this. In a bit, you won't even recognize it. How does that reinforce your memory?" Deng Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Really, even if we submit this, the teacher might not scrutinize it carefully. In the end, it all just becomes waste." The three individuals were diligently completing their assignments, while the other three sat idly, occasionally indulging in a fry or sipping a cola, enveloped in boredom. Xin Yuying then invited Gu Chengyang and Ruan Jie to join her in playing Honor of Kings. Just as the game began, Xiang Ting and Tian, displaying remarkable synergy, leaned in unison. Ruan Jie hastily lowered the volume, stating, "I shall not disturb your studies. I will mute it." Xiang Ting glanced at Tian, then at Deng Xian, suggesting, "How about we play a couple of rounds before resuming our work?" Tian replied, "That might not be appropriate." Xiang Ting countered, "Just one round. We will write afterward. Zheng Tian conceded. All right, let us log in. He set down his pen and retrieved his phone to launch the game. Deng Xian continued searching for English compositions on his phone, saying, You all play. I intend to finish all my assignments today. Xiang Ting responded, Perfect. We shall play as a group of 5. Though Xin Yuying had the least experience with Honor of Kings, having only played for about 6 months, she was familiar with most of the heroes. The 5 of them played together, and with their seamless cooperation, they quickly secured victory. We won. Xin Yuying, Wang Jia. And Gu Chengyang looked at Xiang Ting and Zheng Tian. The two exchanged a glance, and Xiang Ting hesitantly remarked, The last match ended too swiftly. I felt no sense of involvement in the team fight. No, we must play again. They subsequently lost. Zheng Tian lamented. I couldn't even win my lane against Lu Bu this time. Let's try again. They won again, and then once more. Zheng Tian added, While this match was exhilarating, I couldn't help but feel tempted to try the new hero, Gong Sun Li, whom the opposing team was using. They then lost again. Xiang Ting took a deep breath, poised to speak, when Xin Yuying preemptively said, Why not abandon the excuses and simply indulge in some fun? Xiang Ting replied, That's a splendid idea. Host, please commence. Gu Chengyang shook his head and began the matchmaking process. Thus, the 5 of them spent the afternoon engaged in the game of Honor of Kings at KFC. As evening approached and a few of them emerged, Zheng Tian stretched lazily and remarked, Alas, yet another afternoon squandered. Xiang Ting displayed a rueful expression and lamented, How have I come to this? No, tonight I shall sleep well and ensure that I complete my assignments tomorrow. Deng Xian interjected, Isn't that rather obvious? School resumes the day after tomorrow. Should you neglect your work tomorrow, I wonder how you will manage once classes commence. He felt invigorated and triumphant, having completed 10 English essays in a single afternoon, thereby finishing all of his winter vacation homework. Xiang Ting called for a ride, saying, Well then, let us part ways for now. He then boarded the vehicle with Zheng Tian. Deng Xian announced, I'll take the bus, I'm off now. Finally, the vehicle summoned for Wang Jia arrived. Xin Yuying assisted Wang Jia onto the car, and from within, Wang Jia pointed to her phone through the window and said, Don't forget tonight. Xin Yuying nodded and replied, Got it. Please confirm your safe arrival at home in the group chat. Once Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang had seen everyone off, the two stood together on the street. Xin Yuying gazed at Gu Chengyang, stood on tiptoe, tucked her hands into her pockets, and said, They've all left. Gu Chengyang replied, Indeed. Xin Yuying suggested, Then shall we also take our leave? Gu Chengyang suddenly extended his hand, gazing at Xin Yuying. A sense of inexplicable shyness washed over her, and she gently placed her hand within his palm. Even amidst the biting cold of winter, Gu Chengyang's hand radiated warmth, enveloping Xin Yuying's delicate fingers and flushing her cheeks with a rosy hue. Gu Chengyang broke the silence, saying, Yuying, I have given careful thought to what you mentioned this morning in the car. Reflexively, Xin Yuying responded, What did I say? You mentioned that although we have mutual feelings for each other, we should wait until we enter university to pursue a relationship. Gu Chengyang maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed upon her. As Xin Yuying met his deep, dark eyes, a wave of regret washed over her for having uttered those words. Everything seemed perfectly fine now, and their companionship need not hinder their studies. After his statement, Gu Chengyang fell silent, awaiting her response. When she looked up, she was startled to find him leaning closer, instinctively retreating, only to find herself enveloped in his embrace. A lump formed in her throat as she gazed up at him, saying, Didn't you say we shouldn't date right now? Yet you treat me this way. Gu Chengyang held her gently, one hand softly patting her back, replying, Those were your words, not mine. With a playful huff, he lowered his head and whispered in her ear, I am always ready to be your boyfriend. But I respect your wishes. If you are not ready now, I am willing to wait. Xin Yuying rubbed her face against Gu Chengyang's clothing, wiping away her tears, and then blinked up at him in silence. Gu Chengyang, mistaking her quietness for displeasure, spoke softly, I am quite patient. I am only 17 this year, and you are merely 16. We have a long future ahead of us. There is no rush. We can attend university and begin then. Yet, Xin Yuying remained silent, prompting Gu Chengyang to release his hold on her arm as they continued to wander aimlessly forward. Suddenly, Xin Yuying halted and spoke, her gaze fixed on Gu Chengyang, filled with determination. Gu Chengyang turned to look at her. You will always like me, won't you? She asked earnestly, locking eyes with him. Gu Chengyang solemnly nodded. affirming with every word, "I will undoubtedly always like you." Xin Yuying then proposed, "Let us be together now." Chapter 95. Everything requires points. Gu Chengyang was taken aback, gradually loosening his grip on her hand, his face reflecting uncontainable delight. "You, what did you just say?" Xin Yuying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she gazed at him, taking a deep breath. "I said, let us be together." Gu Chengyang, filled with excitement, struggled to articulate his thoughts. So we can be together now?" Xin Yuying gazed at Xin Yuying, who was brimming with excitement. Her own face flushed with embarrassment. She felt a pang of regret for having uttered such words. To preserve her idol's image, she turned away and thought, "If you disagree, so be it." However, Xin Yuying immediately enveloped her in an embrace, exclaiming, "I do not disagree. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion." Xin Yuying surrendered to his embrace, resting her head gently on his shoulder, listening to the rapid thumping of her heart, a smile gracing her lips. Previously, Xin Yuying had held her, but it paled in comparison to the sweetness of this moment. After what felt like an eternity, Xin Yuying gradually pushed him away and looked up to find Xin Yuying smiling down at her. She lowered her gaze to her toes and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Xin Yuying took her hand and replied, "I just find it hard to believe." Xin Yuying stifled a laugh and responded, "So do you believe it now?" He nodded, affirming, "I believe." Observing the bustling street filled with people, she suggested, "Let us go. It's quite crowded here." "All right," he agreed. And Xin Yuying allowed him to lead her forward. Suddenly, Xin Yuying spoke up, "Didn't you say we shouldn't date in high school?" Xin Yuying replied, "I didn't wish for this either, but I simply couldn't help myself." Yet, how could she voice such feelings? She halted, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, but found it impossible. Pouting slightly, she remarked, "If you are unwilling, then let it be." Gu Chengyang hastily ruffled Xin Yuying's hair and said, "I am not unwilling. I was merely inquiring." Xin Yuying looked up at Gu Chengyang and replied, "I understand now. You are concerned about our studies. How about this? Although we are now a couple, starting tomorrow, we shall refrain from holding hands or embracing." Gu Chengyang asked, "What do you mean?" "In order to avoid distractions from our studies, we cannot indulge in romance every day. We must focus on our academics, as passion can cloud one's judgment, you know?" Xin Yuying explained. "If you wish to hold hands or embrace, it will depend on your performance." Gu Chengyang, observing Xin Yuying's serious demeanor, couldn't help but laugh, saying, "So, any interaction that exceeds the boundaries of friendship must be earned through performance?" Xin Yuying nodded, stating, "Yes. Your actions will earn you points, which you can then exchange for certain rewards." With a grin, Gu Chengyang inquired, "And what rewards might those be?" Xin Yuying furrowed her brow in thought before replying, "Things like holding hands or hugging." Gu Chengyang raised an eyebrow and asked, "As long as I have enough points, can I obtain anything?" Xin Yuying instinctively nodded, saying, "Indeed, as long as your points are sufficient, anything is redeemable." When Xin Yuying looked up, she met Gu Chengyang's smile, which she felt carried a hint of deeper meaning. She quickly added, "However, the final authority on interpretations rests with me." Gu Chengyang responded, "Very well. Then I have one last question." "What question?" Uncertain of how many points are required for such a gesture, Gu Chengyang grasped Xin Yuying's hand, his thumb gently brushing the delicate skin on the back of her hand. "How so?" Xin Yuying tilted her head to regard him. "Like this." Gu Chengyang lifted her hand to his lips, lowering his head slightly, observing the widening astonishment in her eyes as his lips softly grazed the surface of her hand. To call it a kiss would be an exaggeration. It was merely a gentle contact. Xin Yuying could only discern the slight dryness of Gu Chengyang's lips against her own smooth, pale skin, the sensation stirring a faint ache followed by warmth. In that moment, it was as if Gu Chengyang had triggered a switch in her mind, causing her to momentarily short-circuit. A flush spread across her entire being, from her ears to the nape of her neck, leaving her speechless, her body unresponsive to her conscious thoughts. Seated on the edge of her bed, the memories of the recent encounter began to coalesce in her mind. She covered the back of her hand with her other hand. Slowly coming to terms with the reality of the situation, Gu Chengyang had kissed her hand. Just as she was grappling with her emotions, her phone chimed. A message from Gu Chengyang announcing his safe arrival home. The notifications flooded in, and upon opening them, she found an array of images he had sent, couple avatars. Xin Yuying casually perused the selection of couple avatars, which encompassed every conceivable variety imaginable: anime, cartoons, simplistic sketches, landscapes, games, Western styles, charming designs, and non-mainstream aesthetics. It was a veritable treasure trove. After her examination, she sent a question mark. Gu Chengyang replied, "Girlfriend, change your avatar. Pick a pair you adore." Xin Yuying lingered over the term girlfriend for quite some time, then scrolled back to review the myriad of avatars, saving several favorites to her album before messaging back. "I cannot change my avatar." Gu Chengyang inquired, "Why not?" Xin Yuying explained, "Because it requires points for redemption." She added playfully, "Sundara." JPG. Gu Chengyang asked, "Does this one also require points?" Xin Yuying confirmed, "Indeed. Did I not mention earlier that anything beyond the boundary of classmates requires points for exchange?" Gu Chengyang then queried, "How many points are needed to change the couple avatar?" Xin Yuying replied, "I have yet to decide. I will send you a list when I have some free time tomorrow." Gu Chengyang acquiesced, "All right then." Xin Yuying concluded, "You may take your leave." Gu Chengyang responded, "As you wish." Chapter 96. Campus life unfolding around me. Xin Yuying set her phone down, having now gracefully accepted the reality of being Gu Chengyang's girlfriend. Yet, upon seeing the term girlfriend in his message, her heart fluttered with joy. "Oh, Xin Yuying, how trivial you are. Merely being called girlfriend brings you such delight." Xin Yuying buried her head in the pillow, her feet playfully kicking in the air. "Daughter, come out for a moment. Your father wishes to speak with you." Coming, with a spring in her step, Xin Yuying rose and donned her slippers before bounding out. Xin Yuying explained, "I didn't check my phone because my dad called me." Ru-Ng replied, "All right then, do share your story with me." Ru-Ng continued, "What about the intricate ties with Gu Chengyang? You two seem so close, yet claim you are not together." Xin Yuying coughed lightly. "Well, we are together." Ru-Ng was taken aback. "What?" She exclaimed, "Just this afternoon, you said you weren't together. Are you deceiving me?" Xin Yuying sighed. "Oh, it's a long story. Let me explain properly." Thus, she recounted the events from the winter holiday, detailing the misunderstanding caused by a misdirected message, followed by their candid conversations, and the mutual agreement to focus on their studies until after the college entrance examination before embarking on a romantic relationship. She then narrated their recent visit to the amusement park, where Gu Chengyang had arranged a belated birthday celebration for her. They shared their natural, endearing interactions, only for Xin Yuying to realize that they had not officially become a couple and, therefore, should refrain from intimate gestures. She discovered the comfort of being with Gu Chengyang and ultimately confessed her feelings, leading to their union. Ru-Ng exclaimed, "Oh my, how sweet." She added, "This is like a campus romance unfolding right before my eyes." "Count me in," Ru-Ng declared. Xin Yuying concluded, "And that's about it." Ruanjia, "So it was you who confessed, huh?" Xin Yuying, "Yes, indeed." Ruanjia, "But shouldn't it be the boy who confesses?" Xin Yuying, "I also think it might be better if the boy took the initiative. But I had already promised myself not to engage in a romantic relationship before the college entrance examination. However, I simply couldn't resist and ended up confessing." Ruanjia, "You two are so sweet." Ruanjia, "Oh, I'm feeling a bit envious." Xin Yuying, "Hee, it's not that extraordinary. My boyfriend is just tall, handsome, and academically accomplished. I feel shy mentioning it in front of others, but with close friends, there is no such concern. Of course, I can brag as much as I like." Ruanjia, smile. JPG. Xin Yuying, "You promise me, okay? We must not mention this at school. It must remain discreet." Ruanjia, "Rest assured, I would never spill the beans. Those three fools, Zheng Tian, Xiang Ting, and Deng Xian, definitely won't figure it out." After a bit more casual chatting, Ruanjia said, "By the way, you two were sneaking out together to have fun long before this. You must have liked him even back then, right?" Xin Yuying pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, I don't think it was that early. I only realized my feelings for him just before the winter break." Ruanjia, "So when do you think Gu Chengyang started to like you?" Xin Yuying, "How would I know? But he claims he liked me for a long time." Ruanjia, "Could it be love at first sight?" "Oh my." Xin Yuying, "Oh no, it's not that. I asked him, and he said it was even before that." Ruanjia, "How early is it?" Xin Yuying, "He said it was a long, long time ago, but when I pressed him further, he refused to elaborate." Ruanjia, "He must be deceiving you, clearly. It was love at first sight, but he is too shy to admit it, hence his vague response." Xin Yuying, Is that so? Wanjia. What is termed love at first sight is merely an attraction to physical beauty. Xin Yuying. Wanjia. No wonder during the sports meet I felt Gu Chengyang's gaze fixated on your legs and waist. Xin Yuying. Wanjia. It's no surprise he didn't pay attention to your chest. It's not as ample as mine. Those long, fair legs are indeed captivating. Xin Yuying. Wanjia. What nonsense are you spouting? She felt a tinge of embarrassment at Wanjia's blunt remarks. Wanjia. It seems he is indeed drawn by appearances. Xin Yuying. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you. Wanjia. All right, I shall cease my jesting, but do take care of yourselves. Xin Yuying. Humph, I won't converse with you anymore. After their conversation, Xin Yuying ventured to the living room to fetch a glass of water. Her parents were already in their bedroom. She went to the restroom and then stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Adjusting her nightgown to cover her chest, she pondered, this isn't small, after all. Besides, I am not underdeveloped. It was nearly 11 at night, yet Xin Yuying felt no inclination to sleep. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, excitement mingled with anxiety, and a hint of joy intertwined with trepidation. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, leaving her restless and unable to find solace in slumber. After some contemplation, I decided to send a message to my dear friend from middle school, Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying. Darling, are you asleep? Xin Yuying. Just poking you. Xin Yuying. Not yet. I'm packing my things. I'm leaving tomorrow, and school starts the day after. Xin Yuying. What is up? Xin Yuying. Nothing much. Just wanted to let you know that Gu Chengyang and I are now together. Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying. I remember we just met 3 days ago. How did it progress so quickly? Xin Yuying. It's a long story. Xin Yuying. Then make it brief. Finding it cumbersome to type at this late hour, Xin Yuying chose to forward the entire chat history with Wanjia instead. 2 minutes later, Xin Yuying. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet. Xin Yuying. Did he really kiss your hand? Xin Yuying. Crying. JPG Xin Yuying. Oh my, I also want a sweet campus romance. Xin Yuying. He. JPG Xin Yuying. Campus stories are happening around me. Xin Yuying. I just couldn't sleep. Wanted to share the good news with you. Xin Yuying. Oh, so you told your other friend first? You didn't even tell me. Xin Yuying. Xin Yuying. Then I must be the first bridesmaid. She can only be the second. Xin Yuying. Fine, you can be the first. Xin Yuying. Oh dear, what am I saying? Marriage is still far off. Xin Yuying. It will take at least another 7, 8, or even 10 years. Xin Yuying. Oh dear, you are already thinking that far ahead. Our Yuying is quite remarkable. Having just begun our relationship today, you're already contemplating marriage. Xin Yuying. That is wonderful. Have you decided where to purchase a property in a good school district? What major will the children pursue in university? Chapter 97. Before school begins after a few casual exchanges. Xin Yuying urged her dear friend Xin Yuying to retire for the night. It was nearly midnight, yet Xin Yuying felt no hint of fatigue. She rarely suffered from restless nights. Having cultivated a disciplined lifestyle since childhood, her sleep schedule was quite regular. The last time she had a poor night's sleep was due to Gu Chengyang. Scrolling through Weibo on her phone, she soon found it rather uninteresting. So she opened QQ to revisit her conversations from the evening with several friends. Xin Yuying had been sending a flurry of messages about trivial matters, wanting to be a bridesmaid, aspiring to be a godmother, discussing school district properties, and naming potential children. As Xin Yuying read these messages, she felt a twinge of delight mingled with a hint of shyness. Though they had only been together for less than a day, Xin Yuying's words made it seem as though they had already lived a lifetime together. After a moment's reflection, Xin Yuying quietly took screenshots of her chat with Xin Yuying and shared them on her Weibo. She then noticed the various couple avatars above, many of which she adored and had already saved. Suddenly, she remembered that she needed to establish a point system for Gu Chengyang. Since sleep eluded her, Xin Yuying decided to embark on this task. She opened her phone's notes app and entered the title, Gu Chengyang Points Assessment Table. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Yuying modified her document to read, Boyfriend Reward Points System. The list of rewarding criteria was extensive, with over 200 entries encompassing various aspects of both study and life. However, the points awarded for each criterion were rather modest, ranging from 1 to 10. Yet, to earn any rewards, a significant number of points were required. For instance, a simple hand-holding necessitated a minimum of 10 points. As Xin Yuying immersed herself in her writing, She eventually dozed off, clutching her phone. Upon awakening the next morning, she found herself alone at home. Groggily opening her eyes, she instinctively unlocked her phone, revealing the lengthy points system she had drafted the previous night in her notes. Suddenly alert. Xin Yuying emotionlessly captured a screenshot of her notes and sent it to Gu Chengyang before setting her phone aside to freshen up. Her parents had left behind some fried dough sticks and lunch money before departing, so she settled on the sofa, munching on the dough sticks while scrolling through her phone. The class group chat was buzzing with excitement, filled with discussions about the upcoming school reopening. The homeroom teacher was also present, kindly urging those who had not yet completed their assignments to expedite their work. She warmly reminded the students that while she could not speak for other teachers, she would certainly be diligent in her evaluations, mentioning that there would be a test based on the winter break assignments. Reflecting on this, Xin Yuying decided to retrieve her winter break homework for reference, recalling that it was still at Xiang Ting's place after rummaging through her backpack for quite some time. Xin Yuying picked up her phone and then set it down again, only to ultimately send a message. "What are you doing? I heard there will be an exam at school tomorrow." The homeroom teacher had mentioned in the group chat that the difficulty of the questions would not be too great, as they would all be based on the previous homework assignments from the winter break. Xin Yuying was not in the mood to study seriously, so she merely glanced at the questions in her textbook. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with urgency, prompting her to check it, only to find a message from her close friend. Chenbingyu. Chenbingyu. Woo-woo, sister, I have to go to school now. Xin Yuying. Then study well. Chenbingyu. Woo-woo, who knows when we can chat again. Xin Yuying. Our next conversation will be when the next opportunity arises. Chenbingyu. Chenbingyu. Sister, it seems you just stated the obvious. Before long, Chenbingyu vanished from the chat. She left her phone at home and took her MP3 player and power bank to school. She messaged Gu Chengyang to inform him she was going downstairs to eat and changed her clothes before heading out. Gu Chengyang. Yes, school starts tomorrow, and we have an exam the day after, but the questions will be quite simple. Xin Yuying. I see. That explains why you haven't responded to me all morning. Gu Chengyang. Sorry about that, Yuying. Xin Yuying. Did you see the long screenshot I sent you? Gu Chengyang. I glanced at it. I've saved it. Xin Yuying. I'm still quite democratic about this. Please check if there's anything inappropriate, and we can discuss it further. Gu Chengyang. All right, I'll take a look this afternoon. I must go eat now, my sister is urging me. Xin Yuying. Then go eat quickly, I want to keep you. Gu Chengyang. Okay, bye. Father Xin tenderly grasped Mother Xion's hand, exuding warmth and affection. I know you will take good care of our daughter while I am away, he said softly. I understand. My dear, replied Mother Xin, her voice tinged with reluctance. Oh, husband, I can hardly bear to part with you. Unable to endure the nostalgic exchanges of her parents, Xin Yuying abruptly slammed her bedroom door shut, seeking refuge from their sentimental reminiscences. With the door securely closed, the noise diminished significantly. She sprawled on her bed, perusing messages from her group chat. Having already packed her belongings, she realized that, since she would not be staying at school, there was little to carry, just a single backpack sufficed for everything she needed. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the group chat, with her peers lamenting their academic burdens. How could I forget that we have 10 English essays due? Xiang Ting exclaimed. I was writing mine at KFC yesterday. Didn't you notice? Deng Xian interjected. Forget about English essays. You still have half a book of Chinese reading left to complete. Chimed in Sheng Tian. Xiang Ting lamented, what was I doing this winter vacation? Why didn't I focus on my assignments? Ruan Jie commented. It seems someone won't be sleeping tonight. Xin Yuying shook her head in disbelief. How could these teenagers be so irresponsible? If they did not prioritize their studies or rest, how could they contribute to the noble cause of building their country in the future? Chapter 98. A title yet to be decided on February 28, 2018. The 13th day of the first lunar month, Xin Yuying's second semester of high school commenced. The start of the new term did not require any registration process. However, the school mandated that a guardian accompany the students to school, and the guardian must sign in with the homeroom teacher before leaving. Xin Yuying did not arrive particularly early. By the time she entered the classroom, many classmates had already gathered. The homeroom teacher was seated at the podium, engaged in conversation with several parents. Some students were busy completing assignments, while the majority chatted animatedly with their friends about their winter vacation experiences. Fortunately, Xin Yuying had grown accustomed to this scene. After greeting her homeroom teacher, She watched her parents depart hand in hand before making her way to her seat with her backpack in tow. Gu Chengyang and Xin Tian had already arrived. Xin Tian was engrossed in a book on palmistry, while Xiang Ting was still working on her assignments. And Gu Chengyang was absorbed in his phone. As Xin Yuying walked slowly with her backpack, Gu Chengyang noticed her arrival and set aside his phone, leaning back in his chair with a smile, observing her approach step by step. When their eyes met, Xin Yuying's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She ambled over, placed her backpack down, and began to organize her belongings. Gu Chengyang, noticing that Xin Yuying did not greet him, raised an eyebrow but continued to rest his chin on his hand, watching her as she methodically unpacked her books and arranged her pencil case on the desk. After taking her seat, Xin Yuying sensed Gu Chengyang's unwavering gaze upon her. Conflicted emotions swirled within her. She wanted to speak to him, but was at a loss for words. So she resumed her quiet task of tidying up. As she felt the intensity of Gu Chengyang's open scrutiny, her movements became increasingly deliberate, while her ears gradually warmed with embarrassment. Almost finished, she gently placed her pencil case in order and retrieved a gel pen, holding it delicately in her hand. Gu Chengyang continued to gaze at her, leaving her to wonder what captivated his attention. Did my face bear treasures? Had I known, I would have imposed a penalty of 10 points for every minute of staring on the scoreboard. However, the torment did not last long. As Ruan Jie soon arrived at school, Xin Yuying, feeling a sense of relief, turned to engage with Ruan Jie. Gu Chengyang chuckled softly before redirecting his focus to his phone. His petite girlfriend was undeniably adorable, and his affection for her only deepened with each glance. As more classmates filled the classroom, the noise escalated. Eventually, it disrupted the homeroom teacher, who was conversing with parents at the podium. Teacher Gu tapped the desk and announced, "Those who haven't completed their homework, do so quickly. Those who have finished should review diligently. Tomorrow marks the entrance examination." With the teacher's stern words, the classroom fell into a notable hush, and Xin Yuying could no longer converse with Ruan Jie, prompting her to slowly turn back. Gu Chengyang quietly observed his phone, while Xin Yuying gently shifted her chair outward, relieved to note that he remained oblivious to her movement. She exhaled softly and casually picked up a textbook. Just as she became fully engrossed in her studies, Gu Chengyang slipped a note onto their shared desk. "Gu Chengyang, little girlfriend, you seem quite afraid of me." Xin Yuying took the note and replied, "Then why do you not dare to look at me?" Upon reading his words, she felt a surge of indignation. She feared nothing and no one who would dare to look away. She turned her head, only to meet Gu Chengyang's playful smile. His lips curved in a gentle arc, with warmth in his eyes, conveying a tender invitation to her. Xin Yuying was momentarily stunned, as the words she had just been formulating slipped from her mind entirely. All she could focus on were Gu Chengyang's delicate lips, and soon she began to feel a peculiar warmth spreading across a specific spot on the back of her hand. Gu Chengyang leaned in closer, bringing his face near hers, and softly teased, "My girlfriend, we've only been apart for a day. There's no need to look at me so enraptured." Upon hearing Gu Chengyang's slightly playful remark, Xin Yuying jolted back to reality, only to realize that he was nearly touching her face, their breaths mingling in the air. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively raised her hand to push his head away. Surveying the classroom to find her classmates engrossed in their work, and the homeroom teacher with their head bowed, oblivious to their proximity, she let out a sigh of relief, tempered by a lingering apprehension. With gritted teeth, Xin Yuying pinched the flesh on the back of Gu Chengyang's hand and whispered, "Why are you so close to me?" Gu Chengyang placed his other hand over hers and replied, "My mistake. I was merely observing how you ignored me." At that moment, the homeroom teacher, having caught the sound, looked up and inquired, "Wasn't he that someone's phone that just fell? I completely forgot to collect them. Class monitor, please gather the phones." Deng Xian stood up, holding a bag for the phones. Ruan Jie silently bent down to retrieve her phone, turning it off before handing it to Deng Xian. She had been preoccupied with her device, eager to finish reading the latest chapter of her favorite manga, knowing she would be without her phone for an entire week. Just as she completed the latest installment, she noticed the two figures in front of her, their faces nearly touching. Oh my goodness! How exhilarating it is to witness a romance unfold in broad daylight. Ruan Jie furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and resolved to capture the moment with a photograph. Just as she activated her phone's camera, she observed Xin Yuying gently pushing Gu Chengyang's face away, then tenderly resting her hand on his. In response, Gu Chengyang affectionately placed his other hand atop hers, Ruan Jie was instantly electrified. Goodness! Having watched countless romantic dramas and read numerous manga, nothing compared to the thrill of witnessing it in real life. She made up her mind. Instead of a mere photograph, she would record a video. However, in her excitement, Ruan Jie fumbled and dropped her phone with a resounding thud. As Deng Xian collected and registered the phones one by one, Xiang Ting also handed hers over. Deng Xian examined it and quietly remarked, "Why did you turn in your actual phone?" Xiang Ting chuckled and replied, "I've made a pact with Xiao Xing that from this semester onward, I must study diligently for the sake of love." Xin Yuying glared at Gu Chengyang in frustration, while he looked back at her with an expression of innocence. Thanks to Gu Chengyang, Xin Yuying now faced him without an ounce of shyness. Instead, she felt a strong urge to give him a good whack. Chapter 99. How many points does it take to sleep together? This entrance examination was not particularly challenging, as all the questions were drawn from the winter vacation assignments. It could be said that anyone who diligently completed their homework would not face significant difficulties. However, the real issue lay in the fact that very few students were committed enough to complete their assignments during the winter break. No one wishes to perform poorly on the very first examination of the new school year. Even Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting, who have never been attentive in class, are diligently poring over their books, believing that last-minute efforts, though hasty, can still yield results. As the academic year has just commenced, the school is bustling with various activities. The exams for 9 subjects have been consolidated into one paper, merging both humanities and sciences, allowing for a streamlined assessment of only 5 subjects to be completed in a day and a half. During lunch, Zheng Tian, with an air of mystery, remarked, "As I was coming over, I spotted a 3-wheeled cart collecting scrap entering the teaching building. Can you guess why?" Ruan Jie looked at him as if he were simple-minded and replied, "It must be that they've sold our winter vacation assignments. I knew it all along. We toiled for an entire break, and the teachers didn't even glance at them." Xin Yuying chimed in with a grin. "Well, that's not the case for me. I finished mine in less than 3 days." Zheng Tian retorted, "What do you know? That just proves my gamble was correct." "Gamble on what?" Xiang Ting inquired. "I anticipated that the teachers wouldn't review the assignments, so I submitted a book that I hadn't completed." Zheng Tian took a bite of his meal and continued, "I initially thought I had finished everything, but then I realized I had only completed half of the reading assignment in Chinese, so I just submitted it as is." Xiang Ting glared at him. "Why didn't you tell me? I spent an entire night catching up before school started. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to write it at all." Zheng Tian casually plucked a piece of braised pork from Xiang Ting's plate, chuckling as he remarked, "Such risky endeavors are better undertaken by myself. I wouldn't dare involve you. What if the teacher decides to inspect? It would be unfair to implicate you." Gu Chengyang, seated at his desk, observed as Xin Yuying stepped out to fetch a cup of hot water. After ensuring that the classroom door and windows were securely closed, she returned to her seat. Noticing Gu Chengyang's unwavering gaze upon her, Xin Yuying turned her attention forward and inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" Gu Chengyang fixed his eyes on the profile of Xin Yuying and asked, "How many points do I have now?" She shot him a glance, exasperated, and replied, "It's only the first day of school. How could you possibly have any points?" Leaning closer, Gu Chengyang insisted, "But it's stipulated that scoring first in the exam grants an additional 5 points." "Indeed, what of it?" Xin Yuying, not suspecting any ulterior motive, nodded in agreement. Gu Chengyang continued, "I am certain I scored full marks in the mathematics entrance exam, so I wish to advance my points." Before Xin Yuying could respond, Gu Chengyang grasped one of her hands and laid his head down on the desk, declaring, "All right, let us take a nap." Xin Yuying stared in astonishment as Gu Chengyang held her hand with one and rested his head on her other arm, drifting peacefully into slumber. She felt the warmth of his hand enveloping hers, radiating a soothing heat that gradually spread, causing her cheeks to flush. With a barely audible murmur, she acquiesced and leaned down on the desk, succumbing to sleep as well. Gu Chengyang opened his eyes briefly, gazing at Xin Yuying's serene countenance. She lay with her eyes closed, resting her head on her arm, her cheeks pressing against her lips and the contours of her nose. The tip of her nose was a delicate shade of crimson, and her long, curled lashes gently brushed against her lower eyelids, fluttering occasionally. "Ah, my girlfriend is truly adorable." Gu Chengyang chuckled to himself, suddenly reminded of the time last year when he unintentionally dozed off with Xin Yuying during a tutoring session. She had nestled against him, her head resting on his chest. A thought crossed his mind, and he wondered how many points one would need to earn for a shared nap. The entrance examination soon concluded, and while the students anticipated that the teachers would begin grading the papers, they were taken aback when, during class, the teachers simply distributed the exam papers. Along with them came the final exam papers from the previous term and their respective answers. As Gu Chengyang organized the papers, he paused upon hearing the math teacher's words, only to find his deskmate, Xin Yuying, gazing at him with a knowing smile. He licked his lips and took out a red pen, diligently following the math teacher's explanations to jot down notes step by step. Xin Yuying observed him, clearly reluctant to acknowledge the events of their midday nap. She had jokingly claimed he would surely score full marks and suggested they exchange a few points for a hand-holding session. Yet, the teacher had no intention of grading the papers at all. The lesson focused on the entrance exam, which posed little challenge. Even a student like Xin Yuying, who was not particularly strong in mathematics, could tackle most of the questions. Not to mention Gu Chengyang, who had been the top math student in the city during last year's final exams. Since the beginning of his mathematics classes, Gu Chengyang had never developed the habit of taking notes. Whether it was a new lesson or solving problems, he seldom picked up a pen, merely observing. Now, as he diligently followed the teacher's instructions, taking notes, underlining, and writing formulas, Xin Yuying couldn't help but smile. She took out a notebook designated for passing notes and flipped to a fresh page, writing, "The teacher doesn't grade the tests. How can you possibly score full marks and come in first?" Gu Chengyang received the notebook, glanced at the message, and felt a slight twitch in his brow. He truly feared the unexpected. How could he have known the teacher was too lazy to grade the papers? Observing the cute, round characters, he could almost envision Xin Yuying's beaming expression as he replied, "There are other subjects to consider." Xin Yuying countered, "What if none of them get graded?" Gu Chengyang replied, "Then I suppose that will just add to my debts, which I shall repay." Xin Yuying teased, "You never mentioned anything about loans. So I must calculate interest, 10% per day." Gu Chengyang exclaimed, "Sister, that's rather mercenary of you." Xin Yuying retorted, "I only have you as a client. If I don't charge a fair rate, how will I earn?" Gu Chengyang conceded, "Since I owe, I might as well owe a bit more." Xin Yuying raised an eyebrow, questioning, how much would it cost for a nap together? He had been thinking fondly of the last time he napped at Xin Yuying's home, finding comfort in her embrace. Xin Yuying, upon reading his words, was momentarily taken aback. She ceased writing entirely, turning her head to look at Gu Chengyang, whispering, "Are you serious?" Gu Chengyang nodded decisively, his gaze betraying sincerity and yearning, along with a hint of audacity and a willingness to take risks. Xin Yuying's expression darkened as she tore the page from her notebook with a sharp rip, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it onto her desk. Chapter 100. Not yet. You are still too young. From the beginning of math class, Xin Yuying completely ignored Gu Chengyang. Regardless of the subject, she sat upright, diligently taking notes while listening to the teacher. No matter how many times Gu Chengyang called out to her, or how he slid notes with written messages into her line of sight, she feigned ignorance. During dinner, although the six of them were still seated together, Xin Yuying did not spare a single glance at Gu Chengyang. Holding her school badge, she exited the campus, turning on her phone as she walked towards the bus station. Her mood was exceedingly agitated, her mind clouded with Gu Chengyang's audacious remark, "How many points do we need to sleep together?" Though she harbored deep feelings for Gu Chengyang, they had only recently begun their relationship. How could he think like this? She was merely a freshman in high school, just turned 16. It was utterly inappropriate for Gu Chengyang to entertain such unwholesome thoughts. To contemplate sleeping together so soon after starting a relationship clearly indicated ulterior motives. Xin Yuying, while not particularly traditional, did not believe that one's first time must be reserved for a wedding night. However, it should at least occur after entering college, or after dating for 3 to 4 years, or at the very least, after meeting each other's parents. Yet this Gu Chengyang unexpectedly desires. The bus heading home has arrived, yet Xin Yuying remains seated on the bench at the bus station, sighing deeply. She unlocks her phone screen with her fingerprint, only to lock it again, repeating this cycle incessantly. Based on a semester of interaction with Gu Chengyang, he does not seem to be the type consumed by base desires. At least his values appear to be upright. However, the very words he uttered indicate that he harbors intentions. She is certain that Gu Chengyang has feelings for her, and she reciprocates those feelings. If Gu Chengyang truly entertains such thoughts, then she will certainly engage in a sincere conversation with him regarding this matter. Lost in her thoughts, Xin Yuying opens her phone, navigates to a browser, and begins searching for how young couples should appropriately handle their first time. What to do if a girl is reluctant to engage in sexual relations, and at what age it is acceptable for girls to do so. After gathering some insights, Xin Yuying has formulated a plan. She resolves to find an opportunity to communicate with Gu Chengyang. However, to be on the safe side, she continues her search on the pain associated with a girl's first experience, whether boys feel pain during their first time, and how to effectively practice contraception. After thoroughly researching, she finally closes her phone, letting out a solemn sigh, her gaze reflecting a determined spirit. She has resolved to have a serious discussion with Gu Chengyang. Suddenly, a QQ notification catches her attention, illuminating the screen. It is a message from Gu Chengyang. Startled, Xin Yuying nearly drops her phone. How is it that he appears just as she thinks of him? Gu Chengyang, have you arrived home? Xin Yuying. Are you playing on your phone during evening study? Gu Chengyang. I'm not attending anymore. Gu Chengyang. I just left the school gate. Upon receiving Gu Chengyang's message, Xin Yuying was taken aback. If Gu Chengyang had just exited the school, then he would surely see her imminently. Alarmed, she glanced around, seeking a place to conceal herself, only to discover Gu Chengyang already spotting her at the entrance. Well, there was no need to hide now. As she watched Gu Chengyang approach her step by step, Xin Yuying felt as if she were on the verge of facing a tribunal. She remained silent, allowing Gu Chengyang to place a hat on her head. Though it was already March, the chill of the new year lingered in the air. The days had grown milder, yet the evenings remained cold, accompanied by the night breeze. Gu Chengyang took Xin Yuying's hand and led her away from the bus station, suggesting, "There might not be any buses tonight. Let us take a taxi." Although Gu Chengyang did not broach the subject of staying overnight, Xin Yuying felt an ever-present anxiety that he might inquire about it at any moment. Initially voiceless, she followed Gu Chengyang until he mentioned taking a taxi, causing her to retreat several steps in alarm. Noticing the puzzled expression on Gu Chengyang's face, Xin Yuying stammered, Gu Chengyang, I didn't bring my ID, and I'm not yet 18. You're not an adult either, we can't book a room. Plus, if I'm not home by 9, my mom will definitely call." With wide eyes, Xin Yuying stared at Gu Chengyang, who was equally fixated on her. It dawned on her that Gu Chengyang had not meant what she had feared. Had she inadvertently revealed everything? After a considerable time had passed, Xin Yuying walked ahead with her head lowered, contemplating whether there were any crevices or manhole covers that she could slip into. "I didn't say anything just now. You must have misheard," Gu Chengyang remarked leisurely, trailing behind Xin Yuying. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle and continued, "I must admit, I too would like to share a bed with Yuying." As he spoke, he observed Xin Yuying closely. Upon hearing his words, Xin Yuying momentarily paused, then quickened her pace. Gu Chengyang, taking advantage of his long legs, hastened his steps as well, whispering in her ear, "After all, the last time at your place. Taking a nap was quite pleasant. Don't you agree?" Gradually, Xin Yuying's tension dissipated, and she turned to Gu Chengyang, saying, "So that's what you meant by sleeping." Gu Chengyang lowered his gaze, noticing the faint blush on Xin Yuying's ears, and softly inquired, "What did you think it meant, Yuying?" Xin Yuying, refusing to concede to him, did not wish to acknowledge the way her thoughts had strayed. "I thought it was that as well. It's rather strange, I assent. What else could it be?" Gu Chengyang raised his arm, gently lifting her chin with a finger until she could see him clearly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Then why is my little girlfriend so shy? You've been ignoring me all day." Xin Yuying swallowed hard, swatting away his finger as she retorted, "I simply don't want to talk to you. Nothing more." Gu Chengyang gazed at Xin Yuying, increasingly captivated by the charming shyness of his girlfriend. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "If Yuying desires to sleep elsewhere, that is not permissible at the moment, for you are still quite young." The warm breath he exhaled sent a flutter through Xin Yuying, rendering her breathless, prompting her to push him away with fervor. "Who wants that? I certainly do not," she retorted. Coincidentally, a taxi approached, and Xin Yuying hailed it, entering without awaiting Chengyang's reaction, firmly shutting the door behind her and instructing the driver to depart. Chapter 101. Stargazing and fortune-telling. Seated in the taxi, Xin Yuying watched the lights outside blur past, her mind replaying Gu Chengyang's recent actions. He had lifted her chin with his fingers, whispered sweet nothings close to her ear, and even kissed the back of her hand. This man was truly exasperating. Before their relationship blossomed, things were manageable. While there was some physical contact, it was tolerable. Who could withstand such flirtation now that they were together? However, reflecting on his earlier words, she realized she had misinterpreted them, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Gu Chengyang had not harbored any ulterior motives. It was her own mind that had wandered into wicked territory, leading her to ignore him throughout the day. Alas, all of this was Chun Bingyu's fault. With her incessant talk of childhood and contraceptive measures, which had led Xin Yuying astray. As she prepared to exit the taxi and paid via her phone, she noticed a message from Gu Chengyang, urging her to inform him upon her safe arrival home. Who needs to reassure him? She thought. As Xin Yuying entered the community with her backpack slung over her shoulder, she busily typed a message to Gu Chengyang. Upon reaching her doorstep, she vigorously rubbed her cheeks to ensure that her mother would not suspect anything before retrieving her key to unlock the door. Gu Chengyang, meandering along the roadside, glanced down to see Xin Yuying's message. I've arrived. How adorable her little girlfriend is. The following day, which was Friday, Xin Yuying typically did not have breakfast at home, opting instead for the rice noodles available downstairs. On her way out that morning, she passed the security booth at the community entrance and instinctively greeted the security guard, only to discover that a new guard had taken over. Curiously, she inquired, "Uncle, what happened to the guard who worked the morning shift last year?" To her astonishment, she recalled that during a visit last year, Gu Chengyang had conversed with that very guard, discussing some sort of guaranteed win. At the time, she had thought Xing Tian was merely speaking nonsense, never imagining it could actually come true. How utterly unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ting looked at Xing Tian, gripping his hand tightly, and exclaimed, "Good brother, please help me foresee when I might win the lottery." Deng Xian, so astonished that he could hardly hold on to his biscuit, clutched Xing Tian's other arm, saying, "Brother, I'm not asking you to predict my fortune. Just help me figure out if I can lose some weight." Wan Jia, harboring a skeptical attitude, remarked, "It must be a coincidence. Xing Tian calculates so many times each day, and he hardly ever gets it right. This time, it's probably just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Xin Yuying nodded in agreement, stating, "I too believe it to be a coincidence. Yet it truly is quite remarkable." She glanced at Gu Chengyang and inquired, "Do you believe it?" Gu Chengyang leisurely replied, "In the double chromosphere, there are 33 red balls and 16 blue balls. To win the second prize, one must match all 6 red balls, which renders the probability exceedingly low." Xiang Ting then asked, "So it was truly calculated by Xing Tian?" Gu Chengyang continued, "I merely stated that the probability is small. I did not assert that it is impossible. One could regard the double chromosphere as a high-reward, high-risk investment. 2 yuan could potentially yield millions. Theoretically, winning the second prize is not entirely out of reach. However, we must trust in science. Although many traditional beliefs in China undoubtedly have their rationale, I do not believe that Xing Tian could calculate it." Xiang Ting, still clinging to Xing Tian's arm, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother, quickly help me figure out which issue I should buy to win." Xin Yuying, wearing a look of exasperation, interjected, "So, what Gu Chengyang is implying is that you simply did not understand him. It is all about luck, not something Xing Tian can calculate. Even if it were feasible, such a miraculous alteration of fate would surely cost Xing Tian several hundred years of lifespan." Deng Xian, with a solemn tone, stated, "So, my good brother, do not assist Xiang Ting in calculating his fortune. This matter shortens life. Just help me figure out when I can lose some weight." Xing Tian, relishing the massages from Xiang Ting and Deng Xian, smugly declared, "While wealth cannot be calculated due to its numerous variables, if the monitor wishes to lose weight, it is quite simple. Just purchase the weight loss meals from the school gate every day." Weight loss meals. Deng Xian pondered for a moment, recalling whether this particular item was more effective when consumed before or after a meal. Wan Jia, exasperated, remarked, "Well, you might as well resign yourself to never losing weight." As the morning wore on and the excitement of discussing lottery winnings began to wane, Xing Tian solemnly declared during lunch, "After half a month of study, I have become well-versed in various fortune-telling algorithms." Xiang Ting, having abandoned the notion of sudden wealth, took advantage of Xing Tian's speech to pass off all the onions he disliked onto him, saying, "Forget it. If you can't even calculate wealth, how can you claim to understand all forms of fortune?" Xing Tian, eyes wide, insisted, "It's true. I spent 2 weeks reading an entire book on palmistry. Now, I can read both palms and faces, and I possess some knowledge of zodiac signs and horoscopes as well." Deng Xian, who typically refrained from participating in discussions during meals, adhering to the principle of focusing entirely on finishing his food, had completed his meal and extended his hand toward Xingtian. Enough of the trivialities. First, help me read my palm. Xingtian examined Deng Xian's palm intently and after a moment, remarked, "Your hand is rather plump. I can't discern much." Ruan Jie, with a playful smile, interjected, "Then tell me about my zodiac sign. My birthday is March 7th. Noticing the pile of onions on Xiang Ting's plate, which he refused to eat, Xingtian decided to forego them as well and began to reflect on the date, concluding that March 7th must fall under the sign of Pisces. Pisces, the final sign of the zodiac, embodies the strengths and weaknesses of all the preceding constellations. However, influenced by the emotional depth of water signs, its inherently intricate personality becomes even more convoluted. You are kind, gentle, romantic, imaginative, and yearning for love, brimming with passion for those around you. Yet, at times, you may be prone to melancholy, easily moved by others, and occasionally impulsive, willing to disregard everything for your convictions." Ruan Jie fervently nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, I am easily touched by manga and anime. If Kid, Sasuke, Kakarot, Ekizan Ryoma, and Lelouch were to pursue me at the same time, whom should I choose?" Deng Xian timidly interjected, "I only know Sasuke and Kid. But let us hope it's not Kid, otherwise, you might not survive the first episode." Laughter erupted among the group. Although they were not well acquainted with the anime characters Ruan Jie mentioned, they all recognized Kid from Detective Conan, a series that has been airing for years with a consistent theme of death in each episode. Chapter 102. Your eyes are the brightest stars while dining. Xin Yuying had been engaging in light-hearted banter with everyone, but suddenly, only she and Gu Chengyang remained, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Xin Yuying, a head shorter than Gu Chengyang, walked alongside him, feeling as though he was gazing at her, initially dismissing it as a mere illusion. She could no longer resist the urge to glance up, only to find that he was indeed looking at her. Instantly, her pace quickened. Once Xin Yuying settled down, Gu Chengyang made a slight movement that startled her. She instinctively concealed her hands and regarded him with caution, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Observing Xin Yuying shift both hands to the other side, Gu Chengyang chuckled helplessly and replied, "I'm preparing to take a nap." Noticing that Xin Yuying continued to protect her hands, he reassured her, "Rest assured, I won't hold your hand during lunch today." Xin Yuying scoffed, "If you wanted to hold my hand, you wouldn't be able to anyway. You already owe me 6 points. Gu Chengyang was taken aback. "Didn't you say it increases by 10% daily? Yesterday it was 5 points, so it should be 5.5 now." Raising her chin to look at him, Xin Yuying responded, "Don't you understand rounding?" With a smile, Gu Chengyang reached out to pat her head. "It seems I need to earn some points starting this afternoon." Xin Yuying produced a small notebook, saying, "Take your time to earn them. I will keep track." After a few exchanges, Gu Chengyang refrained from mentioning the events of the previous day, allowing Xin Yuying to gradually relax in his company. "Do you believe in astrology?" she asked, recalling what had been said during their earlier meal. "I don't," Gu Chengyang replied while scrolling through his phone. One's personality is likely shaped by their upbringing. Differing experiences lead to different characters. Astrology may simply be a psychological phenomenon. Xin Yuying let out a soft exclamation, then took her phone to begin searching. Today is the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, which corresponds to February 18th, 2002, the final day of Aquarius. Ying turned his head to glance at Xin Yuying as she navigated through a WeChat mini program, but soon lost interest. After a while, Xin Yuying remarked, "Hey, Ying, today marks the first day of Sagittarius for you. It says here that you cherish freedom, are bold and decisive, and detest constraints." "Oh, Ying, this app features zodiac compatibility. Let me see if we are well suited." Ying, upon hearing this, offered a gentle smile, dismissing it from his mind. Just as he intended to suggest that Xin Yuying put down her phone to take a nap, she suddenly slammed her phone into the drawer with a thud. "What's the matter?" he inquired. Xin Yuying, sulking as she rested her head on the table, muttered, "It says that Sagittarius and Aquarius are incompatible. It claims that while the attraction can be instant, the relationship is likely to be fleeting. In essence, it's easy to come together, but not to endure, and the outcome is seldom favorable." Observing the grievance etched on Xin Yuying's face, Ying tenderly patted her head and placed a cap upon her, speaking softly, There, dear. Those are mere fabrications, all falsehoods. You needn't believe a word of it. With a few soft huffs, Xin Yuying settled into a comfortable position and soon drifted into slumber. On Saturday morning, after completing her morning run and returning home, Xin Yuying was about to immerse herself in a book when a message from Gu Chengyang pinged her phone. At the onset of the school term, Gu Chengyang informed Xin Yuying that he would be participating in an internal physics competition training session at school on Saturday afternoon and would be preoccupied with other commitments on Sunday, thus lacking the opportunity to spend time with her. Xin Yuying nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I didn't plan to go out with you every week anyway." Gu Chengyang called out, "Yuying, are you awake?" "Yes, I'm up. What's the matter?" She replied, "Could you come down for a moment? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Why are you here?" Xin Yuying asked, puzzled. "I brought you a gift," he said. "All right. Just let me put on my shoes," she replied. "I'm by the large tree outside the community," he added. Xin Yuying quickly descended and spotted Gu Chengyang not far away. She jogged over and asked, "What brings you here so early?" Without uttering a word, Gu Chengyang produced a small plastic bag from behind his back and handed it to her. "What is this?" Xin Yuying inquired as she accepted the bag and opened it, revealing a transparent jar filled with an abundance of stars. "Wow, there are so many." The jar contained a multitude of tiny stars, crafted from long strips of colorful paper. "Did you make all of these?" she asked, her eyes widening with delight as she gazed at the vibrant stars within the jar, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Observing her exuberance, Gu Chengyang casually remarked, "I noticed you seemed downcast yesterday because of that little program. So I searched online for ways to alter the fortunes of Aquarius and Sagittarius, and stumbled upon a rather obscure method." "And then?" Xin Yuying asked, cradling the jar and looking up at Gu Chengyang. Gu Chengyang gazed into Xin Yuying's eyes and said, "The method is simple. Write down everything you wish to convey to your girlfriend on colorful paper, then fold it into little stars to present to her. This way, you shall never part." However, as it was my first attempt at folding, I was rather slow and only managed to create over 100 stars. Xin Yuying looked at Gu Chengyang, her already large eyes gradually misting over with tears. With a watery gaze, she said, "Gu Chengyang, you are truly wonderful." Gu Chengyang smiled gently, wiping away her tears with his hand, and softly reassured her, There, no need to cry. What is there to weep about? If I do not treat you well, who will?" Once her tears were wiped away, her eyes sparkled as if they had been washed with water. Gu Chengyang, looking into her eyes, saw his reflection along with a glimmer of something radiant. His heart fluttered as he remarked, "I spent an entire night folding stars. Yet none shine as brightly as your eyes." Xin Yuying, feeling shy, averted Gu Chengyang's gaze and nestled into his embrace, whispering, "Rest assured, your kindness towards me will be reciprocated." "That's good," Gu Chengyang replied, gently patting her back. "I have decided to forgive the points you owe." Gu Chengyang chuckled, his eyes filled with tenderness. "This is your kindness towards me." "Of course not. It is merely a fraction. However, if you do not want it, then so be it." Chapter 103, You Are My Sole Faith. I want it. Gu Chengyang gently patted Xin Yuying's back in a soothing manner, tenderly stating, "How could I possibly refuse the reward you have offered?" Xin Yuying let out a soft hum, allowing him to embrace her. The two stood at the entrance of the community, partially concealed by a large tree, rendering the passers-by and those at the entrance unable to discern their actions. It was precisely this fact that emboldened Xin Yuying to embrace Gu Chengyang in public. Gu Chengyang nodded and inquired, "What about the other part?" Xin Yuying's cheeks flushed deeper as she whispered, "Then you must close your eyes." Obediently, Gu Chengyang shut his eyes. Taking a step back, Xin Yuying glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Biting her lip, she placed her hands on Gu Chengyang's shoulders and, rising on her toes, pressed a gentle kiss to his chin. Gu Chengyang felt a subtle weight on his shoulders and, having been instructed to keep his eyes closed, he began to surmise the nature of the reward. Suddenly, he sensed something soft, moist, and akin to jelly brush against his chin. Just as quickly as it had occurred, the sensation vanished, and he heard the sound of hurried footsteps receding. He opened his eyes to see Xin Yuying darting into the community, her figure swiftly disappearing from view. A foolish grin spread across his face as he watched her retreat until she was no longer visible. He then touched his chin, still feeling a lingering dampness. Though it was merely a fleeting kiss, Gu Chengyang was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. What appeared to be a composed departure was, in truth, a struggle to contain his urge to leap for joy. She retrieved the transparent jar from the delicate plastic bag and shook it gently in her hands, causing the multitude of tiny stars within to jingle with a soft rustling sound. The stars, in a delightful array of colors, tumbled together randomly, dancing with the movement of the jar. The colorful ribbon paper not only dazzled with its vibrant hues, but also shimmered with reflective patterns, glistening as if alive with light. Witnessing this enchanting scene, Xin Yuying was utterly captivated. She placed the jar beside her laptop on her desk and snapped a photo to send to Gu Chengyang via QQ. Xin Yuying, it's so beautiful. Thank you, my boyfriend. Happy. JPG Gu Chengyang. I'm glad you like it. Xin Yuying, are you still going to school for physics training this afternoon? Gu Chengyang, yes. Gu Chengyang, but I can't seem to fall asleep. Xin Yuying, no? You must sleep. Xin Yuying, otherwise, you'll definitely doze off in the afternoon class. Gu Chengyang, all right, as you wish. Gu Chengyang pondered that any normal person would find it difficult to sleep at this hour. Thus, he felt not only wide awake, but also somewhat inclined to spend a few hours at his brother-in-law's gym or perhaps jog a few laps around the playground. Xin Yuying, gazing at the jar of stars, found it impossible to concentrate on her studies. She recalled that Gu Chengyang had gifted her this because she had been perusing the chaotic musings about constellations in a WeChat mini-program, which made her heart flutter with sweetness. She sent another message. Gu Chengyang, why did you give me this? Gu Chengyang, are you not happy that I gave it to you? Xin Yuying, no? Did you not say that you do not believe in these things? You even claimed to be an atheist. Gu Chengyang, I initially did not believe, indeed. I held skepticism towards any notions of gods or spirits in this world. However, I believe in you. If you say it exists, then it exists. If you assert it is so, then it is so. As Gu Chengyang listened to the voice message, despite the absence of visual cues, he could vividly imagine her expressions. When Xin Yuying's phone chimed, she hurriedly opened it and found a voice message from Gu Chengyang. She played it back in his originally bright and clear voice, transmitted through electromagnetic waves, reached her ears, sounding slightly more indistinct, yet somehow even more alluring than in person. When Xin Yuying finally emerged from the ocean of books, it was her mother calling her for lunch. She had intended to send a message to Gu Chengyang, but reconsidered, thinking he might be asleep, so she refrained. After finishing her meal and checking her phone, she discovered a notification from QQ indicating a particularly concerned post. Curious, she clicked on it and found a message from Gu Chengyang. I had no faith until I met you. From then on, all mountains and rivers are mere passers-by. There exists ideals among mortals. Accompanying this was a picture of the jar of stars she had sent him, with the window in the background and her laptop beside it. Below the post were only a few likes, most of which were from acquaintances of Xin Yuying. Were it not for the fact that this QQ account had existed for 5 years, she might have thought it was created by Gu Chengyang during his high school years. Gu Chengyang had few friends on QQ and WeChat, and his posts typically garnered no more than a dozen likes. According to Xin Yuying's observations, Gu Chengyang hardly ever adds classmates as friends. It is usually the classmates who take the initiative to add him, and he only consents to their requests. In stark contrast to Xin Yuying, who receives nearly 100 likes on her posts from friends spanning from elementary school to high school, Gu Chengyang's social circle is considerably smaller. Coupled with his indifferent demeanor towards unfamiliar individuals, he rarely seeks to engage or understand others unless absolutely necessary. This has stirred a flicker of curiosity within Xin Yuying regarding Gu Chengyang's past. In Chapter 104, reluctant to associate with the mundane, Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang have known each other for less than 7 months, with a month-long winter break during which they did not meet. Although they engage in casual conversations, discussions about family and their histories are infrequent. During the previous winter break, they attended a parents' meeting, but Gu Chengyang's parents did not attend. When the new semester began this year, Gu Chengyang seemed to arrive particularly early, and neither Xin Yuying nor her close friends have encountered his parents. In Xin Yuying's recollection, Gu Chengyang appears to reside with her cousin and brother-in-law, and his somewhat aloof personality only seems to soften in her presence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt an urge to inquire about Gu Chengyang's past, but ultimately decided against it. Some matters, she reasoned, should be shared willingly. If he harbored reservations or other reasons for silence, she was more than willing to wait. After all, they are currently in a good place, and those past events would not alter their present. During lunchtime, Xiang Ting excitedly shared his Qingming festival plans with a few friends. Xin Yuying, perplexed, questioned, "Is this the same poem?" Xiang Ting waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Whether it is or not is irrelevant. However, Qingming signifies a holiday, and a holiday means happiness." Deng Xian, who always finished his meals first because he refrained from engaging in discussions while eating, wiped his mouth and remarked, "I'm not sure if I can make it." "Really? What about you all?" Xiang Ting's enthusiasm waned as he turned to Gu Chengyang and the others. "Ruanjia. Mei, what about you? Are you coming out to fly kites?" Zheng Tian playfully slapped Xiang Ting on the head, stating, "Why are you only asking them and not Chenggu?" Xiang Ting chuckled, "Of course Chenggu will go. That goes without saying." Xin Yuying concurred. Later, during evening study hours, Xin Yuying, feeling bored after finishing her homework, began to tally Gu Chengyang's romantic points, discovering he had accumulated over 20 points, yet had not utilized any. Curiosity piqued, she passed a note to him. A friendly reminder, "You have reached 20 points." Xin Yuying grew increasingly puzzled. In the early days of their relationship, they were constantly affectionate, sneaking touches and holding hands when no one was around. However, now, merely 20 days in, Gu Chengyang had grown distant, and their interactions had reverted to mere classmates' normalcy. Could it be that Gu Chengyang had grown tired of her? During a previous conversation about zodiac signs, it was mentioned that Sagittarius individuals are quite fickle, as they possess a penchant for adventure and a desire for novelty, making it challenging for them to exercise patience with a single person. Reflecting on this, Xin Yuying could not help but pass a note. "Do you not need points?" Gu Chengyang replied, "Holding hands and hugging no longer suffice for me." Xin Yuying responded with confusion. Gu Chengyang continued, "I wish to change our avatars on QQ and WeChat, and I desire couple-themed wallpapers, as well as matching symbols in honor of kings." Xin Yuying conceded. "Very well then, take your time to gather them." Gu Chengyang added, "I have one more question for my girlfriend. You mentioned that owing points incurs interest. Can accumulating points also increase by 10% daily?" Xin Yuying pondered, "I will think about it, as I have principles." Gu Chengyang inquired, "What principles?" Xin Yuying answered, "I cannot allow you to accumulate points too swiftly." Gu Chengyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xin Yuying smirked, feeling reassured, while also grappling with a twinge of guilt for her past doubts about Gu Chengyang. Later that evening, upon arriving home and enjoying the lean meat porridge prepared by her mother, Xin Yuying recalled her conversation with Xiang Ting about their plans for the upcoming Qingming holiday. She asked, "Mom, do we have any plans for Qingming?" Xin Mama paused the television and replied, "I was unsure how to broach this subject." Xin Yuying, sensing an ominous premonition, put down her spoon and thought, "Indeed, my suspicions were correct." Xin Yuying shook her head, deciding it best not to intrude upon their intimate world, particularly as she had plans to venture out with her classmates. 5 minutes later, Xiang Ting lamented, "Brothers, I can't go out," accompanied by a crying emoji. Deng Xian replied, "I can." Ruanjie chimed in, "I can enjoy a day out." Xiang Ting responded, "That sounds rather dull. You all should go without me." He then addressed Gu Chengyang. "Brother Chung, can you come out?" Gu Chengyang replied, "I have matters to attend to." Deng Xian added, "It's rather unexciting with just the three of us." Xiang Ting sighed, "Perhaps we should just call it off. Let us each do our own thing for Qingming and plan to go out together during Labor Day." As Xin Yuying observed their conversation for a while, she decided to accompany her mother to enjoy a play. Just then, a message from Gu Chengyang arrived. "Is there no one at your home for Qingming?" he asked. The implication of his words made Xin Yuying feel suspicious. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. Gu Chengyang responded, "I'm coming to play with you. But you have matters to attend to. How can you play with me?" She countered. "My matter is to come and play with you," he replied. "Then why didn't you mention it in the group?" She pressed. "I prefer not to mingle with the crowd," he stated. Xin Yuying thought to herself, should the four who call him Brother Chung discover this side of Gu Chengyang, their friendship might very well come to an end. "Let us be clear," she warned, "you're not coming to my house." The last time, a twist of fate had led them to share an afternoon nap together, which ultimately deepened their relationship, and Gu Chengyang occasionally hinted at wanting to share such moments again. Xin Yuying would certainly refuse to allow Gu Chengyang to visit her home again. Gu Chengyang replied, "All right, as you wish, let us go out and have some fun." Chapter 105. A boyfriend truly easily satisfied. The originally planned Qingming activities were now cancelled, leaving them devoid of anticipated holiday entertainment. The group found themselves once again immersed in their studies. Zheng Tian and Xiang Ting continued to slack off during class. Although Xiang Ting claimed that a little star was urging him from afar, he often found his mind wandering amidst his studies. Deng Xian maintained his usual routine of snacking while studying, his drawer perpetually stocked with cookies, chocolates, beef jerky, and milk, whether in class or during night study sessions. Ruan Jia also engaged in her studies, though she occasionally indulged in reading comic magazines. As for Xin Yuying and Gu Chengyang, to the eyes of those seated in the last two rows, it appeared they were perpetually engaged in academic pursuits, diligently completing assignments and reading. Days turned into weeks, and before they knew it, a month had passed since the beginning of the school term. Spring had fully arrived. People shed their heavy winter coats in favor of light, fashionable attire. Free from the constraints of bulky clothing, everyone felt a sense of liberation. Although the holiday was technically one day shorter, the prospect of a 4-day break brought immense joy to the students. Even if they could not venture out, the comfort of sleeping in and enjoying delicious food at home was a delight. In summary, as long as they were not at school, any activity felt pleasurable. As Xiang Ting slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited through the back door, his phone chimed with a message from Timmy, calling out, "Brothers, let's team up and rank up." Zheng Tian nudged him forward, saying, "Forget about ranking up. Go spend time with your little star instead." Deng Xian and Ruan Jia tidied up their belongings and exchanged farewells before departing. Xin Yuying gazed at Gu Chengyang, blinking her eyes as she said, "My mother has left, and I've been home alone for the past few days." Gu Chengyang paused momentarily, his hand holding the book faltering, and exclaimed with uncontainable surprise, "What will you do then? Are you not afraid to sleep alone at night?" "However, I cannot spend the night outside." Xin Yuying, taken aback, clarified, "What I meant was, would you like to study together at the library this afternoon?" "No," Xin Yuying replied without a moment's hesitation, her expression serious. "Are you really coming to my house just to study? I would feel embarrassed to state it outright." She continued, "Where shall we go for fun?" Gu Chengyang retrieved his phone, displaying a screenshot he had previously saved. "There's a forest park in the suburbs. Let us visit there." Xin Yuying examined the screenshot, admiring the beautiful scenery with its lush trees and a small lake, and nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Sounds great. But this time, I shall pay." Gu Chengyang sighed. "Why do you always insist on competing with your boyfriend over the bill? I'm not short of money." He was about to say more when Xin Yuying glared at him, declaring, "If you insist on paying, I will deduct points from you." Gu Chengyang had no choice but to acquiesce, as he was eager to change his profile picture with Xin Yuying and could not bear to lose points. "Then it's settled. I shall take my leave now." Xin Yuying slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited. "Remember to send me a message when you get home." Gu Chengyang called after her as she walked out of the school gate, before resuming his packing. Upon arriving home, he found it indeed empty. In the morning, Xion's mother departed, sending a message to Xin Yuying before leaving. Xin Yuying closed the door, tossed her backpack onto the sofa, and barefoot, made her way to the bedroom to change into her pajamas, subsequently turning on the air conditioning. She retrieved some yogurt from the refrigerator, settled on the sofa with her phone, and began watching television. To be precise, she was merely playing on her phone while the television served as background music. She engaged in a few rounds of Honor of Kings with Ruan Jia and Deng Xian, and conferred with Gu Chengyang regarding the details of their outing the following day. Before she realized it, evening had arrived, signaling bedtime. Xin Yuying was not fond of staying up late. Her routine was remarkably regimented, and by 10 o'clock, it was only natural for her to retire for the night. Upon exiting the community, she immediately spotted Gu Chengyang and, with a smile, greeted him as she dashed over. Gu Chengyang was clad in a white long-sleeved shirt paired with a casual jacket and black jeans. As Xin Yuying approached, he moved to meet her. "Why are you here so early?" he inquired. Xin Yuying looked up at Gu Chengyang and replied, "I thought I would have to wait for you a while." Gu Chengyang gestured toward a nearby establishment, saying, "I assumed you would be eating rice noodles there, so I arrived early to eat there myself." Xin Yuying, her mouth agape, exclaimed, "But I did eat there. How come I didn't see you?" "That must have been it," he responded. Xin Yuying, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, walked alongside Gu Chengyang. "Let us go. Let us take a taxi to the station and then catch the bus." Suddenly, Gu Chengyang touched Xin Yuying's sleeve, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "Aren't you dressed a bit too lightly? However, it is already spring." Xin Yuying pouted, her face adorned with a look of grievance, and exclaimed, "Is it not pleasing to the eye?" Today, she wore a maroon cardigan over a white turtleneck sweater, complemented by light blue skinny jeans, and carried a black backpack. "Oh, I am not afraid. Let us go." Xin Yuying tugged at Gu Chengyang's arm, urging him to step outside, eager to embark on their adventure. Gu Chengyang, unable to resist her enthusiasm, relented. The two hailed a taxi by the roadside to reach the bus station, from where they would take a coach to the forest park. Within the confines of their school, Xin Yuying was always mindful of maintaining their status as classmates, but once beyond the school gates, all formalities were cast aside. While waiting for their bus at the terminal, they settled into their seats. Xin Yuying attentively monitored their bus schedule, while Gu Chengyang was absorbed in playing with her hand. In Gu Chengyang's words, "Your hands are so fair and soft, it would be a shame to use them solely for writing. Why not let me enjoy them for a while?" Xin Yuying watched with a complex expression as Gu Chengyang incessantly pinched the flesh of her hand, flipping it over and over, even taking a couple of photos. Observing Gu Chengyang's uncontainable smile, Xin Yuying inquired, "Is it true that you could spend an entire day playing with me, even if we did nothing else?" Gu Chengyang replied, "Playing with you?" He lifted his gaze to meet Xin Yuying's, his eyes wandering. Xin Yuying rolled her eyes and clarified, "I meant my hand." Gu Chengyang continued to toy with her hand. Affirming, indeed. Xin Yuying nodded thoughtfully, appreciating how easily her boyfriend found contentment.